Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Decigrams 86, alternate admiral, promoted to advanced admiral. It was clearly a sunny morning. At this moment, the air became a bit cold, and several figures were seen riding horses from afar. Ōtsutsuki sat on the leading horse, her blue pupils looked directly at the city gate, and finally moved to Bai Ye on the city wall, who was served by several beautiful maids. The eyes of the two converged in midair. Bai Ye's pupils are as white as jade, deep and deep, with gentleness and an inexplicable special meaning. Ōtsutsuki's mouth widened into a smile. It's him, it should be right. In today's imperial capital, all the flags on the city wall have been replaced with white square flags, and a special flag is flying, declaring that the imperial capital has changed its owner at this moment, and that person is sitting on it. Very handsome, I just don't know if it will interest me. Ōtsutsuki's heart began to heat up, and she was ready to fight with him. The several subordinates behind her were tense. Today's imperial capital is no longer what it used to be. Now that they came here, they undoubtedly entered the Longtan Tiger's den. However, they dared to come here with the number of people, mainly relying on the powerful strength of Ōtsutsuki. Otherwise, they would not dare to come rashly. The people inside the city walls also recognized Ōtsutsuki. It's General Ōtsutsuki. Oh my god, she's here, everyone hurry up and stay away. I didn't expect her to come. Is she going to take back the imperial capital? This damn crazy woman. Quite a few ordinary people knew what Ōtsutsuki had done in the imperial capital. Although Ōtsutsuki has a beautiful face and an impeccable perfect figure. But that haughty character, that warlike lunatic character, and her decisiveness in killing made no man in the imperial capital dare to have any favors for her. Especially the strength of the opponent is very strong, people are afraid of being affected, so they dodged in a panic. Faced with this scene, Ōtsutsuki completely ignored it. She only has Bai Ye on the city wall in her heart. Stop, take a few steps forward and kill Wuxie backquote. Shanshan's Masagi appeared next to Bai Ye, and immediately jumped down from the city wall and landed in front of him. As Marine Admiral, her duty is to protect the celestial dragons, and her most important duty is to protect Bai Ye. In such an occasion, she must be the first to go out. Advertisement. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and put it against his chin, enjoying the fruit brought by the maid, and looked at Ōtsutsuki, who ignored Momosagi's advice, still came on horseback, with a teasing expression. Momosagi's face was covered with frost in the face of Ōtsutsuki, who ignored him. The terrifying murderous aura was instantly released like a violent storm. The murderous aura of the admiral level is like a sea of mountains. The buckle fell and swept towards Ōtsutsuki and the others. Ōtsutsuki, who didn't pay much attention to Momosaги at first, felt the extremely fierce and terrifying murderous aura, and his heart trembled. The few subordinates behind her were even more frightened, and subconsciously reached out to hold their own knives, but they didn't realize that their hands had started to tremble. This is an instinct produced by feeling the meaning of suffocating death. Interesting. Faced with this terrifying murderous aura, Ōtsutsuki was particularly surprised, but somewhat underestimated the woman in front of him. But still didn't take the other party seriously. The opponent is using a knife, so how can it be compared with his own ice tegu? The two are not on the same level at all. Alright, I'll have you as an appetizer first. You guys retreat, and if you go, you will die. Ōtsutsuki jumped up from the horseback, flipped 365 degrees in the sky, and landed on the ground with a beautiful backflip. At this moment, the place where she landed was covered with ice. Freezing ability. Momosaги became slightly vigilant when he saw that the opponent's ground was frozen. This woman is different from the opponents she has dealt with in the past. She has roughly the same abilities as Aokiji, which is no joke. Momosaги, what was promised to you, is now given to you. On the city wall, Bai Ye glanced at Ōtsutsuki beside him. Ōtsutsuki pulled out a knife and threw it straight at Momosagi. Momosagi took the knife with surprise in his eyes. Isn't this the batch of emperor bodies that I got when I first came here? Momosagi's eyes were ecstatic. In his eyes, this knife was far more pleasing to her than the big fast knife. Pulling out the treasured sword, purple rays of light flowed from the blade, and the poisonous gas permeated happily. This caught Momosagi by surprise. I let Vegapunk break through. Advertisement. Bai Ye said with a smile, although he had promised before that the knife would not be given to her intact. But the finally upgraded knife is more powerful than before, and can enhance the host's ability by absorbing blood. It's a pity that he only reached the captain of the headquarters, and the blood enhancement has no effect. But the poison on it can be fatal. Thank you, your highness. Momosagi accepted it more readily, clenched the knife in his hand, and looked at Ōtsutsuki eagerly. Ōtsutsuki still looked disapproving. You are beautiful, let me make you an immortal beauty, frozen forever. Ōtsutsuki licked his tongue pervertedly, his warlike nature was fully revealed. With a wave of his hand, suddenly, countless ice cones suddenly protruded from the ground, until they spread to Momosagi. Facing the swiftly coming ice cone, Momosagi clenched the tegu in his hand, swung the heavy sword, and in an instant, a terrifying giant sword light nearly 30 meters wide burst out. The sword glow flashed purple, as if surrounded by poisonous gas. So big, Momosagi was shocked. In the past, although her sword energy was powerful, its range was the largest, only a dozen meters away. Now the power has soared by a full double, and Shengshi is shocked. The moment the sword light collided with the ice cone, the mountain, Qian's, exploded and exploded instantly. The terrifying strong wind sent Momoshagi and his seeds flying upside down at the same time. Wait for the explosion and the smoke to disperse. A huge deep pit was exposed in situ. TOJ. The military cap on Ōtsutsuki's head has been blown away, his light blue hair has been scattered around his waist, and his eyes are full of disbelief. The ice pick, which was unfavorable in the past, was actually broken by a slash from the opponent. How could the strength of the opponent be so strong? Not an inconspicuous little character at all, and such a character actually surrendered to the men of the man on the city wall. It's just unbelievable. Marvelous. There was madness in Momosagi's eyes. She was a substitute admiral before, and her strength was only at the elementary admiral level. With this knife, she is fully capable of selling admiral level. Advertisement 87. This man is the final boss. Ōtsutsuki was stunned for a moment. Momoshagi once again launched a swift and violent attack, slashing infinitely with the sharp knife in his hand. The dazzling blade light hit like a violent storm. Ōtsutsuki also pulled out his own knife, quickly regained his composure, and then had a cold face. The same heavy knife was swung out, and ice blades struck one after another. The two sides started a desperate struggle just outside the city gate. Swords and swords flashed, and ice surged. There was an endless stream of cracking sounds, and the ice cones went straight into the ground. The sword glow instantly tore the earth apart. On the battlefield, Ōtsutsuki became more and more frightened. Momosagi's sword light is too terrifying, even Ōtsutsuki dare not confront him head-on. I saw a blade glow across the ice pick, and passed her by, leaving a terrifying crack tens of meters long on the ground. Around the cracks, there are still purple bubbles, and the hard stones, as well as the surrounding flowers and trees wither in an instant. Toxic. Ōtsutsuki's eyes turned cold, and he was even more afraid of Momosagi's attack. Compared with Ōtsutsuki's cautiousness, the more he bites, the harder he bites. Maybe it's the new toy that Momoshagi couldn't put it down, and almost endlessly exerted his power to the limit. Although the battle has not hurt Ōtsutsuki in the slightest, it also made Momoshagi feel the joy of 420 battles. In this way, the battle between the two shocked everyone in the imperial capital. The figures of the two criss-crossed outside the city gate, one white and one blue, outlined a thrilling picture. Above the walls, Bai Ye hugged Ōtsutsuki in his arms and looked down, with a very satisfied expression on the corner of his mouth. In fact, if he doesn't hand over the Tegu to Momoshagi, Momoshagi is very likely to be directly at a disadvantage. After all, Momosagi's comprehensive strength is only at the quasi-admiral level. It will be quite a disadvantage in front of Tegu, who has the ice attribute. Now with this sharp blade, the gap between the two has been successfully pulled to the average line. But Bai Ye knew that Ōtsutsuki's strength was far more than that. The current Ōtsutsuki still has a backup, as expected. Momoshagi and Ōtsutsuki clashed again, and the two sides retreated like a spring. Very good, you have pleased me. As a reward, as long as you are willing to become my slave, I can spare you. Advertisement. Ōtsutsuki licked his rosy lips. Momosagi's madness made her feel that he was in the same vein as herself. This actually gave Ōtsutsuki the idea of wanting to take it under his command. Dream. Momoshagi is relentless and doesn't pay attention to each other at all. Ōtsutsuki responded with a terrifying slash. Facing the roaring slash, he was already close at hand, but in the next second, an icy chill covered it. In an instant, including the range of the handheld in the city wall, thousands of meters are covered. Moko Potmo. A seductive smile appeared on the corner of Ōtsutsuki's mouth. Momoshagi, who was rushing towards Ōtsutsuki, was frozen directly. Space, time, wind, fire, everything is frozen at this time. Looking at the frozen world in front of him, Ōtsutsuki walked up to Diao Fang with his own knife in his hand. Look at the woman in the world who can please herself. As a natural hunter, Ōtsutsuki has no mercy at all. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. Since you can't become a dog in my hands, I will send you to die. Thinking in his heart, the next second, the knife in Ōtsutsuki's hand was about to swing heavily towards the escaped neck, wanting to behead him directly, and suddenly a bright holy light suddenly spread all over the world in front of him. This bright holy light, warm, peaceful, like the bright sun, it gives people warmth and a sense of security. Ōtsutsuki was attracted, and murmured to himself, impossible, how could anyone stop Mokobatmo? The world is frozen, and time stops. This is Ōtsutsuki Ice Emperor's strongest move. Call out time to stop. He alone, AHBG, commands the world and dominates everything. For so many years, there has been no disadvantages, and no one has ever been able to resist her Mokobatama. But the holy light that appeared now slapped her face mercilessly. The light is dazzling, Saint Jessica. In the holy light, a figure slowly flew into the sky, the holy light emerged, and its wings fluttered. Advertisement. Ōtsutsuki subconsciously said, Angel? No, how could there be angels in this world? Stop playing tricks here. Ōtsutsuki, who slaughtered countless living beings, had no concept of God in his heart. Even when she was fighting on the battlefield, she felt it was funny to see those innocent creatures face death and kneel down to pray for God's blessing. What is God? The Mighty One is God. Without strength in this world, they are all like ants. The so-called God is just a joke. Facing the tyranny of Bai Ye, Ōtsutsuki, who has become an angel and exudes holy light, he doesn't regard him as a god at all. For this result, Bai Ye, who was flying in the sky at the moment, was also expected. It really deserves to be a demon slayer. The lives of millions of people have been contaminated under his hands. Such people can understand even if they don't believe in God. Since the holy light cannot save you, then conquer you with strength. Different from the past, Bai Ye used very docile methods to conquer other women. Only as seeds, he gave up this approach. After all, this woman is a real murderer without blinking an eye. In her eyes, all living beings are just objects of entertainment. Only by using strength can such a woman completely conquer her. This is also the first time that Bai Ye has touched a woman with the idea of using violence to solve the problem. Bai Ye's holy light became milder, and his face became clearer. When Acid saw that under the holy light, it turned out to be the man hugging left and right on the city wall, he realized it instantly. The imperial capital was broken by you. But, the magic machine, it's all defeated by you, right? Although Acid's is cruel and ruthless, his IQ is absolutely above the mark. It has been less than half a month since the empire was defeated. Although Masagi showed amazing strength just now, if he wants to defeat Bude with that kind of strength, he will inevitably suffer from injuries. It is impossible to be alive and kicking now, plus there is a magic machine. It is even more impossible to be defeated by this woman. And this powerful woman would surrender to the man on the city wall. There is only one possibility. In addition to status, there is also absolute strength to do this. Obviously my guess is correct. This man is the final boss. 88. Crushing battle. I am a god facing Aestus questioning. Bai Ye still only smiled lightly. This perfunctory response made Acids feel a little displeased in an instant. However, Bai Ye under the holy light was extremely handsome, and Acids had already made a decision in his heart to treat this man as his own trophy. Perhaps it is because of this thought. Acids didn't continue to talk nonsense, but raised her hand and shook, and countless ice picks suddenly appeared beside her. With a flick of his fingertips, countless ice cones turned into cannons soaring into the sky, instead of rushing towards Bai Ye. Facing this swift and violent move, Bai Ye just raised his finger slightly, and above the fingertips, lightning flashed. 30 million volts. The electric current flickered to form a huge power grid, and the countless ice cones were directly vaporized by the high temperature of the electric current when they touched it. Thunder Tegu? Seeing this scene, Estes trembled in his heart. Among the previous Tegu, the strength of the natural Tegu is naturally among the best. Just like her ice Tegu, the lightning god of lightning attribute also has the power to destroy the world. But Estes felt a little strange. Generally, each person can only use one kind of Tegu, and no one has ever been able to profitably use two kinds of Teiki. This man already has a Tegu similar to an angel, how can he use the second Tegu at the same time? This is completely unreasonable. To find out, Estes wasn't wallowing in shock. In the next second, Acids weighed directly on the ground with one hand, and an icicle instantly rose from the ground, pushing her to a height of tens of meters. She jumped up again, and stretched her hands towards the sky. Countless cold currents surged, instantly freezing the surrounding air, and then formed a large ice ball nearly 40 meters wide. Even with the ice puck swung down, this giant ball is like a meteor, even if it falls. This move was clearly intended to smash all the people inside the city wall to death. The ice puck that swept over also declared that the time freeze was lifted at the same time. The restoration of time made it impossible for other people present to react. Their eyes were stunned. They were originally watching Momosagi's battlefield, but their eyes turned to the huge ice ball that fell down in the sky. At the same time, they felt the holy light shining in the sky. Many people fled in horror, but many people kneeled down in surprise when they saw Bai Ye's appearance. Advertisement: the gods have descended, gods bless you. Many fanatical believers knelt down and prayed, facing the huge ice hockey falling from the sky, but they did not dare to fear at all. This extreme belief has driven them into an absolute madness towards Bai Ye. In their eyes, as long as there are gods, then they will be protected by the gods. Even if the sky falls, the gods will protect them well. At this moment, Zheng has attracted many people in the imperial capital for the sake of movement. Yu Qi just saw the holy light appear, and the believers who were far away all knelt down one after another. As for the terrifying ice hockey, it is no longer so important in the eyes of everyone. Sensing the believers below, Bai Ye also took this opportunity to stage a good show again. I saw the thunder shrinking, and the flames exuding holy light rose slowly in Bai Ye's hands. The sacred flames gathered in the sky to form a huge flame-flying dragon. As soon as the dragon's mouth was opened, the huge ice ball melted instantly like snow. The fusion of flames and ice produced terrifying thick smoke, and the smoke and dust filled hundreds of meters, making it impossible to see. With a slight movement of Bai Ye's wings, he disappeared instantly on the spot. Acid saw that his trick was cracked by the opponent again, and he was thinking about how to attack next. Suddenly, the holy light flickered around him. A terrifying sense of crisis suddenly hit her, but before she could react, a punch that radiated holy light struck heavily. Too close. How did he get behind him? Estes was unable to detect Bai Ye's figure. But does it all matter? It doesn't matter at all now. The terrifying blow made Acids, who had never felt death, instantly get goosebumps. The heart was beating wildly at this moment. A feeling called death instantly swept through her whole body. At this moment, Acids was hunted by others from the role of hunter. She wanted to resist, to freeze each other, but the residual heat emitted by that sacred light, any ice in front of it is ridiculous. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. At this moment Aestus panicked. As the saying goes, at the moment of death, time will be infinitely slowed down. Countless images flashed through Aestus' mind. From birth to serving as a general of the Empire, from slaughtering millions of lives to now, he is about to usher in the end of his last life. It's almost like a movie fast forwards. Acides already knew the end of his own death. Looking at the infinitely enlarged fist, she knew that she was finished. But in the next second, the fist placed infinitely shifted slowly. A punch passed across the cheek. The heavy punch formed a beam of light with sacred light, and blasted towards the jungle behind Acides in an instant. .00 boom. The terrifying explosion shook the mountains in an instant, and the distant jungle was completely turned upside down. The shock wave of the explosion behind him wiped out all the smoke and clouds. There is nothing else in the world except the rumbling Big Bang. You are dead. I want to give you another life. Are you willing to atone for the madness you have done? Why? Bai Ye's voice escaped into Acides' ears like a magic barrier. In Acides' eyes now, only this divine light exudes from his body, as if he is a man who is really like a god. At this moment, a feeling that she had never had before emerged in her heart. Her heart was pounding, and her heart was trembling. All the stubbornness is instantly disintegrated at this moment, and the joy of the rest of life after death is like a sprout that breaks the ground and thrives. It is said that people who have experienced death can understand the value of life better. Aestus stared straight at Bai Ye, not knowing how to answer correctly. Answer me. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and put his arms around Aestus' waist. The other hand radiated healing divine light and came to Acides' cheek. Acides' beautiful face was scratched by 2 wounds from the punch just now, and blood flowed down. Under the baptism of the holy light, the wound instantly recovered. With the spiritual suggestion and the baptism of the holy light, at this moment, even Acides, who is as powerful as Admiral, has completely fallen under the offensive of such tenderness. 89. Spirit-type Tegu. Acides' frozen heart has been completely melted by the snow. That gentle stroking light, and that sinking gaze. At this moment, Acides has been completely disintegrated. I do. Bai Ye got the result he wanted, with a look of satisfaction on his face. To deal with this kind of woman, one must use overwhelming strength to make the opponent completely surrender. When giving gentle comfort to the other party, even a heart made of meteorite can melt. What's more, Bai Ye naturally knows what Acides' inner world is like. It is completely able to hold it in the hand. 'Tis me in the original work was completely out of luck. With a man like him, he doesn't deserve to have Aestus at all. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, Eleanor, Masagi, and Stussy came to Bai Ye, 520. Go back. Bai Ye turned around in the form of an angel, waved his wings and flew high into the sky before disappearing. Devout believers still kneel down, watching away in the fanatical demeanor of the believers. On the city wall, Acides looked at the endless kneeling believers at this moment, and at the moment she looked at Bai Ye's distant figure kneeling on one knee, putting down her proud figure. His eyes were full of attachment and deep love, watching Bai Ye leave. What a piece of shit luck. Although Masagi didn't know what happened just now, she knew very well that Bai Ye saved her life. Seeing this woman who deserved death, however, instead of being killed, he became a believer of Bai Ye, which made Dao Fang a little unhappy. After all, Masagi, who is an admiral, is deeply disgusted by the madness of this woman and the way she looks down on people. Keep your mouth clean. If you dare to do it again next time, I don't mind killing you again. Acides, who stood up slowly, changed his fascinated expression just now. The terrifying killing intent instantly swept across the world. The cold air that bloomed even froze the top of the city wall into a layer of frost. Advertisement, really, you think you can really kill me? Momosagi's eyes were also glowing with a dangerous light, and the murderous aura also exploded. Eleanor, who was celestial dragons, curled her lips boredly, turned and left. Only Stussy is left. Seeing the 2 women meeting in front of them, with the appearance of drawing swords and crossbows, they stepped forward but stretched out a hand to put on Acides' body. Follow me to see His Highness, to meet Bai Ye? Acides, who was originally murderous, changed his normal state in an instant, with a surprised expression on his face. That's right, just follow me. After Stussy finished speaking, he headed towards the palace first. Acides didn't talk nonsense, and immediately followed. In this way, the 2 moved forward together, leaving only Momosaги still on the city wall. Momosaги felt aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Her Highness Bai Ye's decision, she is unable to make any changes. We are under General Aestus. As Acides left, several of his subordinates stayed outside the city gate, not knowing what to do for a while. Momosaги knew that Acides held an army in his hands, numbering hundreds of thousands. But the power of faith is quite good. Tien is that she manages these people in her own hands for the time being. Let's see if we can digest this army, which can be regarded as a small punishment for Acides. There is no one in the hall, only Bai Ye is alone. At the same time, a voice emerged in Bai Ye's ear. Get part of the source of the world. Close black lens bracket. You get the following rewards. Close black lens bracket. 1. Tegu of spiritual type. Optional. 2. Reward the super dangerous dragon race in the extreme north. Close black lens bracket. Super dangerous species. Bai Ye's expression was shocked, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just a simple thought, Bai Ye has already learned the specific information of these two rewards. Advertisement: the first reward turned out to be a spiritual Tegu of the chosen type. You must know that in the Scarlet World, there has not yet been a spiritual type of Tegu. Appearing this time was simply a surprise. There are three kinds of spiritual Tegu that appear in Bai Ye's mind. In terms of function, although they are both spiritual Tegu, they have completely different effects. The first Tegu is a chain. The ability is a bit weak. The chain can choose a target for automatic tracking and bind it. After activating the ability, mental power will be poured into the opponent's mind, causing the opponent to completely fall into a coma and leave a mark. If there is no Tegu user who automatically releases the effect of Tegu, he will sleep forever. This Tegu is insignificant to Bai Ye. The second piece of Tegu, Archer, can shoot ultra-long distance mind-controlled Tegu, and its ability is to condense the power of the spirit into arrows. Hit the opponent without any scars. But strong mental power will tear the other party's spirit to shreds, and those with weak mental power will have their mental power wiped out, completely reduced to idiots or even die directly. Those with strong mental power will cause great mental pain to the opponent. Even if they can withstand it, the damage to mental power will be immeasurable. Will always be accompanied by this mental illness, live a lifetime, and eventually be driven crazy. The third piece of Tegu, Auxiliary type Tegu, which can expand the user's spiritual power infinitely, and the spiritual power will expand infinitely. Possesses quite astonishing mental power, and the strength of mental power can change with the changes of the strong. Those with strong mental power can even draw out their mental power to control certain objects to levitate or attack. Shiraha directly chose the third Tegu without any thought. Because this third type of Tegu is almost tailor-made for him. The second type of Tegu is an ability similar to that of an archer, which is simply useless for 4.0 Bai Ye. In the world of pirates, there are many people with strong mental strength. Almost reaching the vice admiral level, or the mental power of the rear admiral level is already quite strong. After all, in order to develop armament Hokage, human training is required. The heavy amount of training will naturally stimulate the mental strength of these people, making them extremely firm. So even if it hits the opponent, it will only cause some pain to the opponent, and it will not be fatal in a short time. Not to mention those who use Conqueror's Hokage, or admiral level, this effect is naturally even more negligible. But the third Tegu is different. Tegu, the auxiliary booster type, is simply too suitable for Bai Ye. Bai Ye's baptism of angel fruit holy light is to use spiritual power to change the thinking of others. 90. Powerful control of objects. The stronger your own thinking power, it also indicates that you can better control the other party. It is easier to turn the other party into your own believer. To ingrain the purpose and belief of the gods more deeply, this is the ideal Tegu for Bai Ye. Of course, in addition to this point, what is more important is to be able to release the mental power out of the body. Being able to control objects in the air is a pretty good ability. Bai Ye asked himself that his spiritual power was absolutely abnormally strong, and the top observation Hokage could already be regarded as a symbol of spirituality. The ability to predict the future with the top-level observation Hokage has indirectly proved how strong his mental power is. To this extent, observation Hokage can no longer go any further. But the difference is that the current self still has a way to continue to strengthen his spiritual power. So will my observation Hokage enter a brand new world? And how strong is the power of my own spirit, and how heavy an object can Tulian control? This kind of spiritual release is almost like a spiritual teacher. Although Bai Ye doesn't take many shots, he has this kind of attack method similar to that of a psychiatrist and controlling objects. 07. As long as the power is strong enough, you can win by lying down. So I naturally have to choose the third option. When the answer is given by one's own choice, the first item is a small earring. These earrings don't need to be pierced, they only need to be glued to the ears, and they are extremely firm as if they were originally on the earlobe. The moment it sticks to the ear, Tegu emitted a dazzling light, and Bai Ye immediately felt a burst of abundant energy in his brain exploding rapidly. It was as if the brain was really burning. The process is not painful, but very comfortable. Bai Ye feels that he is listening to all directions now. Without using observation Hokage, he can perceive all changes within 100 meters around him. Even under the throne I made, the earthworms in the soil can feel extremely clear. What's more, Bai Ye felt that his spiritual power had formed, and an invisible energy had diffused out. This power is like a third hand extended by Bai Ye. In an instant, it was enveloped, and the hanging on the ceiling exploded. The chandelier is about 3 meters wide, all made of bronze, and has 108 oil lamps. The weight is close to 300 caddies. Advertisement. Bai Ye's spiritual force shrouded in it pulled violently, and the ceiling was torn off with a bang, and the process took almost no effort. This is not the limit. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, the chandelier was torn off, and the oil lamp on it was about to fall and was wrapped by Bai Ye's spiritual power, suspended in midair. Even at this time, all the oil lamps were under Bai Ye's control, like a fire dragon parading, flying back and forth in the palace. At this time, the gate of the palace was pushed open. Stussy came to meet with Aestus, but when they pushed the door and entered, they saw a shocking scene. A chandelier weighing hundreds of kilograms is suspended in midair. All the oil lamps flew out and turned into a long flaming dragon, rampaging through the palace. Every time they were about to touch a wall or a pillar, they would automatically turn or fly up to avoid it. Under their eyes, these chandeliers seemed to have life. This What kind of ability is this? Aestus was shocked in his heart on the way forward. Stussy very keenly informed Acides Bai Ye's true identity. After all, Acides will also become Bai Ye's maid in the future. Some things must be told to each other first. In case the other party makes a mistake, the things that should be avoided as much as possible should be clearly stated first. Especially Stussy also knew that the woman in front of him would kill without blinking an eye. To put it simply, he is a murderous lunatic, and also a lunatic with admiral level because of Bai Ye's safety. Since you want to make important things clear, it was also after Stussy's explanation that Acides knew that Bai Ye didn't use any Tegu to fight himself. It is completely relying on its own strength, as for this devil fruit. It is also a kind of strength, but in known cases, Yu Song took 2 kinds of devil fruit. Now that he is able to control objects, is it possible that the other party has a third devil fruit ability? Stussy looked shocked, and she was equally shocked. In history, there are people who ate 2 devil fruits. But the one who eats 3 devil fruits is unique. Bai Ye was able to have a new ability now, advertisement. Definitely not angel shape as Thunderfruit's ability. Most likely a new devil fruit. Bai Ye is quite satisfied with his spiritual power, but in order to see how strong his spiritual power can be. At present, this kind of little trick is simply invisible. Therefore, Bai Ye gathered all the oil lamps including the chandeliers together, and under the terrifying squeeze of spiritual power, they were squeezed into an iron ball as small as a fist as if under high pressure. The shovel fell from the sky. There was only a loud bang, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground of the hall, with cracks everywhere. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Stussy twisted his alluring figure, and came to Bai Ye's side, and gently hooked Aestus, whose face was already blushing, outside the door. Bai Ye just showed a very gentle smile, although he now wants to put Acides under his crotch, but now he wants to try the limit of his mental power even more. You guys go out with me. The 2 dared not disobey Bai Ye's order. Bai Ye opened the twin door. This time I went to world number 1, which is the world of zombies. Aestus on the side naturally knew Bai Ye's ability. A whole new world, an unknown world. This made Aestus even more infatuated with Bai Ye, and realized that his previous self was a frog in a well. Acides, no matter in terms of ability, age, or even that smile, fully meets his criteria for choosing a mate. Aestus' criteria for choosing a mate is very simple, and he must be younger than himself. And the future is promising, and he is also a general. And has a pure smile. No matter which point Bai Ye went far beyond, this made Aestus completely fall into obsession. Zombie world. Came to the area where the humans are currently stationed where the twin gates are located. Bai Ye asked Stussy to find a fighter jet. Stussy's ability is very good, although he has always stayed by Bai Ye's side to serve Bai Ye. But in my spare time, I also learned about the technology in this number 1 world and the driving skills of some equipment. For flying a fighter jet, it is extremely simple. 91. Declaration of the Superior the fighter piloted by Stussy. However, since it is now equipped with F-35 fighter jets, there are currently only 2 cabins. Stussy was driving, and Bai Ye naturally fell into the passenger seat. What is this thing? Aestus was completely shocked when he came to the zombie world, and helicopters circled in the sky. On the land, iron boxes like giant steel beasts were rampaging on the road. Countless soldiers are practicing firearms skills at the training ground. The iron pipe-like weapon can easily shoot continuously, and the speed is so fast that Acides can't guarantee that he can dodge all of them without using the ice tegu. And that was carried on the shoulder, and a fire snake shot out. Buildings hundreds of meters away were instantly destroyed, and solid houses were instantly shattered. This kind of power is comparable to the weaker tegu. Especially the more cumbersome big iron box with a long pipe. The gun barrel shot out, and the huge roar was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. A huge deep pit was blasted out on the ground in the distance. Is this tegu? There are so many ordinary people who can use tegu. This world must be too powerful. With the team of more than 1,000 people in the distance, it is enough to sweep hundreds of thousands of wild people. Why are you staring blankly? Let's go, Stussy yelled. Acides just stepped on the plane, but looked at the iron bird in front of him, and took another look. Now that there were no seats at all, Acides aimed at Bai Ye. Is this really okay? Naturally, Aestus stayed, and was brainwashed by Stussy on the way here. Naturally, she understood that she was Bai Ye's maid. Although she fell directly from the general to the maid, she didn't feel any unhappiness in her heart. On the contrary, thinking that I will soon be able to share a position with Bai Ye, especially in a crowded position, I can only sit on Bai Ye. You don't need to think about what happened next. Acides didn't feel uneasy like other women, but was excited instead. There is even a sense of urgency, but she only asked these words after hiding it in her heart. Bai Ye didn't talk nonsense, and his mental power immediately enveloped Acides. Advertisement in the astonished eyes of the other party, he flew directly into the passenger seat. Randomly knelt down in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and pinched Acides' chin, and said in a commanding tone. I don't need to remind you again about this kind of thing in the future. Your life, your abilities, your status, your rights, all of these belong to me. Bai Ye's commanding tone, and that overbearing oath. If these words come from someone else's mouth, then this person will definitely draw an ice sculpture and regret it forever. But in the face of Bai Ye, Ōtsutsuki's heart skipped a beat when he heard these words. In particular, Bai Ye's words that everything about himself will be Bai Ye's words are not a domineering oath to him, but a deep love for her. At this moment, Ōtsutsuki lowered her head, come to the crotch. The roar of the plane sounded at the airport. Under the crazy gaze of the surrounding soldiers, it slowly rose into the sky and finally disappeared into the sky. On the plane, Bai Ye experienced a different feeling in general. The mighty General Ōtsutsuki also fell in the end. After enjoying the meticulous care of the other party, it was already 2 or 3 hours later. Ōtsutsuki, who understood the joys of the world for the first time, lay on Bai Ye's body like a deflated balloon. Your Highness Bai Ye, where are we going now? Ōtsutsuki's face was extremely rosy, and he asked slightly panting. He didn't forget to help Bai Ye button the white shirt. Just go to the island ahead, although Bai Ye was going to be in the zombie world to see how strong his mental power was. But the sensible Stussy deliberately drove the plane in the sky. Added oil halfway through. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, the European country is ahead, and there are still some areas where the Great Emperor is lost. The zombie world is as vast as the original Blue Star. Although Garp and others have carried out a large-scale eradication of zombies and occupied some important military locations. But still, due to the vast area, there are still a large number of high-level areas that can set foot in. This European country is one of them. In terms of overall strength in the world, the strength of Europe ranks 4th or 5th in the world. But the other side is also the country that has suffered the worst fall. Advertisement, His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I found out that there is a military airport below, do you want to stop? Asked Stussy. Bai Ye nodded. After all, it is more convenient to have an airport for fighter jets to take off and land. It just so happens that this is a military base. Presumably there should be upgraded zombies. After all, before they become zombies, the probability of their overall strength being stronger than ordinary upgraded zombies is higher. Since we want to test, naturally, we need to find some powerful zombies to test. Another point is that the fighter jets are running out of fuel. Interest is added again. After the order was issued, the fighter jet driven by Stussy directly docked at the abandoned military base. There are many weeds around the base. Around the building, because of the roar of the plane, there are already large-scale zombies rushing in this direction. Many of them were wearing military uniforms, as well as some tall upgraded zombies. Bai Ye stepped off the plane. Stussy and Ōtsutsuki followed. You don't have to do anything, Bai Ye gave the order. Stussy just bowed slightly and started to find the oil gun to refuel the fighter. But Ōtsutsuki looked at the densely packed and large number of zombies, and they were already heading in this direction. There was ice coldness in her eyes, and a terrifying murderous aura struck instantly, and a thin layer of ice had begun to form on the ground she was standing on, good money. But she didn't make a move. Bai Ye's order is like an imperial decree to her. What she mainly does now is to prevent accidents from happening. Bai Ye didn't take it seriously. Facing the tens of thousands of zombies, he fixed his eyes on the 3 giant bombers parked at the airport. This is a B-36 bomber weighing 180 tons. This weight fully meets Bai Ye's requirements. I saw Bai Ye stretching out a hand. Powerful mental power surged out of his mind in an instant, like an invisible big hand, and instantly attacked the 3 bombers that had been abandoned for an unknown period of time. 550 tons. This weight is simply astonishing, and the mental power of the day and night enveloped the twin bombers. The zombies in the distance rushed towards them, and the distance between the 2 sides was only a few hundred meters. On Bai Ye's forehead, a vein popped out slightly, and his strong mental power finally dragged the 3 behemoths directly into the air. 92. Terrifying mental power explodes. The giant bomber flew more than 20 meters above the ground. It slowly came to the top of Bai Ye's head, covering the sky and the sun. This is not my limit. Bai Ye's mental power surged out, but he found that he was not at his limit, and his eyes immediately aimed at the mechanical warehouse 300 meters away. A blue light flashed in the pupil. The door of the armory in the distance exploded. Following a handful of Gatling guns, various submachine guns, and assault rifles, they flew directly into the sky and came to Bai Ye's side. 30 Gatlings. 100 submachine guns, 120 assault rifles. Sweat was already streaming down Bai Ye's forehead. This was already his limit. The final weight exceeded 600 tons. Bai Ye smiled. The current spiritual power can be regarded as an admiral-level existence in the pirate world. If the spiritual power is only wrapped in one weapon, then this weapon will be invincible. Even the top armament Hokage can't block a blow. Ōtsutsuki, who was behind Bai Ye, breathed heavily. His pupils flickered like autumn waves. He directly covered his high chest with both hands, trying to suppress the beating heart. At this moment, Bai Ye was in front of her eyes, like a god standing in the sky. Facing the tens of thousands of densely packed zombies. Hold the sky with your palms and step on the earth with your feet. What a spectacle it was. This scene was simply shocking and shook her mind. Ho ho ho. The group of zombies was less than 200 meters away. The roaring sound was earth-shattering. Tens of thousands of zombies stepped on the ground, and they could feel the rumbling sound. Just under such a dagger and crossbow. With a wave of Bai Ye's hand, the 3 bombers in the skies suddenly dropped towards the group of zombies. Bombers carry bombing munitions. The moment it landed, the oil pipe burst, and the shell was ignited between the magnets. The terrifying explosion set off a huge mushroom cloud. The ground trembled crazily, and powerful shockwaves swept across several kilometers. But such a swift shockwave came in front of Bai Ye, but was pushed away by the powerful aura. Asides looked at the mushroom cloud soaring into the sky in the distance, and instantly seemed to see hell. The clear sky is long gone. Advertisement only the red, AHCB, soaring into the sky is shining. Wait until all the dust settles. Half of the tens of thousands of zombies have been lost, and many zombies have become broken branches and willows. Many zombies lack arms and legs. There were even more zombies with fire all over their bodies, still leaning back and forth and attacking in Bai Ye's direction. The next round of attacks has begun. 30 Gatlings, as well as numerous assault rifles and submachine guns, instantly rushed out like a blood-red flood. The golden bullet instantly tore the zombie into pieces. All of a sudden, sawdust flew. That scene was so fun. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth even raised a cold smile. He likes it. Crazy crushing. When all the bullets were poured out, the originally noisy battlefield returned to calm. All the zombies have been wiped out by Bai Ye at this time. Bai Ye finally won the battle. Your Highness Bai Ye. Asides walked to Bai Ye's side and hugged Bai Ye's arm directly. It's just right here, I can summon my pet, feeling the bursts of softness and fullness from the arm, but there is not much emotional change day and night. The first reward benefited Bai Ye a lot, then the second reward is the highlight. A super dangerous species in the Arctic zone. You must know that Aestus Ice Tegu uses an extremely rare and dangerous species. So far, the number of super dangerous species is very small. And in a very remote area, it is difficult for the human race to get involved. Plus, even if you can get involved, but the strength of the super dangerous species is extremely terrifying. According to Bai Ye's calculation, the strength of the super dangerous species should be comparable to that of Admiral. Such an Admiral level. Tegu must be strong enough to be able to hunt him down or take some materials from him. Among the many Tegu, only Aestus and Bude have such strength. But now my own reward can get a super dangerous species, and it's still a dragon. Bai Ye is looking forward to it. What is the ability of this super dangerous species? Advertisement, pet. Asides looked around and found that there was no one else's pets here except her and Stussy. Just when she was wondering, Bai Ye pointed towards the void, and in the next second the sky was endless, and thunder was flickering. In the next second, a terrifying dark purple magic circle instantly appeared in the sky. The range of the magic circle is as far as a kilometer. The flickering thunder power of the magic circle fell on the ground, directly splitting the flood ditches. This kind of power is at least thousands of volts. Stussy, who was full of gas, and Asides stared at such a spectacular scene in the sky, and they were stunned for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. Right under their gaze, in the magic circle, a huge dragon claw suddenly stretched out. Then the dragon claw supported the magic circle, and the huge body was exposed from the magic circle. Roar! A huge faucet with countless wisdom eyes emerged from the magic circle. There was a huge thunderous roar, and a terrifying cloud of dust swept across the surroundings. The terrifying coercion swept across the world in an instant. Stussy, Asides, instantly felt like a big enemy. They flashed in front of Bai Ye, and both of them were ready to fight. Don't worry, this is my pet, Bai Ye said calmly. But there was a storm in the hearts of the two of them. Although Stussy has long been used to Bai Ye's various magical abilities, he looked at the gigantic flying dragon in the sky that was gradually coming out of the magic circle. Still shocked beyond words. Pet? The coercion of this monster is no worse than that of Admiral. When did Bai Ye have such a scary pet? Asides was also unbelievable. She felt that what appeared from the magic circle was a dangerous species. The dangers of dying at her hands in the past are countless. But from the beginning to the end, she has never felt such a terrifying coercion from any dangerous species. And it is also a dragon that is difficult to meet in the legend. The size of this dragon is extremely huge, far exceeding any dangerous species I have ever seen. How on earth did His Royal Highness Bai Ye acquire such a monster? Just when the two were shocked, the huge danger has completely appeared outside the magic circle. With a huge body of thousands of meters, when his feet landed on the ground was directly cracked by stepping on it. The waving wings created a 12th level tornado, and the bodies of countless zombies on the ground were blown away. 93. Super dangerous species. The scene in front of me at this moment was too astonishing. Bai Ye became more and more excited. He didn't expect to be rewarded this time with such a handsome and dangerous species. The super dangerous species in front of me is silver white in color. There are countless wisdom eyes on the head, a total of 16 pairs of eyes, accompanied by a bewitching purple light. 4 pairs of wings waved gently on the back, carrying a terrifying power zone. So Hokage, Bai Ye became excited, took a step forward, and looked at the huge monster that blocked the sky. He suddenly felt that his spiritual power had made contact with this super dangerous species. And just now he has obtained specific information about this dangerous species. The super dangerous species in the land of ice and snow, Zagora. Whether it is scaly nails on the body or not much hair on the head, any kind of it can be made into Tegu. Those are the best top Tegu, and there is a certain chance to obtain the ability of attributes similar to ice. Such abilities are similar to Asides. It was only after Bai Ye obtained the information that he was so ecstatic. This super dangerous species fits his identity too well. Although the image is a bit fierce, the silvery white appearance is still very good. The god driver behemoth. It can also make countless believers feel more powerful prestige. Owner. An unclear voice echoed in Bai Ye's mind. This actually gave Bai Ye a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect this super dangerous species to be able to communicate with me. Although the organizational ability of language is not particularly strong, there is no problem in simple communication. From now on, you will be my mount, Bai Ye simply gave the order. Yes, master. Zagora lowered his huge head, and Bai Ye did not turn into an angel form. Advertisement relying on his own mental strength, he was able to drag himself and fly above the head of the giant beast. Escalating and Stussy were also under the wrapping of mind power, lightly following Bai Ye. The three fell on the dragon head. Zagora raised his head, waved his wings again, and slowly flew into the sky. Under the communication, Bai Ye asked him to flap his wings and fly towards the capital ahead. As for Estes and Stussy beside them, they didn't ask too much. The more capable Bai Ye is, the happier they are. Having just acquired a super dangerous species, Bai Ye naturally intends to use his ability to see how strong it is. Soon, Zagora flew to the capital city of Europe with Bai Ye and others. It took less than an hour to fly from the coastal area to the thousands of kilometers of the capital city. Despite his large size, Zagora is extremely agile in his movements. He is indeed a super dangerous species. Now we have finally reached our destination. Bai Ye's observation hockey spread instantly, and found that there were no survivors in the capital. The number lost has reached a staggering tens of millions. This is really a very good place for trials. Since there are no survivors, you can let go and test how strong Zagora is. Under Bai Ye's orders, Zagora, dancing his wings, instantly struck 1,000 meters in a terrifying slash. The vigorous force cut the towering building in half. Zagora also seemed to be released from his nature, and opened his mouth again, and when the terrifying thunderlight flickered in his mouth and spit out again, everything along the road was frozen. Naturally, all the zombies here were frozen in the ice sculpture for a while. Just a frozen breath. The freezing range instantly exceeded 3,000 meters. But that's enough. The area of a capital is only so big, and in Zagora's second raid, a large area of zombies here was killed again. The icicle formed and then slammed, turning into shattered ice and falling to the ground. Whether it's metal, diamonds, bones, or glass, they were all shattered under the ultra-low temperature of hundreds of degrees below zero. In this way, under Zagora's catharsis, the whole city finally turned into nothing. Only debris was left on the ground. Okay, go back. Bai Ye was quite satisfied. Zagora's speed was far faster than a fighter jet. Advertisement on top of the dragon head, Escalating and Stussy nestled in Bai Ye's arms and began to perform gentle baptism. Another hour passed, across distances of thousands of kilometers. Finally returned to the human stronghold. At this time, Sengoku, the stronghold of human beings, was in the command post, listening to his subordinates reporting some applications of other technologies in this world. 0. Seeking flowers. Sengoku now travels between two worlds. In the pirate world, today's pirate era is not rampant. Among the world's conscription, the number of marines is far more than before. This has also led to those pirates who have evil intentions, many of them dare not go to sea rashly. It has greatly reduced the current business volume of marine. It was an era of peace. So Sengoku doesn't have much to do, and he prefers to stay in the Lord of the Dead world these days. On the one hand, the theory of governing the country in the boss world is quite good. Although he is only in charge of marine now, there is much to learn from the books on this side of the world. In fact, Sengoku can also see it. Over time, there will be fewer and fewer pirates, and the focus will be on land. In the end, marine's business on the sea will become less and less, and the center of gravity will eventually be placed on land. The management of the land is completely different from the management of the sea, so it is not a bad thing to learn more about the management procedures on the land. Coupled with the technology here, the aircraft tanks and various heavy weapons developed here are fatally attractive to men. Even Sengoku is the same. Although the combat power of the zombie world here is not strong enough, the technological aspects make up for the lack of combat power. Of course, this is just the basics. The deterrent effect of these weapons at the top will be greatly reduced. However, it is also difficult to conceal his love for its weapons, especially now that Marine is equipped with new types of warships and new types of weapons, and its combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Even if you encounter those large pirate ships, with today's destroyer, this large pirate ship can be completely destroyed under a long-range attack. This is the power of technology. It has greatly enhanced the strength of their current marine. The solid artillery in the past has long been discarded in the sea and turned into a part of the sea. Just when Sengoku was sinking into his subordinates reporting some of the current technological progress in the command room, a staff member observing the radar stood up instantly and shouted vigilantly, "Unidentified creatures have been found in the northwest coordinates of 73100, and they have a high energy response." 94. Sengoku and Garp Play possess a high energy response? Sengoku and the others couldn't sit still when they heard the news, and immediately ran to the radar. Sure enough, a red dot quickly hit their direction in the radar. The diameter of the red dot is several times larger than that of ordinary fighter jets. The most important thing is energy. The energy response above the display is abnormally maximum. Is it an upgraded zombie? Garp also walked up to Sengoku, with a senbei in his hand, he said disapprovingly while eating. Although they have liberated many areas now, after all, they have not explored some areas yet. When exploring other areas, they also found many powerful upgraded zombies. Although the individual strength is not enough to fear. But the group of upgraded zombies is also Wuha 8 Gate, and it is not impossible for supersized zombies to fly in the sky. Issued level 3 alert and sent fighter jets to check. Sengoku gave the order. Garp on the side said disapprovingly. What kind of fighter jet is used? Just let me exercise my muscles and bones, ha ha ha. Sengoku ignored Garp beside him. The staff who were observing the radar showed a bitter look. Marshal Sengoku can't do it. The speed is very fast, and it is estimated that there are only 10 minutes left to our place. Sengoku and others were surprised when they heard this. When they looked at the radar again, they found that the red object was moving at an extremely strange speed. It only took a few seconds to cross from one area to another. Sengoku's expression turned serious. Garp on the side also put down the senbei in his hand. The two met each other and didn't say much. He took off his cloak, twisted his joints and walked out of the command room. His Highness Bai Ye is not here now, so we can't let those beasts come here. Sengoku said that he was already standing on the top of the base tower. Garp didn't speak, but his clenched fists confirmed everything. Dare to come. I will kill you. Just when Sengoku and Garp looked into the distance, they saw a black dot. Advertisement and the opponent has already attacked at an astonishing speed. Hey, hey, hey. This size is too big, it's even bigger than giants. Is this a zombie upgraded bird? Garp was stunned for a moment when he saw the huge figure covering the sky and the sun in the distance. Sengoku was also a little dumbfounded. Looking at the huge body in the distance, he felt a little confused for a moment. They saw that the red dot on the radar was indeed a little big, but they didn't know how big it was. Now it seems that this object is astonishingly large. It is several thousand meters long. If this monster were allowed to land on the base, it would probably destroy the world if it was thrown casually based on its huge size. Let's go. We must not let him get close. Sengoku instantly casts his fruit ability and turns into a giant Buddha. Garp also clenched his fists, stepped on the moonwalk, and turned into a sword light and charged into the distance. Sengoku is also not far behind. The two strongest players in Marine have made their move. They rushed out of the base at an astonishing speed, and this movement naturally aroused Ki's attention to other people. But many people still don't know what happened. In this way, Sengoku and Garp stepped on the moonwalk, and after rushing for thousands of meters, they had already caught up with each other. Sengoku's Buddha's light emerged from both hands, and without any nonsense, he slapped the huge flying dragon directly with a slap. Garp was also armed, and Haki covered his fist, and with a heavy punch, he slammed down on the dragon's chest with earth-shattering force. The dragon was angry. As a super dangerous species, with a certain level of intelligence activated, he naturally felt that he had been seriously challenged. Especially on his own head, the master is still sitting peacefully. How can he let these two little ones disturb him? Zagora also uttered an angry roar, and the coldness in his mouth was threatening instantly, and a cold cracked light shot out instantly. And Sengoku suddenly and quickly slapped air palms one after another, scattering the cold light in an instant. Garp's lap also happened to hit Zagora's chest heavily, with a bang. There was a wail from Zagora's mouth. Bai Ye felt huge bumps on the top of the dragon head, especially the standard golden light of Sengoku, and the swift figure of Garp, and he knew immediately that he was coming, without notifying the human base. They mistakenly thought it was a monster attacking. Sengoku and Garp, their hands and feet are quite fast, and they rushed over to fight with them in an instant. Advertisement. These two idiots. Stussy frowned, and when he was about to go to Hertz and the two, Bai Ye stretched out his hand to stop him. Master Bai Ye, this is. Don't worry, super dangerous species have strong self-healing ability. Sengoku and Garp may not be able to really hurt each other. Bai Ye is ready to watch a good show. In this way, under his gaze, Sengoku and Garp joined forces to fight Zagora. Due to the current location, it is not too far from the base, in order to prevent Zagora from affecting the base that was built with great difficulty during the battle. Directly order the other party to change direction immediately and fly towards the distant mountains. The mountains in the distance are strange and rocky, steep and full of dangers, and the area is quite vast. It is the best place for testing. So Zagora flapped his wings and flew directly towards the direction of the distant mountain under Bai Ye's command. Hurry up, don't let that monster run away. Sengoku shouted to Garp beside him, and then Moonwalk chased after him. Garp is naturally the first to bear the brunt. The two immediately followed Zagora, and finally came to a mountain range. Roar. Zagora landed on the ground and let out an extremely excited roar. The sound was instantly deafening. The yellow sand in the mountains was directly blown into 4.4 dust. Both Sengoku and Garp landed on a mountain range in the distance, looking at the behemoth that was only 50 meters away from them with icy expressions. Due to the huge size of Zagora, from the beginning to the end, Sengoku and Garp, the two of them failed to find Bai Ye on top of the dragon head. But that's fine too. If he appeared, he probably wouldn't be able to see such a wonderful play. Let's go. Sengoku and Garp rushed forward with all their might. The two sides fought with Zagora again, but because the two of them were too small. The two of them didn't get the slightest benefit from the battle. In contrast, Zagora fought more and more fiercely. The light in the mouth sprayed out where it touched, the glacier broke, and the world was frozen all the way. 95. The man above the dragon head Sengoku and Garp were taken aback. They didn't expect the monster in front of them to be so powerful, especially with the ability to use devil fruit. Although Sengoku also has Garp, both of them have trained armament Haki to ultimate. Even if it is frozen, you can use armament Haki to break the seal. But this process takes time, pretty bad for them. Garp was the most frightened. His iron fist landed on the opponent's feathers, although it could make the opponent feel the greatest pain. But he was also numb from the shocking fist. It was the first time he had ever hit something so solid. Zagula was also a little anxious by the strength of these two humans, and his attack could not cause much actual damage to them at all. Even if they are frozen, it was broken through by them in a few seconds. Both sides come and go. The sky was shattered, and the mountains in the canyon had just been frozen, and they were smashed into pieces by heavy punches or air bombardments. The dragon's wings hit the opponent. The other party immediately punched 07 on his body again. You hurt him and he hurts too. It's all about killing 1,000 enemies and destroying 800. On the dragon head, Acides was too shocked to speak. Just above the dragon's head, Bai Ye has already told Acides that his pet is far more terrifying than the dangerous species, the super dangerous species. The strength is so strong that it is even more terrifying than the tegu she has eaten. Even if Acides fights against Zagula, it will definitely lose. But right now, the two middle-aged men below are fighting fiercely with their physical strength and super dangerous species. Even if Aestus meets this kind of strength, he will probably be defeated. Too strong. Momoshagi had already made her feel pretty tricky before. Unexpectedly, right now, there are two more characters that make her fearful. And Bai Ye has already said that these two people are his subordinates. Acides thought that she should be the strongest being by Bai Ye's side, but only now did she realize how stupid her eyes were. Like these two powerful masters, it can be seen from Bai Ye's words that there is absolutely no limit. In other words, there are many such powerful existences in Bai Ye's hands. Advertisement for such a terrifying existence to submit to Bai Ye's subordinates, it is estimated that only Bai Ye can do it in this world. The arrogance in Acide's heart was gradually wiped away. That kind of high self-esteem was slowly left behind by her. There are so many capable people and strangers around Bai Ye, and he must no longer belittle himself. In fact, Acides didn't know that Stussy beside her also had admiral strength. If she found out, the shock in her heart would be even greater. At this moment, the battle has entered a fierce stage. Zagula was already in a hurry, and there were waves of terrifying silver-white airwaves on his body, and the places he passed were frozen for thousands of miles. Next second, similar to the time frame of Acides, it also appeared on Zagula. Within a distance of 10,000 miles, everything is frozen. The range is so large that it far exceeds Acides. Aestus' time freeze range is only a few hundred meters. This is also the reason why she lost to Chitong in the original work. If it is frozen, the range of time is wider. That ending will be rewritten. In freezing time, Sengoku is still maintaining the posture of blasting the air cannon, but Garp on the other side is nowhere to be seen. Taking a closer look, I found that Garp had appeared thousands of meters away, and almost escaped from the frozen area. Observation Haki has a premonition. Bai Ye looked up and laughed. Garp is old and cunning. Obviously he used the observation Haki to foresee the scene of freezing time just now, and retreated back early. Unfortunately, it was a step too late in the end. Roar. Zagora's huge dragon head opened its bloody mouth, and the chilling liquid slipped from the corner of the mouth. In the next second, it directly rushed towards Sengoku and bit it. Shut up. Bai Ye's eyes turned cold, and he punched Zagula hard on the brain. The punch caused a burst of dizziness, almost causing Zagula to fall from the sky. Zagula was a little aggrieved, and made a buzzing sound, apparently not knowing what mistake he had made. Advertisement Bai Ye also ignored Zagula, but ordered him to lift the time restriction immediately, and the other party obediently did so. Time prohibition lifted. Sengoku was obviously stunned for a moment. He had already felt that the time around him suddenly froze. Zagula, who was in front of him just now, has already flown into the sky, confirming his thoughts. The same goes for Garp in the distance. The two looked at each other thousands of meters away, but their hearts were extremely shocked. Time stands still. This monster actually uses the ability to freeze time. It's strange, why didn't the other party eat or kill them while they were frozen in time? While Sengoku and Garp were puzzled, Bai Ye stood up slowly above the dragon head and walked to the top. Under the shining of the sun, the figure at this time of day and night attracted everyone's attention. Your Highness Bai Ye, Sengoku and Garp were stunned when they saw the people in the sky. In an instant, an unbelievable thought rushed directly into their 620 brains, and then they looked at the flying dragon in front of them. No way? Could this dragon be His Highness Bai Ye's pet? Sengoku Garp, you were guilty. Bai Ye's gaze contained endless slight pressure, and when he looked down from the top, people couldn't help feeling afraid. Both Sengoku and Garp couldn't help but feel a shudder in their hearts. Good guy. They fought for a long time, and it turned out that they beat their boss's mount, which was still their boss. This is simply Tai Sui who broke ground and didn't know how to live or die. Sengoku took the lead in kneeling on the ground with one knee, a trace of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. No matter how carefree and arrogant Garp's personality is, he must put away his personality at this moment and also kneel on the ground. Both of them knew Bai Ye's character. They had been fighting for so long and kept silent on top, just wanting to test the strength of their mounts. They were completely treated as guinea pigs by Bai Ye. The most important thing now is not to fart. Bai Ye is not really angry with them either. Sure enough, the two were old and cunning. Bai Ye just waved his hand and did not punish them in any way. Go back. After Bai Ye's words fell, Zagora waved his wings and flew towards the base. 96. Super dangerous species. As Tegu material Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, and then they stepped on Moonwalk and followed closely. In this way, Zagora waved his wings and came directly to the base. This time Bai Ye stood on top of the dragon head. The believers below were shocked when they saw that it was Bai Ye who came back in a flying dragon. Some fanatical believers even knelt on the ground and worshipped. When the dragon landed on the base, countless people came to watch. Even Kizaru, after receiving the news, was amazed when he came to the dragon. Bai Ye and Stussy fell from the dragon's head, His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Kizaru saluted Bai Ye when he saw him, and Bai Ye just nodded slightly past him. In the next second, he saw a figure running towards the research room at a speed of 100 meters. The person who came was none other than Ja-Punk. Seeing Bai Ye passing by, Vegapunk ran directly in front of Zagula, and touched the tail of the dragon as if seeing a rare treasure. Then he touched it with his hand, and took out a hammer to knock it. The eyes are full of fanaticism. Seeing so many people staring at him, Zagora felt a little uncomfortable. As a super dangerous species, he is naturally the king of the dangerous species. Has a very high self-confidence, but on the way here, Bai Ye had already told him that he must never hurt anyone around him. Unless you have your own order. If he violated the rules he set, even his own mount would be slaughtered and used as material to make Tegu. This startled Zagula. Although Zagula is a super dangerous species rewarded by the system. But it was alive in the Red World, captured it, and after transformation, obeyed the existence of Bai Ye. Bai Ye has the power of life and death over him. He naturally did not dare to defy. But when he saw a weird old man touching his tail, knocking and beating him, he wished he could just sit down and die. Advertisement. But thinking of Bai Ye's order, he finally endured it, lay down on the ground, and let the group of jumping clowns run amok on him. Bai Ye also smiled when he saw Vegapunk's eyes repeatedly looking at the beautiful lady. This is a super dangerous species. Its name is Zagula. The materials on the body can be taken at will. As long as you tell him, he will take out the bloodbones or other things on his body. Bai Ye didn't care about his mount at all. Originally, Bai Ye had sent Kizaru and the others to the Scarlet World to capture dangerous species. It can be a high-level dangerous species, which is extremely rare. It is extremely difficult to catch, especially in those extreme environments. It is even more difficult to find. Now after being rewarded, a living super dangerous species directly appeared in front of him. If you don't use the materials on his body to make Tegu, it would be too wasteful. Coupled with Zagula's size, he is 1,000 meters long. The weight is exaggerated by tens of millions of tons. It is no pain or itching for him to take a little material casually. And Zagula has self-healing abilities far beyond normal people. Even if you cut off your own nails or take a little bit of bone, it will take minutes to recover. Your Highness Bai Ye, is what you said true? Vegapunk was ecstatic, but the corners of Zagula's mouth twitched. What kind of host am I standing on? The super dangerous species that looks like it is being used as a material. Zagora wanted to cry now, but he couldn't resist. Bai Ye just smiled lightly and said, I've told you before, but Kizaru and the others are inefficient. So I will send you ready-made ones directly. Now Vegapunk has been able to initially train Tegu, and now is the key point of lack of materials. Ordinary junk material, Vegapunk is naturally not attractive. Only this kind, the existence beyond ordinary dangerous species, can arouse Vegapunk's fiery heart. Kizaru heard this sentence from the side, with a look of grievance. Advertisement. He has caught quite a few dangerous species. It's a pity that they are all too common and priceless, and it's not easy to find research-oriented ones. Either it's too far away, or it's hidden deep, or it's hard to find. It is estimated that it will take a lot of time to really find those valuable super dangerous species, but Bai Ye has said so. He can only swallow this melon into his stomach. Bai Ye has already personally caught a super dangerous species. I am still talking nonsense. It is very cheap, and it is easy to anger Bai Ye. Although he is admiral, Kizaru has seen Bai Ye's terrifying learning ability, super high IQ, and decisive decision-making. He didn't dare to disobey any orders from Bai Ye at all. On Vegapunk's side, after hearing Bai Ye's final affirmation, he couldn't wait, so he shouted at Zagula. Backquote, give me a scale. Zagula, who was resting with his eyes closed, glanced at Vegapunk, and then snorted heavily. A white stream formed, and a terrifying air current blew everyone within 20 meters in front of him. After venting his displeasure, he saw his tail sway slightly, a piece with a diameter of 1 meter. A scale about 2 meters wide fell off from the dragon's tail and hit the ground heavily. Seeing the falling dragon scales, Vegapunk held them in his hands. However, the scale was still too heavy, so in the end, he had no choice but to ask someone else to transport the dragon scale to the research room. How about it? What kind of Emperor Q will you create? Bai Ye stepped forward and asked. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I dare not give you a guarantee at the moment. I have to go through my research before I can make this dragon scale into a dragon scale and exert its highest ability. Vegapunk affirmed that, after all, this was his first exposure to super dangerous species. As for the materials on the super dangerous species, he is not sure what kind of Tegu he can create. It's okay, you can do what you want. Bai Ye relaxed any conditions and allowed Vegapunk to study at will. In fact, there is no need for Bai Ye to say that Vegapunk will do the same. After all, lunatics like scientists can do anything. Bai Ye asked Zagula to withdraw some more scales and some flesh from his body. With Bai Ye's order this time, Zagula naturally willingly shed nearly 30 scales from his body, and even bit his shoulder, tearing off a piece of flesh. Immediately, his wounds and scales recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if there were no wounds. Seeing so many materials, Vegapunk couldn't help his eyes glowing golden, and pushed these materials without thinking, and entered the research room. 97. You guys are pirates, right? After Bai Ye explained the materials on Zagula, he took Zagula into the Twin Gates and returned to the world of pirates. On the luxurious cruise ship, as soon as Bai Ye came back, Zagula's huge figure surged out from the Twin Gates. This time, Bai Ye set the Twin Gate in the sea several miles away from the luxury cruise ship. Immediately, Zagula rushed out of the Twin Gate with Bai Ye. Coincidentally, at this time, a pirate ship in the distance appeared in this sea area. The current patrol of the marine is too close, and the pirates dare not boldly sail on the sea. But pirates make a living on the sea, and if they don't go out to sea, they will lose their way of life. Even in desperation, they finally chose to go to sea, preparing to capture an island, and immediately hid after looting. In this way, even if marine came, they would not be able to find each other if they hid. But it happened that not long after they drove out of the sea area, they felt a huge dark cloud shrouded in the sky. In an instant, there was a strong wind above sea level. What? Why did a typhoon suddenly blow up? The sea level shook violently, and waves beat against the hull one after another, almost washing away this small pirate ship. Captain, sky every day. At this moment, a pirate who was about to furl the sails to prevent the ship from being blown down by the wind climbed to the top of the ship, looked up and saw the last scene of his life. A huge monster in the sky of time, waving its wings and flying at low altitude. The dark clouds shrouded it just now, and it was the body of the huge creature that blocked the sun. Following the horrified cry, all the pirates looked up, and they were all frightened and stood on the spot, not daring to move. Sea kings. Idiot, how could sea kings fly to the sky? After a while, someone finally responded and came over and shouted. Everyone held their breath and did not dare to move. Regardless of whether it is the sea kings in the sky or not, they are characters they can't afford to mess with. They prayed in their hearts, hoping that this monster would go away from them. Advertisement. But at this moment, on top of the giant dragon, a figure suddenly fell down quickly, and only a loud bang was heard. This figure was like a thunderbolt, instantly smashing the ship's splints. The sudden movement frightened all the pirates, and they pointed their guns at the hole that was smashed through. Just when they were trembling and ready to check, another figure rushed up from the black hole again, and then landed on the deck. What a nice view! When all the crew members saw the figure appearing on their deck, they were instantly fascinated. Aestus's enchanting long legs, explosive figure and beautiful eyes instantly captured everyone's hearts. For a moment they forgot that now they were in danger. Acides looked at the group of pigs in front of him, and then said with a charming smile, "Are you all pirates?" Acides' words immediately aroused doubts in the eyes of the crew on board, but under the beauty, after all, some people would short-circuit. The captain of the ship patted his chest, volunteered to stand up and said, "Haha, beauty, I am the head of the Mogul pirates. You must have been taken away by that monster. Haha, don't worry, as long as you serve me well, I will let you stay on this ship safely." The captain rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of greed. These words also aroused the fantasies of the other crew members, and they couldn't help shaking the pistol and blade in their hands, with an expression of eagerness to pounce on them. Acides got the result he wanted, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Your world is very suitable as my hunting ground." Hunting ground? The pirates couldn't react for a while when they heard this. The next second, Acides waved his hand, and an ice blade appeared in his hand, and once again flashed past a pirate. Immediately, a head was thrown into the sky and landed on the AHCB deck. The other party's eyes were still full of confusion. "I just feel like the sky is spinning, and I don't know that I have already been decapitated." When the torso was broken, blood gushed out. Blood dripped on the faces of the people around them. At this moment they suddenly woke up. This woman. Kill her quickly, damn stinky woman. The pirates, whose nerves were touched by the blood and returned to normal, frantically held the weapons in their hands, and pulled the trigger desperately at Acides. Advertisement holding and waving a knife, he rushed up. But in the next second, Aestus disappeared in place like a ghost again. Immediately there were bursts of terrified shouts from the boat. The screams of pain and fear spread far and wide. The screams lasted for less than a minute, and then the ship turned into an ice sculpture and sank into the sea. An icicle rose from the ground, and Acides returned to the dragon's back. Immediately, he walked to Bai Ye's side, and his whole body was directly in the arms of Day and Night. What a playful woman. Bai Ye smiled slightly, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the bloodline on Aestus' face. "I like this world so much, Your Highness Bai Ye, can I stay here?" Acids licked his lips, his enchanting appearance really made people's hearts flutter. Feel free, hang out if you want to play, but Stussy will tell you some rules, as long as you follow the rules and don't overplay. Bai Ye looked at Acids in his arms, feeling a very high sense of superiority in his heart. Acids is not like Seiko Busujima, who likes to kill, but has been suppressed and hidden in his heart. So it looks harmless to humans and animals on the outside, but when she releases and kills people, it is cruel. But Aestus is different. He completely reveals his mentality and can do whatever he wants. Just like just now, Bai Ye ignored the ant-like existence he used. Just wanting those pirates to attack a village, he appeared again to save that village and collect a wave of faith. But Acids, knowing that there are pirates below, only asked Bai Ye if he could kill him. After getting confirmation, she ran down to kill. Under Bai Ye's observation Hokage, he could clearly see the whole killing process. The cruel method is completely treating these people like guinea pigs, waving the ice blade in their hands to their heart's content. Before leaving, he didn't forget to destroy the corpses and wipe out the traces. It's absolutely enough. But this also made Bai Ye feel quite good. The more this kind of arrogant woman, the more fulfilled she would feel when she surrendered to her crotch. 98. World government has robbed Stussy when Bai Ye massaged his shoulders. His eyes drifted to Acids, and he felt jealous of the woman in front of him. The strength of the opponent is above her, and the killing is decisive, and the means are also cruel. It is completely difficult to guess the mood and anger, and it can be regarded as the most difficult one among the maids Bai Ye has received. And Aestus is quite clingy, not timid like other women. Your Highness Bai Ye, we're here. Zagora finally flew to the cruise ship. Getting closer to the cruise ship, under the strong wind, everyone on the cruise ship was shocked. The guards on the ship and members of the CP organization ran out, and they looked at the behemoth in the sky in disbelief. But when they looked again, they found that Bai Ye was actually standing on top of the dragon's head, and they all bent down to welcome Bai Ye back. Bai Ye landed on the cruise ship. Looking at the swaying cruise ship and the two frigates next to it, he waved Zagula to leave temporarily. Zagula is too big, and his wings are waving at will, rolling up wind and waves, so he is not suitable for staying on a cruise ship. So Bai Ye let it fly freely, but don't hurt the village if you see a pirate ship on the sea. Eat it straight away if you like it. With Zagula's strength, the sky and the sea are his main battlefields. Now even if it is Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, even if it meets Zagora. Meeting on the sea, it is estimated that there is no chance of winning. Not to mention that those are not the existence of the four emperors. After taking the order, Zagora flew into the sky and disappeared. As for Zagula, even if he went to a faraway place, Bai Ye is not worried. As long as he has a thought, the other party will fly back obediently. Back on the cruise ship, Bai Ye lay directly on the luxurious chair, enjoying the sunbathe, and then enjoyed the careful care of the mother and daughter of the kingdom. As for Aestus and Stussy, they stood aside and helped with the massage. The surrounding CP members and others were shocked by the flying dragon just now. But they dare not ask, just do their own thing, just continue on the cruise ship. Advertisement after 2 days. In the luxury rooms of the cruise ship, the morning sun shines in through the windows. On the messy bed sheets lay Stussy and Aestus. As for Bai Ye lying in the middle, their heads were resting on Bai Ye's arms. Boom boom boom. The sound of knocking on the door made Bai Ye, who was sleeping, opened his eyes. What's up? Stussy heard the sound and sat up immediately. Report to your Highness Bai Ye that the island with the Dina Rock has been attacked by unknown pirates. Dina Rock. Upon hearing the news, Bai Ye also got up. It is known in the entire world today that the world government is an existence that cannot be provoked. The Dina Rock is an area under the jurisdiction of the world government. Dina Yana is a terrifying weapon, completely comparable to the super ancient weapon. Bai Ye knew that without the change of the timeline in the future, Zephyr would bring this terrible thing and plan to blow up the 3 fulcrums of New World. This will directly cause the New World to collapse completely. As long as a Dina comes into contact with the air, the big explosion is enough to completely destroy a small island. And it will continue to burn for a long time, until the island has no life left. The destructive power of Dina Rock is completely comparable to the explosive power of the atomic bomb, and more importantly, even if the destructive power is amazing, it will not produce radiation after the explosion. As long as the energy of the explosion is exhausted, the island can be logged on. Unlike the atomic bomb, as long as it has been bombed, the place cannot stay there. Intense radiation can cause genetic changes in the human body to cause serious illness, and even death indirectly. Dina Rock has no such worries. But no matter how powerful the Dina Rock is, now that someone has shifted their minds to the Dina Rock and attacked the area under the jurisdiction of the world government. That is to indirectly wage war with the world government. Bai Ye's eyes turned cold, and he stood up. Aestus helped Bai Ye get dressed in a sensible manner. A long time. In the meeting room of the cruise ship. The phone bug gurgled. Marine Headquarters, Dai Sakazuki. Report to His Royal Highness Bai Ye. All Marines guarding Dina Rock on the island died collectively. Advertisement, including several CP members. On the phone bug side, Sakazuki's voice was obviously a little disturbed, and now Sakazuki is just in charge of supervising that area. 0. Seeking flowers. He didn't expect such a thing to happen under his nose. But it was also because he was too careless. The power of a weapon like Dina Rock is too terrifying, let alone marine, it is impossible to master it now. Even the world government carefully sealed up this weapon. After all, as long as Dina Rock breaks the outer bottle cap and makes it come into contact with air, it can directly detonate. The controllability is too troublesome and full of danger. Under normal circumstances, even if the pirates knew that there was such a thing in this place, they would not dare to seize it. After all, in the process of transportation, if you accidentally bump into it, it will cost your life. 0 or if your pirate ship was attacked and happened to be broken, then you really have to explain to Hades. So this thing has been closed for many years, and there has never been any problem. I heard that area is under your jurisdiction. Bai Ye's tone was cold. Sakazuki was in the marine headquarters, and when he heard this sentence, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Bai Ye's prestige status is extremely high, coupled with Bai Ye, who was able to kill the golden lion with his own strength, even his strength was on him. Facing such an existence, to be honest, he felt a little guilty. Your Highness Bai Ye, I will definitely catch up with those pirates, wipe them all out, and take back Dina Rock. Among the phone bugs, Sakazuki is ready to make amends. But Bai Ye snorted coldly and said, do you know who did it? Sakazuki couldn't answer for a moment. On the contrary, Stussy on the side said, Your Highness Bai Ye, it is said that there were a total of 10 people who were attacked, and after the monitor only captured the figures of those 10 people, they were all destroyed. Among them was a master who was good at using physical skills. From the corpses of the dead Marine and CP members, it was found that they were killed by powerful physical skills. As early as Stussy, he had already received news from the CP members who went to investigate. This efficiency is much faster than a Marine stationed locally. A bunch of potheads. This sentence by Yi is obviously scolding Sakazuki. 99. Ace Day Devil Fruit Sakazuki was scolded without temper. He was also helpless in his heart, and he didn't know what to do when he had no choice. Bai Ye didn't get a reply from Sakazuki for a long time, so he hung up the phone directly. At this moment, the people around did not dare to make a sound. They all knew that Bai Ye was in a very bad mood right now. I saw Bai Ye walking to the bow of the boat, the sea wind blowing his clothes rattled. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, judging from the traces of the scene, it is not difficult to deduce that the other party is a physical master. As long as we conduct investigations, we should be able to find out who the other party is. Stussy walked to Bai Ye's side, and gently put his arms around Bai Ye's shoulders. Acides asked directly, let me handle this matter, and I will hand over this rebellious pirate soon. Facing the initiative of the two women, Bai Ye appeared calm in 460, and did not speak. After thinking for a while, Bai Ye turned his head to look at Acides. Looking at Acides half kneeling on the ground, he stretched out his hand to pinch the other's chin, and lifted that delicate face to face himself. Acides looked at Bai Ye's face, the pink face, the rising red cloud, and his breathing became slightly rapid. I have already begun to look forward to Bai Ye's gift in my heart. Are you sure you can do this? Bai Ye's question made Acides' heart thump, and he immediately stretched out his hands, and directly clenched the palm of Bai Ye's chin. He said affectionately, Your Highness Bai Ye, it is my biggest dream in this life to be able to serve you, no matter what, you just leave it to me to handle it. I will definitely take off the heads of those pirates and send them to you. Bai Ye heard the answer he wanted, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Picking up the phone bug in his hand, he connected to the CP department. Let Bluno come over. Aestus looked at Bai Ye suspiciously. I don't know who he called and who came. Just a few seconds later, an air door opened in front of Bai Ye. Bluno knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, What orders does His Highness Bai Ye have? Now you, how many times can you remotely open the door in a day? Bai Ye remembered that the previous Bluno was opened remotely within a day, and there were only 2 chances. Advertisement in view of his ability, Bai Ye arranged for him to be trained in the CP department. Now that some time has passed, I believe that his physical fitness should increase. Remote opening, it is estimated that the number of times will increase more. Bluno also knew what Bai Ye meant, and immediately responded, His Royal Highness Bai Ye, now I can add 2 more times, a total of 4 times. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction after listening. Open the space door leading to Mariajoy's treasure house. Bluno nodded immediately, and then opened a door. This time it was much easier than last time. Bai Ye summoned Stussy and Acides and stepped into the space gate together. 1. The door appears again, but it has come to Hoya Celestial Dragon's treasure house. In the treasure house, resplendent and magnificent. All kinds of rare treasures, countless and big knives and other precious items. But these things don't look good to Aestus at all. Only Bai Ye is in his eyes. Acides, here is a bat fruit and a lion fruit, which one do you like? Aestus naturally already knew the existence of devil fruit. To have devil fruit is to have the power of a Tigo of ice like her. But there is a troublesome premise, that is, once you eat devil fruit, you will directly become a landlubber, and you will never be able to swim in the sea. Although some of this is as strict as the Ultimate's demanding requirements. But Acides didn't take it seriously at all, and fanaticism burst out in his eyes. She had already seen Bai Ye use devil fruit's ability, it was so powerful and earth-shattering. If she can know devil fruit's ability, I believe his strength will also increase. After superimposing the power of her own ice Tigu, her strength is definitely more than 1 + 1 = 2, it's as simple as that. In fact, Bai Ye thinks the same way. Aestus possesses the Tegu of ice, and his own physical strength is quite strong, which makes him an existence of admiral level. Although her strength is inferior to Aokiji after all, if she adds a devil fruit now, will her strength be able to reach number 1 plus or minus 0 surpassing the admiral level? Advertisement: enter the ranks of the 4 emperors class. After all, above admiral, that is the existence of emperor level. A top paramecia devil fruit, plus a top ice Tegu. When the two abilities are superimposed together, it must be extremely powerful. Bai Ye also briefly introduced the abilities of bat fruit and lion fruit, and asked Escalating to choose one. Facing the two devil fruits in front of him, Escalating began to hesitate a bit. Needless to say, lion fruit's ability is extremely powerful. The same goes for bat fruit. Escalating suppressed the joy in her heart, and after looking at the two devil fruits in front of her, she stretched out her hand and put the lion fruit in her palm. Your Highness Bai Ye, I choose this lion fruit. Escalating held the lion fruit, came to Bai Ye, and knelt down on the ground. There was a smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Compared with bat fruit, this lion fruit is really more suitable for Escalating. Escalating flew high into the sky, condensed a huge ice ball in the sky and smashed it down, which was equivalent to an extraterrestrial meteorite. Then you can eat it, but the taste may not be satisfactory. When Aestus heard Bai Ye's words, he became a little excited, and he took a bite of the devil fruit regardless of whether it had been washed or not. No matter how cold it is, no matter how decisive the 4.7 kills Escalating, when she ate devil fruit for the first time, she almost vomited it out. The smell is definitely not worse than a cesspit. Escalating swallowed all the devil fruit into his stomach with difficulty, and then covered his mouth. When the last bit of fruit disappeared into her belly, the unpalatable feeling disappeared. Try it. Escalating stretched out a hand and waved it lightly at a stone in the distance. Immediately, the huge rock floated directly into the air, and then under his command, it suddenly slammed into the moving building in the distance. A building that symbolized the Celestial Dragon's entertainment venue collapsed in an instant. Inside were some high-ranking officials, many of whom were killed on the spot. 100. Impel down prison. The sound of wailing and screams of fear screamed directly from the ruins at this time, and the soldiers of the surrounding forehand CP department also heard the movement here, and rushed over quickly. When seeing this scene, the soldiers of these CP departments immediately thought they were attacked by the enemy. They quickly scouted around. However, the direction in which Escalating projected the boulder just now is more than 1,000 meters away from the entertainment venue. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find it. This kind of power, isn't it the same as your Highness Bai Ye? Escalating's eyes showed fanaticism, and he felt that he and Bai Ye were a perfect match. The abilities of the two are so similar. Bai Ye shook his head slightly, and continued. In a sense, our abilities seem to be the same, but they are not the same in essence. My ability is more inclined to the brain, and I can only collect things weighing 600 tons at most. Having said that, Bai Ye stretched out his hand and pinched Escalating's chin directly. Escalating also had golden eyes shining, stretched out his hand, put his arms around Bai Ye's waist, and leaned his waist 07 like a water snake on Bai Ye's abdomen. Looking at Escalating, who is as seductive as a monster, Bai Ye showed a smile, and said, but your ability is different. As long as you are willing to have an island of tens of thousands of tons, you can lift it up and float into the air with ease. Limiting you is the birth of Sky Island. Bai Ye gave Escalating a famous name. This is simply a supreme honor for Escalating, and a charming smile appeared on her face. And Bai Ye also followed the trend and kissed, and began to appreciate Escalating as if no one else was around. Bluno also tactfully opened the door and hid in. In this sacred treasure house, Bai Ye stayed for more than 2 hours. It wasn't until Escalating was completely exhausted that he raised the flag and surrendered, and the farce ended. Your Highness Bai Ye, with this power, I will definitely find out that prisoner this time. Advertisement, Escalating said softly in Bai Ye's arms. Don't worry, I'll go with you this time. I want to see who has the guts to touch my things. There was a smile on Bai Ye's mouth, but the meaning flashed in his eyes. Even Escalating couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Escalating and Bai Ye realized that it is not too long now. If it is really counted, it is only a matter of 2 or 3 days. But she was very clear that as long as Bai Ye showed such a charming smile and had a cold light in his eyes, the one who offended him would definitely die. Stussy, who was watching the battle, came over to help Bai Ye put on his clothes, and reported at this time that when she was watching the battle just now, she used the phone to ask the CP department for the latest situation. Your Highness Bai Ye, a prisoner escaped from Impel down. Stussy reported the current situation to Bai Ye. When Bai Ye heard the news, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Who escaped from Impel down? Facing Bai Ye's inquiry, Stussy also replied directly, Douglas, Bullet. Hearing this name, Bai Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and then he turned his head to look at Stussy. Bai Ye knew that Stussy still had something to say. Stussy immediately asked Kaido again. This time Bullet, in the prison, directly hit the 2nd floor from the 6th floor with his own strength. Even Magellan, the warden of Impel down, tried his best to obstruct it, and the result was a lose-lose. Lose both. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Although the current Bullet does have admiral level strength, his fruit ability has not yet awakened. The strength is far less than 10 years later, the heyday. More than 10 years later, he has the real emperor level strength. Even an admiral level powerhouse is not enough in front of him. It stands to reason that the current bullet being imprisoned in Impel Down is the ideal time for him to hone himself and improve his strength in prison. Wait until the fruit awakens to come back again, and now they're going to rush out of Impel Down ahead of time. Obviously they have other plans. Bai Ye touched his chin, and based on the situation just now, he can roughly deduce a new situation. You mean, Bullet has escaped Impel Down now, and even Magellan can't stop him? Advertisement. Bai Ye wanted to clarify the suspicion in his heart, so he asked again. Stussy's eyes flickered slightly, and then he said, in prison, Bullet and Magellan have lost both. He is poisoned and has no ability to escape from Impel Down. However, someone broke into Impel Down. The opponent was quite mysterious, a master of physical skills, took advantage of Magellan's serious injury and left Bullet. Sure enough, after hearing Stussy's report, Bai Ye now clearly understands that there are people who are restless in this pirate world. Presumably someone is now gathering powerful forces. Recruit some top powerhouses. But, who on earth is able to cooperate with Bullet inside and outside the prison? A coldness flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Follow me to advance to City 460. Bai Ye didn't say much. Stussy and Acid stood up and came to Bai Ye. Bai Ye summoned Bluno, and then ordered him to open the door and go directly to Impel Down. The push layer is the second layer. When Bluno's door opened, Bai Ye walked out slowly from the door. When Bai Ye came into sight, there were houses everywhere, and the houses were connected like iron cages. There are a large number of prisoners held in iron cages. But here, obviously after a big war, most of the buildings have been destroyed. You can even see a lot of prisoners who are being beaten by the pawns to order the other party to rebuild their cells. These prisoners, howling in pain, piled stones weighing dozens of kilograms on their backs by the wall, and some smashed stones to build some low-lying places. The arrival of Bai Ye naturally attracted the attention of these people. Especially when they saw the two beauties beside Bai Ye, many of them became tired, and greedy eyes appeared in their normal eyes. They've been held here for far too long. It has been a long time since I have seen such beautiful women who have brought disaster to the country and the people. If they hadn't been imprisoned now, they would have rushed forward like crazy. Facing the gazes of these prisoners, Bai Ye simply ignored them. He didn't have the time to pay attention to these ants. 101. Giving prisoners weapons, Bai Ye walked to the side of a big pit. This big pit was obviously destroyed by some powerful force. There is a strong aura left on it, but there are not many now. The appearance of Bai Ye, Acid and Stussy immediately attracted the attention of the guards in the prison. The figure of Bai Ye has already been in the Impel Down, and it has been spread long ago. When the prison guards saw Bai Ye, they immediately ran over and knelt on the ground. See your highness Bai Ye, you damn prisoners, hurry up and kneel down. The prison guards in the prison were furious when they saw the jailers who were still standing there, who were looking at each other in blank dismay. Immediately, he roared loudly, and even whipped the other party with a cane whip, making the other party kneel down directly. The unknown prisoners knelt on the ground in unison. Since this is the second layer of the push layer, it was difficult for outside news to reach the ears of these prisoners. Although they were kneeling on the ground, they felt a little unhappy because in their eyes, Bai Ye should be a certain high-level figure. But Bai Ye's skin is fair, and he looks kindly. He doesn't look like a powerful Ren at all. On the contrary, it looks like those high-level executives who have nothing to do. No strength, no prestige. By virtue of being born among the nobles, he enjoys the power of high morality. Show up at this place now, and also brought two big beauties. No matter in appearance or figure, these two beauties are impeccable, and they are so excited to see them. I was even more envious in my heart, and had a great jealous heart. Why do they suffer and suffer here, while these noble children can enjoy all the good things in the world? The more he thought about it, the emotion slowly spread in the space of this group of prisoners. Especially after they had just experienced a catastrophe and survived. Surviving the battle between the two admirals, they are already considered lucky. It feels even more like my life is picked up. Advertisement. From time to time, someone raised their head and looked at Bai Ye with dissatisfaction. If anyone knows Bai Ye's identity as celestial dragons, they probably wouldn't dare to look at Bai Ye with such eyes, but it's a pity that this group of pirates are killing people like hemp on the sea. Knowing that I'm locked in Impel Down, especially on the second floor. Sooner or later, it will become the rations of those prison-footed beasts. Thinking that I will die sooner or later, I will find my dissatisfaction before I die. It has become the method they most want to vent in their hearts now. On Bai Ye's side, he turned his gaze away from the big pit. Where is Magellan? Let him meet me back. Bai Ye had a very indifferent look on his face, and the prison guards around immediately went to find Magellan without stopping. There are fewer prison guards in the prison, and some prisoners have begun to move around and prepare to use their mouths. As expected. At this time, a pirate who offered a reward of 30 million berry began to talk. GGG. Those two beauties, come and have fun with brother. Brother is much better than that skinny guy. I can make you want to die on the court. As one pirate started to shout, more and more sea platoons became more and more presumptuous. For a moment everyone burst into laughter. The surrounding prison guards were shocked instantly. Who is Bai Ye? He is a god-like existence, the top executive of celestial dragons, and now holds the important foundation of the entire world. Such a person was provoked by these prisoners in the prison. If the celestial dragons get angry, then they, the prison guards, deserve death too. You are presumptuous, do you know that this lord is? There was a prison guard who was directly covered up by a body of laughter before he finished speaking. And some prison guards stood up and beat these prisoners severely with the rattan whips in their hands, even tearing the skin of the prisoners. But they couldn't suppress their crazy revenge psychology now. Stussy and Ace's faces darkened instantly. Bai Ye didn't have much expression on his face, and then looked at the prisoners in front of him. Then, Bai Ye showed a bright smile to them. The prisoners who were madly laughing at Bai Ye were stunned for a moment. Advertisement I saw that many of them looked at Bai Ye at this moment, and the prisoner who was still laughing at the next second. But suddenly stopped laughing, and the whole person stood in place as if he had lost his soul. This sudden change made the other children gradually realize that something was wrong. More and more people's eyes noticed Bai Ye's side, and Bai Ye looked around. Eyes make contact with others again. More and more people began to stand in place as if they had lost their souls, their bodies swaying slightly. Both Stussy and Ace looked at Bai Ye curiously, but they didn't make a move. They know that the reason why these prisoners are now is because of Bai Ye. As for what kind of method Bai Ye used, they don't know. And next, Bai Ye said to the prison guards around, "Give those prisoners weapons." Bai Ye's sudden order made everyone visibly stunned. The prison guards looked at each other, but none of them dared to give weapons to the prisoners. Just kidding, the number of prisoners here has reached as many as 3,000. Given weapons to them, wouldn't that form a powerful army? If this army had weapons, wouldn't they be able to kill all the prison guards with ease? Even Bai Ye may have a life-threatening situation. Such ideas gradually took root in the short-sighted thoughts of the prison guards. Leaving Zhao's, Stussy saw that the prison guards were unmoved, and came to a prison guard. Before the other party had time to say anything, a hand pierced through the other party's chest in an instant. Dark red blood dripped to the ground. The prison guard looked at his pierced chest in disbelief, and before he could say a word, he lost his vitality, lying on the ground and turning into a cold corpse. Death spread across the crowd in an instant. At this moment, both the prison guards and the criminals were completely dumbfounded. With a wave of Stussy's hand, the blood on Armament Hockey's hand was wiped clean, and he said coldly, "Do you want to disobey His Highness Bai Ye's order?" Stussy's words made all the prison guards wake up from a dream. The opponent is the top celestial dragons. His order is more effective than the Emperor's imperial decree. They dared to resist the decree just now. This is simply a crime worthy of death. 102. The remnant aura of the strong in the big pit. Bai Ye walked to the side of a big pit. This big pit was obviously destroyed by some powerful force. There is a strong aura left on it, but there are not many now. The appearance of Bai Ye, Acids and Stussy immediately attracted the attention of the guards in the prison. The figure of Bai Ye has already been in the Impel down, and it has been spread long ago. When the prison guards saw Bai Ye, they immediately ran over and knelt on the ground. "See Your Highness Bai Ye, you damn prisoners, hurry up and kneel down." The prison guards in the prison were furious when they saw the jailers who were still standing there, who were looking at each other in blank dismay. Immediately, he roared loudly, and even whipped the other party with a cane whip, making the other party kneel down directly. The unknown prisoners knelt on the ground in unison. Since this is the second layer of the push layer, it was difficult for outside news to reach the ears of these prisoners. Although they were kneeling on the ground, they felt a little unhappy because in their eyes, Bai Ye should be a certain high-level figure. However, Bai Ye's skin is fair, and he looks kindly. He doesn't look like a powerful master at all. On the contrary, it looks like those high-level executives who have nothing to do. No strength, no prestige. By virtue of being born among the nobles, he enjoys the power of high morality. Show up at this place now, and also brought two big beauties. No matter in appearance or figure, these two beauties are impeccable, and they are so excited to see them. I was even more envious in my heart, and had a great jealous heart. Why do they suffer and suffer here, while these noble children can enjoy all the good things in the world? The more he thought about it, the emotion slowly spread in the space of this group of prisoners. Especially after they had just experienced a catastrophe and survived. Surviving the battle between the two admirals, they are already considered lucky. It feels even more like my life is picked up. Advertisement. From time to time, someone raised their head and looked at Bai Ye with dissatisfaction. If anyone knows Bai Ye's identity as celestial dragons, they probably don't dare to look at Bai Ye with such eyes. AHCA, it's a pity, these pirates are killing people like hemp on the sea. Knowing that I'm locked in Impel down, especially on the second floor. Sooner or later, it will become the rations of those prison-footed beasts. Thinking that I will die sooner or later, I will find my dissatisfaction before I die. It has become the method they most want to vent in their hearts now. On Bai Ye's side, he turned his gaze away from the big pit. "Where is Magellan? Let him come and meet me." Bai Ye had a very calm look on his face, and the surrounding prison guards immediately went to find Magellan without stopping. There are fewer prison guards in the prison, and some prisoners have begun to move around and prepare to use their mouths. As expected. At this moment, a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries started to talk. "GGG. Those two beauties, come and have fun with your brother. Brother is much better than that skinny guy, I can make you want to die on the court." As one pirate started to shout, more and more sea platoons became more and more presumptuous. For a moment everyone burst into laughter. The surrounding prison guards were shocked instantly. Who is Bai Ye? He is a godlike existence, the top executive of celestial dragons, and now holds the important foundation of the entire world. Such a person was provoked by these prisoners in the prison. If the celestial dragons get angry, then they, the prison guards, deserve death too. You are presumptuous. Do you know that this lord is? There was a prison guard who was directly covered up by a body of laughter before he finished speaking. And some prison guards stood up and beat these prisoners severely with the rattan whips in their hands, even tearing the skin of the prisoners. But they couldn't suppress their crazy revenge psychology now. Stussy and Ace's faces darkened instantly. Bai Ye didn't have much expression on his face, and then looked at the prisoners in front of him. Then, Bai Ye showed a bright smile to them. The prisoners who were madly laughing at Bai Ye were stunned for a moment. Advertisement I saw that many of them looked at Bai Ye at this moment, and the prisoner who was still laughing at the next second. But suddenly stopped laughing, and the whole person stood in place as if he had lost his soul. This sudden change made the other pirates gradually realize that something was wrong. More and more people's eyes noticed Bai Ye's side, and Bai Ye looked around. Eyes make contact with others again. More and more people began to stand in place as if they had lost their souls, their bodies swaying slightly. Both Stussy and Ace looked at Bai Ye curiously, but they didn't make a move. They know that the reason why these prisoners are now is because of Bai Ye. As for what kind of method Bai Ye used, they don't know. And next, Bai Ye said to the surrounding prison guards, "Give those prisoners weapons." Bai Ye's sudden order made everyone visibly stunned. The prison guards looked at each other, but none of them dared to give weapons to the prisoners. Just kidding, the number of prisoners here has reached as many as 3,000. Given weapons to them, wouldn't that form a powerful army? If this army had weapons, wouldn't they be able to kill all the prison guards with ease? Even Bai Ye may have a life-threatening situation. Such ideas gradually took root in the short-sighted thoughts of the prison guards. Seeing that the prison guards were unmoved, Stussy came to a prison guard. Before the other party had time to say anything, a hand pierced through the other party's chest in an instant. Dark red blood dripped to the ground. The prison guard looked at his pierced chest in disbelief, and before he could say a word, he lost his vitality, lying on the ground and turning into a cold corpse. Death spread across the crowd in an instant. At this moment, both the prison guards and the criminals were completely dumbfounded. With a wave of Stussy's hand, the blood on Armament Hockey's hand was wiped clean, and he said coldly, "Do you want to disobey His Highness Bai Ye's order?" Stussy's words made all the prison guards wake up from a dream. The opponent is the top celestial dragons. His order is more effective than the Emperor's imperial decree, and they just resisted the decree. It's a hell of a crime. 103, Bluno's Space Gate ability. He stretched out his hand and took the number 1 potion and number 2 potion that Bai Ye handed over. In fact, he had already heard about the CP department long ago, and already knew that there are quite a few people who already have the qualifications to use number 1 and number 2 potions. Naturally, he also knows the effects of the number 1 potion and the number 2 potion. Each person takes the power-ups and abilities differently. But for anyone, it is a good thing that is beyond reach. Except for a few designated quotas that can be obtained directly, others need to rely on military merits to obtain the right to use the number 1 potion and the number 2 potion. Bluno is in training mode. It is difficult to have time to carry out any important tasks, so there is no thought of implicating the number 1 potion and number 2 potion. But now, because of his inadvertent actions, he actually obtained the right to use the number 1 potion and the number 2 potion. To him, it was simply a good thing that he was overjoyed. So Bluno put the number 1 potion and number 2 potion directly into space, and didn't use it immediately. Now the scene is chaotic. He has to protect Bai Ye's safety at all times. At this time, the pirates in front were fighting each other, and the sky was dark, and now they didn't care about Bai Ye. Just to deal with this group of crazy accomplices in front of them, they are already a bit overwhelmed. These pirates also broke out their nature at this time, whether they are brothers or friends, or even their own captain or crew. As long as they dare to endanger their own lives, they will mercilessly swing their knives cut down. Bai Ye just sat on the street platform, admiring everything in front of him, and Stussy helped Bai Ye massage his shoulders. And Ace was peeling fruit for Bai Ye to eat. When the prison guards in front saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help being a little dumbfounded, and they didn't understand what happened in front of them at all for a moment. It was completely beyond their imagination. Even Stussy was massaging Bai Ye's shoulders at this time, and she didn't usually ask too much. She couldn't help asking curiously, "What happened to His Highness Bai Ye just now? Why did these pirates kill each other?" Even Ace was curious. After all, she also saw that those pirates' eyes suddenly became a little wrong just now. Advertisement, but what is the reason that caused the other party's eyes to suddenly become wrong, and now they have no idea. However, the observant Stussy saw that Bai Ye didn't speak, but only showed him a little bit. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, he seemed to understand something, and asked in a tentative tone, "His Highness Bai Ye is spiritual power." Bai Ye saw that since Stussy had guessed it, he didn't intend to hide it anymore, and immediately said, "That's right, it's spiritual power." Bai Ye pointed to his head and said, "This is also the second way I want to try my spiritual power just now. Although I can only control more than 900 people at present, it is already quite good. These 900 people will be under my control and will kill each other with this group of pirates." Isn't such a feast beautiful? Bai Ye didn't take these scumbags seriously at all, and in his own venue, he didn't need to continue to put on that hypocritical expression. Others did not continue to talk about this topic. Almost all of their gazes were shifted to the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield had already shown a very cruel side. All the pirates have been completely killed, blood is everywhere, and their limbs are flying. More than 900 people have been killed, and there are only less than 400 people left. But now the pirates can no longer tell who is crazy and who is not. Seeing other pirates approaching, he couldn't help but cut them down with a single knife. Even if Bai Ye doesn't control it now, these pirates have already started to kill each other because of human nature. Fear spread in their hearts. Now the instinct of survival forces them to use the knife manually, and they must not stop. It was at this time that the sky was dark and the sky was dark. Just when Bai Ye witnessed what was going on in front of him, Magellan was finally late. When the other party came here, he saw the chaotic second-floor prison, and his eyes twitched slightly. 0. Seeking flowers. Magellan is also quite a witty guy. He also understood that Bai Ye was not as holy as the newspapers said. Advertisement. Although he, as the warden, has been staying in the prison to guard the prisoners, but after all his position and strength have reached the admiral level, it is naturally easy to hear some news from the outside. So he also knew that Bai Ye was definitely not a good person. Seeing this scene strengthened his thoughts even more. With a heavy heart, Magellan knelt down in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't pay attention to Magellan, who appeared in front of him. Just glanced at each other. The other party couldn't help it and stood directly on the spot with some chills, not daring to meet Bai Ye's eyes again. The sound of shouting and killing in the distance continued. Magellan just stood beside Bai Ye, kneeling there all the time. As time went by little, the pressure in Magellan's heart became more and more intense. He is a man who respects the law, and coming to Impel down to serve as the warden itself shows that he has a great abhorrence of evil. Now he let a vicious pirate escape from Impel down. This is his dereliction of duty. For him now, that is the danger of being punished for those on the verge of death. Time passed quickly, and the time passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the strong smell of blood has filled the surroundings, and people can't help but feel sick. Some prison guards with weaker resistance couldn't help but cover their mouths, ran into the corner and started to vomit. And the prison-footed beasts on the second floor had already run over following the strong smell of blood, and began to nibble at the corpses on the ground. See, it's all taken care of. Only then did Bai Ye stand up in satisfaction, then turn around and left the area without saying a word. Magellan stood up anxiously, and Stussy and the others also turned and left the area. After a long period of time, Impel went down to the second floor, and the news that all the prisoners died overnight was completely covered up. As for the third floor, many prisoners in the first floor were assigned to the second floor. 104. Second layer of Blood Sea Hill. When the prisoners on the third floor and the first floor were assigned to the second floor, they discovered that all the pirates on the second floor disappeared without a trace for no reason. When they were escorted to their own cells, they passed an area. In that area, whether it is the red bricks or the ground, even the walls are showing a maroon color. The strong smell of blood lingered in the sky for a long time. All prison guards are required to wear special masks. Since then, all the pirates on the second floor of Impel Down have died overnight, and the news has been buried directly, and no one has mentioned the final hugeness. Although some people have explored it, the truth has been covered up and there is no way to know it. Of course, all this is for later. At this moment, Bai Ye is sitting in a rather simple book, 880, room. Bluno once again took out a large amount of delicious food and wine from the space, and even prepared everything such as pots and pans. In the entire room, only Sidu Shin and Asides were serving Bai Ye. Stussy sat on Bai Ye's lap, putting his arms around his neck while feeding fresh and delicious sakura peaches into his mouth. Aestus stood behind Bai Ye and helped him massage his shoulders. Such enjoyment can be described as extremely happy. On the opposite side of Bai Ye, Magellan was already dripping with sweat. He didn't know how to face Bai Ye in front of him now, and he didn't know what Bai Ye was trying to figure out since he had been silent since seeing him just now. This time he really failed his job. Seeing that Bai Ye hadn't spoken yet, Magellan spoke first. Your Highness Bai Ye, this time it is indeed my lion. I'm so sorry. However, Douglas is indeed powerful, and I will try my best to be able to draw with him. Bai Ye, who was silent just after Magellan finished speaking, finally opened his mouth and said, Why, I remember that your poisonous fruit can be used in a wide range, covering the entire second layer. Even if you are seriously injured, you have the ability to do this, why not? Bai Ye's words are like a needle P*******. K. Magellan dripped his head in an instant, bean-sized sweat dripping from between his forehead and Jonin couldn't stop dripping. Advertisement really. Magellan has a very powerful fruit ability. Although he has not yet awakened the fruit, he can use a wide range of poisonous gas and a wide range of venom to cover his surroundings. If the original self and bullet fought, both sides would suffer. It is completely possible to directly envelop the opponent with a large area of venom. Even if the opponent's ambulance personnel came, it would be impossible for the opponent to rescue Bullet in the face of the impregnable poison and gas. Although Magellan can indeed imprison the opponent in this way, another problem will arise. Even with such a wide range of poison gas, the prison guards could escape, but the pirates could not escape. Once he is enveloped, hundreds or even thousands of people will die at the lightest level, and at the worst level, all living beings including this level will be buried with him. In the end, he couldn't bear his heart, so he didn't use a wide range of poisonous gas to imprison the opponent. He didn't expect to be pointed out by Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at Magellan's frightened trembling look, and found it amused. There is no shortage of stupid people in this world, but I didn't expect that the warden that the world government is looking for has the ability to guard the prison. It's ironic that the criminal escapes in the end because of a touch of kindness in his heart. Bai Ye's words were like an invisible cane whipping Magellan every moment. But Bai Ye's words are like sharp knives, it is absolutely impossible to have such a small amount, and then he said, "Do you know, just because of your kindness, this fugitive was released in the sea. What kind of wind marks are being set off? Because of your stupid conscience, on the sea, on the islands where countless people live, the originally happy and happy families will be ruined or even completely extinct because of Bullet's arrival. As the saying goes, murder kills the heart." Bai Ye's words cut Magellan's heart like a sharp knife. Magellan fell to his knees on the ground in an instant. It was only then that he realized that other tragic events that might follow were on the horizon because of his own stupid and ignorant conscience. Seeing the other party like this, Bai Ye sneered and said, "Now I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." When Magellan felt remorse for his actions, Bai Ye's words seemed like a light shining in the darkness. And like a lifesaver in despair. Advertisement Magellan immediately raised his head, looking at Bai Ye with hope in his eyes. "Your Highness Bai Ye has anything to tell you," Magellan pleaded. "I just need you to stand still." Bai Ye's words made Magellan a little dumbfounded. But Magellan still stood where he was, not daring to show any resistance. Bai Ye also stretched out his hand directly at this time, and pressed it directly on Magellan's head. "You must not defy me. What I will do next is to relax my mind." Bai Ye's words made Magellan obey him again. At this time, Bai Ye's mental power directly drilled into Magellan's brain. The imagined revolt of Magellan's brain didn't happen. Although Magellan is sweating profusely now, his body is constantly shaking, and his face shows a look of fear. Obviously Bai Ye's ability to forcibly search the opponent's memory will cause serious pain to the opponent. But Magellan gritted his teeth in order to make amends. This also led to Bai Ye being able to successfully use his mental power to get into the opponent's brain and search for 4.4 memories. Bai Ye is no more knowledgeable than the people in One Piece world. Especially on the original Blue Star, he was particularly fond of novels. He also knows the many ways to use mental power. Although those who write novels are not practical, they are also reasonable, and it is a feasible method based on theory. Bai Ye has also gone through various experiments, and has confirmed her own thoughts, and also verified that using spiritual power can indeed control the thinking of others, and even forcibly search the memory of the other party. The reason why Bai Ye did this was to see who else Magellan was fighting against. Because the monitoring equipment here has all been destroyed. Magellan was also vague, and didn't know what the other party looked like, but Magellan saw the other party's figure, which was enough. 105. Attack on Wano Kuni in Magellan's memory. Bai Ye finally saw the battle between Magellan and Bullet. The battle between the two can be described as earth-shattering. Bullet was able to form a hard armor to block venom through fusion, and was able to cover armament hockey on it for effective strikes. Magellan also scares Bullet with his venom. He can also use armament hockey, and the battle between the two is stronger and weaker, and it is really difficult to justify for a while. In the end, the battle between the two was so dark that the second layer of the propulsion layer suffered extensive damage. In the end, the two fought hard for a long time and were exhausted. And at this time, a group of unknown people came from the sky outside Impel down. There were only 3 people in total, and the 3 of them directly disintegrated the first layer of the promotion layer in an instant by virtue of their powerful physical skills. The strength of these 3 people has the strength of Vice Admiral peak and Admiral level. Came to the second floor of 07. Seeing Bullet lying on the ground dying, they even took out a bottle of antidote. Helped Bullet get rid of the poison on his body. But because Bullet's poisoning is too deep, even if there is an antidote, there is no way to fully wake up in a short time. Just as Magellan watched as Bullet was about to be rescued, UG fought back, releasing the venom. But the strength of those 3 people is too strong. The 3 of them dodged together and blow Magellan into a coma in an instant. After Magellan fell into a coma, they swaggered and took Bullet straight out of the prison. Just as Bullet left the prison, Bai Ye also took his hand from Magellan's head. Magellan collapsed on the ground in an instant, and then his whole body twitched crazily on the ground. The warden, the prison guards around were startled and ran over quickly. "Don't worry, I won't die." Bai Ye just dropped this sentence, and then asked Bluno to open the space door. Stussy and Acids followed immediately. By the time this appeared, they had already returned to the cruise ship. Advertisement at this moment, the king's mother and daughter had been waiting on the boat for a long time, and when they saw Bai Ye appearing again, they rushed aboard immediately. But now Bai Ye didn't have much interest in the mother and daughter, he just waved his hand lightly to signal them to go down. The mother and daughter could only retreat in disappointment. Bai Ye was lying on the soft sofa, with waves of warm sea breeze blowing in front of her. Stussy massaged Bai Ye's thighs, and Acids rubbed Bai Ye's shoulders. "Your Highness Bai Ye, what did you see?" Stussy can roughly guess that Bai Ye just peeped into someone else's memory. Bai Ye glanced at Stussy, then looked at Acids and said, "Since there are people who want to seek death, then teach them a lesson." Bai Ye's words made Seeds and Stussy look at each other in blank dismay. They all knew that Bai Ye had obtained information from each other and knew who the murderer was. Bring the phone bug. After Bai Ye's order fell, Bluno brought the phone bug over. The phone was connected immediately at this time, and we arrived at Naval Headquarters. In the conference room of Naval Headquarters, the current color of Marshal Sora is not very good looking. Beside him are Sakazuki, Crane's staff officer, and several other vice admirals. No one spoke at the meeting, and from time to time someone cast their eyes directly on Sakazuki. The Dina Rock was actually stolen by someone. You must know that this is a terrifying weapon that can be compared with the super ancient weapon. It only takes one bomb to destroy an island, and its power is much less than that of the atomic bomb in the #1 world. If such a weapon is obtained by those evil pirates, it will be a threat to the world government and marine. It is a serious dereliction of duty for the area managed by Sakazuki to have such an important thing stolen. Gulu Gulu. Bai Ye's unique phone bug rang at this moment. At this moment, all the people in the conference room tensed up, and their gazes were directly cast on Sakazuki. The phone bug that Sakazuki picked up. Bai Ye's voice came from the phone bug. Sakazuki, now go to Wano-kuni immediately. Advertisement, catch the 4 Emperors Beast Kaido. Bai Ye's order instantly hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Sakazuki, who was entrusted with the mission, showed a look of shock on his face at this time. His Highness Bai Ye, do you really want me to arrest Kaido? Sakazuki couldn't believe it. Although he still couldn't get into Bai Ye's eyes, he also knew through various means of his own that a large number of weapons in the #1 world are supplied to Wano-kuni. Sell weapons to pirates and other forces around the world through Wano-kuni. With such means, the whole world is in a state of both peace and unpeace. Bai Ye can also take this opportunity to gain more faith. The ambitious Sakazuki also understood what Bai Ye meant by doing this, but now a chess piece he planted is about to be pulled out now. What's going on? Let alone Sakazuki, even Sora couldn't react. He and staff officer he looked at each other and shook their heads, but they didn't understand the reason. But Bai Ye simply said, Dina Rock is on his body, I limit you to finish this matter for me within 3 days. If you can't handle it, then you can get me down from Admiral's position. On the cruise ship, Bai Ye calmly issued such an order. When Stussy heard that Bai Ye was able to give the order like this, he couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckling. Seeing that Stussy smiled, Aestus curiously wanted to ask who this Sakazuki was. Stussy also truthfully told Seeds that this is Sakazuki and that is Marine Admiral. And has super fruit ability, and it is also the lava fruit that has mutual restraint with Seeds. When Aestus heard about Sakazuki's ability, he just covered his mouth and chuckled, disapproving. The strength of the opponent is strong, but facing the current self, it is not enough. Stussy said 4 Emperors Kaido again, and the other party was a terrifying master with Emperor-level strength. Seeds heard that the other party had Imperial strength, and immediately became excited, wanting to have a good fight with him. Your Highness Bai Ye, didn't you promise me to let me handle this matter? Seeds suddenly hugged Bai Ye, and pressed his big ball on Bai Ye's neck, and then Lechao said. 106. 2 people with ghosts facing the coquettish Seeds. Bai Ye patted her hand and stood up and said. Of course you have your share, but now let Sakazuki go first. The last time Sakazuki took #1 potion and #2 potion, his strength has been greatly improved. However, let him deal with Kaido this time, mainly to let him make due punishment for his negligence. Although Sakazuki has been improved in strength now. But facing New World 4 Emperors Kaido, there is still a huge gap after all. Aestus heard that Bai Ye would let himself go to crusade against the so-called 4 Emperors, and he slowly slid off Bai Ye's shoulders at 10 o'clock and 10 o'clock with the joy in his heart. You seductive little goblin. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes and glanced at Seeds with appreciation. He's in no rush to go to New World these days. There is Bluno, and there is Zagora. To any corner of the world, for him, that is simply easy. New World. Wano-kuni. On the huge ghost island, there is a hidden attic. The appearance of the attic is uneven, just like an ordinary utility room. But when someone pushes the door and enters the scene, the luxury is exhausted. The beautiful singing voice, the poetic aroma of wine, and the dancing singers, in this attic, are pregnant with scenes of heaven and earth. And in this attic, a terrifying giant figure of Madara, a huge humanoid creature, sits on the throne in the center of the attic. This person has a pair of huge horns like a cow, and the muscles of his body are tense like a giant. He is 4 Emperors Kaido. Opposite him, as for beside him, there is also a huge humanoid sitting. Although slightly smaller than the Kaido, it is still a giant. He is also full of explosive muscles all over his body. The coercion on his body is also terrifying enough, not much worse than that of Kaido. The two sat together, drinking and talking happily. This time, it's really thanks to you. From now on, you will stay in Wano-kuni. As long as you and I work together, even the world government will not dare to mess around easily. Kaido raised a large bowl of wine and bumped Bullet. Bullet also raised his wine bowl and bumped against it. Advertisement, I never expected that you would be the one who saved me from Impel down. Bullet's eyes flickered. In fact, Bullet originally planned to raise his strength to an awakened state in the dungeon. Then leave Impel down on your own. Since Roger's death, Bullet has felt that the purpose of his life has begun to falter. So he planned to leave Impel down with his own strength, and then set foot on Roger's path again. Prove Roger wrong. Unexpectedly, during his detention, a prison guard came to his prison cell, handed him a key, and someone wants to rescue him, saying that the outside world has changed, and telling him that Pluton Rayleigh has died in battle. The Golden Lion is also dead. Their deaths came as a shock to Bullet. Needless to say, Golden Lion has the experience to compete with Roger. If the two armies were fighting on the sea, it was not because of the weather. The battle between Roger and Golden Lion would have been quite tragic. As for Pluton Rayleigh, that was the vice captain of Roger's pirate ship. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable, and Bullet couldn't get much benefit from him. But such a strong man. Both of them were already dead. Not long after that, Bullet only spent 6 years in this prison. In 6 years, what happened in the outside world? It is precisely because of the deaths of the two that Bullet knows that if he does not go out, he will be completely derailed from the outside world. In order to find out, Bullet escaped from the prison at the specified time according to the man, and fought all the way to the second floor and finally lost with Magellan. Was finally rescued. Unexpectedly, the person who rescued him turned out to be Kaido. But in his eyes, Kaido is a member of the younger generation after all. When Roger was brilliant, the opponent was just an ordinary pirate. Unexpectedly, a few years have passed. A group of cats and dogs can break out a world in New World and become kings on their own. Advertisement but seeing Kaido's current strength. In addition, I now understand clearly the trends of the world government. I also understand that the world government is now strictly guarding all sea areas except New World. As a result, the situation of the entire world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, Bullet thought that Roger had informed all the world of the existence of the secret treasure of the National People's Congress when he died. Countless people will act as pirates and go sailing in search of the great secret treasure of the legendary road. But he didn't expect the temptation Roger made. A few years later, it will be broken by the world government. So now, except New World, the world government has the final say in other sea areas, which also made Bullet very clear that with his own strength, if he wants to head with the world government, he will definitely die without a place to die. After all, the current self has not yet comprehended the ability of awakening. If you have realized the ability of awakening yourself, then you don't have to be afraid. Don't look at Bullet's 5 big and 3 thick, but his heart is very thin. Have their own unique insights and have a thorough plan. When they don't have the exact strength to allow themselves to monopolize the dominant position in the new world. It is also a good thing to cooperate with the current 4 emperors Kaido. Besides, this time they have Dina Rocks that can be compared with super ancient weapons. With this kind of thing, to be honest, even the world government would not dare to do anything to them, easily. But Bullet also knows that he is just a pawn in Kaido's hands now. Now among Wano Kuni, only Kaido and his 3 plagues are the only ones who know of his existence. As for the others, they don't even know of his existence. And the reason why he didn't let his identity appear in the sight of other people in Wano Kuni was because he robbed Dina Rock from the protection of the world government. The current self has been targeted by the world government. But it is impossible for the current world government to find its own existence, and now I use Kaido to give myself a place. While having fun, slowly increase your strength and wait until your ability reaches the level of awakening. He killed Kaido in one fell swoop. He successfully took away everything from him and became king himself. At that time, New World will have his foothold, embarking on the more distant road that Roger did not complete at the beginning. 107. The spies sent by Kaido in Bullet's heart, some have their own abacus. And why not Kaido? He took the risk and sent people to rescue Bullet in the Impel down. It is to deal with the world government. Even though Kaido is big and thick, he is also full of bad things. From his conquest of Wano Kuni, it can be seen that in his heart, it is also a trick. Since he knew the dynamics of the world government, he has already quietly dispatched his troops to enter the 4 Seas area with an ordinary shopping mall. When one's own troops entered the 4 Seas area, it was discovered that the number of Marines patrolling the 4 Seas region far exceeded their imagination. The number of pirates is even less. Their merchant ship only encountered a small pirate ship after sailing for a month or 2. The bounty on board is only a few million. Before they could make a move, they were rushed over by Marines who smelled danger. Under the attack of a warship they had never seen before, it took almost a few seconds. The pirate ship was instantly blown to pieces. It directly frightened the members of the merchant ship under Kaido. Then passed the news to Kaido. And that's not all, creating faith and building Bai Ye's idol. There are many other means of various world government assistance. In addition to New World, within the scope of the 4 Seas. It turned out to be a peaceful scene. All people and even some countries, the world government has greatly improved. Even people who used to have great prejudice against Tianlong people began to accept Bai Ye's identity one after another. Think there are good celestial dragons in the world government too. But these are not what Kaido cares about most. What concerned him the most was that during this world conscription, he dispatched a subordinate with devil fruit ability to infiltrate into the army. Became Marine. And got the number 1 potion and the number 2 potion in the current Marine. It can enhance people's combat effectiveness, and it may also develop the same ability as devil fruit. And this ability is not afraid of seawater, simply the perfect devil fruit. Got the news. Advertisement, but Kaido was greedy. Along with his own spy, because of his devil fruit ability, he also rose to the ensign level. I came into contact with the rumored number 1 and number 2 worlds. The munitions I got in my hand are the science I ingested from the #1 world. And the munitions in my hand belong to the lowest level among the technologies obtained in the Rinnegan world. What is really powerful is having an atomic weapon that can easily destroy an island. And various flying fighters. Land tank. The destructive power is amazing, and some weapons similar to devil fruit have appeared. As long as it is used and worn, its ability can be exerted, and its daily points are no worse than devil fruit. All kinds of news came. Let Kaido realize that the world government is planning a huge net. The governments of the current world are accumulating stronger strengths, and when these strengths reach their peak, the minions of the world government will extend to the new world. At that time, with the high-tech weapons they have in hand. With new world in their hands, it was like a toy. So Kaido also knows that the crisis is approaching him, and now they're in the new world, it is like a frog at the bottom of a well. So he knew that now he had to build a stronger military force himself. And develop more abilities, in order to cope with the situation that may arise in the future. Originally, Kaido planned to cooperate with Charlotte Linlin, but I thought about her crazy character of Charlotte Linlin. It is estimated that the cooperation has not yet started, and the two will fight. Therefore, Kaido does not intend to cooperate with Charlotte Linlin for the time being, and finally he will target the strong one and Impel down. After much deliberation, he thought of one person, and that was Bullet, who had the same strength as Pluton Rayleigh. The opponent also has the devil fruit ability. Once that guy awakens his fruit ability, even if he is compared to AHBG, his strength, it should not be much worse. After all, he has seen Bullet's strength before, and it is quite powerful. If you put it before you have no ability to awaken. Kaido can't guarantee whether he can beat Bullet, but now his strength has reached its peak. Naturally, I am not afraid of Bullet anymore. As for Bullet's character, Kaido is very clear that his character is absolutely impossible to easily stay in his hands and work. Once his ability is awakened, advertisement the other party is very likely to rebel. Maybe even kill yourself. But so what? Kaido tried his best to rescue Bullet from Impel down, in order to be Dina Rock, which can be compared with super ancient weapon. As long as you have Dina Rock, then I have the ability to fight against the world government. No matter how powerful the world government is, facing such a big killer weapon. If they dare to mess around, I don't mind raising these Dinas and projecting them to the world government. It is estimated that the world government will peel off its skin if it is not dead. The celestial dragons in the world government think highly of themselves and cherish their lives very much. They absolutely did not dare to act rashly. This is also why Kaido insists on taking Dina Rock. This is also a trump card for him to deal with the world government. However, this matter is naturally to be hidden. I can't let other people know my plan, so I sent Bullet. With Bullet's name on the head, the eyes of the world government are set on Bullet. Hide the Bullet in Wano-kuni by yourself. If the world government can't find Bullet, it will worry about S**X. It is also impossible for the world government to think that it was the one who saved Bullet and sent Bullet to take Dina Rock. The whole process was sent by myself, and the subordinates were not allowed to use the fruit ability and rely solely on physical skills. Even if there are clues left, it is also difficult to determine who did it. This is also the plan of Kaido's catch-all plan. Kaido and Bullet smiled happily at the banquet, but they had their own ghosts in their hearts. But what they don't know is, their plan has been exposed by Bai Ye. Now Sakazuki, leading a unit, is going to New World. The news that Sakazuki was dispatched to New World also immediately attracted the attention of various forces. After all, the trends of the Marine and the world government today will change amazingly every time. It also has to arouse the peeping of others. On the Great Waterway, a pirate ship with a carved dragon's head is heading towards the New World. A figure stood at the bow of the ship, with red hair fluttering in the wind. 108. Hokage Mihawk will have red hair. Redhead stood on top of the bow. On this ship, besides the crew, there was another figure. At this time, the other members of the ship were all watching warily. The figure standing behind the red hair had a look of vigilance on everyone's face. The redhead didn't take it seriously. Instead, he turned his head and laughed and said, "What a rare visitor, I didn't expect you to come to me, Hokage Mihawk." That's right, the figure behind the red hair is Hokage Mihawk with a big black knife on his back. Hokage saw the red-haired smile, but disdain for the sloppy look of the hair. "I heard you're going to the New World? Yeah, is it possible that you want to compete with me again?" The red hair said and put his hand on his own knife. Hokage didn't even look at it. He said directly and clearly, "The New World is going to cause chaos, you may not survive this time." Oh. When the red hair heard this sentence, he looked at Hokage with a touch of disbelief. He knew that Hokage had never liked dumb words, especially for such a serious matter. It is impossible for him to tell lies. The redhead fell silent for a moment. Hokage came here to tell him the news, because he didn't want to go to New World. "I finally came to Grand Line from New World. I have to turn back again. Now I have to tell myself that I can't go to New World. It seems that this time, something far more dangerous than what I imagined will happen to New World. What to do? To go or not to go?" In order to clarify things, the redhead still asked, "What's going on?" The problem with the red hair is naturally also a problem for the other crew members. They all wondered why Hokage had come to tell them the news. Hokage just snorted softly, pretending to be chic, and said, "We haven't decided the winner yet. I don't want the rare opponent I met to disappear in New World like this." As for why I don't let you go to New World, it's because the world government has stolen a very important thing. Everyone looked at each other when they heard it. Advertisement now who is so courageous, dare to touch the world government, and then steal the things of the world government. This is simply plucking hairs from the tiger's tail. Everyone on the red-haired pirate ship was taken aback. Hokage was not in a hurry, and told about the theft of Dina Rock. As soon as the news came out, the person who stole was Bullet, a crew member on Roger's ship. The redhead lost his composure for an instant. Although Hongfa is not yet 4 emperors, the current bounty has reached 1 billion. In a few more years, he will be able to possess the strength of the 4 emperors level. Now he has Haki's ability, even Mahawk the Eagle Eye is quite afraid. Bullet. How could it be him? Thinking of the previous crew members, the red hair felt turbulent in his heart. He can no longer treat the development of this matter as usual. Then why don't you let me go to New World? Don't you know he's in New World right now? The redhead calms down. It always feels like something is not right. Hokage crossed his arms and said indifferently, Marine Admiral Akainu has already led a large fleet to New World. The scale of going this time is huge. Although there is only one person, the warships equipped are the most advanced, and all kinds of weapons are quite powerful. It is said that this kind of battleship is far more terrifying than the Buster Call battleship. So the scale of this dispatch has reached the Buster Call level. When the redhead heard what Hokage said, he was able to roughly guess the specific situation. Okay, I get it. The redhead blocked Hokage's words with his hand. He has roughly figured out that now that Marine is going to New World, the target of the crusade must be where Bullet is. Although previously on the ship, the redhead has nothing against Bullet. Although as a companion, Bullet's actions are somewhat incompatible with them. It's as if there is a gap between them, and they can't work together normally. But even so, the red hair really couldn't be ignored. After all, the crew members on Roger's pirate ship are dead and gone, and the former companions are gone. Advertisement now it's hard to hear the news about my former companion. The redhead had no choice but to ignore it. 0. Ask for flowers. So he decided to go to New World. Hawkeye's original intention was to prevent red hair from going to New World, but this time it's a good thing. This kid actually wants to go even more. In the end, in desperation, he could only choose to treat everything as if it never happened. As for the red hair, whether they can survive the big Uzumaki in New World, it depends on his own creation. Anyway, what should be said has been said, and what should be stopped has also been stopped, although it would be a pity to lose such an opponent. But after all, this is the path that other people have to take, and it is useless to obstruct it no matter how much I do. Don Quixote family. In today's spacious and comfortable luxury room, Doflamingo is lying on a soft sofa, and beside him are 2 beautiful girls in bikinis who are having S*X with him. It's at its happiest moment. A knock on the door hid Doflamingo's yaxing. But he was not angry. As a wise man with ambition and strategy, the pleasure of women is just a little pastime in life for him. Then he pushed away the women on both sides. At this time, a person walked in the door. With a runny nose and a cane, Treeple walked in. Young master, I have something important to report. What important thing? Doflamingo realized that there was something wrong with the situation, unscrewed a bottle of red wine from the table, and took a sip to sober himself up. Trebo hurried forward and took out a newspaper from his pocket, and put it directly on the table. Look, young master, the Dina Rock has been stolen. After hearing this, Doflamingo frowned, his face full of doubts. Although he is a celestial dragon, he has never heard of Dina Rock at all. In fact, in this world, the only people who know about the existence of Dina Rock, apart from marine executives and a very small number of celestial dragons, are only the news that Kaido has inadvertently obtained. Doflamingo has never lived in the celestial dragon's residence since he was a child, so naturally he doesn't know the secret about Dina Rock. Treeple also doesn't know what Dina Rock is, but he is very smart, guessing must be something extraordinary, otherwise, Marine Admiral Akainu would not have made a loss. 109. Ambitions around the corner. Treeple said that he didn't know what the hell this Dina Rock was. But he said, young master, although it is not clear what the Dina Rock is, the Marine's actions are a bit big. Huh? Let's hear it. Doflamingo put on his glasses, thinking. Treeple also truthfully informed that Admiral Akainu is now dispatched by the Marine side. Not only that, but also sent the Emperor's fleet. These fleets are terrifying warships equipped with the latest technology, and their power is even stronger than the Buster Call warships. There are so many of them that they have completely reached the Buster Call level, and they are even more powerful. As soon as I heard that a Buster Call of this scale was dispatched, Doflamingo immediately realized that things were not as simple as he imagined. Interesting. 550. Doflamingo picked up the newspaper, and immediately saw a wanted notice printed on it. Impressively the ex-Roger crew, Bullet. Now the bounty has reached 1.7 billion berry. It turned out to be this madman. Doflamingo was in the underworld, so he had heard about it, a vicious existence in the world of pirates. This Bullet is one of the representatives of evil. The strength is so strong that it is not inferior to Pluton Rayleigh. It seems that Bullet is hiding in New World, and New World seems to be picking up a huge wave. Doflamingo licked his tongue excitedly, he sensed a business opportunity coming. How many goods do we have on hand now? Doflamingo suddenly turned around and asked about the current weapons inventory. Treeple's next reply was, it just so happens that a new shipment has arrived at our port. Since that's the case, I think it's time for us to head to the New World. The opinion just raised by Doflamingo almost scared Treeple to death. What's the situation? My lord, this time is not suitable to go to New World. Now that Marine Admiral Akainu is leading a fleet of this size, he is going to New World. Obviously, he wants to crusade. The cooperation between them and the world government is now limited to the 4 seas. Now we suddenly enter the New World, wouldn't it be bad? Besides, New World Dragon Pool and Tiger Den, isn't our power a little too weak? Advertisement in order to ensure the safety of his young master, Treeple did not want Doflamingo and was eager for success. Doflamingo laughed when he heard the words. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared, and now Marine Admiral has entered the New World to crusade. It will inevitably cause chaos among all parties. We can use the arms we have in hand to cast a wider net in the New World. When Treeple heard Doflamingo's opportunity, he couldn't help but jump in his heart. This is simply asking for wealth and wealth. Treeple, your highness approves of our actions. Doflamingo said this with confidence. Treeple is really unstoppable. In the end, they could only launch it in desperation. Now, except for the area of Germa that was just occupied, a part of the force was retained. The rest were dispatched. And now some more powerful pirates have also known about Marine's dynamics one after another. Quite a few people have already had thoughts of not loving New World. Just like that, 2 days pass by, on top of the cruise ship. The bright sun shines on the blue sea. In the swimming pool of the cruise ship, Stussy and Aestus are playing around. Acedes, in particular, knows how to please Bai Ye more and more. There is no shortage of movements under the water. Who would have thought that in the past in the Empire, the all-powerful General Acedes, who could decide tens of thousands of lives in a single thought. Now it has become a plaything in Bai Ye's hands, and also bear the burden of hard work. Treat others with coldness. After another refreshing experience, a smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. Get up now. Immediately, he snapped his fingers. In the distant sky, a huge shadow that covered the sky and the sun suddenly struck at a high speed. On the calm sea, the waves are choppy in an instant. Fortunately, Bai Ye's warship and the people on the cruise ship have already been mentally prepared, and they are not as panic-stricken as they were the first time when facing Zagula's arrival. But when they saw the huge figure in the sky, they were still shocked every moment. Advertisement in this way, Bai Ye took Stussy and Acedes to the dragon head of Zagora. Zagora waved his wings, and a violent storm rolled up on the surface of the sea. Under the shocking and reverent gazes of countless people, he finally rushed directly to the sky and disappeared from sight. Cake Island. Lying on the largest comfortable chair, Charlotte Linlin was earning positive income, holding a piece of cake and eating crazily. Below are his many children. Send all kinds of extremely sweet delicacies, with a variety of patterns and everything you expect. Charlotte Linlin was also extremely happy, praising her children for doing well while eating. At this time, Katakuri, who is a 4-star general, walked in. Although the strength has not reached its peak. But now it is the most powerful existence among Charlotte Linlin's many children. Its prestige is so high that many other children bow their heads. Katakuri, walk with the wind. He walked up to Charlotte Linlin majestically and knelt down on one knee. My lord, oh, Katakuri, you just came to have dinner with mother. Charlotte Linlin beckoned, ready to ask her most proud son to accompany her for dinner. But Charlotte Katakuri, at 3.5, directly shook her head and refused and said, Mother, has the new world changed? Just a few words. But Charlotte Linlin, who was in the middle of an appetite, stopped eating. There was sharpness in his eyes. The other children around were startled when they saw this. They all knew that when their mother was having a good time, the last thing they wanted was to be disturbed. If Charlotte Linlin's mood is not careful, it will make the cake suffer. Charlotte Linlin knows her son very well, and Katakuri should know his own character. Dare to say something on this occasion. Obviously this incident is definitely not normal, so Zenlot Linlin calmed down and asked, what happened? Katakuri. Marine is about to enter New World to hunt down the fugitive Bullet. .110. Fighting madman-like existence. What? As soon as Charlotte Linlin heard the news, the cake in her hand was not delicious in an instant. The name Bullet, in Roger's era, was also quite a famous name. That is the existence of the so-called combat lunatic. Even if it is Pluton Rayleigh with strong strength, he has to be careful to deal with it 1 or 2. Some even say he's stronger than Pluton Rayleigh. If it weren't for his competitive spirit, always wanted to be number 1. You won't be disliked by other crew members for not being able to get a good position. In fact, in terms of potential, Bullet may even be above Pluton Rayleigh. Originally, Bullet had been imprisoned in Impel down for several years. Unexpectedly, he escaped from prison. Good guy. Does this mean that the world today is not chaotic enough? Come and add to the chaos. Charlotte Linlin is quite satisfied with the life she leads now. She now guards her 1-acre 3-point land, so she also has ambitions to strengthen her 07 power and occupy more areas. However, the current situation is particularly chaotic. The actions of the world government were too amazing, which also made Charlotte Linlin feel a sense of crisis. So now she just wants to stay in New World safely. But the emergence of Bullet has disrupted the current stable situation of New World. Next New World. It is bound to make a mess of porridge. Charlotte Linlin threw the cake in her hand directly on the ground, and said viciously, Why did that be asterisk 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 D bullet come to New World? Now Charlotte Linlin still has a great fear of the world government in her heart. So she has the power of the Emperor, but the death of the Golden Lion and Rayleigh made her sound the alarm. If you dare to have the slightest negligence, advertisement. Facing the current world government that is in turmoil, she also knows that she can't escape the great benefits. Compared to Charlotte Linlin's somewhat out-of-control emotions, Charlotte Katakuri seemed a little calm, and said, I have already sent someone to investigate. Currently, Marine Admiral Akainu is heading towards New World, and it is estimated that there will be another week. Charlotte Katakuri calculated the time and reported it truthfully. But he miscalculated a bit. That is the battleship that the current Sakazuki is on. It is a destroyer, and its speed is far beyond that of a sailboat. In fact, there are only 3 days left now. Marine will enter the New World, and Charlotte Linlin will react at that time, and she can't stop it at all. Charlotte Linlin quickly calmed down. Although Bullet's appearance this time was beyond his expectations, but at this stage such a thing has already become a certainty. If you want to change, that is something that cannot be changed. What they have to do now is to stick to their positions and check what the current Marines are doing. Immediately, he issued an order that the cordons in all sea areas should be fully stretched. In addition, some people should be sent overseas to conduct surveys in the territories they occupy. For some reason, Charlotte Linlin felt that Marines' arrival this time would definitely cause a huge commotion. The Whitebeard Pirates, Konosuba Island, father is sick. Marco, who is still relatively immature now, flapped his wings and only flew in front of Whitebeard, holding a newspaper in his hand. What is recorded in this newspaper is that Akainu entered the New World and wanted to attack Bullet. Whitebeard was lying on the huge sofa, holding a large jug of wine in his hand, and took a strong gulp. Then he took the newspaper and read the content, but then he frowned slightly. Actually, he wasn't too surprised by Bullet's appearance. On Roger's boat, it was an elite group of heroes. The Bullet also had a very good impression on him, with strong strength, even slightly stronger than Pluton Rayleigh. The opponent's attack is overbearing and domineering, almost endless with one punch. Rayleigh's fights are always sticky, looking for one-hit kills. The two are very different fighting types of talents. Advertisement. Although Bullet is in such a domineering state, it fits Whitebeard's personality quite well, which is a little annoying. Even Whitebeard said it to Roger. This Bullet is quite dangerous in the future. It's a pity that this advice did not play any role in the end. While Whitebeard was thinking, he looked at the marine battleship that had changed drastically. Color is attached to this photo. You can clearly see the warship that Sakazuki is riding on today. The whole body is made of metal. There is a weapon made of the same metal on the hull. The shape of the weapon is like a long barrel. The appearance of the entire warship can be described as cool, which is no exaggeration. Looks like Marine got a new toy. Whitebeard muttered to himself, but he didn't have that particularly relaxed expression on his face. He could see that the defensive power of this kind of warship made of steel was naturally not comparable to those made of ordinary trees. As for those cannons, from the current assault rifles revealed in 4 Emperor's Kaido and other areas, it can be seen that the vitality of the world government now far exceeds modern weapons. In fact, Sengoku has already given some soldiers the Corpse King potion, and in the number 1 world, according to the technology of the number 1 world, the great Emperor produced an arsenal. The weapons produced in the arsenal are all marine battleships. After each component is produced, it is directly shipped over through the Twin Gates. It is then assembled in Marine HQ. During this period of time, a total of 20 ships have been assembled, which can be regarded as quite fast. After all, the labor force of zombies is unlimited. This time, Sakazuki drove all the warships into the New World in order to redeem his mistakes. Relying on the power of the new type of warship, he wants to severely shock those who have evil intentions in the New World. At the same time, it should also discourage those who want to have other ideas. Father, what are we going to do next? Just watch. Marco wanted to ask about his father's next plan. After all, he felt that Marines coming to New World would definitely cause an uproar. As for the Bullet, he has also seen it before, and it is quite powerful. When they stood with Roger's pirate group, many masters were injured when they faced Bullet. It was a ruthless attack. 111. Your Highness Bai Ye, where's your pet? I want to fight. Unlike Pluton Rayleigh, he's just point and shoot at best. Although both sides are pirates, but they all know that each other is not the kind of big evil person. At best they just want to fight for the first place. Nor would he want to put the opponent to death, but there is a monster in Roger's pirate ship, and this person is Bullet. As long as you face him, as long as you can kill someone, he will never waste a word. This is also the situation where casualties occurred during the battle between the two sides, and it came from this. If he didn't expect, that guy actually sneaked out from the Impel down. Etc. Marco had just finished speaking, and when he was about to wait for his father to speak, he quickly added another sentence. Dad, what is this Dina Rock? Why is Bullet going to grab this thing? Dina Rock? Whitebeard's face flickered slightly, but then he directly informed everyone of the danger of Dina Rock. When everyone learned about the terrifying nature of this weapon, they were all dumbfounded. It can easily destroy an island. This weapon is too terrifying. The goddamn Bullet is fine. Why bother with this kind of thing? Once it hits a little bump, it is very likely to explode directly. By that time, the things have not been shipped back. It is estimated that the people have been turned into ashes. No matter what the situation is, now we continue to guard our borders. Whitebeard didn't want to talk too much nonsense either. At present, he chooses to remain unchanged to deal with all kinds of changes. Although he does not know what Bullet is going to do when he digs up these things, it is absolutely impossible for the world government to do nothing if the other party has such things in their hands. Whatever Bullet wants to do right now, Whitebeard isn't going to be in this Uzumaki war. So let all the subordinates in your hands stand still. Marco naturally complied. Just when all forces are waiting for Akainu to enter the New World to attack Bullet. Bai Ye's pilot, Zagora, flew directly over the Sabaody Islands and did not intend to pass the Fishmen Island and then enter New World. Relying on Zagora's excellent ability, let alone the sea, even the end of the world sea Kakuzu can reach. That's all. It took Bai Ye less than 3 hours to cross the Sabaody Islands and the Fishmen Island to New World. New World. Advertisement. The unpredictable environment is confusing. 1 second the sky was clear and the next second there was lightning and thunder. There was even hail in the next second, it even rained fruit. With all kinds of wonderful weather, a chase scene is completely staged here. The people here, if they hadn't been used to it long ago, would probably vomit blood. In this kind of ghostly weather, only those top navigators can drive their own pirate ships to swim in the New World. At this moment in the sky, every time Zagula flapped his wings, the clouds rolled up and down. Master, where are we going? Zagula flew into today's world, feeling a little emotional. The changeable climate made him a little confused when he was flying in the sky. It's not just the weather that's weird here, even the magnetic field is particularly weird. For a moment, Zagora couldn't tell where to go. All right. This question stopped Bai Ye from asking. Although he knew that Wano-kuni was in New World, he didn't know exactly where it was in New World. Fortunately, I have Stussy by my side, and there is a record pointer on his arm. Shows the way to Wano-kuni. That's all. Zagora immediately followed the direction indicated. Soon they had reached Wano-kuni. Today's Wano-kuni has been in Kaido's hands for many years. The whole country has become a miasma. The disgusting thick smoke produced by the huge factory was discharged directly into the sky. In the clouds in the sky, these harmful substances slowly precipitate over time, and finally reach a critical point. They will turn into rainwater or fall into Wano-kuni in other floating ways. This will seriously affect the health of Wano-kuni residents. This is like a zombie world. Acedes, who was lying on Bai Ye's shoulder, came to a conclusion. Bai Ye just smiled lightly and didn't say much. Advertisement. Zagula asked Bai Ye if he was going down now, but Bai Ye also chose to refuse. Pause first. I have been delayed for 2 days. That guy Sakazuki has not felt that Wano-kuni's efficiency is really slow. Bai Ye was very speechless, so he simply asked Zagula to dock on an uninhabited island not far from here. Immediately on this small island, he directly opened the double window door and came to world number 1. When he came to the number 1 world, he came to the Science and Technology Department first, and he wanted to see the research in the Science and Technology Department for a while. Is there any particularly big progress? After all, I have given Vegapunk the flesh and blood of Zagora. I believe that such a long time has passed, and the other party's research should make some progress. He's looking forward to it. Super dangerous kind. What kind of Tegu was created in the other party's research? This is really worth looking forward to. The arrival of Bai Ye naturally attracted the attention of Garp, who is currently stationed in World 1. Garp didn't talk too much nonsense and immediately ran to find Bai Ye. Your Highness Bai Ye, would you like some potato chips? Bai Ye gave Garp a blank look, but Garp burst out laughing, apparently in a good mood. Although Garp dislikes celestial dragons very much, celestial dragons always wanted Garp, Wang Qian's, to be promoted to the position of admiral, but Garp has always refused. After all, once advanced to admiral, that is directly under the control of celestial dragons, and you must face and protect celestial dragons. But vice admiral is managed by admiral, celestial dragons out of control. But now it's different. Bai Ye's appearance and actions made Garp change a lot. If he were to play for Bai Ye, he would have nothing to say. As for the other celestial dragons, he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to them. Thinking of this, Garp still stood in front of Bai Ye. Garp, what do you want? Courting death, stay back quickly. Stussy's eyes glowed scarlet, staring at Garp in front of him and said viciously. Garp laughed, Your Highness Bai Ye, where is your pet? I want to fight him again. When Bai Ye heard the other party's words, he was a little stunned for a moment. 112. Garp's Tegu. He looked Garp up and down. Seeing that there is no special change in Garp, I don't know why Garp suddenly wants to fight with his pet. Garp saw that Bai Ye did not answer, immediately unbuttoned his chest. Then a chain appeared. At this time, there was a silver bracelet with a dragon head hanging in the middle. The dragon head was carved very delicately, and it was indeed the dragon head of Zagula. Seeing this, Bai Ye showed a look of surprise on his face. This is obviously Tegu. That's it, okay, I allow you. Bai Ye didn't want to agree to Garp's rude request, but when he took out the Tegu, he wanted to see how much strength this Tegu could give Garp. At the same time, Vegapunk also ran over in a hurry. Your Highness, Vice Admiral Garp, what he wears. Vegapunk was about to introduce the specific ability of this necklace, but was blocked by Bai Ye's hand. Tell me now, it's boring. Since Garp has such a leisurely mood, let him fight Zagora. Bai Ye knew very well why Garp suddenly wanted to fight Zagula again. Don't look at Garp's usual idleness, this guy's desire to win is still very high. He and Sengoku teamed up, especially since both of them have taken the number 1 potion and the number 2 potion. Their strength is even stronger than before. Such a powerful strength. You can't even deal with a beast, just kidding your mother. To save face, Garp finally chose to use Tegu. Vegapunk also understood Garp, smiled slyly, and didn't say much. Bai Ye immediately summoned Zagula, then fly directly to a large island, which is located in the north of the west. It is also the area that world number 1 marine has swept up so far, but there are not many zombies here, and the supplies are extremely scarce. The number of survivors is only 1,000, and all of them have been transferred to the survival base. The island is now completely empty, just right for Garp and Zagora to duel. Advertisement Kizaru heard the news and Sengoku also came together. They all already knew that Garp was going to use Tegu to compete with that monster. They are really looking forward to what kind of strength Garp can improve after using Tegu. Not many people come here, there are only Bai Ye and others. Ahuff! Zagora landed on a plain grass. With that huge body, even after Kizaru was built, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Ouch! It's so scary, this monster is so big. Kizaru still had that eccentric face, which made people want to beat him up. Shut up, Paluzalino, Sengoku glanced at the slouching Kizaru. Kizaru could only shut his mouth knowingly and shrugged. But under his sunglasses, there was a strange light in his eyes, staring at the silver necklace hanging on Garp's chest. Legendary marine hero. Warlord Garp, can he defeat this monster? Last time he and Sengoku teamed up and both fell into a disadvantage. Can this time rely on the so-called Tegu to turn around? If that Tegu can really help Garp turn over, then get one and try it yourself. Everyone's eyes meet. All eyes were on Garp and Zagora. Facing his defeated opponent, Zagora opened his mouth and yawned. Full marks for that sarcastic attitude. The last time he teamed up with another human being, he couldn't cause him major damage, but he was pushed back steadily by himself. Now he dares to fight against himself alone. Is this courageous? Still stupid. Etc. The smell? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zagula, who was about to lay down on the ground in disdain to sleep, suddenly smelled a familiar smell from Garp. His gaze immediately fell on the silver necklace. He immediately knew that this was a tegu made of his own flesh and blood. This made Zagula angry on the spot, opened his mouth wide, and there was a roar of dragons in an instant. Advertisement roar. The roar of the dragon moved the waves of the sky. It was like thunder shaking the world. Everyone couldn't help covering their ears to resist the sound waves that even armament hockey couldn't block. Bai Ye is not interested. Where did Garp get so much confidence? It seems that he is quite confident in the battle this time. What kind of ability does the necklace tegu have? Under Bai Ye's curiosity, Garp isn't hiding anymore either. I saw him stomping heavily and relying on the strong recoil force. He flew up into the sky 10,000 jong high. The necklace in his arms exudes a dazzling silver light. Countless chains spewed out suddenly, directly enveloping Garp's entire body. The silver light seemed to shine like a round sun, and everyone couldn't help squinting their eyes slightly to block the dazzling light. But this is not over yet. The light appears quickly and disappears quickly. In the next second, the light gradually receded, and then Garp was seen in the horrified eyes of everyone, and now the lower body turned into a biped dragon tail. The upper body is covered with heavy armor, and 2 pairs of huge wings grow out of the back. The whole body is silver, but there are traces of gold flowing on it, which is not to mention how handsome it is. But handsome is one aspect. What is scary is strength. After Garp released Tegu's power, his aura instantly increased by more than double. The thick energy fluctuations, like a violent storm, swept away in all directions. Oh, it's scary. How does it feel like Vice Admiral Garp's strength has been multiplied by dozens of times? Kizaru said that, but the eyes under the sunglasses were staring at the suit of armor on Garp's body, like a beam up and down, and he also had some expectations in his heart that he could also have a piece of tegu. Garp looked at the hell armor that he transformed into now, with an expression of ecstasy on his face, a powerful force that repelled his body's 7 meridians and 8 veins, which made him laugh up to the sky. In an instant, he covered armament hockey on his body, and countless black lines appeared on the original silver armor. The whole battle armor looks even more handsome. It's so handsome. Zagula's face is not to mention very ugly now. It is simply unreasonable to show off the tiger in front of yourself with a tegu made of your own flesh and blood. Roar. Zagula flapped his wings in an instant and flew straight into the sky, and his huge claws immediately slapped Garp Wolf. The dragon's claws are hundreds of meters long. If you go down early in the morning, even a mountain will be flattened. 113. Garp was also plotted against facing this overwhelming attack. Garp didn't choose to dodge, but stretched out his hands excitedly, and suddenly planned to have a strength contest in a head-to-head manner. So Garp clenched his fist, and the energy gathered in the fist instantly. Immediately, a heavy punch came out and collided with the dragon's claw. Boom! A bolt from the blue, terrifying thunder exploded instantly from where they took over. The naked eye can see that the actual energy current spreads in all directions, and the current hits the ground directly, creating gaps that are directly cut out. The ground sank directly at this time, just one touch. The collision of the two sides produced such a large-scale destructive force. It's not over yet. Garp received such a violent slap, but he didn't get blown away. The wings on his back are generating propulsion as madly as the bees are fanning. Make him extremely fast. Successfully blocked the dragon's attack, Garp laughed happily, and the next second his whole body instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared on the spot. Gone. Sengoku Kizaru, Stussy, and Ace Day were dumbfounded. They couldn't see Garp's figure. Where did they go? Idiot, use observation hockey. Bai Ye rested his chin on his hand, but his eyes were beating wildly like a vibrator. With observation hockey's ability to predict the future, he can easily see where Garp will appear 2 seconds later. And everyone else used observation hockey as soon as they heard about it. However, their observation hockey has not been cultivated to the highest level, except for Sengoku who can barely see it. Stussy could also see some, but Kizaru was dumbfounded. His observation hockey is only in the middle stage and does not have the ability to predict the future. He just stared blankly. In fact, there was another person on the scene who was even more depressed, and that was Acedes. Advertisement observation hockey and armament hockey, she understands both. I understand, but she won't. I can only use my naked eyes to compress the time to an extremely short range, trying to see Garp's moving speed. But after all, I still can't see it. Your Highness Bai Ye, I want to learn observation hockey. Acedes sat down on Bai Ye's lap, stretched out his arms, and put his arms around Bai Ye's neck, saying coquettishly. Bai Ye touched it upon hearing this, and immediately agreed to teach him how to use armament hockey and observation hockey after returning home. Hearing this, Acedes smiled and pecked hard at Bai Ye's mouth. This rippling spring almost made Bai Ye unable to hold back, so he staged a love fighting movie on the spot. Boom! When Bai Ye was confused, there was a huge roar in the sky. Zagula was hit head-on with a shocking blow from behind. Garp had already appeared when he punched him in the back, and the world fell apart. Even though Garp's punch could hurt Zagora without using Tegu before, it was just a pain, and even the outer scales couldn't make a white spot. But now Garp punched down, and the terrifying force instantly made the scales on Zagula's back crack instantly. Then it collapsed directly, falling nearly 3 meters away. The severe pain made Zagula couldn't help roaring up to the sky, and his body suddenly tilted and hit the ground heavily. Seeing this, Garp was quite happy and couldn't help laughing. Bai Ye's eyes also brightened. With the help of Tegu, Garp's combat power has reached an even more impressive level in terms of speed, destructive power, and even defensive power. Garp's combat power already surpassed Admirals' proper Imperial strength. Now that it is used, Tegu's strength has doubled after that. They've even reached the 5 Elders level. It even belongs to the top existence among all 5 Elders. Enough. Bai Ye looked at Garp. Just as he was planning to continue attacking, he was stopped directly by Day and Night. Advertisement anyway. The goal I want has been achieved. There is no need to continue fighting, so I obediently stopped. But how could Zagula swallow this breath so easily? Taking advantage of the moment Garp withdrew his hand, he twitched his tail straight up in an instant. The speed was simply astonishing. In an instant, he was directly drawn. Garp was still complacent just now, and he didn't expect this birth to be so sinister. 0. Seeking flowers. In an instant, he was directly slapped on his body by this slap, and his whole body was like a cannonball, flying out of the island with a whoosh. In the end, it went straight into the sea with a bang, creating a huge water wave with an area of more than 100 square meters. The whole process only took less than 2 seconds. Okay, go back? Bai Ye looked at Zagula snorting like a solar term, and couldn't help but want to chuckle secretly. Kizaru and Sengoku looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly at the same time. Even if they were stupid, they could see that Bai Ye's telling Garp to stop was completely intentional, just to let him get beaten for nothing. Alright, none of their business. Serve it right, Garp is such a jerk. Garp soared up from the water at this time, but he didn't feel any anger. Instead, he touched his body. The blow just now, he felt quite terrifying. He was forced to fly directly from the center of the island to the sea level, flying nearly 100 kilometers. With such a powerful blow, he actually only felt a burning pain in his back, but he didn't feel much else. It's unbelievable. This defense is many times stronger than armament hockey's. The more he thought about it, the more Garp laughed happily. He waved his wings and followed Bai Ye back to the base. Come to the base. Vegapunk also introduced it to Bai Ye. The Tegu he used for Garp is made from the scales and blood of Zagula, and it has the ability to evolve. It can allow the wearer to have extremely high mobility and increase the user's own strength by more than 30 times. As for defense, it is twice the hardness of Zagula's body, and it is made of other dangerous hard fragments. Bai Ye is quite satisfied with this Tegu. At the same time, Vegapunk has launched a small cart. On the cart, there is an exquisite red plate with a total of 11 pieces and various jewelry items placed on the red plate. Your Highness Bai Ye, these are the 11 pieces of Tegu that I have created, and they are also the highest grade pieces among all the Tegu. 114. Pre-war preparations for the world of high martial arts. Vegapunk looked very happy. He reached out to touch a bracelet as if stroking his own child. The bracelet was dark brown. Carved with petals, it is similar to a rose flower. Bai Ye looked at the 11 pieces of tegu curiously. Judging from the appearance, it is difficult to distinguish the specific abilities of these tegu. But judging from its materials, it should all be made of the flesh and blood of Zagora. Garp has proved everything with his strength. Bai Ye is very curious now. What kind of unique abilities do the remaining 11 pieces of tegu have? I am on hand, the number of devil fruit is not much. I have to cultivate more powerful subordinates, and I will explore other worlds in the future. Although 2 worlds have been explored so far, in terms of the strength of 050, these 2 worlds are very low-end worlds. The overall combat power is not high. If you encounter those worlds of high martial arts, such as the world of Dragon Ball, or the world of Hokage, or the world of Shinigami, or the world of Pervert's One Punch Man, then the current power of the world government is quite weak. Therefore, it is imminent to improve the strength of each member. At present, the Crimson World is almost coming to an end. Due to the complete defeat of the Imperial capital, it has become Bai Ye's pawn. It also indicates that the Revolutionary Army has no reason to continue to attack. Those lucky people are all attacking at night, and I can recruit them and tell them that the world is now peaceful. Their own light will guide them to a brighter future. This is exactly the idea of the Revolutionary Army wanting to rebel against the Imperial capital. Isn't this one of the best solutions, if the talk collapses by then? It wouldn't take much to kill them all. Vegapunk also began to introduce the 11 pieces of tegu that he has created now. Advertisement. The first thing is this bracelet on his hand. The main materials are scales and muscle ligaments, and its specific ability is the ability to transform into a large number of bloody roses. These blood-red roses can release a land of blood-red roses covering nearly 8,000 meters. These roses will automatically seek out their targets. As long as the tegu user thinks they are enemies, these roses will be pulled up from the ground, inserted into the opponent's body, sucking the blood from the opponent's body, and then turning them into fruits. And these fruits will absorb the opponent's life energy and strength essence, and resupply the user. That is to say, the more enemies the user in this area kills, the stronger his strength will be. Belonging to a never-ending, power-enhancing bug-level tegu. Bai Ye also had a look of surprise on his face when he heard the words, and picked up the Imperial tool and looked it up and down. I feel that this Imperial set is very useful for Nan Lixiang, who is not very strong. The second tegu is a folding sickle. This scythe can span space and kill people thousands of miles away. However, the activation condition is that there must be the opponent's body, even a strand of hair is a medium, in order to be able to kill the opponent thousands of miles away. A strand of hair is only capable of one attack. If you have 10 hairs or other objects of similar size, you can kill thousands of times. Under close range. When the sickle hits the opponent, it will cause huge soul trauma to the opponent. This kind of injury is difficult to recover in a short time. In the process of pain, the other party may even have hallucinations. It can be said that it is Dixie who has a very prominent ability in range selection and short-range attacks. The third piece of tegu, it turned out to be a fan. The appearance is not very special, very ordinary, but under the introduction of Vegapunk, Bai Ye found that this fan EA is also a bug-level existence. Infinite vacuum. With a wave of the fan, the air in front will be evacuated instantly and become a vacuum. The size of the vacuum zone will be determined along with the user's own ability. The greater the strength, the greater the vacuum zone. And in this vacuum zone, the scene outside the universe will be simulated, that is to say, the scene outside the universe is in the vacuum zone. The high temperature hundreds of degrees below zero and cosmic radiation, as well as the sun Madara shining down from the sun, will all become the natural power to kill. Not only that, advertisement. This fan can also perform space compression. As long as the vacuum area is fanned again, it will be compressed d. Inside it dozens of times, the entire space will be compressed to about 1 cubic meter, and all creatures inside will be squeezed to death by the vacuum. Terrifying incomprehensibility. As for the fourth, it took a long time for Vegapunk to explain all the tegu that he worked so hard to create this time. The blood in Bai Ye's heart spurts when he listens. It is indeed the tegu created by Vegapunk. Bai Ye took it all into his pocket. He asked Zagora to take a bunch of materials from his body again, and then sent them directly to Vegapunk's research room, allowing him to continue to develop more tegu. Today, the quality of the tegu produced in the #1 world research laboratory has far surpassed the quality of the Scarlet World. This made Bai Ye quite satisfied. Your Highness Bai Ye, can I get a tegu? Stussy, who had been by Bai Ye's side all the time, suddenly spoke, and a pair of tender long hands directly hugged Bai Ye's waist. Said in a very evocative tone. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and raised Stussy's delicate face, then raised the corner of his mouth and asked. Okay, but before that, should you? Bai Ye was only halfway through his words. But Stussy was already lost, so he gently pushed Bai Ye away, pulled Bai Ye's hand coquettishly, and left straight away. Aestus unexpectedly did not catch up with 3.2 this time. Instead, he became very interested in the technology of this world and stayed in the research room. She found a seat and sat down, raising her legs. The plump and slender white legs changed many staff members who were not in the mood to work. White. Acedes, that little devil mentality is at it again. As soon as these words came out, many of the male staff immediately blushed and felt a rush of deer in their hearts. Only Vegapunk is angry, in his eyes there is only technology, absolutely no beauties. It doesn't matter if you look bad for the country and the people, just serve His Highness Bai Ye. It's a shame to come here to harm the staff. Vegapunk just wanted to come forward and argue. A seed suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying murderous aura. 115. This woman is a poisonous rose, and extremely terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted from a seed's body. Suddenly, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured directly on everyone. Those people with unhealthy minds suddenly seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar, shivering from the cold. This cold murderous aura also made them instantly realize the seriousness of the matter. Oh shit. This beautiful lady is the maid of His Royal Highness Bai Ye. How dare they have bad thoughts about it? Is this tired of living? Only then did all the scientists hold their hearts upright and lower their heads to work hard. Seeing that the killing intent emanating from him had taken effect, Ōtsutsuki squeezed out a smile from his icy face. When Vegapunk saw this scene, he couldn't help blinking. This woman is not easy. This is a thieves playing with human nature. Once the operation is completed, these scientists are probably scared to death, so as not to talk nonsense by themselves. In a blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. The carefully nourished Stussy was happily walking back with his arm around Bai Ye. The white stockings that were originally worn on her plump and moist thighs have turned into black stockings, making her even more attractive and eye-catching. 07. Asid sensed Bai Ye's breath, immediately turned around and threw himself into his arms, not forgetting to lick Bai Ye's lips to try something new. Can you still taste it? Bai Ye looked at Ōtsutsuki enjoying licking his lips, as if eating ice cream, and asked curiously. But Ōtsutsuki's eyes flashed alluringly, and he said, sweet taste, and a little leisurely. Then I'll treat you to eat later. Okay. Bai Ye and Ōtsutsuki back and forth, chatting with each other sentence after sentence. The people around heard it but didn't dare to fart, they just ignored it. Okay, let's go back. It is estimated that above this point, Yintian should have almost reached Wanokuni. Bai Ye stroked his chin and estimated the time. Advertisement. And he wanted to do something fun this time. Since I have so many Tegu with extraordinary abilities in hand, I will use these Tegu to test to what extent I can enhance my personal strength. Then Bai Ye opened the twin door. This time it was a cruise ship. Bai Ye called on the cruise ship, and Nan Lixiang came. In the bedroom. Nan Lixiang came in front of Bai Ye with some trepidation. The relatives of Nan Lixiang in these few times, he knew that there was another super beautiful beauty by Bai Ye's side. In terms of figure, it's just a wow. It is said that it is also very powerful. Nan Lixiang also had the existence of seeds, which made her idle for several days. Now that she wants to be loved by Bai Ye again, she only prays in her heart that Bai Ye will not toss about like before, otherwise she will really die. What's the matter? You've slept in the same bed so many times, and now you're still shy when you see me. Bai Ye habitually hooked Nan Lixiang's chin with his fingers. That delicate little chin looks even better than before. Especially Nan Lixiang, because of the recent training, the skin on her body looks more elastic. The appearance is even more handsome, and people can't help but feel turbulent after seeing it. Your Highness Bai Ye, do you want to become stronger? Just when Nan Lixiang was about to respond to Bai Ye's question just now, she was caught off guard by the remark that she was making a fuss. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face. Answer, do I want to become stronger? Bai Ye's words brought Nan Lixiang's consciousness back again. Nan Lixiang mistakenly thought that Bai Ye was going to give her devil fruit, and she was full of anticipation. So he nodded and said, His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I am willing. When Bai Ye heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he took out the Tegu bracelet with patterns on it. Bai Ye put the Tegu in Nan Lixiang's hands. When Nan Lixiang saw this Tegu, his face showed a look of bewilderment, and he didn't understand why Bai Ye suddenly gave him a bracelet. Advertisement, I don't like the so-called gold and silver jewels, so instead of giving them, I might as well give them devil fruits that can enhance my strength. Although it will eventually become a landlubber, but for the growth of strength, it must be obvious to all. Nan Lixiang also hopes that her strength can be improved by leaps and bounds, although Stussy thinks that she is better as a civilian than a general. But she still wants to try. After all, civil service is not of much help to Bai Ye now. It would be great if I could be a sharp blade beside Bai Ye like Bujima Yako. Nan Lixiang didn't show any joy, and Bai Ye felt amused when he saw the frowning. He understood that Nan Lixiang disliked this gift. What? You look down on this bracelet. Bai Ye suddenly pretended to be serious, and now Nan Lixiang's whole body trembled, and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Master Bai Ye, you misunderstood. I like this gift very much, to be honest. Nan Lixiang has seen Bai Ye's methods before. Now she can't wait to slap herself hard to wake herself up. Don't forget that the current self is just a bed warming tool in Bai Ye's hands. Don't think that 337 has the qualifications to be self-righteous because he and Bai Ye are in bed and have had S**X. There is no shortage of women around Bai Ye. If I dare to offend him, I can be replaced by it at any time. Compared with the other beauties around Bai Ye, I can only be regarded as upper middle class, definitely not the top. I received a gift from Bai Ye just now. I should have been moved and danced, but unexpectedly I had a straight face. Wouldn't this be digging my own grave? Seeing Nan Lixiang, Bai Ye was trembling with fright now. He looked so pitiful and couldn't help laughing. Get up, I don't want your life. This is Tegu, which allows the user to have the same ability as devil fruit without any side effects. I see that your strength is average, and the normal speed of cultivation is not suitable for you at all. This bracelet can allow you to obtain the ability bonus after the same training without the need for ordinary physical training. Bai Ye introduced in a difficult way to himself the specific use of the abilities on Nan Lixiang's bracelet. Nan Lixiang realized that she had misunderstood Bai Ye when she heard this sentence. She couldn't help it and felt so ashamed. His Highness Bai Ye is really sorry, I misunderstood you. The tears on Nan Lixiang's face kept sliding down like beads with a broken thread. 116. Tigu given to Minami Rika at this moment, she really felt ashamed. Unexpectedly, Bai Ye gave him such a precious Tigu. Nan Lixiang is quite smart. Although Bai Ye only briefly introduced the specific abilities of this bracelet, Nan Lixiang knew that if he could rely on this bracelet to make himself stronger, it would be a fatal attraction for anyone. After all, lying down can become stronger. Who wouldn't want to live such a comfortable life? Seeing Nan Lixiang's ashamed look, Bai Ye didn't say much. He got up and hugged her horizontally, and slowly walked onto the big bed. Nan Lixiang was very well behaved this time, letting Bai Ye be manipulated however she wanted, just to really win Bai Ye's happiness. The next day, the charming sun shone on the earth. Stussy pushed the breakfast trolley, arrived at the door of Bai Ye's room, and knocked on the door lightly. Soon the door of the house was opened. Nan Lixiang, with trembling feet, looking pale and weak, brought Stussy over for breakfast. Miss Stussy, help! Nan Lixiang finally underestimated Bai Ye's ability. Good guy, I don't know if it was because of yesterday's offense. Bai Ye is really very kind to her. Okay, nearly killed her. Seeing Nan Lixiang asking for help, Stussy couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was the first time she saw Nan Lixiang in such a state of embarrassment, so she joked, if you're fine, you won't die, didn't I bring you a nutritious breakfast? As long as you eat well and exercise to be strong, you won't have any problems after you get used to this kind of thing. Stussy's words directly sent Nan Lixiang to the 18th floor of hell, and the whole person was dumbfounded on the spot, almost bursting into tears. Okay, don't play tricks on her, I'm hungry, bring the food in. Bai Ye stretched his waist, sitting on the edge of the bed, with a body full of muscular bumps, showing a faint bronze color under the sunlight, looking handsome. Nan Lixiang, you go back to rest now, after 5 hours, I will take you to a place. Advertisement for Nan Lixiang, the order given by Bai Ye was like a life-saving straw. Before he had time to think about it, he rushed out the door and went to rest. If she didn't run away, she was really afraid that she would burp right here. Is your Highness Bai Ye going too far? Look at scaring the little girl like this. Stussy pushed the dining cart to Bai Ye's side, and lifted the lid to reveal the delicate and delicious food. However, Bai Ye pulled Stussy, who was wearing black sexy stockings, and sat down on his lap. To be my woman, isn't that what you should do? Why don't you complete the follow-up for her? The corner of Bai Ye's mouth showed a very nice curve. Seeing this, Stussy nodded with a silly smile, and directly agreed. Just like this, the two of them stayed in the room, and in a blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. More than 2 hours later, Bai Ye got dressed under Stussy's service. By the way, why didn't Aestus see her? While eating, Bai Ye inquired about the delicious breakfast. He hasn't seen a seed since he came back yesterday. But Stussy said, she can't stay idle, she is hunting zombies in World 1, it is said that she is now in the Nordic region. Leading a team, they have successfully conquered 3 small towns and a big city. Stussy speaks volumes about Aestus' efficiency. When Bai Ye heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It has only been a few hours, and he has already conquered 3 small towns and major cities. This is extremely efficient. Call her back. Bai Ye sighed helplessly, this Aestus really can't sit still. Stussy smiled and nodded. All he needed was an order from Bai Ye, and after about 2 hours, Acides came back in a hurry. Back on the cruise ship, Acides threw himself into Bai Ye's arms, and hit Bai Ye like no one else. Bai Ye couldn't help it, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Even the people on the boat knew that he was quite flamboyant, but being treated like this by Acides in public made even Bai Ye feel a little awkward. Advertisement. Okay. Stop messing around. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Aestus' criminal hands. Acides smiled grinningly, and put his arms around Bai Ye's arm. When will your Highness Bai Ye attack Wano-kuni? I'm almost suffocated to death. Those zombies in World 1 are just like living targets. It's not fun at all. Backquote. Even those survivors, although they have some good weapons, are not as dangerous to me as a pirate with devil fruit. Aestus was grabbed by Bai Ye's arm, but at this moment he played a rogue. Bai Ye knocked her on the head. Wait a little longer. Bai Ye was not in a hurry, although he knew Acides was in a hurry, but this time he didn't just let Acides play. It is to let the whole world know what will happen to Bai Ye if he offends the world government, especially if he offends him. So what if it's 4 emperors? The big deal is that New World reshuffles the cards and cultivates a 4 emperors, isn't it all right? With the power he possesses in his current investment, it is not difficult for him to cultivate a 4 emperors. Acides is not ignorant, she also knows that Bai Ye has her own set of plans, and she is just complaining. Time turned. After Nan Lixiang rested, Nuomahao, she was full of energy. After all, Nan Lixiang had also undergone very good training, although she could not reach the most basic 6 forms now. But her body is also much stronger than before, and a few hours of rest is quite sufficient for her. At this moment, the phone bug in Stussie's hand rang. It's coming from the front, the battle situation. His Highness Bai Ye, Sakazuki has arrived in the New World and is currently in the Wano Kuni Sea area. Bai Ye, who received the news, grinned, with a strange gleam in his eyes. Go to the theater. Bai Ye asked Bluno to come, and then opened the space door. They all stepped over and appeared directly in Wano Kuni. But they are still flying in the sky, did not go down to the bottom to fight. In addition to Seeds and Stussie, who went together this time, Nan Lixiang was added. 117. Movie watching mode starts. It was also the first time for Nan Lixiang to go out with Bai Ye. My little mood is thumping right now. At this moment, Wano Kuni below them in the sky looks like a large building block. Zagula waved his wings, and then controlled the surrounding clouds to move closer to them, covering their figures. Wano Kuni. On Ghost Island. Boom. There was the sound of bowls and chopsticks being smashed. In the attic, Kaido's complexion is extremely ugly at the moment, and his muscular face looks even more fierce. What's going on? Why is Sakazuki here? Kaido was a little puzzled, and a huge phone bug appeared in front of him at this moment. In the image projected from the phone, Sakazuki is driving a battleship with a peculiar shape and more than 20 battleships behind him. The shining muzzles on each battleship are directly aimed at Wano Kuni. This sudden scene made Kaido realize that things were a little different from what he had imagined. Could it be that his plan was known by the world government? No, it should not be possible. He has already done it perfectly. He has thought of all the details he can think of, and even borrowed a knife to kill and take away Dina Rock. The crimes are all directly pushed to Bullet's body. This matter was done 357 without anyone knowing it. The whole Wano Kuni knew about it, except for the 3 admirals under him. No one else knew it at all. Even the people who serve them here have no way to leave this attic. His plan is so thorough. Why does this still happen? Or maybe Sakazuki happened to be passing by. This possibility is not impossible. Although Kaido thinks this way in his heart, he also understands that this is selfish deception. Soon, the battleship driven by Akainu has approached Wano Kuni, and the pirates on the periphery also launched their own cake warships, slowly surrounding Sakazuki's marine battleship group. Advertisement Quinn was driving a large cake boat with a cigar in his hand, and his chubby body looked at Sakazuki with displeasure on his face. What's going on? Why are you Marines coming to our territory? Quinn is at the door of his house, so he is naturally not afraid of Marine Admiral. After all, no matter how strong the strength of the Marine War is, it cannot be compared with the 4 emperors. If they insist on comparing each other and deliberately causing trouble, then don't blame them. Sakazuki looked at the large number of poker soldiers and the large number of other personnel around him, without looking at them at all. Hand over bullet, or die. Gale Shaman's Admiral cloak fluttered, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Chunin couldn't help but groan in Quinn's heart. Broken, what's going on? Quinn didn't expect that their plan would be known, and the other party would come directly to them. Expected things far beyond the scope of their ability. Quinn retreated secretly, picked up the phone and notified Kaido again. In the attic, Kaido and Bullet were still toasting and drinking. Phone bug. Quinn's anxious voice made Kaido frown. Knowing too much about the cause and effect of the incident, Kaido squeezed the wine glass in his hand and burst it. What? This unexpected news made Kaido feel a little overwhelmed for a while. I originally thought that owning Dina Rock would guarantee my status in the future, and my next plan is still being implemented. I didn't expect such a change to happen now. Where did the wind leak? Compared to Kaido, who is scratching his head now, Red is eating meat and drinking heavily, obviously not taking Marines seriously. Seeing this, Kaido felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He was thinking about what method to use to explain this matter clearly to the world government and Marine. But he is good, leisurely here, it's like a vacation. Huff. What are you afraid of? Since Sakazuki is here, why don't you take it down? A little brat who has just been promoted to Marine Admiral, don't tell me you're afraid. Advertisement Bullet's arrogant appearance made Kaido feel abnormally unhappy. Although Sakazuki is indeed a kid who has just advanced to Admiral, after all, his devil fruit ability is not covered. Kaido's current wings have not yet reached their peak, and he doesn't want to have a head-on friction with the world government now. Especially the Golden Lion and Rayleigh have both fallen in the hands of the world government. It can be seen that in today's world, the strength of the government is no longer comparable to before. Master Kaido, Akainu said he wants you to teach Bullet, otherwise he doesn't mind using force to wipe Wano Kuni from the territory of New World directly. The news from the phone bug made Kaido almost out of breath. This is simply unreasonable. Dare to speak to him in such a tone, I will be tired of it. Kaido stepped directly on the ground with one foot, and his whole figure instantly rose from the ground, transforming into a green dragon form. Bullet probably couldn't drink the wine when he saw it. He simply stopped drinking, and also stood up. A terrifying aura swept over his body instantly, and he was already ready to fight. The terrifying murderous aura between the two swept across the world in an instant. Bullet. It seems that this time it just can't contain the fire. How do you think it's better to kill or not? Kaido looked at Bullet and asked. Bullet also knew that things had been exposed, although he didn't know exactly which link went wrong. But the other party has already called home, so is there any reason to be afraid? If that's the case, then destroy them. I want to see how powerful this world government is. I'm not Roger. If it annoys me, I don't mind rushing to the base of the celestial dragons and killing all the celestial dragons. Bullet licked his tongue excitedly. After escaping from Impel down, he has always wanted to make a difference, and now the opportunity is in front of him. No matter what, he wants to take this opportunity to make a name for himself. Bring Dina Rock. I'd like to see if the world government has the guts. As long as they have the Dina Rock in their hands, they won't dare to move around at will. At this moment, Bullet stretched out his hand in the pond in the attic, and actually inserted it directly into the pond. Immediately, 2 Dina Rocks emitting purple light were taken out from the pond. Dina Rock is wrapped in a glass bottle to isolate the air. 118. Kaido who ate the gall of the ambitious leopard. After all, once Dina Rock comes into contact with air, it will explode instantly. Bullet is egotistical though. Z% 1% it, but he wasn't sure if he could handle such a terrifying weapon. But now, since the other party has come to the door, then I absolutely cannot back down. That's all. Bullet followed Kaido directly onto a warship, and sailed to Wanokuna's port to officially confront Marine. Really, Akainu saw that there was an extra person beside Kaido, and this person turned out to be the Barret that the world government is now attacking. This Kaido dared to touch the things of the world government because of his ambition, and Bullet was with him, and there was obviously an ulterior secret between the two of them. But the next second, Akainu saw Bullet holding a pink stone in his hand, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Dina Rock. Akainu's face suddenly changed. He knew very well how terrifying the destructive power of Dina Rock was. This is a weapon comparable to the atomic bomb in World 1. Once a large-scale explosion occurs, things can't guarantee that I can retreat completely, because once the scope of the explosion is too large, the heat will even exceed the limit that I can bear. In fact, in a sense, once the temperature of the magma is exceeded, that could hurt him. It's like Kaido's lava fist piercing Ace's chest in the original. Because the temperature of Kaido is higher than that of Ace, this becomes the main reason why 2 devil fruits with the same attribute have different abilities and will cause actual damage to the same type of devil fruit. Kaido saw the change on Akainu's face, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Advertisement, see, ha ha ha, this is the Dina Rock that you Marines are afraid of, and I have more than 2,000 pieces in stock. You said that there are more than 2,000 people in the Marine headquarters in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. If you randomly throw dozens or hundreds of them, the picture will be very spectacular. Kaido licked his tongue excitedly. This scene made others feel a bit chilly. Bullet was also on the side, deliberately aiming the Dina in his hand, up and down the future hands to directly challenge Akainu's spirit. Within such a close range, the power of the 2 Dina Rocks in his hand bursting instantly was enough to turn all the battleships he brought into molten iron in an instant, and no one on board was spared. This is simply playing with fire on a steel wire rope, not knowing whether to live or die. You be ***************** D. What on earth do you want? Akainu was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. He didn't know what to do in this situation. Kaido laughed disapprovingly and said, since you know about my plan with Bullet, it seems that I was arrested during the Impel down. Facing Kaido's question, Akainu didn't want to, and he couldn't answer it, because up to now they still couldn't find any clues from Marine. On the contrary, the people from the CT0 department acted extremely quickly, taking all kinds of criminal evidence, and quickly figured out who robbed these things. That's a lot of money. Forget it, it's okay if you don't answer, get out of here immediately, and from now on, well, water will not violate river water. In the future, New World will be our pirate territory. It's up to you how your Marine and world government like to mess around in the 4 seas. Just don't step into New World. If you promise me this condition, forget it, you'd better find someone who has a head and face to talk to me. When it comes to this matter, your level is no longer enough. Kaido suddenly realized that Akainu's current identity could not replace the world government, and he still planned to ask a celestial dragons from the world government to talk to him. He must also be the first post-pirate who, as a pirate, can conduct unilateral negotiations with the world government and the Marines of the entire sea. Then in the future, Beast's pirates will definitely become famous and become an existence that everyone knows. Wishful thinking, I don't know, this time I am here to catch all of you and obediently go back with me. Akainu's character is rigid, he is absolutely impossible to compromise like a pirate. This group of damned pirates actually held weapons of mass destruction and negotiated terms with him to threaten him. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers, this is just the opposite. Once he agreed, wouldn't he be ridiculed by others? All of a sudden, terrifying magma began to emerge from Akainu's body, and the temperature of the surrounding air also rose sharply at this time. When the temperature rose to the limit, the surrounding sea surface actually began to boil, and a large amount of water vapor began to get wet. The other crew members on board were also overwhelmed by the heat and hurriedly retreated. But even if they retreated, they still felt parched. When Kaido and Bullet saw that Akainu didn't accept their tricks, it seemed that they planned to fight them to the death. Kaido frowned, he didn't want to make fun of the Wano-kuni he managed to win. But he has a detailed understanding of the Dina Rock, and found that this thing is extremely unstable. Once it comes into contact with the air, it will immediately produce a high-density explosion. The area will be swept by artillery fire. If there are 2, it goes without saying, the explosion range is directly doubled. Wouldn't Wano-kuni have been riddled with holes by then, which is a fart? Kaido naturally doesn't want such a thing to happen. What he said just now is just a pretense. Don't be cowardly, the good show is just staged now. Seeing Kaido's embarrassed expression, Bullet wanted to scold his mother on the spot. Also TMD called 4 emperors Kaido. Roger was always talking and laughing when faced with this situation. Sure enough, 4 emperors are just 4 emperors after all. Compared with Roger, they are not on the same level at all. Since you insist on being our enemy, no wonder we fired. Akainu made up his mind. He was betting in his heart that Bullet would not dare to throw out the 2 gadgets in his hand. After all, if these 2 things explode, even Bullet can't jump. The surrounding marines heard the order of the servants, and immediately assigned all the tasks at hand, and the 20 warships immediately entered the state of firing artillery. 119. Bullet shot bang bang bang. Intensive artillery fire and the sound of firing sounded. When the gunfire opened in the missile compartment, all the missile ports were opened, and the fleet missiles rose directly into the sky one by one. On board was a heavy-duty Gatling gun, instantly tilting bullets. All the high-tech weapons of World No. 1 are displayed vividly at this time, and the strike speed of various weapons has reached an accuracy of 99%. Rumble. The missile touched the surrounding ships, and it only took one to blow up the entire ship into powder, without even giving him a breath. In the next second, Gatling's intensive artillery directly tore the opponent's battleship into pieces. Tens of thousands of bullets a minute, one after another of huge flames, completely engulfed the opponent's ship and turned it into a sieve. Under such firepower, the surrounding pirate ships on the 7th floor were killed in one go. 797. The sudden scene directly stunned everyone. The pirate ship of Beast's pirates was blown upside down, the sound of painful wailing and the scene of flames soaring into the sky, like purgatory. Kaido was dumbfounded, and even Bullet was a little stunned. Too fast. 70% of the more than 40 pirate ships were destroyed in an instant. The remaining pirate ships are still burning in the fire and are still dying. After Bai Ye saw the scene in front of him in the sky, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really powerful. The weapon power of these warships is really extraordinary. Asides watched. With only 20 warships, all of the 40 or so warships Shinigami were easily destroyed. This power is quite astonishing. Bai Ye looked very indifferent. Kaido was furious, seeing that his pirate ship would be destroyed in such a short time. His heart was bleeding. Although now he has been holed up in Wano Kuni, he has no interest in going to sea anymore, but it doesn't mean he doesn't need to go to sea. Now all his pirate ships have been destroyed in such a short period of time. His heart was bleeding crazily. Advertisement. It was painful as if there were millions of ants gnawing on it, and it was as uncomfortable as dying from the bite. Come over to me with all 3 disasters. Destroy this kid for me. Kaido is already furious, although he knows that being an enemy of the world government and marine is not a good end after all, but if he dares to quit, then he is not a pirate. If he directly admits to surrender this time, then he will be directly torn off from the altar of the 4 emperors. Facing a mere admiral, I actually want to admit defeat. Just kidding, your mother. In Wano Kuni, the 3 calamities rushed over after receiving the news. At this time, Akainu's body was covered with hot magma. Since most of the battleship was made of metal, the terrifying high temperature gradually increased the temperature of the battleship. Akainu knew that he couldn't drag it any longer, so he stepped on both feet suddenly, and the whole body rushed towards the opponent directly. Followed by a blow Dark Hound punched out. A huge flame was formed, and what looked like a dry dog's head flew straight at Kaido. Stop wanting to be presumptuous. Seeing this scene, Huo-jin quickly flew over, and then his body turned into a spiral protective shield, directly blocking Kaido and bearing the swift blow. Quinn also twisted his huge body and began to transform into a huge dinosaur form. Then Armament Haki covered his head, and directly slammed his head in the direction of Akainu like a cannon. Jack the Drow also held 2 sickles in his hands, and swung them quickly, and a wave of saber energy struck instantly. The battle started with great momentum. The current Akainu, though, is also full of ambitions. But in the face of this battle, he still lacks combat experience after all. His current strength is incomparable, even if he drank number 1 potion and number 2 potion more than 10 years later. Potion number 1 and potion number 2 only shortened his practice time by 6 or 7 years. Combat experience cannot be replenished by drinking potions. So as soon as the battle started, Akainu was stopped by the formula of the 3 disasters. The fight between you and me is particularly intense. The hot magma vibrated in the sky, and a lot of magma even fell from the sky to the ground, causing the seawater to burst into bursts of white smoke. When it fell on the ground, it ignited a burst of fire. Advertisement. But fortunately, the strength of the current Shanghai is not as strong as it will be more than 10 years later, but the strength of the 3 of them is more than the average admiral. So for a while, the strength of the Shanghai was incomparable with Akainu. This made Akainu's mood cold when he thought he could easily take off Kaido's hands. The 3 subordinates alone made him exhausted. If Bullet and Kaido also make a move at this time, then Akainu will definitely lose. But Akainu is no idiot. Today, there are already more than 100 snipers on the E-battleship. They are all elite snipers selected from the number 1 world, and all of them are holding heavy bullets. The crowd fighting in the sky at this moment has been targeted by them with sniper rifles. They don't need it at all. Akainu's orders. See the timing and pull the trigger immediately. Bang bang bang. The bullet escaped across the sky and precisely hit Quinn's body directly. Quinn's armament Haki is indeed powerful, but observation Haki is lacking a lot. The speed of the bullets almost reaches the speed of light. Especially that strong penetrating power directly hit Quinn's body, causing blood to fly instantly. Roar! Quinn screamed in pain, and his body couldn't stop falling from the sky. Hearing the gunshot, Jack turned his head and saw the soldiers who were sniping below him. He was suddenly out of breath, and swung his two knives 2.4. The terrifying knives slanted down from the sky. Facing this terrifying sword-spirit battleship, the personnel on board were not worried at all. These temporarily joined the Marine formation, and the strength of the troops was very strong. When they saw the sword attack, they immediately launched missiles and melee artillery. In an instant, the terrifying saber energy was torn into pieces in midair. The battle scenes are simply dazzling. What the hell is this warship? Why is it so powerful? Jack's mentality was about to collapse. His sword skills couldn't destroy the battleship. He originally wanted to rush down and kill on the battleship, but the anti-aircraft guns on the warship were quite powerful. Jack was worried that he would be beaten into a sieve as soon as he went up. Armament Hockey didn't know if he could hold it, and even if he could hold it, he didn't know how many times he could hold it. 120. Kaido in Dragon God form, not to mention how ugly Kaido's face is. He didn't expect his 3 disasters to be suppressed by the battleship. This filled him with anger. Immediately, Kaido didn't care about bullying more and less, and saw his whole body jump across the sky suddenly. With a dragon roar, his body instantly turned into the body of a terrifying real dragon thousands of meters away. The huge coercion was instantly sucked away. Akainu, who was entangled with the embers of the fire, saw that Kaido made a move, and his heart suddenly became cold. Help Akainu, Admiral! All missiles fired. The target is highly mobile and the artillery is aimed at it. All kinds of weapons are ready to aim at this time, and for the host Kaido artillery, missile near defense guns are on the field all at once. 20 warships. Intensive artillery fire hit Kaido in an instant. Just when these missile artillery were about to hit Kaido, a ghostly figure appeared in front of the firing point. It seems that these things are very interesting, so I'm not polite and accept them. Bullet made a move, and he opened his arms and swallowed all the weapons directly. That's right, devoured. All the weapons hit his body, and in the next second, 07 merged with his body. Whether it was flying missiles or other flying bullets, there was not a single one left. What? Akainu saw that all the weapons of his warship were absorbed at this time, and his heart sank inexplicably. He almost forgot, Douglas Bullet owns Paramecia Devil Fruit, combined fruit. The ability to fuse any substance. Let alone guns and ammunition, even magma can fuse. This is troublesome. In the sky, after Bullet fused a large number of weapons, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. Immediately, a 12-meter-tall giant robot was formed in the sky. The robot's body is surrounded by metal, and its body has a heinously dense weapon mouth. Advertisement roar. Ha ha ha, it's too powerful. Douglas Bullet laughed wildly. He felt stronger than ever, stronger than ordinary fusion of some broken ships or fusion of rocks. I saw Bullet raised his arm, and instantly transformed into a giant cannon muzzle over 100 millimeters. Then the muzzle was aimed directly at the 20 warships ahead. Just as Bullet's face was ferocious, he immediately launched a counterattack, and the heavy artillery spinning in the muzzle suddenly fired towards the 10 nearest warships with a bang. On the warship, all Marine soldiers panicked. The giant artillery shell flew towards them directly, but their weapons were not covered by the intensive artillery fire, and they successfully stopped the first artillery shell. But how can Bullet only fire one missile? He stood up and opened his arms suddenly. Countless missile muzzles suddenly appeared, and hundreds of missiles were fired instantly, filling the sky with light, which seemed incomparable. No matter how much the close-in defense guns on the battleship cover the firepower, they only wiped out part of it. The remaining missiles broke through the heavy firepower net. Just when these missiles were about to touch the battleship, suddenly there were snowflakes slowly floating in the sky. In the next second, the calm sky was suddenly frozen. Those flying missiles directly drew ice balls, falling directly from the sky. Everyone at this scene was suddenly stunned, including Bullet and Kaido in battle. Snowflake? Marine Admiral Aokiji? Is he coming too? Seeing the freezing scene, as well as the temperature of the surrounding air, at this time the sea level began to drop gradually, forming a thin layer of frost. Everyone guessed it, it must be another Admiral Aokiji. Sakazuki frowned. He didn't remember that Aokiji was involved in this mission. At this time, both sides in the battle agreed to stop fighting, and looked for Admiral Aokiji. You rats! Where are you hiding? Come out quickly. Bullet's attack was successfully intercepted. He was very upset, and he couldn't see where the enemy was, so he yelled. What's the matter? Aren't you Marine Admiral? When did you learn how to hide behind your back? Hurry up and come out. Advertisement. Seeing that the other party did not appear for a long time, Bullet aimed directly at the personnel on the battleship. It is very likely that Admiral Aokiji is hiding on these 20 battleships now. Thinking of this possibility, Bullet immediately waved his hand, and dozens of Tomahawk missiles flew towards the battleship in an instant. But just a few seconds after the missile flew past, it was frozen into ice sculptures in an instant, and fell from the sky to the ice surface one after another, shattering into pieces of ice on the ground. Seeing such a scene, Bullet was on fire. But in the next second, he suddenly felt that there was no brilliance in the sky, and a huge shadow enveloped the area where they were now. Subconsciously everyone looked up, and then everyone's pupils suddenly dilated at this moment, looking at the sky in disbelief. A huge iceberg that resembled a small island suddenly fell. How is this possible? Looking at the huge monster in the sky, everyone was so shocked that their mouths were about to drop. They couldn't imagine when this huge iceberg, like a small mountain, reached the sky on the 27th. But now it's too late. This huge iceberg occupies almost 1/10 the size of Wano Kuni, and if it fell, the consequences would be disastrous. Damn Aokiji. Seeing this, Kaido cursed loudly, twisted the huge dragon body, flew to the left side of the ice block, opened his bloody mouth, and spewed out a huge destructive fireball with the breath of the dragon. Bullet also reacted. Before he had time to think about it, he clasped his hands together and launched dozens of battle axes. The missiles flew out from behind and smashed towards the iceberg. The three disasters also show their special abilities. All the attacks hit this vast mountain with this loud noise. The iceberg finally turned into pieces under the joint efforts of everyone. Countless pieces rolled down. But just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. "Big man, I heard that you were looking for me." Hearing the voice, Bullet hurriedly looked around, but found that Admiral Aokiji was nowhere to be seen. Etc. Aokiji, he remembers being a man. This is a female voice. At the moment when Bullet was in a daze, Acides held a sword in his hand on the huge robot, and slashed across the abdomen, instantly freezing Bullet into a huge ice sculpture. 121. Stabbing in the back is really comfortable. Aestus succeeded with one move. Her figure also appeared. Just now, he was actually hiding behind the ice pick. When the ice pick was blown into pieces, she used high-speed movement to be blasted by the ice, and the smoke hid in the nearest inside a crystal in Bullet. Then he caught him by surprise and gave him a knife. It feels so comfortable. A stab in the back is really cool. It's been a long time since I tried this freshness. Especially for such a powerful master, the feeling of killing is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary soldiers. Aestus trembled with excitement. Kaido and Mikazu also found Acides, and at this moment they realized that it was not Aokiji who had frozen Bullet into an ice sculpture. It turned out to be a beautiful blue-haired beauty with a hot figure and a beautiful appearance. What happened? How can this woman also be able to use the frozen fruit ability? Kaido and the three calamities looked at each other in blank dismay, but couldn't figure out why. It stands to reason that this kind of Logia's top devil fruit is extremely rare. There can't be that many like it. Especially for such a large-scale attack, only the devil fruit like Aokiji can do it. But now Aokiji is not dead yet. How could his devil fruit ability appear on a woman? Everyone was confused, and the one on the other side was even more confused. That was Akainu. He looked Acides up and down. The question marks on his head were one after another, each bigger than the last. Who is this girl? How to use Aokiji's power? And the strength of the opponent is quite good. With rich combat experience, he defeated a very terrifying opponent with one book. You know, that is a big pirate with a bounty of more than 1.7 billion. It's too fast to actually get rid of the other party in one face-to-face meeting. No, there must be something wrong here. Sakazuki was going to step forward to ask what happened, but before he could speak, Aestus turned his head and took a look. Akainu's indifferent expression was like an iceberg. It's rubbish. What a waste of such a powerful devil fruit. Advertisement. Acides said this sentence to Akainu. He watched the battle with Bai Ye and others just now, and he was really speechless about the combat capability and command ability of the matter. When fighting, they don't use tricks and go on a rampage. He ran directly to other people's houses and shouted. Then he ran into the camp alone and fought with Admiral. Little brother, go alone to deal with those powerful masters. Although they carry the most advanced warships, these warships are dead objects after all, and they are huge and inconvenient to move. If the first round of attacks cannot hit the opponent, then the next step is completely a living target. The current world government has charged Marine a lot of money. Marine is indeed richer than before, but the money is not blown by the wind. After being squandered by Sakazuki like this, after seeing Bai Ye in the sky, his veins twitched, and he wanted to rush down to grab Akainu and smash him to the ground. Make you prodigal. The FK is Lousy's money. You don't feel bad, Lousy loves it. How much time does it take to build today's production line? Do you know? Damn, these battleships were all collected from other places, and there were only 8 ships assembled by myself. Bai Ye couldn't stand it, so he ordered Acides to go down. Akainu was inexplicably scolded, and his face flushed instantly. He didn't know who the woman in front of him was, but that attitude made him particularly uncomfortable. Woman, you don't need to take care of my affairs, take care of too much, and be careful not to cause trouble. Akainu was furious and gave Acides a piece of advice. But Acides snorted coldly and said, you are not timid, you can do it yourself, and someone will come to you to settle accounts later. From now on, you stand aside and watch my performance. Acides is ready to single out everyone by himself. He is already eager to try, and the fighting blood in his heart has begun to boil. Akainu felt like he heard something. It was like a joke. This is a majestic 7-foot man who actually wants a woman to deal with a large group of powerful pirates. And he is still a Marine. The opponent saw that it was not Marine's uniform, and he didn't know which side it belonged to. Advertisement. Since it's not Marines, there's even less control over him. I want you to control. Get away. Sakazuki didn't listen to Aestus' words at all, clenched his fists and rushed towards Kaido. Kaido is my prey. It's obviously a dog, but it doesn't obey the master's order to hunt for it. Acedes wasn't angry either, he just let out a cold snort, and immediately moved forward with a touch of his feet. When it reappeared, it was already at Akainu's side. Akainu froze for a moment, stunned by Acedes' speed. Before he had time to react in the next second, he suddenly felt a heart-piercing pain in his abdomen. Then, his whole body was kicked directly in the abdomen by Acedes. A large number of ice blocks directly covered his abdomen and began to shatter. Akainu wowed, and spit out a smear of blood from his mouth. The whole person is like a shooting star, flying upside down. Akainu flew to the coast and hit a watchtower on the coast. The watchtower collapsed in an instant. Akainu, who was buried in the ruins, tried his best to push away the heavy objects on his body, then lay down on the side coughing violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood one after another. Acedes' kick is powerful. In addition to using the Tigu ability of the ice attribute, armament hockey was also used. Wong is good. That's right, armament hockey. Acedes has a very high physical fitness. Although he has not yet mastered armament hockey, his physical strength has reached the level where he can use the wooden pose. During the time when Bai Ye and Nan Lixiang were comfortable, Acedes ran to world number 1 to practice with those zombies. In the process of practicing, he has gradually figured out the use of observation hockey and armament hockey. Although it is not particularly proficient in using it now. But he has been able to retract freely, and seeing how powerful his talent is, how powerful it is. Marine 6 styles. Who the hell are you? Akainu was completely furious now, and was plotted against by a woman. Wouldn't it make people laugh at him if he said it? Kaido and the others were also completely stunned. Even they can't figure out the situation now. What is this? 122. Where is this woman from? What exactly is going on? Where is this woman from? Kaido and Bullet exchanged glances, completely bewildered by the woman. Acedes gave Akainu a contemptuous look. Just stay here obediently for me, it's not your turn to make a move here. Acedes turned his attention to Kaido and Bullet. Her goal this time is that these two people are right. Hugh was presumptuous. How dare a mere unknown person dare to act presumptuously here? At the beginning, Akainu didn't understand the specific identity of the other party. So I dare not attack rashly. He was worried that the woman in front of him was Bai Ye's subordinate. After all, Bai Ye had several beauties like a cloud of masters around him. But in his impression, he knew almost all the women around Bai Ye, and there was no witch with such strength at all. The opponent was actually able to use the ability of the ice-type devil fruit. Aokiji guy is still at naval headquarters. Obviously, the other party should also have eaten the demonic ability similar to frozen fruit. After all, in this world, there are many other devil fruits with the same abilities. Among the Logia devil fruits, there is not only one water speed ability. It was also because of this that he was relieved. The woman in front of him plotted against him just now, which can be regarded as an indirect slap in the face of Marine. No matter what, he had to take Marine's face back. Thinking of this, Akainu couldn't bear it anymore. The hot magma had already begun to assimilate with his body, and his figure suddenly grew to 2.5 meters tall. The terrifying coercion swept away in an instant, and the surrounding ground couldn't bear it, and the heat of the high-temperature body began to show signs of melting. Akainu was going to get serious. Acedes felt Akainu's killing intent, and his eyes were icy cold. This stupid Marine. If it wasn't because the opponent was Bai Ye's subordinate, Acedes would have killed him long ago. Since the other party is so overreaching, then give him a hard time and let him know not to underestimate women. Advertisement, I'll cook for you later. Acedes Hockey flicked his hair, and spoke coldly to the three disasters, Bullet, and Kaido in the distance. These words ignited the anger of several people on the spot. They are the kings of the sea, Ahab. To be despised by a woman like this is an insult to the dignity of their men. Just when they were about to retaliate against Acedes had already started. But her target is naturally not Kaido and the others. She pointed directly at Akainu, and saw Acedes moonwalk leaping into the sky, and then his feet were like a torrential rain, chopping out terrifying ice blades. The horrible ice skate slipped off. Akainu was also unambiguous, and the huge fist that swung out the magma swept away in an instant. The ice blade and the magma fist clashed. In an instant, there were fireworks. The fusion of water and fire produced a large amount of water vapor, and the surrounding area was directly filled with water vapor, making it impossible to see your fingers. Akainu pushed observation hockey to the limit, and at this moment, his eyes swept around. Pay close attention to the movement around you. But at this moment, Akainu suddenly felt the violent vibration of the surrounding wind. The body actually produced a sense of suspension. This made him show a look of horror on his face, thinking that he had an illusion. After all, he was clearly standing on the ground. But then, this sense of suspension became heavier and heavier. I even felt the pressure of rising and falling, and the thick smoke around was completely blown away at this time. When Sakazuki saw his surroundings again, he was instantly dumbfounded. I saw that the biggest harbor between him and Wano-kuni was completely suspended in the sky. That part of the volume actually stands in the air and flies towards the sky. How can this be? Akainu's face showed shock, and he couldn't imagine that everything in front of him was real. Not far away, the faces of Kaido and others are not much better now. They were also deeply shocked by the scene in front of them, and this sense of reality floating in the sky could never be faked. Kaido, who was originally flying in the sky, also chose to lie on the ground at this moment because of the downforce generated by the ascent. Advertisement. This ability. Everything in front of the bullet, suddenly an incredible idea. Lion fruit. This is impossible. How can there be one person in this world who can possess the abilities of 2 devil fruits? Bullet's muttering to himself was heard clearly by everyone present. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. Only then did they realize that this kind of thing that can directly float objects in midair, besides lion fruit, who else has such great power? But lion fruit is a relic of Golden Lion. Golden Lion is dead now, and his devil fruit ability has returned to the fruit form. Could it be obtained by this woman? And it swallowed the lion fruit. That's not right. Since it swallowed the lion fruit, it is impossible to swallow the second devil fruit. On this sea, no one has ever been able to enjoy 2 devil fruits. As long as you take the first devil fruit and the second devil fruit, if you want to eat it, it will undoubtedly be poison. According to Bullet and Kaido, some people really thought about the ability to devour 2 kinds of devil fruit. But none of them died suddenly. This has also led to the fact that no one dares to try his own body and eat a second devil fruit on the sea today. The woman in front of me can actually use the ability of ice-type devil fruit, so it is absolutely impossible to use lion fruit. But right now not only can use lion fruit, but also can use the ability of Shudong devil fruit. What the hell happened? Akainu was also confused, but at this moment a bold idea had popped up in his heart. One of the abilities used by the woman in front of her is not devil fruit, it should be the Tegu used by the second world. After all, Tegu can also display the ability similar to devil fruit, if his deduction is correct. Then the woman in front of her is His Royal Highness Bai Ye's maid, and as his maid, it means that His Highness Bai Ye is most likely hiding around. Damn it. I actually offended His Royal Highness Bai Ye's woman, couldn't it be such a coincidence? There was cold sweat on Akainu's forehead, he would rather offend Kaido than Bai Ye. The fate of offending Bai Ye will be miserable. After all, he has seen Bai Ye's methods before, and once he becomes ruthless, his relatives will never recognize him. 123. You fell for it. Bullet Akainu's heart was filled with worry. At this time, Acids had already controlled the entire island, and had already flown into the sky, and the air was a little thinner now. Kaido and Bullet looked around warily. At the same time, he was even more wary of the elusive woman in front of him. This. What the hell is this? Just as the island rose to the highest sky, suddenly a day of shadows struck. Quinn looked up in the direction of the shadow, and was so frightened that the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground without a trace. Kaido, who had transformed into a real dragon, also suddenly felt a huge sense of oppression. When he turned his head and looked, he also found the existence of Zagula. Roar! Where did the monster come from? Seeing Zagula's appearance, Kaido's pupils contracted suddenly. He saw that the other party was also a dragon, but the other party appeared as a western dragon. Seeing this, Bullet also frowned. He didn't expect another dragon to appear. Could it be another demon fruit power? Just when everyone was suspicious, Bai Ye sat on a rattan chair above the dragon head. Stussy is wearing high-heeled black silk, holding a bottle of red wine in his hand, pouring a glass of smooth wine for day and night from time to time. Bai Ye shook the red wine in the glass, looking at the people below who are now stunned. Randomly cracked his lips and said with a smile, I shouldn't mind if I come to your feast. You kid. Who the hell is that? Seeing Bai Ye appearing, Bullet spat out a mouthful of spitting in disdain, not taking Bai Ye seriously at all in his heart. Seeing Bai Ye sitting on the dragon head, he still has time to drink red wine. Looking at the clothes on the other party's body, it is obvious that he is a nobleman with high morals and high prestige. Seeing Bai Ye sitting on top of the dragon's head, Jack immediately felt uncomfortable. Without even thinking about it, he preempted the attack, slashed twice with 2 knives, and the sword light swept away. Just when the sword light flew away and was about to touch Bai Ye, Stussy on the side had already stepped out, kicking out with both feet suddenly. The moment the 2 blade lights touched, they were immediately kicked off. Strength at the admiral level. Jack's pupils shrank suddenly. The 2 saber chi just now were chopped out with 80% of his strength. The vice admiral level is not given hard work. Advertisement. As a result, the woman next to the little boy kicked her feet and exploded. What is this if it is not admiral? Another admiral? When did admiral become so cheap? Forget about Akainu, but the 2 women who popped up all of a sudden have the strength of admiral level. The situation at the scene was suddenly turned upside down. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, alas, you don't want to shoot, they're my prey. Seeing that Stussy made a move, Aestus was afraid of Bai Ye's move, so he quickly said coquettishly. Bai Ye smiled freely and said, don't worry, you can play to your heart's content. The sky is falling, and I'm carrying it. When Bai Ye said these words, his gaze turned to Akainu. At this moment, Akainu's face turned pale suddenly, although he had expected that Bai Ye would appear here. But when Bai Ye officially showed up and flirted with Acids, he knew it was over. I just said something rude to the woman of His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Isn't this courting death? Akainu, you are such a waste, get the hell out of here. Bai Ye frowned and cursed coldly. Akainu is ambitious, but he is too proud. As a result, under his own eyes, the Dina Rock, a terrible weapon that can threaten the world government, was stolen. It's just rubbish. Bai Ye originally planned to let Akainu go to Otherworlds. It seems that from now on, he must directly erase such thoughts. Ruling Otherworlds, if it is handed over to this trash, I don't know what it will be like to be ruined by him. Kong has ambitions, but his IQ is worrying. Akainu blushed immediately after being scolded by Bai Ye. In the end, he could only clench his fists secretly, obediently retreating to the side. Akainu's behavior stunned Kaido and the others. When did Marine Admiral behave like a dog? After being scolded like this, he didn't lose his temper. What is the origin of this kid? The identity of Bai Ye is still not very clear to these pirates. They only know that there is a His Royal Highness in the world government, who has great influence. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers, but it is absolutely impossible for them to associate this highness with Bai Ye. After all, Bai Ye is too young. Bai Ye's age, in their opinion, it's the kind of celestial dragons that eat and die, it's not different. I'm not welcome. The obstacle was cleared away, and Aestus immediately showed a happy smile on his face, and then a gloomy look appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then with a wave of both hands, the ground suddenly cracked, and huge stones were suspended in midair. A lot of fragments began to fall off the surface of the stone soon, and then turned into a spiral shape. Acides waved his hands, and the spiral stone rushed towards Kaido and Bullet with a strong piercing sound. Seeing this, Kaido and Bullet dare not take it lightly. The woman in front of him is not simple, although it is not clear why the other party has two kinds of devil fruit abilities. But for now, we must try our best to defeat this woman. As for Akainu, wait and cook slowly. Facing the flying stones, Kaido instantly turned his arms, Hokage covered his dragon claws, and slapped him directly. The robot fused with Bullet sent 2 tomahawk missiles directly flying over in an instant. The stone collided with the missile and detonated instantly. Seeing this, Aestus rushed forward, and with a sudden wave of his hands, huge icicles rose from the ground. Once again the bullet was frozen in ice. However, the icicle cracked in the next second, and the cracks exploded suddenly. Damn girl, this little trick also wants to defeat me, idiot talking in sleep. Bullet took advantage of the trend and rushed over, an engine was fired from behind, and the speed soared to the limit in an instant. Appeared in front of Acides in the blink of an eye. The metal in his hand quickly transformed into a huge broadsword 7 meters long. The blade slashed, and the sound of breaking the wind suddenly resounded. Facing the flying blade, Acides stretched out his hands and slapped it suddenly, and the surrounding air instantly condensed into a huge ice shield, blocking the fatal blow. It's been tricked. Bullet grinned cruelly. At this time, the distance between him and Acides is only an ice shield B. 124. Several big men bully a woman. There was a scarlet gleam in Bullet's eyes. The 6 tomahawk missiles had already popped out of the chest, and the heavy gatling on the shoulders had already spun wildly for the next second, and the bullets that were like a storm instantly tilted on the ice. The solid ice collapsed in an instant under the strafing of crazy gatling bullets. The 6 tomahawk missiles, which were already hungry and thirsty, flew out instantly. At such a close distance, Aestus' expression did not change at all. Boom! The horror produced by the explosion of 6 tomahawk missiles at close range, the shockwave swept away in all directions. The ground was blown apart inch by inch. The seawater suspended in the sky and the port poured out directly. Kaido and the 3 disasters immediately avoided the explosion area. When the surroundings returned to calm, there was only a huge hole left in Ren. In the huge void, it was scorched black. The black gunpowder smoke is floating in the space, and as for the void, everything has already disappeared. Akainu, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help frowning slightly when he saw the scene in front of him. Is this girl hanging up like this? Akainu watched the battle scene very carefully just now, and didn't find any traces of Aestus casting and stepping away. That is to say, she just withstood this terrifying attack head-on. So is she dead this time? Bullet looked at the deep hole that was blown out, but there was no surprise on his face. Too easy. How could an admiral be killed so easily? After all, Bullet is a crew member on Roger Hige, and his IQ is naturally online. Facing this kind of admiral who can be easily killed, it is really confusing. Coupled with the shelling just now, there was something wrong with the touch. Just as Bullet looked around, he couldn't find Acides in the area. Advertisement. But just when Bullet thought he had really dealt with his opponent, snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. Snowflakes bloomed in the sky, revealing a dazzling light. It was also this scene that made Bullet's heart directly rise to his throat. In the next second, before he had time to react, there was a thump covered in frost all of a sudden, and his whole body was frozen again. Fortunately, Bullet had already covered his fused body with armament hockey when it was frozen. With a loud drink, the ice cube shattered again, but before he could sneer, a huge block of ice suddenly fell from the sky in the distance. This time the volume of the ice cube was even bigger than last time, with a diameter of more than a kilometer. The behemoth suddenly fell down. It also made Bullet a little panicked, and Bullet instantly fired at full firepower, tomahawk missiles, Gatling and heavy machine guns, all of which were staged in an instant. Intensive artillery fire streaked across the sky and hit the ice block in an instant, tearing the ice block directly with a huge hole. But in the next second, because the power of destruction was not up to the requirement, the ice did not shatter. Bullet was directly smashed to the ground by the ice, and the whole body sank completely. At this moment, the ground is cracked inch by inch. And directly due to the external pressure, the entire ground instantly became warped. Seeing the scene in front of them, the 3 disasters completely widened their eyes. They didn't even see where the ice cube came from just now. Turning his head again, he found that Acides was playing with an ice sword in his hand high in the sky. When did she go up there? This woman is too strong. Bullet is like playing in front of her. Everyone was stunned, including Kaido, who also frowned, looking at Seeds in the sky. With a wave of Seeds' hand, an ice throne was formed in the sky, followed by the sexy and enchanting thighs, raising Erlang's legs, overlooking the bottom. What's the matter? Is it only this level? If it's really only this level, I'm so disappointed. Seeds' words were full of arrogance, but it's no wonder. After all, Ace Germany's strength has reached the 4 Emperors level. After all, the combat effectiveness of the 4 Emperors level is higher than that of Admiral. Advertisement Bullet's strength is currently only at the Admiral level. If it is allowed to settle for more than 10 years in Impel down, self-discovery and self-awakening, then his strength must be able to reach the level of 4 Emperors, but now he has been released from prison early, and his strength naturally cannot be compared with that in the original work. It's just talking, reaching the Admiral level. You must know that the Admiral level is really not enough for 4 Emperors. Like Akainu in the original work, he was bullying a primary school student in front of Whitebeard. Even when the red hair dealt with Kizaru, he completely deflected the opponent's attack and put it on the opponent's neck with one sword, so scared that Kizaru didn't dare to move. It can be seen that the strength gap between Admiral and 4 Emperors is still obvious. Not to mention that Acetus's strength is among the 4 Emperors, which is also quite terrifying, possessing 2 attribute abilities. He also drank number 1 potion and number 2 potion, and his strength has almost reached its peak in a short period of time. Kaido knew that this woman had to defeat her today, otherwise they would all be in danger. Kaido snorted, and a hot current swept away instantly. Immediately, he swung his huge body and immediately slammed into the sky. A mere kid, dare to be presumptuous here and see if I don't kill you. With a roar, Kaido opened his mouth, a dragon's breath spewed out instantly. The 3 calamities didn't dare to stop. They all knew that the strength of this woman was quite terrifying, and they had to give Kaido a helping hand. Although several big men bully a woman, there is 2.3 points of victory. But don't forget that they are pirates. Since they are pirates, they naturally have no such so-called morality. So the 3 calamities unceremoniously released their attacks at this time. A fierce attack like a tide rushed towards Seeds. Facing the slanting attack, Seeds in the sky didn't show the slightest panic, but laughed excitedly. The belligerent genes in her body had been completely activated. Facing so many masters, even she felt a sense of crisis. But it was precisely because of this sense of crisis that she was full of fighting spirit. Seeds laughed and stepped forward, and the whole person disappeared on the spot as if teleported. The ice throne she made just now was completely submerged by the endless attacks in an instant and turned into shattered ice. 125. Minami Rika's Tegu ability. Chapter 125. Nan Lisheng's Tegu ability. Seeds flipped in the sky. With every step she took lightly, she was able to move a foothold in the sky. Then Seeds immediately used the recoil force, turned his whole body into a sharp sword, and rushed towards the direction of the 3 disasters. That's right, the goal of Acetus this time is to knock off the cottage. As for Kaido and Bullet, she will naturally put them at the end and take care of them slowly. Seeds, who was rushing towards Hoju, felt his heart skip a beat, but after all, he is quite powerful. Has reached elementary admiral level. Facing the flying opponent, he didn't even think about it, and waving his wings directly pecked at it. But just when his sharp beak was about to peck Seeds in front of him, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Seeds' mouth. I saw her hand directly grasping the sharp beak. That's right, it is to catch Ren 07 with his claws. The sharp mouth was instantly held by Seeds with one hand, and this sudden scene directly shocked Huo Jin. This blow of mine has extremely strong penetrating power, even diamonds can be directly penetrated by him. But he never expected that he would be blocked directly by a woman with one hand. No, this woman doesn't have that much strength. At this time, Jin felt that his body was light and floating, and the original impact force disappeared completely in an instant. Lion Fruit's abilities. Jin reacted instantly and turned pale with shock. Just when he was about to change back to human form immediately, Acetus's mouth cracked a beautiful yet frightening smile. In the next second, armament hockey directly covered the ice blade. Then he drew his knife and slashed at lightning speed. Blood splattered for a moment. Jin's chest was suddenly cut open with a knife, and blood spewed out instantly, but in the next second, the blood in Huo Jin's body was directly frozen into an icicle. Every inch of his body, muscles, bones, flesh, blood vessels and blood were all frozen from the inside out. At this moment, the embers of the fire were directly frozen to death, almost without any ability to resist. Advertisement. Then the whole person was thrown down from the sky by Seeds. Fire Ember, Kaido's deputy emperor, was defeated in just one face-to-face. Brother, both Quinn and Jack were immediately dumbfounded. The most powerful one in the cottage is Huo Jin. Unexpectedly, the dignified Huo Jin was defeated in just one face-to-face. Ace Durst's terrifying combat power directly frightened Quinn and the Czech Republic. Seeds ignored it, staring at the fire embers falling from the sky. In the next second, Huo Jin's body fell directly to the ground, and was completely shattered with a bang. Huo Jin owns Pteranodon Devil Fruit, which belongs to the super ancient species of Devil Fruit. It's a pity that his main ability is to fly. Facing Lion Fruits as Seeds, he is completely restrained. In the sky, Bai Ye grinned when he saw the scene in front of him. Very satisfied with a Seeds record. Collect the Devil Fruit, it's also a good Devil Fruit. Although Bai Ye likes to collect extremely precious devil fruits, this devil fruit from Hojo is also quite good. Although it is not as precious as phantom beast species, but also super ancient devil fruit Pteranodon's self-healing ability is stronger than ordinary devil fruit. Among zone devil fruit, it is also inferior, it's pretty good already. While Bai Ye and the others were still watching the battle, a large number of leather-clad pirates suddenly appeared on the battlefield below. They happen to be the guards at the port of this island, and their number is about 3,000 people. They also heard the huge movement outside, and ran out when they knew that there was an enemy attack, but when they found that they were now in the sky, they were also frightened. But what frightened them even more was that, as the most powerful fire ember in the cottage, he actually witnessed falling from the sky to the ground in front of their eyes, shattering his body to pieces. A generation of super pirates with a bounty of 1.3 billion berry died in front of them. It really scared them enough. Nan Lixiang, the more than 3,000 pirates below should be enough to nourish you. Bai Ye cracked a smile at this moment, and gave instructions to Nan Lixiang who was beside him. Advertisement. When Nan Lixiang heard it, she was suddenly taken aback. Naturally, he also saw the densely packed 3,000-odd pirate soldiers below, and she was the only one, so she was still a little scared in the face of these 3,000-odd soldiers. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Nan Lixiang is a little scared, so she has been trained recently, but her current strength is at most lieutenant junior grade level. This is still improved after drinking number 1 potion and number 2 potion. No new capabilities have been developed. Seeing that Nan Lixiang was a little scared, Stussy stepped forward and hugged Nan Lixiang gently, and said softly in his ear, "This is a rare time for you to show your value in front of His Highness Bai Ye, the Tegu you have." Stussy's words obviously meant to comfort people. Damn it, Tien holds this woman. The rest of the people also gathered their courage, and everyone rushed forward. The surrounding pirates also saw the woman who suddenly flew down from the sky. On the contrary, she is like a particularly good big sister who has taught me a lot. With the first man charge. That is an extremely precious Tegu. As long as you have it, your current strength novel has reached the vice admiral level of this department. Facing the ferocious-looking pirates rushing madly, Nan Lixiang was still a little scared. But after Nan Lixiang heard this, she really took it for granted. Looking at the armor on the opponent, you know it is the enemy. Just like that, Nan Lixiang took advantage of the trend and jumped off Zagula's body. With just a few words, Nan Lixiang regained his confidence. I saw light flickering, and a pink armor attached to Nan Lixiang's body. Immediately, the bracelet on her arm emitted a dazzling light. For a moment, Nan Lixiang was wearing pink armor and a helmet, and her body fell lightly on the ground. There were 3,000 pirates around, and when they saw Nan Lixiang, they knew it was the enemy, and they didn't know who rushed up after raising their swords after roaring. After all, she obeyed Stussy too much. In her eyes, Stussy was not just Bai's maid. Bai Ye also had to play tricks on this woman Stussy in terms of human nature. 126. Bullet's terrifying fusion ability. At this time, a ferocious pirate had already rushed to the front, and the knife in his hand was cut off suddenly. Facing the crazy crowd, Nan Lixiang couldn't react at the first moment. She could only raise her hand, and block the terrifying knife with her arm. But in the next second, the pirate's blade slashed on his arm. But there was a sound of metal intersecting and blade breaking. What? It's so hard. The pirate's mouth was torn open, and the knife he was holding just now had fallen from his hand, and blood was dripping down. Only then did Nan Lixiang realize that the other party couldn't hurt herself. In the next second, Nan Lixiang was surprised to find that the armor on her body had extended vines. The vine didn't need her to control it at all, and it suddenly stabbed at the pirate in front of him. The pirate, who was screaming in pain with his mouth torn open, was pierced through his body by the vine without reacting at all, and was wrapped into a rice dumpling by the vine. However, the opponent's desperate struggle was of no avail. Seeing this, the surrounding pirates suddenly stopped their rushing up. What's going on? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* pirates rushed up with their knives and chopped on the vines. The vines were cut off, but the next second the vines grew again, and extended towards the direction of other pirates. Those pirates were immediately entangled by vines, howled in pain, and their bodies were stabbed. After Nan Lixiang saw this, she was no longer afraid. Following her thoughts, a large number of vines continued to pop up directly, spreading towards all directions. This time, the number of vines skyrocketed under control. In an instant, the pirates in all directions saw these vines and realized that something was wrong, whether they used the muskets in their hands or the assault rifle sent by the world government. There is no way to cause actual damage to Kuo Chang. Even if the vines are broken into pieces by bullets, they will grow back again in the next second, continuously and endlessly. The pirates around realized that something was wrong and began to flee frantically, but no matter how they tried to escape, they could not escape the interception range of the vines. Advertisement soon they were pierced by vines, and then wrapped into rice dumplings one after another. Nan Lixiang, who was standing in the center, looked at the scene in front of him, and there was an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. She watched the group of pirates and experienced the joy of fighting for the first time. At this moment, she saw his hand waved, and the vine turned into a vine whip in his hand. With her whipping heavily, those fleeing pirates were directly split into two sections by the whip. All of a sudden, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the scene was simply horrible. But it was like this, which made Nan Lixiang feel even more excited. On the battlefield in the distance, Kaido also saw this scene and became angry on the spot. Twisting the body, opening the bloody mouth, a dragon's breath will be gushed out in the next second. The terrifying flames rushed towards Nan Lixiang with the power of destroying heaven and earth. At this moment, Nan Lixiang also felt terrified. A sense of crisis swept her whole body, and when she turned her head, she saw the deadly terrorist attack in the distant sky. At this moment, she couldn't dodge such an attack at all. Just when she was at a loss, Aestus had already appeared in front of her. With a sudden wave of his hands, the surrounding ground suddenly surged violently. In the next second, the huge stone raised from the ground directly changed into a huge dragon head. Several 100-meter-long huge flying dragons soared into the sky and directly collided with the dragon's breath. The moment the two collided, they suddenly exploded. The terrifying Big Bang Uzumaki swept away directly, and the moment the terrifying shockwave swept past, many pirates' eardrums burst open. Kneeling down on the ground in pain, howling, it's already proficient in using it so quickly. Above Zagula's head, Bai Ye was quite relieved to see that Acids was able to use Lion Fruit's ability proficiently. Kaido saw that his attack was blocked again, and his strongest subordinate was killed. It can be described as burning with anger and roaring. Suddenly, bursts of terrifying airwaves erupted from his body, and then his body shrank rapidly at this time and turned into a human dragon form. All of a sudden, its defense, attack speed, has been raised to the limit. This is his strongest form. Advertisement, Master Kaido must use his full strength. Come on, Master Kaido will avenge your brother. Seeing Kaido exerting his full strength, Quinn started shouting excitedly. Jack was also cheering from the sidelines. Although the bounties of the two of them have reached more than 1 billion, but their strength, on the battlefield of this kind of high-end game, they can't play a big role at all. On the contrary, there may be delays. Just when Kaido made the final transformation and was ready to show his full strength to kill Acids, the huge ice block that hit Bullet just now suddenly burst out with a dazzling pink light. A beam of light soared into the sky. The huge ice cube was directly burnt to create a big hole, followed by a figure with pink light all over, exuding terrifying energy, which gradually floated up. With this terrifying energy, even Acids couldn't help his pupils contracting suddenly at this time. A terrifying sense of crisis made her feel that the hairs all over her body suddenly became extremely painful at this moment. The next second his gaze caught sight of Bullet, who now glowed pink all over his body. That terrifying sense of fatal crisis came from him. Bai Ye above Zagula's head also felt the terrifying and deadly aura below. Looking at it playfully, with promises, in his eyes, Bullet is now pink all over his body. What's going on? How could this guy burst out with such powerful energy all of a sudden? Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to feel very interesting. If the guess is right, Bullet, this guy has fused Dina Rock. In fact, just as Bai Ye guessed, Bullet knew that his ability to integrate ordinary items would definitely be difficult to win Acids. In the end, he chose to take a risk and cancelled his original fusion. The Dina Rock was taken out, and fusion was carried out. Although he knew that if an accident happened during the fusion process, the Dina Rock would explode instantly, and he would be the one who bears the brunt without leaving any bones. But this time he made the right bet. In the end he perfectly integrated the Dina, and controlled its terrifying explosive energy. 127. Double King versus Acids. At this time, a ferocious pirate had already rushed to the front, and the knife in his hand was cut off suddenly. Facing the crazy crowd, Nan Lixiang couldn't react at the first moment. She could only raise her hand, and block the terrifying knife with her arm. But in the next second, the pirate's blade slashed on his arm. But there was a sound of metal intersecting and blade breaking. What? It's so hard. The pirate's mouth was torn open, and the knife he was holding just now had fallen from his hand, and blood was dripping down. Only then did Nan Lixiang realize that the other party couldn't hurt herself. In the next second, Nan Lixiang was surprised to find that the armor on her body had extended vines. The vine didn't need her to control it at all, and it suddenly stabbed at the pirate in front of him. The pirate, who was screaming in pain with his mouth torn open, was pierced through his body by the vine without reacting at all, and was wrapped into a rice dumpling by the vine. However, the opponent's desperate struggle was of no avail. Seeing this, the surrounding pirates suddenly stopped their rushing up. What's going on? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** pirates rushed up with their knives and chopped on the vines. The vines were cut off, but the next second the vines grew out again, and extended towards the direction of other pirates. The pirates were immediately entangled by the vines, howled in pain, and their bodies were pierced. After Nan Lixiang saw this, she was no longer afraid. Following her thoughts, a large number of vines continued to pop up directly, spreading towards all directions. This time, the number of vines skyrocketed under control. In an instant, the pirates in all directions saw these vines and realized that something was wrong, whether they used the muskets in their hands or the assault rifle sent by the world government. There is no way to cause actual damage to Kuo Chang. Even if the vines are broken into pieces by bullets, they will grow back again in the next second, continuously and endlessly. The pirates around realized that something was wrong and began to flee frantically, but no matter how they tried to escape, they could not escape the interception range of the vines. Advertisement soon they were pierced by vines, and then wrapped into rice dumplings one after another. Nan Lixiang, who was standing in the center, looked at the scene in front of him, and there was an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. She watched the group of pirates and experienced the joy of fighting for the first time. At this moment, she saw his hand waved, and the vine turned into a vine whip in his hand. With her whipping heavily, those fleeing pirates were directly split into two sections by the whip. All of a sudden, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the scene was simply horrible. But it was like this, which made Nan Lixiang feel even more excited. On the battlefield in the distance, Kaido also saw this scene and became angry on the spot. Twisting the body, opening the bloody mouth, a dragon's breath will be gushed out in the next second. The terrifying flames rushed towards Nan Lixiang with the power of destroying heaven and earth. At this moment, Nan Lixiang also felt terrified. A sense of crisis swept her whole body, and when she turned her head, she saw the deadly terrorist attack in the distant sky. At this moment, she couldn't dodge such an attack at all. Just when she was at a loss, Aestus had already appeared in front of her. With a sudden wave of his hands, the surrounding ground suddenly surged violently. In the next second, the huge stone raised from the ground directly changed into a huge dragon head. Several 100-meter-long huge flying dragons soared into the sky and directly collided with the dragon's breath. The moment the two collided, they suddenly exploded. The terrifying Big Bang Uzumaki swept away directly, and the moment the terrifying shockwave swept past, many pirates' eardrums burst open. Kneeling down on the ground in pain, howling, it's already proficient in using it so quickly. Above Zagula's head, Bai Ye saw that Aestus has been able to use Lion Fruit's AHFJ ability proficiently, and he was actually quite relieved. Kaido saw that his attack was blocked again, and his strongest subordinate was killed. It can be described as burning with anger and roaring. Suddenly, bursts of terrifying airwaves erupted from his body, and then his body shrank rapidly at this time and turned into a human dragon form. All of a sudden, its defense, attack speed, has been raised to the limit. This is his strongest form. Advertisement: Master Kaido must use his full strength. Come on, Master Kaido will avenge your brother. Seeing Kaido exerting his full strength, Quinn started shouting excitedly. Jack was also cheering from the sidelines. Although the bounties of the two of them have reached more than 1 billion, but their strength, on the battlefield of this kind of high-end game, they can't play a big role at all. On the contrary, there may be delays. Just when Kaido made the final transformation and was ready to show his full strength to kill the seeds. But this time he made the right bet. In the end he perfectly integrated the Dina, and controlled its terrifying explosive energy. That terrifying sense of fatal crisis came from him. The huge ice block that hit Bullet just now suddenly burst out with a dazzling pink light. In the end, he chose to take a risk and cancelled his original fusion. The huge ice cube was directly burnt to create a big hole, followed by a figure with pink light all over, exuding terrifying energy, which gradually floated up. Although he knew that if an accident happened during the fusion process, the Dina Rock would explode instantly, and he would be the one who bears the brunt without leaving any bones. The next second his gaze caught sight of Bullet, who now glowed pink all over his body. Looking at it with playful eyes, Bullet is now pink all over. Bai Ye above Zagula's head also felt the terrifying and deadly aura below. In fact, just as Bai Ye guessed, Bullet knew that his ability to integrate ordinary items would definitely be difficult to win as seeds. A beam of light soared into the sky. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to feel very interesting. The Dina Rock was taken out and fused. What's going on? How could this guy burst out with such powerful energy all of a sudden? A terrifying sense of crisis made her feel that the hairs all over her body suddenly became extremely painful at this moment. With this terrifying energy, even a seeds couldn't help his pupils contracting suddenly at this time. If the guess is right, Bullet, this guy has fused Dina Rock. 128. A seed's fighting skills ice blades condense in the sky. Using the ability of Lion Fruit, a seeds rushed directly towards Bullet. More than a dozen huge ice blades 100 meters long hovered and danced in the sky, and slashed a Bullet with a terrifying sharpness that could cut through the world. Bullet laughed excitedly at the side, but he didn't take it seriously when faced with such a swift and violent attack from a seeds. He suddenly inhaled wildly, and his entire chest suddenly bulged. As he inhaled, his throat turned red. Then he opened his mouth and sprayed, and it turned out to be a giant laser cannon visible to the naked eye. That's right, it's a hot fiery red laser. The mutated laser made Aestus's heart skip a beat. Hastily, he swung his hands on the ground, and a huge stone suddenly bulged up, pushing her away by a distance of about 1 meter. Just when she was pushed away by 1 meter, the terrifying laser cut the huge rock in half at once. And the surface of the rock was directly gasified in an instant, turned into high-concentration molten iron, and sprinkled all over the place. Seeds looked at the rock in front of him, and it turned into gas in an instant. He couldn't help but be taken aback by this appearance, if she hadn't reacted fast enough just now. It is estimated that her whole body will be melted directly in an instant. Now Aestus must also cheer up, this is not a joke. Bai Ye, who was above Zagula's head, also stood up immediately upon seeing this. So dangerous. I didn't expect the light released by Bullet to be so powerful. The moment I accidentally touched it, my whole body would melt away. This is exactly the typical Dina Rock, the situation produced after the explosion. Once the Dina Rock comes into contact with the air, it will detonate instantly. the temperature will exceed tens of thousands of degrees, and everything on the entire island will melt away in an instant. Today's bullet has been perfectly integrated with Dina Rock, and his every move and attack are exactly the same as Dina Rock. Advertisement, ha ha ha. What's the matter? Do you still dare to annoy me now? Bullet was very happy, and he never thought that a thought he had inadvertently would give him such a powerful force. This is just the fusion of 2 Dina Rocks. You must know that they have a full 2000 in stock now. If he fused all these 2000, wouldn't his strength have reached the number 1 in the world? Thinking of this, Bullet couldn't wait to fuse all the remaining Dina Rocks. Although I may not be able to integrate all the Dina Rocks into my body, so far 2 are definitely not my limit. But it's a pity that the current Dina Rock is all stored in another secret base in Wano Kuni below. After all, this thing is too dangerous. Although Kaido and he successfully stole the goods back, the place where they are placed is extremely strict. The heavy iron gates are all made of sea stone, and there are many soldiers heavily guarding them to ensure nothing goes wrong. Acids was floating in midair at this moment. Seeing how rampant Bullet was now, his face suddenly became more gloomy. Facing the soaring Bullet, Acids gradually calmed down. After all, in his empire, he was also experienced in many battles. She knew that Bullet's current strength was not the same as before, so she couldn't be too hasty. This would actually hurt herself. Acids calmed down quickly. She began to observe Bullet's actions, and then made a battle plan in her mind. When Bullet saw Acids calm down, he knew that the opponent was thinking about how to defeat him. After all, the opponent's strength had reached the imperial stage. Bullet didn't dare to procrastinate, and then he stepped on his feet suddenly, and the whole person turned into a phantom, and rushed directly in the direction of Acids. Although his strength has been greatly improved, he has not made much progress in terms of speed, but has one more flying ability. But this flying ability is a bit tasteless, and the speed is only at the same level as Moonwalk. When Acids saw the opponent rushing towards him, he immediately used his Lion Fruit ability. On the ground, countless sharp rocks and icicles immediately rose from the ground. The 2 attacks interleaved with each other in an instant and rushed towards Bullet suddenly. 0. Seeking Flowers advertisement in the sky, Bullet relied on his own control to dodge left and right, avoiding one attack after another. And above the fingertips condensed a series of terrifying hotlines. The hotlines slashed across everything, and easily cut off all other attacks. Afterwards, Bullet took advantage of the victory and pursued directly, rushing towards Acids. Acids didn't dare to fight close to him, but he was more flexible, able to condense footholds one by one in the sky, and use the super-fast acceleration between the footholds. The whole person is like a ninja, crisscrossing and dazzling, and the speed is much faster than Bullet. Bullet was completely out of reach of Acids for a moment. Point 0. This also allowed Acids to see the opportunity to use up Bullet's power with his super-fast movement speed. Although Bullet is strong, the power on his body is borrowed after all, and there is a limit after all, until all the power on him evaporates. Then it was Acids' turn to start turning the tables. Whether Bullet attacks with a mouth cannon or shoots hot rays from fingertips in a wide range. All of them were easily dodged by Acids, and the battle between the 2 became stalemate. Acids made a small sneak attack from time to time, hitting Bullet's body, but failed to cause actual damage to Bullet, but it annoyed Bullet to death. Bullet's attack was missed every time, there was no way to do it, and Acids was really hurt. Kaido in the distance was furious, and snorted heavily and said, "Bullet, I'm going to shoot, your attack can't hit him at all, it's a waste of energy." Kaido held the mace in his hand, and as soon as he finished speaking, the whole person rushed forward with the mace in his hand. When Bullet heard it, no matter how upset he was, he had to admit the reality. Now he can't hit Acids at all, and he also knows that Acids is completely trying to exhaust his calendar area now. If he continues to fight like this, he will be defeated in the end. I can't control that much anymore, now I have to join forces with Kaido, and if this drags on, who knows if there will be other masters from the world government or other admirals coming over. 129. Bai Ye does not shoot. Recognition of Acids. Once the other party comes with more people, then they will be in trouble. And now the entire island is floating in the sky, and they don't know where the island will go. If it floats directly to the marine headquarters, it can be said that it is like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. No matter how strong they are, reach the marine headquarters, there are many admirals there. Especially Tsunade Sora, Sengoku, and Garp. These 3 high-end fighters are all there. If they make a move, they will be in danger. So the most important thing now is to end the battle as much as possible. As soon as Kaido made a move, the pressure on Acids doubled immediately, facing 2 emperors in one breath. Even she felt the heavy pressure. Below, if someone notices now, they will definitely feel extremely shocked. During the August 37th, within the area occupied by Nanlishiang, all 3 kilometers were covered with vines, and vines wrapped rice dumplings one after another. These rice dumplings kept beating as if they were alive, and with every beating, flowers grew on these vines. The flower is still in the bud state and has not yet bloomed. But it makes people feel that these petals are full of vitality, and in the center of the vine, Nanlishiang, who is wearing a pink battle armor, looks at the scene of the battle in the sky with some anxiety. At this moment, she wished she could rush to the sky to help Acids. Acids is really strong now, facing Kaido and Bullet in one breath without falling behind. The 2 sides fought back and forth with each other, and roaring explosions broke out in the sky from time to time. Huge stone fragments and ice fragments fell from the sky at every turn. Some even directly smashed on those rice dumplings. Once the plant was hit, blood splashed immediately, and the people inside were directly smashed into meat sauce. Even so, the vines are still sucking the power of this body. Nan Lixiang felt that the power she had absorbed had reached the limit, and waves of energy came from the endless flower buds, constantly nourishing her body. Advertisement with the nourishment, Nan Lixiang felt as if she was in the warm ocean, which was extremely comfortable. Finally, as the buds of these dumplings fully bloomed one after another, roses were formed. Immediately after people smell it, the aroma that shocks everyone is swept away in an instant. In the end, Nan Lixiang couldn't help but let out a joyful and refreshing sound, and the pink armor on her whole body was shining brightly. Afterwards, Nan Lixiang's aura rose crazily at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, his aura had reached the level of a general in the headquarters. Bai Ye on top of Zagula's head also felt the fluctuations from Nan Lixiang, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With more than 3,000 people, Nan Lixiang's strength has been promoted to the general of the headquarters in one go, which is already very good. After all, Nan Lixiang's strength is really weak, and he has not undergone professional training. Now he only relies on the energy absorbed by Tegu, allowing him to have the strength of the general of the headquarters in one step, and one step further, that is the vice admiral of the headquarters. Such an increase in strength is already astonishing enough. Your Highness Bai Ye, are you still not ready to make a move? Acid saw Bai Ye, and he still had the leisure time to see Nan Lixiang, which felt a little unbelievable. Acid, who is in the sky now, is already fighting with two masters of the four emperors level with all his strength, and the fighting scene can be described as dangerous. On the battlefield, Acid is now on par with the two, but she is a woman after all, so her physical strength is naturally inferior to Kaido, this kind of phantom beast. As well as a body-refining monster like Bullet, if they fight a protracted battle, Aestus will definitely lose. Coupled with the body of Acid, although he has learned armament hockey now, it is only a junior armament hockey. Couldn't stand Kaido's swift blow at all, it was Bullet's random blow. As long as Aestus deviates slightly, he will definitely lose. Seeing Stussy, Bai Ye looked anxious, but smiled casually and said, Acid is my woman, I know him better than you, if I make a move now, he will be unhappy, and in the future, he will also form a dissatisfaction in his hard magic. Unless he himself loses, I will never make a move. Bai Ye's words made Stussy feel unbelievable, she couldn't imagine that Bai Ye would say such words. Advertisement you've only had S*X with Acid a few times, and you know her that well, is that possible? Stussy naturally didn't know Bai Ye's understanding of Acid's character is like this, and he will never admit defeat. Even though she knew that the opponent in front of her was quite terrifying, and it was almost impossible to defeat him, she still went all out. This is also in line with the character of the combat madman. Under Bai Ye's watchful eye, Acid in the sky faced the siege of two four emperors level masters, and was obviously pushed to the limit. At this moment, Aestus waved a huge icicle with both hands and directly collided with Kaido's mace. The two forces exploded instantly, and the powerful impact pushed Acid flying 10 meters away. Bullet used observation hockey to calculate the regressing trajectory, and suddenly a laser was fired from his mouth. Aestus' eyes flashed sharply. Suddenly a huge stone pillar rises from the ground, pushing Acid high into the sky, avoiding the fatal attack dangerously. Aestus opened his hands with one palm aimed at Kaido and the other at Bullet. She took a sharp breath and instantly activated the Tegu of ice. In an instant, the dense fog floating in the air was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Naturally, Bullet and Kaido couldn't escape the freezing in such a large area in 2.0, and they were directly frozen into ice cubes in an instant. At this time, Acid had a thought, and the rock below suddenly turned into a three-headed giant rock dragon over 1,000 meters. The giant rock dragon swung its tail with one blow, and slammed on Bullet and Kaido who had been frozen into ice sculptures. The sudden powerful impact force shattered the ice cube in an instant, but such an attack would not have the slightest effect on Bullet and Kaido. With their current strength, the two of them are no longer afraid of this kind of freezing attack. At this time, the ice cube was crushed, and Bullet and Kaido were not actually injured. Just when the two were about to ridicule, they suddenly felt that the time around them stopped suddenly. 5 decigrams 130. The final frozen world, that's right, time forbid. Acid used his strongest move of the Ice Emperor. At this time, Bullet and Kaido had just broken free from the ice, and their concept of the environment was also the weakest. Acid knows that the current strength between Kaido and Bullet has reached the ability of his soldiers, and may not be able to cause actual damage to them. So she planned to use the ice to freeze the other party, and when they broke free from the frozen state, they would become slower due to the time difference in reaction. It happened to be able to give full play to her strongest advantage as the Ice Emperor, and time stood still. At this moment, Bullet and Kaido in the sky have stopped moving. At this moment, Acid's put her target directly on Kaido, and Bullet's body is still in a state of berserk. The only attack he has left may not be able to cause too much damage to the opponent, but Kaido is different. The opponent does not have the pervert energy protection field of Bullet, although the opponent has a very precious phantom beast species. The strength of the body is quite strong, but Acid's has the confidence to hit Kaido hard. 07 At this time, Aestus covered his own armament hockey on his blade, and instantly the pitch black armament hockey directly covered the blade. The blade exuded a terrifying light at this time, and in the next second, Ace disappeared in front of Kaido as if he had teleported, covered with armed colors, and Hoki's blade, facing Guy's body, was crazy hacking. Kaido's body is very strong, but Acids knows how to gather hundreds of millions of points of attack in one place, no matter how strong the opponent's muscles are. After all, it will still be broken. Coupled with the fact that Aceness is already very strong, Kaido's defense was broken with only a dozen knives. There was a splash of blood on the chest, and Acids slashed and stabbed Kaido directly into the body. Without the hindrance of the muscles, Acidus's blade easily pierced into Gaijo's body, and the frozen power instantly covered the inside of Kaido's body in the next second. At this time, the time for freezing time has also arrived, and the effect of instant time freezing has disappeared. Advertisement. As time recovered, Kaido suddenly felt an inexplicable coldness in his body, and then he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his chest, and looked down to see that a knife had been inserted into his body in the body. Seeing a knife suddenly appeared on his chest, Kaido's pupils contracted suddenly. The area around the blade was covered with frost, together with the wound on his chest. At this moment she suddenly felt the temperature of her body passing away slowly. He wanted to stretch out his hand, clenched the knife on his chest, and pulled it out, but found that he couldn't move his limbs. He completely lost control of his entire body, and even his consciousness began to blur. I feel the cold breath of death. Acids has already appeared in the distance, although he has given Kaido a fatal attack, but he knows that Kaido is a 4 emperors after all, and the counterattack before dying will be extremely fierce. Kaido couldn't believe it. He didn't know exactly how he was injured in the blink of an eye, how his body became like this. He now only feels that his life is passing by crazily. The internal organs in his body are sealed by Acid's ice, only the head is not frozen. The reason why she did this was to be able to see the fear revealed in Kaido's eyes before he died. This is so comfortable, watching Kaido struggling on the verge of life and death. For Acids, it was more enjoyable than simply killing the opponent. Bullet, who had just regained control of his body in the distance, felt Kaido's breath, and became extremely unstable at this moment. When he looked over, he was stunned. He never expected that Kaido was injured at this time, but he calmed down soon. After all, Kaido is a phantom beast, although his body was injured. But with his physical pervert, this injury is not worth mentioning to him at all. Just when Bullet didn't take it seriously and was about to rush towards Acids again, suddenly the sky in the distance radiated a great light. The light repels the sacred aura, so dazzling that Bullet couldn't help but cover his eyes to block the light. Who are you? Bullet felt that there was a figure slowly floating in the sky, but he couldn't see clearly because the light was too exciting. Advertisement. At this time, Bai Ye, who flew up from above Zagula's head, looked at the bullet below, and instantly dodged and charged directly. The terrifying thunder force attached to the ankle, and then kicked it out with a heavy kick. 50 million volts. Bai Ye's kick instantly turned into a huge lightning lion head. In an instant, this kick directly hit Bullet's chest heavily, and only a click was heard. Bullet instantly felt as if he had been hit by a heavy train, and severe pain swept his whole body. Immediately, there was a sweetness in the mouth, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. He was completely uncontrollable, turned into a stream 370 meters away, flew backwards with a whoosh, and directly penetrated more than a dozen buildings along the road. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, Aestus, stepped into Bai Ye's shot. A smile finally stretched out on his face, and then he slumped down on the ground. Bai Ye flapped his wings and flew in front of Acids, hugging her directly. Thank you for your hard work, let me come next. Bai Ye knew that Acidus's current body could no longer continue to fight. After all, she was trying her best to deal with the 2-4 emperors. Physical strength has already reached the limit, and it is completely unsuitable to continue fighting. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, your embrace is really warm. Acids blushed, and put her face directly on Bai Ye's chest. Listening to Bai Ye's heartbeat made her feel extremely safe. Bai Ye waved his wings and smiled wisely. Sending Acids to Zagula's head, he turned his head and looked at Kaido, who was kneeling on the ground and dying. Kaido also saw Bai Ye, especially when he saw Bai Ye just now. He kicked the sender directly with one kick, which made him extremely shocked. Point 131. Bullet must die today. He always thought that Bai Ye was the top of celestial dragons. It's just a show, coming here to make a show, and didn't even look at the other party from the beginning to the end. But now he knows that he was completely wrong. Bai Ye's strength is extremely strong. He is completely a master who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. He was able to kick away Bullet, who was in a berserk state. This strength has definitely reached the admiral level. Especially the divine light radiating from Bai Ye's body just now has 2 pairs of wings like an angel. And when he kicked out, there were thunders all over. Could it be that the opponent also has 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities? When did devil fruit become so cheap? Anyone can eat 2. Kaido thought in confusion, but his eyelids were too heavy, so he finally closed his eyes, and his body degenerated into its original state. Acids dealt him a severe injury, so that he has almost no fighting power now. Fortunately, Kaido's vitality is tenacious. Although he was severely injured, he lost 80% of his life. But thanks to Kaido Devil Fruit's ability, he survived successfully. Bullet, who was kicked away by Bai Ye in the distance, stood up from the rubble. At this moment, he was in a panic all over. The fiery red aura that was originally exuding from his body became a little unstable. Damn B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Bullet's eyes were red with anger, looking for the person who just kicked him. But after looking around for a week, not to mention seeing the person who kicked him, even as Seeds was no longer there. At this time, he saw that Kaido had changed back to his normal form in the distance, and fell into the ruins, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Seeing this scene, Bullet was stunned for a moment in shock. He couldn't imagine that Kaido was defeated. Quinn and Jack in the distance were also panicked, and they ran directly to Kaido's side. When they saw Kaido's physical condition, their faces suddenly turned pale. I saw a knife sticking out of Kaido's abdomen, advertisement. There is still a slight cold air on the blade, and because the steel has been reduced in size, the ice in Kaido's body has melted, and blood mixed with some internal organs has flowed out. The scene looks really chilling. Master Kaido, brother, wake up. Quinn and Jack have already started to lose their minds, and they rely on Kaido to make trouble, and now Kaido has suffered such a serious injury. They were all helpless, not knowing how to rescue Kaido. If Kaido is allowed to continue to develop like this, he will definitely not survive. After all, the injury is so serious. At this time, the sky once again exudes a bright holy light. The holy light enveloped the earth, as if the gods descended. Quinn and Jack couldn't help but look up at this holy light, but Bullet had a gloomy expression. Just now, after he appeared with the sacred light on his back, he was kicked out by the opponent. Seeing the figure appearing in the sky, he was suddenly struck with rage, and the terrifying aura of thumping all over his body instantly rose to an astonishing level. The ground under his feet suddenly melted, and the power in his body began to boil. It's your mother, Natsuko. Bullet finally saw it clearly now. This figure exuding a sacred aura was actually the little boy from before. I was actually kicked out by a brat, so what's the face of him? Bullet couldn't bear it any longer and rushed directly into the sky, only to see that his whole body was emitting a scorching light this time, and his clasped hands turned out to be a scorching blade. The terrifying high temperature emanating from the blade drove the blade towards Bai Ye. Seeing such a swift blow, Bai Ye attacked him, but a calm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a flash of wings, the whole person disappeared on the spot as if teleporting. However, Bullet's attack remained undiminished, and he slashed directly at Zagora. Seeing that he had suffered a hopeless disaster, Zagora was also angry on the spot. I saw him waving his huge wings at this time, and with a heavy wave, the steam in the sky suddenly turned into a pair of huge ice blades. The ice blades were thousands of meters long, and they quickly connected the huge ice blades together and directly hit the flaming giant knife that suddenly hit. The two forces collided instantly and eventually cancelled each other out. Advertisement, but at the same time of counteracting, the huge peak formed by Zagora's wings blew Bullet's whole body in one breath, making it difficult to control his figure. He is now able to fly in the air, relying entirely on the power of his own body, not really like a bird, able to fly freely in the sky. The violent gale blew him up and down all at once. Facing Bullet, who can't control his body now, Bai Ye will naturally not show mercy, and will have wings to move freely in the hurricane. Immediately, he clapped his hands together, his heart thundering. 60 million volts, Brontosaurus. With a wave of Bai Ye's hand, a huge Brontosaurus condensed, hundreds of meters high, sprayed water into its mouth, and bit Bullet heavily in one breath. Bullet barely had time to dodge now. Facing the terrifying dragon, he took a deep breath and suddenly let out an angry growl. The power of Dina Rock in his body was instantly pushed to the limit by him. Terrifying energy roared out of his body in an instant, and then formed a large energy shield with a diameter of 3 meters wide on his surface. Thunder Dragon opened its huge mouth and bit down abruptly. But at the moment of biting, the giant dragon suddenly collapsed. Bai Ye's attack had no effect, and all of them were bounced off. Nuo Qian's, Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and then a playful look appeared in his eyes. This Bullet played Dina Rock quite well. The devil fruit possessed by him can make him possess such powerful power in a short period of time. If the current Bullet also practiced physical skills to the limit, then his strength would surely reach the peak of the 4 emperors. Far more powerful than the original. It seems that this combination of devil fruit and Dina Rock is a perfect match. Bai Ye was stunned. If this devil fruit is given to one of the admirals in hand, and if he is properly cultivated, his strength will definitely play a key role in his otherworld conquests in the future. With that in mind, Bullet must die today. In fact, since this guy dared to escape from prison and rush to the Celestial Dragon's territory to grab things, it was already a capital offense. 132. Like a dead person, there was a cold light in Bai Ye's eyes. In Bai Ye's eyes, the current Bullet is nothing more than a cold corpse. On Bullet's side, he feels that he is more comfortable using the energy of the Dina Rock. From fighting a Seeds before to now, the total power consumption is only 10%. In other words, there are still 90% of the power contained in his body now, and now he must devour more Dina Rocks to enhance his strength. As long as he can possess the Dina Rock to the maximum extent, then his strength will inevitably reach its peak. With such powerful strength, Bullet decides to reign supreme among the new world. But to become a king, one must do some earth-shattering things. So he decided to take everything from the high-level personnel of the world government in front of him, a Seeds, and the woman below who could use strange powers. And Marine Admiral, Akainu also killed together. As long as I kill all these people, I will definitely become famous, and the prestige I have at that time will also surpass Kaido and 600 Charlotte Linlin. Now that Kaido has been injured like that, I can completely make up for him and send him to the last leg. So in the end only Charlotte Linlin is left, and Charlotte Linlin is not a big threat to herself. Thinking of this, Bullet became more and more excited. He didn't want to continue pestering him here with Bai Ye, in order to gain more powerful power. At this time, although the island is moving in the sky. But Bullet is not in a hurry, anyway, he can fly in the sky with his own body now. Although the speed is not fast, but at his full speed, it is not a problem to reach Wano Kuni at all. Thinking of this, Bullet still maintained a huge energy magnetic field, and then sneered at Bai Ye. At this moment, Bai Ye was planning to kill Bullet, and when he saw the strange smile on the other side, his heart sank suddenly, and he suddenly thought that Bullet might be doing some tricks. Sure enough, just when he had this thought in his mind, Bullet suddenly flew towards the edge of the island quickly. AHFI. Seeing the other party's actions, Bai Ye can't imagine, now this is going back to Wano Kuni to find other Dina Rocks. How could Bai Ye please this be *********** D. Advertisement. At this moment, his mental power surged out instantly, and the terrifying mental power directly touched Barter's energy field like an invisible big hand. The deeds of spiritual power are misty, and the emptiness and actual energy hit Bullet's energy field, but were directly bounced off by the opponent's energy field. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye frowned slightly and tied his mental power directly to the buildings below. Due to the fighting just now, the people in the surrounding houses had already run away and hid in the distance. All the houses were uprooted from the ground at this time, floating beside Bai Ye. The residents in the coastal area of this island hid far away. When they saw their houses being pulled into the sky at this moment, they were really shocked. After all, these houses are the homes they depend on for survival. Since Bai Ye and the others fought just now, they have directly hid in the mountains. In the sky, Bai Ye used his powerful mental power to control the houses suspended in the sky. Under strong mental pressure, he was directly squeezed into huge stone knives. Under the high-density mental pressure, the mass of each knife is extremely huge. At this time, each knife is only the size of an ordinary long knife, but each weighs tens of tons. At present, this is the limit that Bai Ye can do with mental training. More than a dozen rocks saw blades crisscross in the sky. He slashed towards Bullet's energy shield at a tricky angle. Every cut is powerful. At this time, Bullet's energy shield saw the blade coming from Faken, but showed a disdainful smile. But in the next second, his smile stopped abruptly, and he saw the two knives on the left, cutting directly on the energy shield at lightning speed. Immediately, ripples appeared on the surface of the energy shield, and Bullet was thrown away by the powerful impact force. What? How could there be such a great power? Bullet was shocked. He clearly felt the moment he was hit just now, as if a huge meteorite hit his body. Advertisement. Although he had his own energy shield, which heavily resisted most of the power, his entire body, including the energy shield, was completely out of control and was sent flying. But just when Bullet was shocked, two more thrown knives flew down the next second. The two knives were spinning rapidly, randomly like two meteorite giants, and suddenly hit the protective cover directly. This time, the entire protective cover was directly sunken, and then bounced up like a ball. Bullet was completely out of control and leapt hundreds of meters into the air. It just so happened that he flew to the same height as Zagora. Zagula obviously held a grudge. Seeing Bullet flying in front of him, he immediately pecked at Bullet with his sharp beak. Zagula's mouth is quite sharp, and the force with which his head slams into the past cannot be underestimated. A light slam can have dozens of tons of force. What's more, this is still a peck that contains hatred, and its power is even more amazing, directly hitting the protective shield. Although, Eula's front mouth was scalded a bit painful. But the strong impact once again sent Bullet flying very far. Bullet was depressed on the spot. Did he mistakenly feel like he was being hit like a rubber ball flying around? This made him furious. Although his body was not physically injured, he also felt extremely depressed and angry when he was beaten like this. But just a Bullet, he just stabilized his figure. Bai Ye appeared behind him like a ghost again, and then flicked with his fingertips. More than a dozen flying knives rushed up from under the energy shield in an instant. This time the energy cover was concentrated at one point by all the knives, and suddenly bombarded. The entire energy cover instantly collapsed by 1/3. It made Bullet feel his heart skip a beat. Immediately, he exerted more powerful force to protect the energy shield. He didn't dare to imagine what it would be like after it was cut open. 133. Bullet's inner despair. Bullet looked at his energy shield, a little crumbling, and his face turned pale for a moment. This time he didn't dare to procrastinate. The power of these knives is too powerful. Although my body has extremely high temperature, these knives are compressed by density, and even almost reach the hardness of diamond. One's own heat may not be able to melt the diamond blade directly in an instant. What's the matter? Is it gone? There was a playful smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, and he just looked straight at Bullet. Seeing Bai Ye showing such a smile, Bullet was also furious in his heart. Who the hell are you? Bullet was a little puzzled. He was only locked in Tianjing City for a few years. Why so many powerful guys suddenly appeared after he came out? Especially Devil Fruit can use, too. Bai Ye in front of him can actually use 3 Devil Fruits. That's right, 3 Devil Fruits. The one in the form of an angel should also be a Devil Fruit, then the Thunder Devil Fruit, and another Devil Fruit that can control objects. How could there be 3 Devil Fruits in one person's body at the same time? Bullet was puzzled. Never before has Bullet attempted to swallow 2 Devil Fruits, but it can be proven under the evidence of the past. A person can only use one devil fruit at most. It can be seen that Aestus and Bullet have completely subverted his cognition. It's an exaggeration for a woman to be able to use 2 devil fruits. Now the glue that can still use 3 devil fruits also appeared. Is it possible to eat 2 pieces of devil fruit at once? Or is it because of his own body that he can use more devil fruit? Bullet thought about it, but couldn't think of a reason. But at this time, Bai Ye naturally couldn't give Bullet the chance to continue thinking. Bai Ye waved his wings, and the feast in his hand suddenly waved a terrifying flame to form a flame dragon. Several throwing knives spun around the dragon. Bai Ye took advantage of the situation and shot a bolt of lightning into the dragon's body. At this time, the giant dragon seemed to have life, and left towards Ba-Terran. Advertisement: if you want my life, you don't have the qualifications. Seeing that Bai Ye ignored him at all, Bullet suppressed the anger in his heart and faced Bai Ye's attack head-on. Bai Ye's attack made him a little nervous. The Bai Ye in front of him didn't look very old, but his strength was extremely terrifying. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Facing the swift and fierce dragon attack, Bullet immediately changed his fighting style. At this time, he suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it down heavily towards the ground. The terrifying power contained in him instantly tore the earth apart at this moment. The power of terror is like a small atomic bomb explosion. The violent and powerful shockwave instantly shattered the surrounding ground completely. Half the island is also crumbling at this time. The surrounding stones split directly and fell from the sky. Bullet took advantage of the trend and the whole body collapsed, and the crack escaped directly downward at an astonishing speed. Boy, you are indeed powerful, but when I explode my strength to the limit, you will die. As Bullet swooped down, he suddenly opened his arms. Then, using the energy of a Dina Rock in his body as the foundation, a huge energy-based ball was instantly condensed. Terrifying energy balls gathered in the palm of his hand. A streak of black lightning flashed non-stop around, and then the energy bomb exploded in an instant and smashed in Bai Ye's direction. Bai Ye saw this ball of light containing extremely terrifying energy, and immediately cursed inwardly as a B********************* D. Immediately turned the dragon around, only to see that the dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit the energy ball directly. In the next second, there is such a huge amount of energy, and it is opened directly in an instant. Sensing this terrifying energy, Zagora saw that the situation was not good, and suddenly flew towards Bai Ye's direction, and Bai Ye jumped directly onto Zagora's body. Fierce energies are about to sweep through. At this time, Nan Lisheng, who was below, was shocked. He had no way to resist this terrifying force, but in the next second, he suddenly felt a gentle force directly enveloping the surface of his body. Stopped her. 0. Seeking flowers, the whole person soars into the sky and the next second, comes to Zagora's side. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Advertisement. A look of surprise appeared on Nan Lisheng's face. She didn't expect Bai Ye to save her at a critical moment. At this moment, Bai Ye did not talk to Nan Lisheng, but ordered Zagora to fly away. Zagora also waved his wings quickly, increasing his speed to the limit. With a huge body, it can fly several thousand meters with a wave of wings. At this moment, the entire island was directly torn into pieces under this terrifying force. A huge energy explosion exploded. The entire island vanished in an instant, as if a huge sun appeared in the sky. The energy destroyed by the Dina Rock was simply too terrifying, and the other residents on the island didn't even have time to escape. 0. Even if he wanted to escape, he didn't know where he was going to go. The sky was all around him. The scope of the explosion is so large that ordinary people have nowhere to hide. In the end, their ending was to disappear into the sky together with the huge energy. There was another figure in the sky at this time. It was Quinn and Jack. Both are physically strong, directly pushing their devil fruit abilities. Kaido lay on Jack's back. 2 huge figures just jumped down from the sky. This goddamn bullet is insane, it's trying to kill us. In the sky, Jack cursed. Quinn is also very angry, but their strength is indeed far from that of Bullet. Although angry, there is nothing he can do about Bullet. Seeing Kaido, who was dying in the quilt, completely ignorant of life and death, Quinn and Jack felt chills in their hearts. This time, I didn't expect that the opponent I met was so powerful. Huo Ember was actually killed by a woman, but it was also because he was too careless. He took it lightly because the other party was a woman, and was killed by a woman in no time. Now they can only pray that Kaido will wake up. As long as Kaido is still alive, then they still have a chance to come back, but if Kaido can't wake up, then their ending can only be like this. 134. The deadliest way to escape with one blow in the sky. Taking advantage of the explosion, Bullet immediately pushed his own strength and fled in a distant direction. The target is Wano Kuni. He still has 80% of the Dina Rock energy left in his body. Enough to let him fly quickly in the sky, and so Bullet looked around in the sky, looking for Wano Kuni. But after searching for a while, it turns out that Wano Kuni is nowhere to be seen. From the battle just now to the end, it only took more than half an hour. But it has made him unable to find the original direction of Wano Kuni. Fortunately, there are still many islands below, and Bullet can't identify which area these islands belong to. You can only choose one of the islands, and then try to find a way to get back to Wano Kuni. Soon Bullet selected a larger island. 020, swooped down quickly. Then it landed directly on the island. When the bullet landed on the island, a huge deep hole was instantly smashed into the ground. The terrifying energy completely ignited all the numbers within 100 miles at once. After all, the temperature in his current form is too high. It is impossible for ordinary vegetation to withstand such a high temperature and burn directly. Bullet looked around, looking for places where humans lived, and then grabbed someone to ask him where he was now. He doesn't dare to remove the state of strengthening his body now. He also didn't know if Bai Ye would find himself to make a comeback, since he only had 80% of his strength left. Always be on the alert. At the same time, in the high altitude, due to the heat wave from the explosion just now, even Zagora was blown far away by the powerful airflow. Then it was hard to stop the body. This guy is simply unreasonable. Aestus blushed and was quite angry. If Bai Ye hadn't reacted quickly enough just now, they would have been swept over by the terrifying explosion wave just now. Advertisement not to mention his seeds, even Bai Ye will be burned to death. The terrifying tens of thousands of high temperatures directly burned all the clouds in the surrounding sky. Bai Ye sat on Zagora's dragon head, but there was a smile on his face. It's getting more and more interesting, just how powerful this fusion fruit can be. Instead of being angry, Bai Ye was overjoyed. Seeing that Bullet's strength could be raised to such a level, he was very happy in his heart. The more powerful the fusion fruit ability is, the happier Bai Ye will be. After all, the next world does not know which world it is, in order to avoid encountering too strong opponents. If the fusion fruit can cultivate a super strong person, that would be a great thing. There are still a lot of stocks at present, and they can be regenerated, so they can completely pile up another super strong man. If you encounter the world of Dragon Ball, it is an existence that can destroy the world at any moment. With the devil fruit ability that Bai Ye now possesses, if he were to face Monkey King and others, it would be impossible for him to win. Bai Ye's ability is the strongest, but it can only destroy an island. The other party is capable of destroying a planet at every turn. The power is completely out of proportion. If I want to conquer thousands of worlds in the future, I will always encounter a world with such high-end combat power. I don't know if I can swallow a devil fruit, if I can swallow the fusion fruit. The increase in one's own strength is also huge. Thinking of this, Bai Ye became even more excited. At this time, Bai Ye slightly closed his eyes, and the perception ability of observation haki spread instantly. And let Zagora dive down. He wanted to sweep the surrounding islands, and Bullet absolutely didn't dare to release his body at this moment. Since he didn't dare to get rid of his physical condition, no matter where he went, he would be a sea of flames. It is too easy to find each other. In this way, Zagora obeyed Bai Ye's order and quickly swooped down in the air. White Leaf's observation haki enveloped one island after another, and soon he found one of the islands, with traces of burning on it. Seeing the traces of burning on this island, Bai Ye knew that Bullet was hiding on this island now. Advertisement. Then a smile appeared on his face. You all stay here, the next battle belongs to me. Bai Ye ordered everyone, and now he decided to meet Bullet alone. No matter how strong Bullet is, there is a limit after all. With Bai Ye's current strength, it is believed that there is no way to launch such a large-scale attack as just now. So it is naturally impossible for Bai Ye to give Bullet the opportunity to go to Wano Kuni to find Dina Rock again. Now he will be beheaded directly here. Bai Ye's waving wings floated above the island, and he observed it, under the perception of observation haki. It was discovered that only a group of pirates were hiding on this island. This group of pirates is hiding on this island for repairs, and Bullet is heading towards where the pirates are located. Presumably, I want to ask these pirates, which direction is Wano Kuni in? Now that he found the Bullet, Bai Ye showed a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, and then slowly stretched out his palm. All of a sudden, the terrifying thunder force rushed directly towards the clouds. The originally blue sky was cloudless, but suddenly it was covered with black thunderclouds. The area of the thundercloud is constantly spreading. The range is getting wider and wider, 3,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. Huge black clouds immediately enveloped the surrounding large islands. Bullet on the island at this moment also suddenly felt it, and the surrounding skies suddenly darkened directly. Feeling bad, I looked up and saw 2.4 hundreds of meters above the sky, day and night exuding bright sacred light. His hands were directly in the sky, releasing terrifying thunder and lightning, creating large clouds. Among the clouds, billowing thunder and lightning kept raging. It can be seen from this that a terrifying energy attack is brewing in the sky. At this moment, the pirates who were about 300 meters away from the Bullet also noticed something strange in the sky. This group of pirates originally came to this island to resupply, but they never imagined themselves, and they would regret that they docked on this island later. Boss, do you see if there is a person standing in the sky? A sharp-eyed pirate also sensed the sudden change in the sky and looked around curiously. As a result, I saw Bai Ye, advertisement 135, the stupid pirate caught in Uzumaki. The leader of the pirates, following the line of sight of his crew, really saw the figure of Bai Ye appearing in the sky. When seeing Bai Ye standing in the sky like a god of thunder, with the lightning in his hand dragging a large thundercloud, Shunen's heart couldn't help trembling. Holy shit, what's that up there? Why does it feel like Thor? All the pirates began to express their opinions at this time. Being able to come to the new world, none is easy. Their rewards are not low, but even though they were well informed on the sea, it was the first time they had seen such a scene appear. With wings, it's almost like a god. Did we see the gods? The surrounding pirates muttered to themselves. After all, Bai Ye was waving his wings, and he looked like a legendary god. Cheer up, your bastards. There is no god in this world. It must be devil fruit ability. This captain is quite knowledgeable. He doesn't believe in any ghosts and gods in this world. He only believes that people with big fists have the final say in this world. Besides, things like gods are ethereal and illusory, invisible and intangible. Rather than believing that there is a god in this world, it is better to believe that there are ghosts in this world. Now everyone hides in the island immediately to avoid being seen by that B****************** D in the sky. The leader of the pirate ship thought for a while and gave an order. Now their goal here is too big, although it is not clear what the person in the sky is doing. But definitely none of their business. Since it's none of their business, they naturally can't stay here to avoid each other, and they will suffer if they are upset and attacked casually. After all, the ability of the opponent's devil fruit is too powerful. It can actually trigger the vision of heaven and earth. It can be seen that this person's strength is definitely comparable to that of Marine Admiral. Advertisement compared with everyone in Marine, these pirates are simply incomparable, so the smartest way for them is to pretend that nothing happened. Leaving this place directly is the best policy. All the pirates naturally obeyed their captain's arrangement, and they are not fools. Those who can induce such a terrifying scene in the sky are all super masters. They stayed here, and they were accidentally seen by the other party, and there was only one dead end. So they had quick hands and feet, and after throwing the things in their hands directly on the ground, they were planning to rush into the jungle and use the trees in the jungle to hide themselves. But just as their front feet were about to leave, suddenly, the surrounding pirates felt that the surrounding air suddenly became very hot. Many pirates touched their skin, and suddenly found that their skin had already leaked a lot of sweat. This was due to the high temperature that caused the body to sweat on its own. Strange, why is it so hot? That's right, it's really hot, give me water quickly. The pirates were planning to enter the jungle, but they didn't expect the surrounding temperature to become so high. Chong felt something was wrong with the situation, especially the high temperature. The people around also discovered at this time that the surrounding flowers and trees suddenly withered at this time. Everyone feels parched for a while. The captain of the pirate ship also sensed that something was wrong, so he immediately looked in the direction of the heatwave. He pulled out his own blade directly in his hand. Sure enough, in the next second in the jungle not far away, the surrounding trees were rapidly withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, far away from the withered trees, a fiery red figure was walking towards them. Damn it, this guy must have a problem with that guy in the sky. We're caught in an unknown Uzumaki. Being able to be the captain of a pirate ship is definitely not a bad idea. Seeing the red figure, he immediately put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard, secretly cursing himself for being too unlucky. I just came to New World, and unexpectedly I met two terrifying monsters. Advertisement: this man was obviously hunted down by the people in the sky. Even if they were hunted down by people in the sky, they couldn't afford to offend this person right now, and they would probably turn into charcoal if they provoked him with such a high temperature. My lord, please be merciful. If there is anything that needs our help, just say it, and we will certainly be obliged to do so. The captain is also a sensible person, and immediately said to Bart with his hands clasped. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Bullet naturally showed a satisfied smile. Now he has suppressed the temperature of his body to very low, trying not to let Bai Ye find out as much as possible. Which way is going to Wano Kuni? Bullet stepped forward and asked directly, and the captain asked his navigator to look at the record pointer. My lord, head to the northwest, and after a day and a night of sailing, you will be able to see Wano Kuni. The captain pointed in a direction. Bullet got the answer he wanted, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. 957 one day and one night, it really takes such a long time for others, but he is different. With his own strength, he can directly fly across the boundless sea to Wano Kuni. So I know that it only takes 2 or 3 hours at most to get there. Having found a solution, Bullet was naturally very happy in his heart. But when he raised his head and saw Bai Ye flying in the sky, he couldn't help but turn dark. He knew that Bai Ye should have found himself on this island. But in his heart, he still hoped for luck. Bai Ye didn't know that he was on this island, and now the other party was accumulating the power of a big move in the sky. Obviously trying to force himself out. Whether it is the former or the latter, it is very unfavorable for Bullet now, so he intends to stand still, but wants to see what Bai Ye in the sky is going to do. At the same time that Bullet was covering Bai Ye, he didn't know that Bai Ye was now covering Bullet with observation haki. Bai Ye is the top observation haki, and Bullet's move has already been in his encounter. Today's Bullet is like a lamb to be slaughtered in Bai Ye's eyes. 136. The strongest Thunder Emperor at this moment, Bullet is thinking about the method to use to reach Wano Kuni, without letting Bai Ye find out. In fact, everything he thinks now is in vain. Bai Ye has already noticed the existence of Bullet. At this time, Bai Ye has condensed a large enough area in the sky. The terrifying power of thunder kept gathering a huge sphere and began to condense in the clouds. With the continuous release of the power of thunder and lightning, the pressure of the huge thunderball and the internal power reached an astonishing level. Thunder Emperor. Bai Ye suddenly pointed to the area where Bullet was, and the huge thunderball condensed in the sky instantly turned into a huge light that soared into the sky and struck down suddenly. The energy suddenly fell down, and Bullet's hairs exploded in an instant. As soon as he raised his head suddenly, he saw a huge force in the sky attacking him. Bullet didn't have time to react. After all, the power of thunder and lightning is so fast that it is only short of the speed of light. Bullet's pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared instantly, and the power in his body gushed out again, forming a huge energy shield hundreds of meters away. At this moment, the temperature of the shield formed by his energy instantly gathering directly reached tens of thousands of degrees. This is a pain for the surrounding pirates. They had nowhere to hide, and the temperature outside the energy circle directly climbed from tens of degrees to thousands of degrees. How can the strength of the human body withstand such a terrifying high temperature? In an instant, the surrounding pirates let out a series of miserable screams, and their bodies spontaneously ignited without fire. However, their pain only lasted for a few tenths of a second. Not in the next second, a huge soaring thunder within a range of thousands of meters suddenly landed. They were completely enveloped and instantly vaporized by the terrifying lightning heat. Boom! Thunder and explode. On the edge of the island, a terrifying explosion erupted instantly. A huge tsunami of hundreds of meters was blown on the sea level. The jungle around the island was directly ignited in an instant. Lady's destructive power was terrifying and astonishing. After the shock wave of the explosion dissipated. Advertisement just now, the location where the island was located was directly blown out of a huge pit, which was so deep that it could not see the bottom. The backflowing seawater suddenly hit again and poured down towards the hole. Bai Ye exhaled lightly in the sky, and there were traces of lightning flashing. At this moment, his observation Hokage covered the cave, but due to the huge energy magnetic field disseminated by the cave, the observation Hokage was unable to detect the situation inside the cave. Thunder Emperor is one of his strongest attacks right now. I wonder if Bullet can survive such a terrifying attack? Bai Ye was suspicious in his heart, but he didn't stop there. When he stretched out his hand, terrifying mental power surged out instantly. Then it directly wrapped around a huge mountain range on the island below, and in the next second countless stones in the mountain range flew directly into the sky. Hundreds of huge stones. Under the cover of Bai Ye's spirit, he kept squeezing and rubbing quickly, sending out flashes of thunder. Tens of seconds later, a pitch-black giant axe floated in the air. The giant axe flew to Bai Ye's side. The weight of this giant axe has reached 6,000 tons, and its terrifying gravity is enough to crush everything. Bai Ye stared at the hole, and soon the hole was filled with seawater, forming a plain. Those with abilities in the sea will inevitably lose their abilities and be drowned directly. Bai Ye just waited quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, until 7 minutes. Suddenly, a large number of blisters burst out from the hole below, and then the next second. The surrounding seawater actually began to boil, and emitted a dazzling red light. I know it's not that simple, it can withstand 10 of my strongest attacks. A smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. The next second under his gaze, Bullet slowly floated into the sky. At this moment, his body was extremely embarrassed, half of his arm was gone, and his head was covered with blood. The clothes on his body were also in tatters. It can be seen that although he was able to survive the big explosion just now, his body was also severely injured. Advertisement at this moment, Bullet revealed a trace of fear in his eyes. He didn't expect the man in front of him to have found his footprints from just now. I am really too stupid. I know that the other party is very likely to know my existence, but I still stay here foolishly waiting for the other party's attack. This is all right, I was directly injured by the opponent. If I hadn't opened the energy shield in time just now, I guess the whole person would have been destroyed directly. But even so, my energy shield just now consumed 40% of its power to counteract this terrifying energy. But in the end, he couldn't resist, and his body was also severely injured, and one hand was gone. The body has also been injured to varying degrees, and now my body is still suffering from inexplicable pain. I am so stupid. Damn it. Bullet regretted endlessly. The energy shield just now was finally destroyed, and he fell into the abyss when the seawater poured down. Holding on to his last consciousness, he opened the energy shield again, otherwise, he must die without a place to bury him. Once falling into the seawater, one's abilities will be completely restricted, and eventually one will be directly drowned by the seawater. No, I must not stay here any longer. If you continue to stay here, there is only a dead end. Bullet knew that now was the limit of life and death, and with his current physical condition, he couldn't beat Bai Ye at all. That being the case, then only Li Zhao escaped all the way. Bullet took a deep breath, turned suddenly towards the water, and plunged down suddenly. Through the influx of seawater just now, he found that he could completely use the energy shield on his body to form a diaphragm. With this diaphragm, he can swim unimpeded in the seawater. Bai Ye has great power, but he has demon fruit power after all. Once falling into the seawater, it is absolutely impossible for the other party to be able to swim unimpeded in the seawater like myself. It is precisely because of this thought that the sea has now become the main route for him to escape. Bullet dived into the seawater. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. One's own mental strength cannot wrap Bullet, but seawater has no such limitation. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. His mental power controlled his giant axe, and he rushed into the seawater suddenly. 137. A fatal blow. Bullet in the seawater. I swam desperately forward. Due to the resistance of the seawater, his current speed is only half of the original speed. Just as Bullet was swimming quickly in the sea, he suddenly felt a terrifying force coming. Turning his head to look, he suddenly saw a huge axe breaking through the water and slashing towards him at an astonishing speed. This gave Bullet a big jump. He is like a new protective cover, with only 30% energy left, sailing in the sea by himself. It also needs to consume a lot of energy, and I estimate that Wano-Kuni's power is almost dry. Now if it is attacked again, it is absolutely impossible to reach Wano-Kuni. Damn it, damn it. Bullet roared in the seawater, but no matter how he roared now, there was no way to spread his voice. You can only use your body as much as possible to avoid the terrifying attack. Just as Bullet watched the axe pass towards him, he immediately turned to the left, his head as if it had eyes. Chase yourself and cut directly. Immediately, a heavy blow directly hit his own protective cover, and the protective cover was instantly dented. The depth of the depression almost shocked him a lot. He felt that if he didn't increase the output, the protective cover would directly shatter. Under the circumstances, he can only accelerate the volatilization of the power in 623's body. This allowed the protective cover to resist this wave of attacks with eloquence. But it consumed 2% of its power. What a terrible attack. There is such a terrifying power. The few throwing knives attacked several times in a row before, and only consumed 1% of his strength. Now the power of just one blow actually consumes 2% of his Liwang. Just kidding your mother. If this kind of attack comes more than a dozen times, his energy shield will disappear immediately. Wouldn't this be sure to die here? Bullet was startled and broke into a cold sweat. Before he had time to think about it, he immediately continued to speed up and run away quickly. He couldn't care less about his pain. Advertisement. Desperately, he plunged into a deeper place underwater in one breath. As you go deeper into the sea, the pressure you will bear will be even greater, and the power you will consume will also increase at the same time. But this is out of control. It's important to escape. Bullet is very clear that controlling this axe day and night is similar to Lion Fruit's ability to manage. Once it goes deeper into the seabed, the opponent's control ability should continue to decline. At that time, there will be no threat to myself. Bullet thought so in his heart, but when the observation hockey spread out at this time, he was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were splitting. 200 meters behind him, Bai Ye rushed into the bottom of the sea. At this moment, a transparent energy shield visible to the naked eye formed around Bai Ye's body. The surrounding sea water is directly separated, my god. Now Bullet was full of despair. Seeing Bai Ye chasing behind him, he was desperate to death. But the more in this desperate situation, people will stimulate their own potential. Bullet decided to fight to the death. He knew that no matter how much he tried to escape now, it was absolutely impossible to escape. With this thought, Bullet didn't run away anymore. He turned around suddenly. He is most afraid of seawater, and Bai Ye is also afraid of seawater. As long as one's own attack can shatter the opponent, the transparent shield will be broken. As long as the seawater rushes into Bai Ye's body, then Bai Ye will completely lose the ability to move. In the end, he too will die in the bottom of the sea. Bullet took a deep breath, mobilized the strength in his body again, raised the remaining hand, and 5 red lasers shot out instantly. Terrifying lasers traveled through the seabed. Bai Ye couldn't help laughing when he saw how Bullet dared to attack him at this moment. Facing the incoming laser, he, Ahab, controlled the giant axe in his hand without hesitation, spun it quickly and directly slashed at it. Part of it rotated rapidly in the seawater, forming a tornado, and the laser hit the tornado, which also produced some deviation. Bai Ye was waving his wings, making subtle shifts, easily dodging the attack. Advertisement at this time, Bullet did not retreat but advanced. His only remaining right hand gathered energy, and in the form of an energy shield, he ran towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye saw that the other party was rushing towards him, so he didn't dare to collide with him rashly. After all, I am just using my spiritual charm to form an energy shield, while the other party is a real high energy shield. An energy shield that touches itself is directly shattered. The sea water poured in. I guess I was about to burp directly. Bai Ye directly controlled the giant axe in his hand, and swung it in Bullet's direction. Bullet saw it, and swung the giant axe towards him. Deciding to smash the giant axe first, he swung it out with a punch without hesitation. A terrifying energy ray directed forward, blasted out suddenly, and the surrounding seawater was directly vaporized. This terrifying energy hit the giant axe. The terrifying high temperature immediately made the giant axe turn red, and then it passed away, and countless cracks were formed in less than half a second. Finally, it suddenly exploded with a click. A large number of fragments and shockwaves immediately blasted a vacuum zone with an area of about 100 meters. Bullet and Bai Ye were also pushed back by the impact of the seawater. At this moment, Bullet saw that the giant axe that made him tremble with fear was finally handled by himself, and immediately showed a happy smile. But the next second his smile stopped abruptly. Those blasted fragments actually condensed again at this time and turned into small knives. And at this time, he directly bumped into himself at a very tricky angle. Looking at the knife in his eyes, Bullet couldn't feel it. Big knives have terrifying power, but these small knives don't seem to have much power. But just when Bullet mistakenly thought that these small knives might not be able to cause actual harm to himself, he soon regretted it. These knives are much faster than axes. They chopped directly on his protective cover one after another, directly causing a lot of waves on the protective cover. Then something even more astonishing happened. These knives slashed on the protective cover, and they spun quickly in the next second. The shield also twisted due to the rapid rotation of the blade. Seeing this, Bullet trembled in his heart. 138, the strongest means. Bullet panicked for a moment. A roar instantly penetrated into the energy shield, and the originally distorted energy shield quickly returned to calm. A few small knives were also under the high temperature, but in the end they couldn't resist and shattered. Now it really turned into powder. The threat is truly lifted. Bullet breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second Bullet found that his body was completely out of control. He was rushing towards the high-altitude direction at an astonishing speed. What happened? Bullet was startled, trying to control his body, but found that his body was completely out of control. At this moment, she suddenly felt an invisible energy wrapping around her body. This invisible energy made his body uncontrollable at all, which made the Chunin in his heart turn pale with fright. Then he turned his eyes to Bai Ye's direction and saw Bai Ye rushing towards the sea level, at this time also at an astonishing speed. It turned out to be him. Bullet finally came to his senses, so he gathered powerful strength in his fist at this moment. Suddenly a laser shot out directly. Bai Ye was on guard against Bullet all the time. Seeing the opponent's attack coming, Bai Ye's car took control of the seawater around Lei Tei's fierce pounces, immediately causing the opponent to directly deflect the attacking Shi. The dangerous attack directly passed Bai Ye's side. Bai Ye showed a smile, and now he felt that Bullet's strength had dropped too much compared to before. The threat that has been caused to him is almost reduced to the minimum. Especially now that it is under the seabed, Bai Ye can completely control the seawater and hold Bullet down. Although the surrounding seawater is boiling, it is vaporizing at an astonishing speed. However, the amount of seawater is so large that the number of people can't be counted. There is no need to worry about it. The seawater is not enough. When it was about 10 meters away from the sea, Bai Ye used the seawater to slam into Bullet's body. Advertisement. Then the huge propulsion force sent Bullet to the bottom of the seawater. At this time, Bullet was like a rubber ball, completely being tightly controlled in Bai Ye's hands. He couldn't control his body in the sea at all. This is exactly where Bai Ye's mental power is so useful. As time went by little, Bullet was completely out of control in the sea, completely reduced to a toy in Bai Ye's hands. A person was thrown around in the bottom of the sea. Bullet wanted to die, especially when he was sent into the deep sea in one breath by Bai Ye. The terrible atmospheric pressure made him have to continue to replenish the energy shield. Every attack he launched was easily dodged by Bai Ye. Now Bullet is extremely regretful. If he had known that Bai Ye's world was under the sea, he would never seek his own death and fight Bai Ye in the sea. Now it's all right. I'm completely controlled by Bai Ye. My speed is in the middle of the sea, and I can't exert myself at all. Every time I wanted to rush to the sea level, I was immediately beaten down by the raging seawater. Endless. The situation of death is doomed. Bullet is not reconciled. He will be directly dealt with by his opponent in the bottom of the sea. He roared wildly in his mouth, shouting out the dissatisfaction in his heart. But the Dina Rock in my body is disappearing bit by bit, and now only 5% is left. Today's energy stove can only maintain a distance of about 1 meter from his side. And it's shrinking at an alarming rate. Facing the danger of death, Bullet was afraid. He regretted running out of the Impel down to face these monsters. I was only imprisoned for a few years, and after I came out, I was already a human being. I was ruined by Kaido. If he had known that the strength of the person he was going to provoke this time was so terrifying, he would not have agreed to life and death. He would rather continue training himself in the Impel down, and come out when his strength reaches its peak. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. No matter how much Bullet regrets now, nothing will help. Death is already doomed. At this moment of doomed death, Bullet still let go of his dignity, although it is difficult to transmit sound under the sea. Advertisement. But Bullet was still at this time, and suddenly folded his hands together and lay directly on the bottom of the sea. Even a fool can tell that the other party is praying. 0. Seeking flowers. Bai Ye saw the mighty Bullet kneeling under the bottom of the sea, and the pride in his heart exploded immediately. Tegu, who owns normal mental power, really made the right choice, under the powerful mental power. Today's sea is not worth mentioning to me at all. And mental power, in certain combat situations, has very amazing uses. At this time, Bullet saw that his body had finally stopped in the bottom of the sea, and he couldn't help but feel a little rejoiced. At this moment, he saw Bai Ye, slowly floating towards him, and the surrounding sea water gathered rapidly at this moment. Thousands of sharp water thorns are formed, and each water thorn is moving at high speed, possessing extremely terrifying penetrating power. The energy in my current body can only withstand it. The last attack will shatter. Bullet dare not even move now. Due to the close distance, Bai Ye can pass through the shape of the other party's mouth, and even hear a little bit of the other party's voice. I surrender. I am willing to be caught. Please let me go. Bullet lowered his high head. In the face of death, he finally compromised. Bai Ye understood what Bullet meant, but he didn't want to let him go. Seeing Bai Ye lowered his body slightly, looking at Bullet lying on the bottom of the sea like a pug in front of him, he felt amused. Then used the spiritual power to transmit the sound. Bai Ye's current mental power can only act on objects, and the rest is very simple communication. Bullet in the bottom of the sea suddenly heard a voice coming from his ear, and was shocked again. He understood that this voice came from his brain, and the young boy in front of him was talking to himself in his mind. What a powerful method this is. I didn't expect that the young man in front of me actually had such a means to reach the sky, it's really inconceivable. But now is not the time to sigh. In Bullet's mind, he heard Bai Ye's voice, but what Bai Ye said made him feel as if he had fallen into ice. How dare you challenge the world government? That's already a dead end. 139. Dare to challenge the world government, there is only one dead end. When Bai Ye said these words, Bullet's mind instantly went blank. Then there was a chill, and it went straight from the soles of the feet to the forehead in an instant. He never imagined that he had already lowered himself and knelt down to beg Bai Ye for mercy, and he still didn't want to let him go. Immediately pronounced his death sentence. This directly made Bullet lose any temper in an instant. Yes, I actually dare to offend the world government. We must know that besides the Marine, the world government is currently the most terrifying existence on the sea. Even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin dare not have any special ideas about world government. That is, they know that the world government is very scary. The world government, which has a history of 800 years, has so many masters in its hands that it is unbelievable. Such a great and terrifying existence of 250. For him to dare to provoke such a great and terrifying existence, is simply looking for death. Well now, I am dead. No matter how much he begged for mercy, it was useless. He could feel that Bai Ye really wanted his life in his heart. No matter how much the current Bullet tries to escape, it won't help. Thinking of this, Bullet slumped directly on the ground. And Bai Ye stepped forward and looked at Bullet in front of him. Seeing that the other party is now in a state of disorientation, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he turned around and walked away. In the next second, Bai Ye waved his hand lightly. Uzumaki, who had been waiting for a long time, ran directly towards Bullet. Bullet has no fighting spirit now, and the terrifying water directly smashed his protective shield instantly. In an instant, the sea directly submerged Bullet completely. Bullet began to struggle violently in the bottom of the sea, the powerlessness in his whole body and the seawater poured into his throat directly, suffocating him directly. Advertisement. He struggled frantically, but his struggle was of no avail after about 3 minutes. Bullet turned directly into a cold corpse. Bai Ye also showed his knowledge at this time, covering the surroundings with sei haki, to see which fruit around has turned into a devil fruit. He must obtain this fusion fruit. Soon Bai Ye discovered at this time that about 50 kilometers away from the front, on an island, 2 devil fruits suddenly formed. Want to see? Bai Ye showed a look of surprise on the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that there are actually 2 devil fruits on this big tree. Now that he saw what he wanted, Bai Ye didn't stop and rushed over immediately. I took him to rush over and came to this island. I saw the already ripe devil fruit, and picked it off without thinking. After taking a look, he found that one of these 2 devil fruits was a fusion devil fruit. The other devil fruit is actually a fire embers, an ancient devil fruit. The ability of this devil fruit is not bad. Although it is worse than Udemons, it still has more potential than ordinary devil fruit. Bai Ye took it into his pocket. After finishing the 2 devil fruits, Bai Ye looked to the sky and summoned Zagora. Afterwards, Zagula waved his huge wings and flew over the island where Bai Ye was. Immediately, there was a strong wind blowing on the island, and the few trees directly bent his waist. Master, I'm sorry, I'm late. Zagula landed on the ground, and Asides, Stussy, and Nan Lixiang were all waiting above their heads. Bai Ye's footsteps were light, and he jumped directly onto the dragon's head. Astus immediately stuck to Bai Ye when he saw him. He hugged Bai Ye directly. Your Highness Bai Ye, I'm sorry, I'm exaggerating a bit. Asides acted coquettishly in Bai Ye's arms. She thought she could deal with the 2 of Kaido, but she didn't expect to know how powerful these 2 were after the real battle. She tried her best to kill one of Kaido's subordinates. And Kaido, who was only seriously injured, is currently called Devil Fruit who relies on himself. With strong vitality, he should hide somewhere and not die. Seeing that Astus would admit his mistake to him, Bai Ye didn't care, and patted her on the buttocks lightly. Advertisement. If you know what's wrong, what to do tonight, you know better than me. Bai Ye's words made Ace's poetic face flush immediately, and then Asides nodded obediently. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I will definitely serve you well tonight. Asides gave Bai Ye a seductive look in his eyes. If an ordinary man saw Asides' eyes, he would be unable to hold back. Fortunately, Bai Ye is determined, he still has more important things to do. Not eager for momentary pleasure, then he turned his head and looked at Stussy at the side. Where's that Akainu guy? Although the big explosion just now was powerful, but with Akainu's devil fruit ability, if the opponent wants to escape, it is naturally not a problem. At this time, Asides took out the phone and said, Akainu is currently on an island. The big explosion just now obviously injured him a little bit, and he is currently healing there. At the same time, I have also notified Marine to come over here immediately. The advanced troops have already moved over here from Wano-kuni. Bai Ye looked at Stussy's arrangement properly, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Sure enough, Stussy's ability is worthy of recognition. Nan Lixiang on the side saw that both Asides and Stussy could help Bai Ye, but she couldn't help him at all, so she needed Bai Ye to help her improve her strength. Especially during the big explosion just now, Bai Ye had to take time to save himself. Thinking about it, I felt very ashamed, and I didn't dare to step forward to intervene. 2.6 Bai Ye naturally found Nan Lixiang, who was depressed at this time, and then walked over to hold Nan Lixiang gently in his arms. What's the matter? You have a bitter face. Bai Ye gently pinched Nan Lixiang's cheek, and it had to be said that after Nan Lixiang used the Tigu, she absorbed the combat power of 3,000 people. Now that he has the strength of a general in the headquarters, it can be said that his strength has improved dramatically. Now that he has learned observation hockey and armament hockey, and then absorbs a few general-level masters in the headquarters, he can directly gain the strength of vice admiral in the headquarters. That Tigu, although it can absorb the power of others and then feed it back to the host, can only feed back 60 to 70% of its strength. Weapons naturally have to be filtered out, as well as some other situations, and only 60 or 70% are really fed back. 140. The most powerful blow, but as long as the number is large enough, the power of 60 or 70 is already very surprising. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I feel that I am so useless, everyone can help, but I can't help you at all just now, and you pulled out your hand to save me. Nan Lixiang's nose was a little sore, she didn't expect Bai Ye to pay attention to her emotions. The heart is directly filled by the warm current, and there is an indescribable joy, and at the same time, the wise man in the heart is getting higher and higher. Bai Ye couldn't help laughing when he heard the other party's words. You are my woman, but not my general. Do I still need you to charge forward and kill the enemy for me? Bai Ye's rhetorical question made Nan Lixiang feel at a loss as to how to answer it. Bai Ye looked at the bewildered Nan Lixiang, and then whispered something in his ear. Nan Lixiang blushed instantly, and finally nodded with a flushed face, agreeing to a certain request of Bai Ye. Seeing this, Bai Ye also showed a very satisfied expression on his face. Okay, now go deal with Kaido. Bai Ye patted Nan Lixiang's face lightly, and then began the next step of deployment. Stussy nodded slightly beside 07, and they were waiting on this island. Bai Ye has just used observation hockey to conduct a survey of the surrounding islands, and found that there are no traces of Kaido and others. Presumably when the few people fell from the sky just now, they landed in other places, a little far away from here. Bai Ye didn't want to bother. Let the follow-up marines handle it, otherwise I have spent so much energy to support such a group of people. You can't even find someone, can you? In this way, Bai Ye and the others temporarily rested on this island. About an hour passed. The marine fleet in the distance has already driven towards this side. It has to be said that after the marine has replaced these new equipment, its speed is very fast. At least far more than the previous marine fleet. In the previous marine fleet, that speed was really rubbish. At this moment, the fleet has arrived at the island where Bai Ye is located, and the current highest commander on the fleet is the Ghost Spider, who is the admiral of the headquarters. Advertisement: this time the Ghost Spider was also dispatched. Today's Ghost Spider does not have the strength of the vice admiral level in this department. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. After the Ghost Spider came down from the battleship, a large group of soldiers came down from the rear. It's just that after they came here, they didn't find Akainu's figure. They didn't know, and a terrible thought popped up. That means Akainu has burped. Otherwise, Bai Ye and the others are all here. Why isn't Akainu here? Don't look, Akainu is not dead. Now you go along the surrounding islands to find more of them. As long as you find their footprints, you can directly notify us. Don't provoke them rashly. Bai Ye walked towards one of the warships at this time and gave orders to the Ghost Spider. The Ghost Spider was relieved to hear that Akainu was not dead. After all, they all belonged to one faction. Don't look at Marine. The righteousness is awe-inspiring on the surface. In fact, several factions have been divided secretly, and the most staunch one is naturally the Loyal Dog. The Ghost Spider happened to be Akainu's subordinate. That's why he brought the Ghost Spider here this time. The Ghost Spider took the order, so naturally he didn't dare to hesitate a bit. Now about Akainu? At that time, they will be in contact to find each other. It's just that what everyone can't imagine now is that the island where Akainu is located now happens to be the area where Kaido and others are located. At present, Kaido's injury is too serious. If it is not because of his Devil Fruit's strong recovery power, Kaido would have died a long time ago. At this moment, Kaido is being comforted by Quinn and Jack in a cave. Kaido lay on a stone bed, his face turned pale for a while, and the wound was still bleeding. However, the wound has shown signs of healing, but the healing speed is quite slow, which looks quite scary. Ordinary people would have died long ago if they had suffered such severe injuries. Advertisement: at this moment, Quinn and Jack are helpless looking at the seriously injured Kaido, and now they must bring Kaido back to Wano Kuni. The medical technology at Wano Kuni was able to bring Kaido back. So Quinn took out the phone bug and immediately contacted his own pirate fleet currently in Wano Kuni. Snort snort. The phone call was being connected, and soon there was a response from the caller. Lord Quinn, what's the matter? A subordinate's voice came from the phone, and Quinn said immediately without any nonsense. Take out Master Kaido's lifeguard immediately, and come in this direction. Don't lead too many pirate teams this time. Pay attention to see if there's marine following you when sailing over. And you brought a medical team when you came here. It must be the best. Kaido-sama was seriously injured and needs to be treated as soon as possible. Quinn immediately issued an order to his subordinates, but when he finished speaking, the phone suddenly fell silent for a while. In the next second, there was a deafening sound. What? Lord Kaido is seriously injured. My god, what the hell is going on with 480? Shocked from the other side of the phone, Quinn didn't scold the other party, making a fuss. After all, when he knew the news, he probably was in the same situation as them. You must know that Kaido is known as the strongest monster in history. Possesses a strong self-healing ability, as well as a terrifying experience that is so frightening. Kaido, who holds the title of Four Kings, is simply the Emperor of Earth in the New World. The terrifying prestige possessed is an existence that no one dares to touch after knowing it. And such an existence was seriously injured, and when they were asked to come over at this time, they should not be too ostentatious, obviously because they were afraid of being discovered by the enemy. Oh my god. Who on earth possessed such a powerful strength that he severely injured Master Duo? This was the doubt in everyone's mind at that time. Knowing that Kaido's situation could not be dragged on any longer, Quinn immediately shouted, "Listen carefully, you must come towards us as quickly as possible. Remember to bring up to 3 ships this time, and be careful not to let anyone follow you, do you know?" It can be said that Quinn is really afraid that Bai Ye and others, the powerful Kaido and Bullet, will be forced to such a point. 141. The end of the Beast's pirates. This is simply unthinkable. Kaido is so powerful that it will be folded in the hands of others. It is like a joke made by God on them. However, Quinn yelled a few words into the phone, and the people over there knew about it. It was not too late, so he immediately began to gather the best medical team, and then boarded 3 pirate ships, and headed towards the lifeguard direction. After all, with the lifeguard, it is too easy for them to find Kaido. About half an hour later, the team had already set off. At this moment, this team is sailing on the sea. Although the pirate fleet is looking for Kaido on the sea, they don't know the place far away from them at this time. Marine's warships have locked them directly. Under the influence of the radar, they have nowhere to hide, and their every move is under the attention of the fleet. And this fleet is currently commanded by the Ghost Spider, and Marine, who was observing the radar, immediately reported the situation. The Ghost Spider who got the news immediately came to the 2nd floor of the cabin. Then he went straight to the door of one of the rooms and knocked on the door. Bai Ye's voice came from inside. The Ghost Spider opened the door and entered, but saw Acid sitting on Bai Ye's back at this time, and Bai Ye was lying on the chair, enjoying Acid's massage. "Say something quickly," Bai Ye asked calmly. At this time, the devil made a report on what he knows now. When Bai Ye heard that the radar had discovered the strange route of the pirate ship, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Let all the fleet gather together at this time, don't look for it, you already know the location of Kaido." After Bai Ye's words fell, the Ghost Spider immediately knew what to do. In the end, he immediately ordered his subordinates to summon all the other warships that were still looking for Kaido outside. Then the battleship directly followed the 3 pirate ships in the distance, and followed closely behind. Advertisement. Meanwhile on the island, Akainu has been doing some simple healing for himself. "Although I was injured a little in that big explosion before, but it was only a minor injury, I can fully use the ability of my devil fruit to speed up the recovery of my body." But at this time Akainu didn't know that his location was less than tens of meters away from Kaido's location. Akainu's body injury is not particularly serious, and after a period of rest, his body condition has also improved. Akainu jumped directly onto a big tree at this time, ready to see if Marine's team passed by the island. But at this moment, Akainu suddenly felt that there was a fleet coming in this direction in the distance. There was no happy smile on his face before, and under his gaze, he saw that it was a pirate ship gradually approaching in the distance. The flag above is the flag of the Beast's pirates. Beast's pirates, doesn't that mean that Kaido and the others are around here? Akainu leaned down directly to avoid being seen by the other party. With the help of the cover of the big tree, he watched which direction the pirate ships were heading. He knew that Kaido had been severely injured, and now only Quinn and Jack were around. Although the strength of the 2 of them is also very powerful, for Akainu, his own ability can completely suppress the 2 of them. Now Kaido is in a state of serious injuries, and he can completely kill Kaido directly. This can be regarded as redemption. After all, in the future, I will follow Bai Ye to fight in other worlds. I have disappointed Bai Ye very much this time, and now is a good opportunity to make amends. Such an opportunity is already in front of me, so I should cherish it. Akainu was already excited at this time. Like a cheetah that saw its prey about to attack, he just hid in the tree and watched the footprints of the pirate ship in the distance. After more than 10 seconds like this, the pirate ship actually drove directly towards his island. When Akainu saw this, he immediately knew that Kaido and the others should be hiding on this island now. Advertisement. God help me too. This made Akainu very excited. Unexpectedly, Kaido and the others were hiding on this island. Akainu is now mobilizing the power in his body, ready to explode at any time. In this way, these pirate groups successfully landed on this island. Just when they landed on the island, they saw a lot of people coming down from the top. It looked like they were all medical teams. These medical teams are now in a panic and are moving towards a certain place. Seeing this, Akainu knew that these people came to rescue Kaido, and he hid directly in the dark. Soon he discovered at this time that there were several black spots far away from here, and they were heading in this direction. Akainu's observation haki instantly gathers his eyes, trying to make himself see farther. But when he saw it, his face was directly pulled down. It turned out to be their own fleet. It seems that they followed the 3 pirates to come here. No, it would be terrible if they were allowed to log on to the island, since Bai Ye must also be among them. If Bai Ye made a move, then his chance to make a contribution would be gone. Akainu knows that as long as he follows Bai Ye, he will be able to obtain great, good king, benefits. It wasn't long before Akainu followed Bai Ye, and he had obtained the number 1 potion and the number 2 potion, which greatly improved his strength. And now he knows that Bai Ye had captured another world and obtained something called Tegu. This thing is like devil fruit, but without the side effects of devil fruit. This kind of thing is also the ability folder that Akainu most wants to obtain at present. Once there is a powerful Tegu that is similar to the ability of his own devil fruit, his own strength will be doubled again. At that time, even if devil fruit's ability has not been awakened, he can still have extremely powerful combat power, and he can easily deal with Kaido and others. If Bai Ye is not satisfied with his performance this time, then it is impossible for him to get Tegu. So now I have to rush to make amends. 142. The chance of redemption. Thinking of this, Akainu's eyes revealed scarlet eyes. He told himself in his heart that this time, no matter what, he must successfully complete the task. Thinking of this, Akainu couldn't bear it any longer, and he had to get rid of Kaido before Bai Ye came. So at this moment, he couldn't wait any longer beforehand and swooped down directly. At this time, he had seen Quinn, who came out of a cave, and Kaido must be there. Akainu stepped on the moonwalk, and terrifying magma condensed on his fist in an instant. Go to hell. Akainu suddenly punched out, and the terrifying magma, formed by the fists gathering in the sky in an instant, slammed towards Quinn. Quinn here happened to see that his medical team had arrived, and just when his face showed joy, he suddenly felt that he had been covered by a terrifying murderous aura. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat, and when he looked up again, he saw the terrifying magma in the sky, and suddenly punched himself. This familiar energy 590. Is Akainu. Quinn's face suddenly turned pale for a while. He didn't expect that the collars of the four groups were hidden near them, and he didn't even know it. But in the face of the oncoming magma, he didn't dare to hesitate at all with his fist, and instantly turned into a dinosaur form with a loud roar. Then he raised his robot arm, and suddenly terrifying energy gathered on the pierced robot arm, and a terrifying light shot out suddenly. But his arm, facing the terrifying magma, has almost no resistance. Instantly overwhelmed, Quinn was taken aback and immediately used the armament Hokage to cover his body, and suddenly jumped into the sky. And Akainu's magma fist hit the hole directly. All of a sudden, the entrance of the hole was burnt red, and the members of the healing pirate who rushed over saw this scene, and they were scared out of their wits. They are just a group of healing soldiers, and they have no fighting power at all. Advertisement. Even if they have combat power, facing a terrifying existence like Akainu, they are nothing but cannon fodder. Now they just, want to escape here quickly, away from the place of right and wrong. Just as they were about to run, a lot of stones fell directly towards them under the magma explosion, killing many people on the spot. They screamed and wailed, and were finally killed by the merciless flames. In the cave, Jack was shocked when he saw the sudden movement outside. Seeing the commotion outside, Admiral Akainu naturally followed. My God, Jack's face turned pale at this moment. His strength against Admiral is simply impossible to win. At this time, the thought of running away had arisen in Jack's heart, and he glanced at Kaido, who was dying and needed treatment. Jack already knew that he was powerless to revolving heaven. For his own life, Jack immediately dug a hole, left Kaido and jumped away. Outside the door, just as Quinn landed on the ground, Kaido had already appeared in front of him. Then he flew up and kicked Quinn directly on the chest. The scorching kick turned Quinn's face suddenly pale. Fortunately, he had already covered his chest with armament Hokage just now. But even so, it still burned him, and he was in so much pain that his whole body flew upside down and rolled down the hillside heavily. Kick Quinn away. Akainu rushed straight into the cave. His target was Kaido. Rushing into the cave, he saw Kaido lying on the ground at this moment, unable to move at all. He saw someone dug a big hole in the cave again. Apparently someone had escaped. Looking at the size of the hole, it must be Jack. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, he left his captain and ran away directly. Akainu snorted coldly and faced the entrance of the cave, and suddenly a large amount of magma spewed out. Terrifying magma flowed directly along the hole. At the same time, Jack, who was running away, was digging a hole and wandering around aimlessly. He got lost underground because he didn't know exactly where to dig. In the next second, he suddenly felt the temperature inside the cave suddenly rising. Jack's heart skipped a beat immediately, and he had a premonition that something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw the terrifying magma and rushed towards him directly. When Jack saw the terrifying magma behind Kong, his whole soul was frightened. He frantically threw the soil in front of him, but out of desperation, he dug deeper into the ground. Such terrifying magma didn't give him any way to survive, it just rushed over and drowned his whole body. Jack was howling crazily in the pit, roaring that the magma had enveloped his whole body directly, and the air he breathed was also full of magma that burned his internal organs. He opened his mouth to shout for help, but he was also poured with a large amount of magma, and he was in great pain. In this way, another of Kaido's subordinates died in this desperate situation. Akainu took out an opponent, and took another look at the dying Kaido. Kaido's wounds had healed, but the internal organs were not so easy to repair due to severe frostbite. When some of his internal organs were pulled out by the chopping knife, many internal organs fell out, and now Kaido's body is incomplete. It is already a miracle to be able to survive now, but such a miracle is also, it has come to an abrupt end here, and there is no hope of life. Akainu looked at Kaido in front of him and didn't talk nonsense. Without even thinking about it, he punched Kaido's chest suddenly. Immediately, Kaido's hard chest was directly pierced by a punch, and a large amount of blood gushed out directly. Kaido's body twitched a few times suddenly, and finally stopped beating. A generation of strong four emperors was plotted to death in this way. After finally killing Kaido, Akainu's next goal is to find this fish fruit. As long as you get this devil fruit and dedicate it directly to Bai Ye, then you can say that you are done and you will atone for your sins. Thinking of this, Akainu rushed out of the cave without stopping and began to search around the island. It's just that the recondensation of devil fruit may not necessarily be on this island. 143. Guy returns, Akainu who completes his mission. Akainu searched around the island like this, but couldn't find anything. The marine fleet in the distance finally arrived at the island at this time. When the 20 warships reached the shore directly, the marines on them all walked down in an orderly manner at this time. When all the marines walked down, aisles were naturally lined up on both sides. Bai Ye and Ace took advantage of the trend and walked down directly. Just as they walked down, Akainu in the distance walked over with Kaido's head in his hand, knelt on the ground with one knee, and the head appeared. His Royal Highness Bai Ye has lived up to expectations. I have already killed Kaido, and killed another Admiral Jack under his hands. At this moment, Akainu's eyes were full of anticipation, and he said to Bai Ye. But Acids and Stussy at the side gave Akainu a blank look. If Acids hadn't caused serious injuries to Akainu before, it would be impossible to kill the opponent with Akainu. Now it's really shameless to come here to claim credit with the cheek. Bai Ye naturally understands, but what he wants is the result, not the process. Very good job. In front of so many marines, Bai Ye finally praised Akainu. After all, he wanted to buy people's hearts. On this occasion, he still had to say something. Sure enough, Bai Ye's words made Akainu very happy, and the marines present all nodded after hearing this. Everyone thinks that Bai Ye has clear rewards and punishments. Have you found the fish fruit yet? Bai Ye asked about the situation of devil fruit. Under normal circumstances, after the devil fruit's ability user dies, the fruit on the tree or other things will directly become devil fruit in a certain top area. This group here heard Bai Ye's question about the devil fruit. He showed a look of embarrassment on his face, and answered himself truthfully. He has not found the devil fruit now. Obviously the devil fruit did not respawn on this island, but went somewhere else. Advertisement however, Akainu hastily added, devil fruit, the general range should be the nearby islands. As long as you search all these islands, you should be able to gain something. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, then turned around and explained to the ghost spider. After the ghost spider took the order, it immediately dispatched 30 men to follow Bai Ye's side, and the rest of the people were all arranged. At this time, people around began to look for devil fruit's footprints in their respective islands. After 10 hours, they finally found Kaido's devil fruit and Jack's devil fruit. In the end, these two devil fruits were sent directly to Bai Ye's hands. Bai Ye looked at Jack's devil fruit and didn't care too much about the ability of the opponent's devil fruit. Although it was good, it was not particularly useful. As for Kaido's devil fruit, that's great. However, Bai Ye currently does not have any suitable candidates who can use this devil fruit. This devil fruit is stored by Bai Ye and will be used later when needed. Stussy, in the entire New World, only Charlotte Linlin is left as 4 emperors, and the current New World must be dominated by his family. This is not what I wanted. Bai Ye knows how important the power of faith in the New World is to him. And to obtain a more powerful power of faith, the help of these 4 emperors is naturally indispensable. If it wasn't for Kaido offending him this time, Kaido would definitely be raised by him, let him stir up trouble in the New World, and when the time is right, he would kill her again. In this way, you can gain even greater power of faith. It's a pity, the guy didn't play the cards according to the cards. He was completely stolen by his own will, and he wanted to fight against the world government. It was simply too stupid. But this time, it was also possible to beat the other people in New World who secretly wanted to deal with New World blatantly. Just after Bai Ye got the devil fruit he wanted, he was about to leave. Akainu came to the door at this time. Regarding Akainu's arrival, Bai Ye showed a look of doubt on his face. Why did this guy come to find him? Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. Is it because you want to ask for benefits? Bai Ye's face turned slightly cold, but he was still allowed in at this moment. Just like that, Akainu walked into the room, and was startled when he saw Bai Ye's uneasy expression. He mistakenly thought that he had done something wrong, which annoyed Bai Ye, and quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, Your Highness Bai Ye. Sakazuki, what's the matter? Bai Ye looked at Sakazuki in front of him and asked. Akainu saw that Bai Ye's complexion was not very good, and immediately became cautious. I saw him taking a deep breath at this time, and then said, Your Highness Bai Ye, we found Kaido's remaining subordinates on the island. There is Quinn, one of Kaido's 3 admirals. Should he be killed to obtain the devil fruit in his body? 0. When Bai Ye heard that Akainu had come to report this matter to him, his expression softened a lot. Quinn. Bai Ye touched his chin, but Stussy on the side thought that Bai Ye would also return the devil fruit, and then said for Bai Ye. This kind of trivial matter is also troublesome. Your Highness Bai Ye, what do you do? Thief. What is worth going down day and night to think about? Just go down and kill him right now. Stussy's character is not beautiful, and the tone of speech is naturally condescending. After all, Akainu is a marine admiral. At this moment, he was actually exchanged by a woman. He didn't know, and he felt a little uncomfortable. However, he also knew that this woman's strength was very powerful, and she was also at the admiral level, and she was directly under the top of the CP department. He could only swallow the unhappiness in his heart and was about to nod his head, and when he was about to go out to deal with Quinn's affairs, Bai Ye suddenly stopped him from the side. How is Quinn's current situation? Bai Ye blocked Stussy with his outstretched hand, and asked about the current situation of Quinn. Akainu was a little confused, and didn't know why Bai Ye asked this, but he still answered truthfully. At present, his physical condition is in good condition, but he just heard that Kaido and Jack are dead, and he lost his fighting spirit, so it's easy to catch the opponent. 9. 144. Bai Ye's conspiracy plan. Upon hearing the news, Bai Ye raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. Have you lost your fighting spirit? This is completely in line with my appetite? Bai Ye's words made everyone present a little confused, not knowing what Bai Ye wanted to do. All eyes were on Bai Ye, but Bai Ye stood up slowly. Stussy hurried to the door and opened it. Just like that, Bai Ye walked out of the boat directly, and the rest of the people followed after they looked at each other. Soon Bai Ye came, and when he got on top of the battleship, he saw the huge figure of Quinn on the coast. Bai Ye is very clear that in the original work, Quinn's character is quite cunning and somewhat funny. However, the other party has a character that Bai Ye wants most. That is, he is not very courageous. Don't look at Quinn's 077, who looks very thick, but in fact, this guy only looks scary on the outside, but he is actually quite fragile on the inside. Now Kaido, Jack, and Jin are all dead. It can be said that Beast's Pirates, now he is the only high-ranking member left. It can be said that the current Beast's Pirates has lived up to its name, it is just an empty shell. It's no wonder that Quinn didn't even have the thought of resisting, and was directly captured by Marine in this way. If it were someone who received such a blow in just one day, it would be considered very good if he didn't go crazy. Now that Bai Ye had appeared on the bridge of the battleship, Quinn had obviously noticed someone appearing, and then raised his head to look forward. Then he fixed his gaze on Bai Ye, Acedes and Akainu. When he saw these people, a flash of fear suddenly flashed in his pupils. These people in front of him are existences like demons. Although he has already offered a bounty of more than 1 billion, he has a feeling that he is not worth mentioning in the eyes of these people in front of him. Inside, he is just a clown. Anyone here can kill themselves. At this moment, when Bai Ye saw Quinn, after seeing them, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes, and a knowing smile appeared in his heart. I saw a divine light suddenly appeared from the back of Bai Ye, and then he waved his wings and floated in the air. Advertisement for a moment, the divine light shines on the earth. The night was like day in an instant, Quinn, but he knew how terrifying the godlike man in front of him was. Even Bullet was killed by this man in front of him. Under this hypocritical mask, the other party has a ferocious face? Of course, this is all the law in En's heart. Of course he didn't dare to say it. But when he saw Bai Ye, he suddenly flew directly in front of him from the sky. He knew that his own death time was almost here. Quinn directly closed his eyes, hoping that the other party would give him a good time. Bai Ye saw that Quinn actually closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Bai Ye was suddenly amused when he saw Kui En's death-defying expression. Do you want to live or do you want to die? Bai Ye didn't want to talk nonsense, and when they met, they directly asked the other party whether they wanted to live or die. When Quinn heard Bai Ye's words, he opened his eyes suspiciously, and looked at Bai Ye in front of him. He suddenly became a little confused, not knowing what the man in front of him was going crazy. Isn't it nonsense to actually ask yourself whether you want to live or die? As long as you can survive, who would want to die? But how could this man let himself live? He must be digging a hole for himself, wanting to see his struggle before dying. Just think of the possibility. Quinn immediately became upset. Although he has become a prisoner now, he also has his own dignity. It is absolutely impossible for him to bow his head to Bai Ye, let alone be humiliated by the other party before he dies. Then he turned his head directly. Bold, how dare you ignore His Highness Bai Ye's inquiry? Advertisement at the bridgehead, Aestus flashed in an instant, and his whole body appeared in front of Quinn as if he had teleported, and then he punched him heavily in the face. In an instant, Quinn's face suddenly deformed. The whole face collapsed directly, and then the whole head slammed back and hit the ground directly. Acedes stretched out his foot, and stepped directly on Quinn's chest, with the sight of death in his eyes. Seeing this, Bai Ye didn't try to stop it. Acedes said coldly, answer His Highness Bai Ye's question, do you want to live or die? Quinn felt as if a few of his teeth had fallen out, and when he looked up, what he saw was the terrifying female devil in front of him, and the inner emotions of fear began to pervade. Although he felt that it was impossible for him to be forgiven, he still wanted to try after all. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he said tremblingly, I want to live. Acedes pried open Quinn's mouth, and Bai Ye also heard the answer he wanted, and flew directly above Quinn's stomach, standing on one foot. Since you want to live, you must become my dog. I can let you have glory and wealth and enjoy the rest of your life. When Bai Ye said these words suddenly, Quinn Jin's teeth almost fell out. At this time, Quinn also suddenly felt that his teeth didn't hurt so much anymore. He couldn't react from the beginning to the end, but Bai Ye actually let him go. Then there is such a good thing, isn't this a trap? In Quinn's heart, he was still vigilant. 1.9 Seeing that the other party was so vigilant, Bai Ye stopped talking nonsense and revealed his plan. Next, you will replace Kaido as the new batch of 4 emperors in New World. We will support you and let you become the 4 emperors smoothly. And your task is to continuously increase your own strength and start a war in the New World. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, come to me at any time. I'll settle everything for you, you just make trouble for me. Bai Ye's words made Quinn look confused, and Quinn couldn't react until now. He really didn't understand Bai Ye, what was going on. Let yourself take Kaido's place and start a war in New World? And let yourself encounter opponents you can't beat, so you go directly to them, what is going on? 145. The future of Beast's pirates. Quinn's mind is full now. He couldn't understand why Bai Ye did this, but he felt keenly that what Bai Ye said was definitely not groundless. He must have his own arrangements. He needs to start a riot in the New World, and Kaido's death is his life's hope. B4 Emperors. That is the supreme position among the pirates. He is very clear about how powerful Kaido is after becoming the world king. Although he became Kaido's subordinate, he also wanted to be the 4 emperors in his heart. It's just that his own strength doesn't allow him to offer a bounty, even though it's more than 1 billion. But compared with Kaido's real strength, there is still a big gap. Not even the embers of a fire. But now he is dead, Kaido is dead, and even Jack is dead. It can be said that the legacy left by the huge Mielu pirates will belong to him alone. That is the greatest wealth. Once I become 4 emperors, I will definitely become the object of worship of countless people. Although it is his own strength, which cannot reach the level of 4 emperors at 07, but the man in front of him has already promised himself that he will help him in a critical moment and clear all obstacles. Now that I have hooked up with the world government, I have an absolutely terrifying backer. The man in front of him, the woman behind him, and Akainu are all extremely terrifying existences. If I can climb onto their big ship, then I will definitely have smooth sailing in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little excited, feeling that his future was full of hope. My future is bright. This is God's favor for oneself. All of a sudden, the sense of fear in Quinn's heart disappeared, and it was replaced by a kind of joy. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I am willing to be your dog. I will go through fire and water for you, and I will do whatever I want. As long as you give the order, I will do everything for you. Quinn knew that his chance of changing luck had come, although in the end he would become the subordinate of this man in front of him. Advertisement, but he was able to give himself absolute status and strength. I have to seize the opportunity now. Bai Ye got the answer he wanted, and then patted Quinn's face to give him approval. From now on, you will return to Wano Kuni and rule Wano Kuni instead of Kaido. On the island, the Congress will send members of the CP department to be your right and left arms to help you clear all obstacles. As soon as Bai Ye said this, Quinn confirmed how correct his decision was. Now that I am about to become 4 emperors, I am absolutely delighted. I couldn't help but surge up in my heart, feeling that your destiny will change drastically. Bai Ye also got up from Quinn's body. Akainu, who was on the side, still couldn't understand what Bai Ye was doing. Come up with these cloud thoughts. But since Bai Ye has already made such a decision, it is naturally impossible for Akainu to say anything. But he has to know that today's new world is bound to undergo earth-shaking changes. There will be a bloody storm in the future, and this bloody storm will mess up the entire new world. Bai Ye sat on Zagora again. With the Seeds, Stussy, and Nan Lisheng, they left for East Blue. Before he left, he had told Akainu to help Quinn go back to Wano Kuni. The members of the CP department will arrive in the evening. Bai Ye also gave Quinn the first order, that is, he must kill all other members of Wano Kuni Kaido's subordinates who have criticized him within 1 month. Let the entire Beast's pirates must be firmly in his hands. Quinn also knows what he should do, and with the assistance of the CP department, he will be smooth sailing. Morgans was also called over by Stussy. He also informed the other party about the death of Kaido, Jack, and Huo Jin, and asked the other party to make the news public. This is also Bai Ye's arrangement. The whole world must be shocked by this incident, and those in the new world who still have a heart for the world government understand that if they annoy the world, the government will die without a funeral. Advertisement. The newspaper Morgans, after hearing the news by phone, was shocked beyond words. The powerful Kaido, the 2 4 emperors of the new world, was actually killed. Even the 2 admirals under his command were killed, and the other admiral is now missing. And Bullet was also eliminated. This news directly shocked Morgans. I was thinking about how to write this matter even more shockingly, so that more people would be shocked by this matter. At the same time, Morgans was also full of fear of Bai Ye in his heart. It's just too scary. What exactly did this man do? To be able to make such a big noise, even if Morgans is a fool, he can imagine a stealth superhero, and this time it must be Bai Ye's handwriting. He had secretly seen Bai Ye's strength. There are so many masters under his hands. Kaido is really courageous, and he actually teamed up with Bullet to steal the DY300 rock. This is simply plucking hairs from the tiger's tail. Now that Kaido got his due punishment, Morgans also asked Stussy for a photo of the scene. After all, such huge news must have photos in order to have greater authenticity. Stussy was also already prepared. Stussy knew exactly what Bai Ye would do in the future. He was like a roundworm in Bai Ye's stomach. He had already photographed Kaido's head. When this photo was sent directly to Morgans, when Morgans got the photo of Kaido's head, he was also deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, this powerful man could not escape the law of death in the end. On the same day, Morgans also started to move his hands, and began to describe Kaido's death. And it was made into a newspaper, and Seagull immediately made the matter public. On the other side, Quinn returned to Wano Kuni. Many people wondered where Kaido went, and they asked Quinn a series of questions. Quinn silently wrote down those people who made things difficult for him, and then said how many people had been killed by people from the world government. Because this matter was only disclosed with Bai Ye's permission, upon hearing the news, the beast's pirates immediately made a mess. 146. World-shocking change. Quinn's mind is full now. He couldn't understand why Bai Ye did this, but he felt keenly that what Bai Ye said was definitely not groundless. He must have his own arrangements. He needs to start a riot in the new world, and Kaido's death is his life's hope. B4 Emperors. That is the supreme position among the pirates. He is very clear about how powerful Kaido is after becoming the world king. Although he became Kaido's subordinate, he also wanted to be the 4 emperors in his heart. It's just that his own strength doesn't allow him to offer a bounty, even though it's more than 1 billion. But compared with Kaido's real strength, there is still a big gap. Not even the embers of fire. But now he is dead, Kaido is dead, and even Jack is dead. It can be said that the legacy left by the huge Mielu pirates will belong to him alone. That is the greatest wealth. Once I become 4 emperors, I will definitely become the object of worship of countless people. Although it is his own strength that cannot reach the level of 4 emperors, the man in front of him has already promised himself that he will help him in a critical moment and clear away all obstacles. Now that I have hooked up with the world government, I have an absolutely terrifying backer. The man in front of him, the woman behind him, and Akainu are all extremely terrifying existences. If I can climb onto their big ship, then I will definitely have smooth sailing in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little excited, feeling that his future was full of hope. My future is bright. This is God's favor for oneself. All of a sudden, the sense of fear in Quinn's heart disappeared, and it was replaced by a kind of joy. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I am willing to be your dog. I will go through fire and water for you, and I will do whatever I want. As long as you give the order, I will do anything for you. Quinn knew that his chance of changing luck had come, although in the end he would become the subordinate of this man in front of him. Advertisement, but he was able to give himself absolute status and strength. I have to seize the opportunity now. Bai Ye got the answer he wanted, and then patted Quinn's face to give him approval. From now on, you will return to Wano Kuni and rule Wano Kuni instead of Kaido. On the island, the Congress will send members of the CP department to be your right and left arms to help you clear all obstacles. As soon as Bai Ye said this, Quinn confirmed how correct his decision was. Now that I am about to become 4 emperors, I am absolutely delighted. I couldn't help but surge up in my heart, feeling that your destiny will change drastically. Bai Ye also got up from Quinn's body. Akainu, who was on the side, still couldn't understand what Bai Ye was doing. Come up with these cloud thoughts. But since Bai Ye has already made such a decision, it is naturally impossible for Akainu to say anything. But he has to know that today's new world is bound to undergo earth-shaking changes. There will be a bloody storm in the future, and this bloody storm will mess up the entire new world. Bai Ye sat on Zagora again. With the Seeds, Stussy, and Nanlishang, they left for East Blue. Before he left, he had told Akainu to help Quinn go back to Wano Kuni. The members of the CP department will arrive in the evening. Bai Ye also gave Quinn the first order, that is, he must kill all other members of Wano Kuni Kaido's subordinates who have criticized him within 1 month. Let the entire beast's pirates must be firmly in his hands. Quinn also knows what he should do, and with the assistance of the CP department, he will be smooth sailing. Morgans was also called over by Stussy. He also informed the other party about the death of Kaido, Jack, and Huo Jin, and asked the other party to make the news public. This is also Bai Ye's arrangement. The whole world must be shocked by this incident, and those in the new world who still have a heart for the world government understand that if they annoy the world, the government will die without a funeral. Advertisement. The newspaper Morgans, after hearing the news by phone, was shocked beyond words. The powerful Kaido, the 2 4 emperors of the new world, was actually killed. Even the 2 admirals under his command were killed, and the other admiral is now missing. And Bullet was also eliminated. This news directly shocked Morgans. I was thinking about how to write this matter even more shockingly, so that more people would be shocked by this matter. At the same time, Morgans was also full of fear of Bai Ye in his heart. It's just too scary. What exactly did this man do? To be able to make such a big noise, even if Morgans is a fool, he can imagine a stealth superhero, and this time it must be Bai Ye's handwriting. He had secretly seen Bai Ye's strength. There are a lot of masters under his hands. Kaido is really brave, and he actually teamed up with Bullet to steal the Dina Rock. This is simply plucking hairs from the tiger's tail. Now that Kaido got his due punishment, Morgans also asked Stussy for a photo of the scene. After all, such huge news must have photos in order to have greater authenticity. Stussy has already been prepared. Stussy knows exactly what Bai Ye will do in the future. He, Wangs, is like a roundworm in Bai Ye's stomach. He has already photographed Kaido's head. When this photo was sent directly to Morgans, when Morgans got the photo of Kaido's head, he was also deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, this powerful man could not escape the law of death in the end. On the same day, Morgans also started to move his hands, and began to describe Kaido's death. And it was made into a newspaper, and Seagull immediately made the matter public. On the other side, Quinn returned to Wano Kuni. Many people wondered where Kaido went, and they asked Quinn a series of questions. Quinn silently wrote down those people who made things difficult for him, and then said how many people had been killed by people from the world government. Because this matter was only disclosed with Bai Ye's permission, upon hearing the news, the beast's pirates immediately made a mess. 147. Turmoil of New World public opinion at this moment on the other side. Also in the New World, on Cake Island, the same message has reached Charlotte Linlin. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was enjoying delicious food in her castle. There are various desserts in front of you, and Charlotte Linlin was filling her mouth with mouthfuls of extremely sweet delicacies. But just when everyone was happily watching the food that Charlotte Linlin was eating. At this time, Charlotte Katakuri walked in with a gloomy expression. "My dear son, there are very delicious food here to eat together." Charlotte Linlin didn't notice her son's expression and became quite serious at this moment. Immediately waved and asked my son to come here to enjoy the food together. But Charlotte Katakuri shook her head slightly, and there were other people present at the scene. Cracker, one of the 3-star generals, was enjoying biscuits, and Katakuri, the leader of the 3-star generals, also came. Immediately at this moment, he stepped forward enthusiastically. "Brother Katakuri, let's eat delicious food together. There are freshly cooked biscuits here, which taste quite good." The same Cracker, who did not notice Katakuri, was holding a newspaper in his hand with a serious expression. The other brothers and sisters were also enjoying the food, calling Katakuri to come and eat together. But Katakuri ignored the people around him, took a step forward, and came directly in front of Charlotte Linlin. Then he put the newspaper in his hand on the table, and said to Charlotte Linlin seriously, "Mother, there are only 2 4 emperors left in the New World 4 emperors." When Katakuri finished speaking, the whole scene fell into dead silence in an instant. The chewing sound of everyone eating, as well as those soul-infused tableware, or the soldiers all stopped abruptly. At this moment, they stared at Charlotte Katakuri with astonishment. Advertisement at this time, they all wondered if their ears heard wrong? Now only Charlotte Linlin remains among the New World 4 emperors. What a joke! You must know that among the 4 emperors, there is still Kaido. And Whitebeard. There are 3 4 emperors in total. But how could it suddenly become 2 4 emperors at this moment? This is absolutely impossible. At this time, Charlotte Linlin mistakenly thought that Katakuri was joking with herself, and then stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth. Then I couldn't help laughing. "My good son, what are you talking about? Today is not my birthday, don't tell me these funny jokes." If anyone else dared to say such things in front of Charlotte Linlin, she would definitely be angry, but Charlotte Linlin was his most proud son. And he is still the strongest among the many sons. Although he is young, the reward amount has reached 800 million. This is Katakuri when he was young. So she is still very optimistic about her son, so her tolerance is naturally rich. "Brother Katakuri, what joke are you talking about? Stop joking, sit down and eat together." "That's right, the chefs have cooked delicious food again today, don't make such a chilling joke." At this time, the people around were laughing and laughing again. They didn't expect the seriousness of the matter at all, and they didn't believe what he said at all. Katakuri was furious. The comfortable life makes everyone forget the existence of the sense of crisis. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. The terrifying conqueror's haki exudes from his body. That's right, Katakuri, who has a bounty of 800 million, already possessed the ability to display conqueror's haki at a young age. The terrifying conqueror's haki swept away like a violent storm, and the soul-infused soldiers, a hedge, and various living utensils all fell to the ground in the next second with their eyes rolled over. At this time, the brothers and sisters of the Charlotte family stopped abruptly, and no one dared to laugh out loud. Because they all knew at this time that Charlotte Katakuri's mood is very unstable now. Advertisement, everything he said was true. There was no joking at all, and they realized the seriousness of the matter immediately. Even Charlotte Linlin reacted from the original laughter at this time. What my most valued son said just now was not a joke at all. Now one of the 3 4 emperors is dead. Katakuri, what's going on? Charlotte Linlin's expression also became extremely serious at this time, wanting to ask what is going on with this matter. At this time, Katakuri directly stated the contents of the newspaper. Just yesterday, the beast's pirates in Wano Kuni, that is, the captain 4 emperors Kaido, was killed by the world government. When Katakuri announced the news, the surrounding people suddenly gasped. Then they were at this moment and he suddenly realized that the matter was more than serious. It's just outrageous. 4 emperors Kaido, the super pirate who can be compared with his mother Charlotte Linlin. It is simply unbelievable that he died like this. And it was only then that they expected that the status of the 4 emperors was not a throne that would allow them to live safely in this world forever. It is still the world government that really dominates the world. Kaido was killed. How the hell did he get killed? That's right, did Kaido do something to annoy the world government? By the way, this time Akainu entered the new world with a fleet, so it is Akainu who killed Kaido. How is this possible? Although Akainu possesses the strength of Marine Admiral, how can he beat Kaido with his strength? You must know that Kaido is known as the strongest creature on land. That's right, even if Akainu's strength is at the Admiral level, he has no chance of winning against any of the 4 emperors. At this time, the people around began to discuss, and their various opinions were overwhelming at this time. Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly at this time, and he suddenly gave a cold shout, and the terrifying haki swept over in an instant at this time. At this time, the whole earth was shaking, and the terrifying haki Uzumaki swept away, making the children around them break out in a cold sweat. 148. Unexpected results. They all realized at this time that they had lost their composure. At this moment, everyone shut their mouths obediently, not daring to bluff anymore. They all know that this time the incident has somewhat exceeded the scope of their contact. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin saw the noise around her, and it had disappeared, so she set her eyes on Charlotte Katakuri again. What the hell is going on here? Tell me quickly. Charlotte Linlin is eager to know what happened. He is very curious how Kaido died this time. At this time, Katakuri closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath and said, not only Kaido is dead, but even Deadless Bullet, who just escaped from Impel Down, was beheaded by the world government. The big news came one after another. Even Charlotte Linlin couldn't help standing up at this moment. Bullet. That is second only to the Four Emperors level, a super existence. The same strength as Pluton Rayleigh, even stronger than Pluton Rayleigh. After all, Bullet also contributed to the Hummer on the Roger Pirates, but once this person participated in any battle, his methods were quite brutal. As long as he makes a move, the opponent will either die or be injured. But Pluton Rayleigh is different. Every time he defeats his opponent, he will save his life. Even just defeating the opponent, just giving the opponent a lesson. So once the two meet face to face in battle, Deadless Bullet has a chance of winning with absolute power. Even when Charlotte Linlin or Kaido meet Bullet, they have to take it seriously and give it their all. Such a terrifying existence actually died, and he died on the same day as Kaido. What the hell is this? What happened? That these two people would die on the same day, this is obviously a huge problem. Advertisement Katakuri sighed and said, Bullet and Kaido have teamed up. This time, the most important weapon of the world government is called the Dina Rock, which was stolen by Bullet. We support him in this operation and remove him from the world government. Kaido happened to be rescued from the Impel Down prison under the jurisdiction of the government. When this news came out of Katakuri's mouth, many people suddenly realized why Kaido and Bullet died on the same day. It turned out that it provoked the world government. The courage of these two people is too great. They dare to snatch things from world government. It's almost fatal, and it's not just about dying, it's about pushing yourself into the fire pit. World government just killed both Golden Lion and Pluton Rayleigh not long ago. If the strength of these two people is left among the four emperors, they are extremely terrifying existences. Neither Charlotte Linlin nor Kaido dared to neglect. Be careful with these two people. Especially Golden Lion. This guy is a terrifying existence that can compete with Roger. Among them, the four emperors, except for the strongest Whitebeard who can fight against them, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido dare not confront them head-on. Both of these men died at the hands of the world government. This guy Kaido is actually so courageous, daring to provoke such a terrifying existence. This time, it was simply due to death. By the way, Dina Rock, what the hell is this? The people around looked at each other at this time, hoping to see the answer from each other's eyes. But among the people present, no one knew what this kind of thing was. Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly, and said at this time, Dina Rock, what exactly is it? Katakuri said at this time, Dina Rock is a very dangerous explosive material. Once this material comes into contact with the air, it will explode instantly with explosive power, and can easily destroy an island. Advertisement. The moment it comes into contact with the air, in addition to the explosion, it will also produce a terrifying high temperature, which can reach tens of thousands of degrees, enough to completely destroy everything on an island, and continue to burn for 10 days and 10 nights. Charlotte Katakuri saw Dina Rock mentioned in the news released by the world government last time, so he investigated it very curiously, but the result of his investigation made him turn pale with shock. 0. Seeking flowers. I didn't expect this kind of thing to be so dangerous. Casually coming into contact with the air will cause a huge explosion of this chemical. If this accidentally shattered the moment it came into contact with the air during the transportation process, then it is estimated that the transportation team would be directly vaporized. What made him even more unexpected was that Kaido actually wanted to steal this kind of thing. How dangerous this thing is, doesn't he know? And it is also very dangerous to carry this kind of thing with him. If you encounter shelling from the opponent on the pirate ship, the shelling accidentally lands on the place where the Dina Rock is stored. If you accidentally break the insulating container installed on the outside, doesn't that mean that the entire pirate ship will be burned to nothing in the next second, and the people inside will not even think about escaping? What Charlotte Linlin had in mind at this time was almost the same as Katakuri's. Crazy Kaido. Why would he want to steal such a dangerous thing? Doesn't he know that stealing this kind of thing is not good for him? Charlotte Linlin didn't understand Guy's real intentions, so she cursed directly. This kind of Dina Rock is so destructive, even if it is sold, few people would dare to take it over. Even the pirate group that Charlotte Linlin belongs to would never dare to buy this kind of thing as a weapon. If one can't control this thing well, then even himself will be blown up to ashes. And Kaido actually lost, and the number is still very large, which is simply too wrong. Katakuri had no way of giving any answer, because even he couldn't figure out why Kaido would take such a big risk to steal something like this. This damn bullet made people worry about being on Roger's pirate ship, but I didn't expect that it would also make people worry after leaving. But it's okay, Kaido and Bullet paid for it with their lives. Charlotte Linlin murmured to herself and then asked, did the newspaper mention who killed Kaido and Uzo, who was in late this time? 149. Survey on the strength of the world government. Charlotte Linlin asked with some concern at this time. This time, has the world government announced who or how many people killed these two people? This news is very important. Charlotte Linlin is very curious. What kind of people the world government sent this time can kill Kaido and Bullet? The combined strength of these two people is definitely not ordinary, even if there are 3 more Marine admirals. It may not be able to win. But now that Kaido and Bullet, who are so powerful, were killed like this, it is unbelievable. At this time, Katakuri also looked blank, and replied truthfully, Mom, this time the world government has not announced who killed Kaido and Bullet. The photos above are only photos of Kaido and Bullet's remains. As for the other, 607, there are no more. Upon hearing the news, everyone at the scene felt heavy in their hearts. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will win every battle. If you can know who killed Kaido and Bullet on the side of the world government, they will at least have a sense in their hearts and remember such a strong man. However, the world government did not announce who killed Kaido and Bullet. This makes people a little imaginative, and it is not clear how many terrifying powerhouses the world government still has in hand. This also makes their hearts extremely strange. Mom, I think the most important thing today is to strictly guard against death, not to expand to other sea areas for the time being, and to gather combat power. Before determining the attitude of the world government, we should be prepared. And during this period of time, strengthen their respective strengths to cope with various situations that may arise. Charlotte Linlin didn't look at him as a powerful general, but his IQ was also very high, and he immediately spoke out the strategy he had thought up. When Charlotte Linlin heard the suggestion, she immediately agreed. From now on, all the islands that are dominated by Cake Island will gather all their troops to Cake Island. And my children, now you have to work hard to enhance your strength, train well, and if you don't want to die in the next disaster, give me enough energy to improve your strength. Charlotte Linlin was also a little apprehensive in her heart. Even Kaido was dead, which indicated that he might also face the threat of the terrifying world government. Advertisement. So the only thing that can be done now is to improve the strength of Party B as much as possible to face all kinds of horrible situations that arise. Charlotte Linlin's words let everyone know what to do. Everyone nodded heavily. Start assigning your own work. The other side. The Whitebeard Pirates, Morko's Island. The Whitebeard Pirates, who were replenishing supplies on the island, suddenly flew a seagull in the sky. Seagulls circled in the sky, and then a newspaper was dropped. As soon as Marco saw the newspaper drop from the sky, he flew up with waving wings and grabbed it in his hand. Then Marco landed firmly on the ground. When he opened the newspaper at this time and saw the content, his pupils shrank suddenly. Obviously couldn't believe what was in the newspaper. Marco's expression lost his composure quickly, and was discovered by other crew members at this time. Diamond George came over and patted it, and Marco asked, "What's the matter? What did you see?" Marco ignored the diamond at all at this time. George turned around and rushed directly to Whitebeard, who was lying on the big soft sofa, basking in the sun and drinking wine. "Father is not well." Marco ran in front of his father, then opened the newspaper in his hand at this moment, and said, "Kaido is dead. Bullet is also dead." While Whitebeard was drinking leisurely, when he heard this news, his pupils suddenly shrank. All of a sudden, the wine in his hand became tasteless. He put down the jug, grabbed the newspaper, and looked at the contents of the newspaper, and he realized that something really terrible happened. Advertisement. Although Kaido's strength is not as good as him, but his strength is also very powerful. I didn't expect to die, looking at the contents of the newspaper. After he carefully read the content written in the newspaper, he couldn't help but secretly cursed an idiot in his heart. The world government is so powerful that even he dare not provoke it at will, but Kaido, who is so proud, went to provoke the world government. Doesn't this mean that his life is too long? At this time, Kaido stood up and walked to the bow step by step, looking at the blue sea in the distance. Shin Chunin could not help but sigh. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, so many unbelievable things happened. The Golden Lion is dead, Pluton Rayleigh is dead, and now Bullet and Kaido are dead. It is incredible that so many people have left this world before the new era has come, and it is really hard to know what to do. The world is about to change, and the world government has already started to act. According to the dynamics of the world government in recent years, Whitebeard has already vaguely felt that the world government will definitely make a big move this time. "Father, what should we do now?" Mark walked up to Whitebeard directly at this time and asked. He also felt that the action of the current world government is really too big, as long as anyone who inspires the world government will usher in death. Even if they are all powerful in the new world, the 4 emperors cannot escape death. Facing Mark's inquiry, Whitebeard was silent for a while, and suddenly said, 1.2, let all the sons keep their own place now. When you don't understand the real action of the world government, don't do anything else. Why? Whitebeard finally sighed. He wouldn't be afraid of the world government if he was alone, but he still has so many sons on hand. So now he doesn't dare to bet any games with the world government. Once he loses the bet, it must be a situation beyond redemption. It was the first time for Marco to hear that his father would say such a cautious arrangement, and he also realized that the Whitebeard pirates in New World would be quite contented for a while. At this time, the other crew members including George also looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling a sense of strangeness deeply. 150. New World's sky is about to change in today's world. The hands and feet of the government are too powerful. It's unbelievable that such a big commotion has happened. The only thing that can be done now is to wait patiently. What kind of state will develop in the follow-up, no one can know. On the other side, World Government Headquarters. 5 elders also received the message at this time. The old man with the sword looked at what was written in the newspaper, and also felt a little shocked in his heart. Kaido, an idiot, cooperates with our world government to sell weapons. This is a very good way of life. He actually conspired to rebel at this time. What is going on in his head? The words of the sword-wielding old man also resonated with everyone present. They thought Kaido should be a very smart person. I never thought he would do such an outrageous thing. Dare to steal things from their world government, this is purely courting death. But it's good now, it has been killed by Bai Ye. At the same time, 5 elders also felt very emotional in 07's heart. Bai Ye's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. Both Kaido and Bullet are very dangerous pirates. Even their 5 elders have to be taken seriously. Bai Ye actually led his own woman, as well as several people including Marine Admiral Akainu, and was able to kill Kaido directly without any casualties. Simply a complete victory. At this time, the old man with a curvy beard suddenly said, His Royal Highness Bai Ye's ability is very good, and the current progress of the Second World is under the command of Eleanor, and it is proceeding in an orderly manner. At present, the revolutionary army over there is not aware of the changes in the imperial capital. Shouldn't this matter be accelerated? Now the Second World has been managed very well, and all the ministers in the imperial capital have been killed. Today's imperial capital is almost under control. Advertisement, His Royal Highness Bai Ye still manages this matter by himself, he has his own ideas, and the only thing we can do is to help him deal with the aftermath. 5 elders, who had a scar on his face, said silently. The surrounding 5 elders nodded when they heard this sentence, thinking that it was very reasonable. But who are the newly appointed 4 emperors? At this time, the 5 elders in white robes suddenly frowned and asked. Generally, it is up to them to decide who becomes the strongest at the 4 emperors level. And issued a reward. But now there is actually another advanced 4 emperors hidden in this newspaper, but they don't know anything about it. This is obviously written by Bai Ye. But they really couldn't figure it out. Bai Ye suddenly created a new 4 emperors at this time, and who are these 4 emperors? They look at me, I look at you, no one can give any answer. Now the only way to know is to ask Bai Ye, but they don't intend to ask about any decision Bai Ye made. After all, now their world government has ruled 2 worlds. Every decision Bai Ye made was right, and the advantages outweighed the disadvantages for them. In this way, after the 5 elders negotiated, they finally chose not to pursue this matter. Great Fairway on the other side. Bai Ye had already flown to his cruise ship on Zagora. In the sky, he had already played a pretty good game with his women, and flew all the way from the island of the previous war department to the cruise ship. Pretty good along the way. Playing in the sky is really another kind of enjoyment. When Zagora docked above the sea level and waved his wings slightly, Bai Ye and others jumped off Zagora's head and landed on the cruise ship. Then, Zagula soared into the sky and disappeared into the endless sky. He went off to enjoy his journey alone again. As soon as Bai Ye came down, the previous pair of king mother and daughter immediately stuck together. Today, they are obviously well dressed. Perhaps because of the appearance of Aestus and others, the recent Bai Ye favored them less. Advertisement. So after negotiation, the mother and daughter finally chose a new plan, which was to dress themselves up beautifully and have a visual feast. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. I have to say that the mother and daughter have carefully dressed themselves, especially after changing their hairstyles. They really have a different taste. Bai Ye is not the kind of existence who would snub a woman. Since these 2 people dressed themselves so meticulously, how could I live up to their wishes? At this time, the king's daughter came to Bai Ye's side, stretched out her hand and directly hugged Bai Ye's arm. Her appearance is completely learned from Aestus. After all, Acides was so presumptuous in front of Bai Ye, but Bai Ye didn't mind what Acides did. On the contrary, he liked it quite a bit, so the mother and daughter decided to behave like this in the future. Bai Ye felt the softness of the king's daughter. He stretched out his hand to lift the chin of the king's wife. After seeing the 2 of them dressed up carefully, their looks have indeed improved a lot, although they still can't compare with Acides and the others. But now their looks are quite good. Just like that, the grandpa smiled openly, and the daughter on the left and the king's wife on the right came to the edge of the swimming pool like this. Stussy and Aestus had already been favored on the road, so they didn't pay attention to the scene in front of them. At this time, Nan Lixiang wanted to continue to study her Tegu and see where her limit was. Now she has the strength of a general in the headquarters. He intends to continue to become stronger so that he can assist Bai Ye. He also didn't want to be a civil servant. After experiencing this battle, he found that he liked to face the enemy head-on. Especially his Tegu ability. Once the roses bloom, there are no survivors within 3 kilometers. Everything becomes her nourishment to strengthen his strength. She likes this feeling very much. Now she can't help but want to fight, but now she doesn't know how to speak up. After all, she is still Bai Ye's maid, and all her life freedom needs to be approved by Bai Ye. And I was also a little embarrassed to say it. After all, as Bai Ye's woman, I actually said that I would take part in the battle, which made people feel a little awkward. Stussy saw Nan Lixiang standing aside, silent, with a complicated expression, and knew that she was struggling with something right now. 151. As a woman of His Royal Highness Bai Ye, she should be taught well. As a woman of Bai Ye, Stussy has an obligation to teach other women what to do. Seeing Nan Lixiang's current expression, Stussy stepped forward and directly hugged Nan Lixiang's slender waist. Leaning his face directly on Nan Lixiang's head, he asked with a smile, "What's so gloomy?" didn't you have a pretty good fight just now? You should be in a good mood. Looking at Stussy in front of her, Nan Lixiang couldn't help feeling a little flustered. She didn't know how to speak for a while. If you have any unspeakable words, just say it. Stussy stretched out his hand and directly teased Nan Lixiang's chin, even though they were both women. But Stussy, seeing that Nan Lixiang should be confused by something now, that's why she behaved so absent-mindedly. Where did it look like I saw Stussy at this time and kept asking myself, so I finally couldn't help but say the decision I wanted in my heart. Miss Stussy, can I go to the front to fight? Nan Lixiang thought for a while, and finally couldn't help but express her thoughts directly. Because she knew that if she didn't say it now, she would have no chance in the future. After all, his own strength is not very strong, and the battles Bai Ye participated in were all high-end rounds, if he didn't take the initiative to bring it up now. Then I don't want to participate in any battles in the future. When Stussy heard the news, there was an expression of disbelief in his eyes. She didn't expect that Nan Lixiang would offer to take part in the battle. After all, Nan Lixiang had no desire to fight. Most of the time is directly hiding behind the scenes. Advertisement, but now, it is a bit surprising that he actually offered to participate in the battle on his own initiative. But at this time, Stussy suddenly pulled Nan Lixiang into his arms, patted him on the shoulder lightly, and then said, "Don't worry, I can meet all your requirements. This matter is on me, and I will explain the situation to His Highness Bai Ye." Stussy took this matter directly on himself at this moment. On the contrary, when Nan Lixiang heard the news, she was very moved in her heart, and finally nodded heavily, and her heart was aroused for a while. In fact, Nan Lixiang did feel the joy of fighting, but more in his heart, he still hoped that he could help Bai Ye to complete his grand plan of supremacy and conquer the world. As Bai Ye conquers more and more worlds, it is inevitable that more people will be needed to share. After a few hours, Bai Ye slowly got up by the pool. At this time, Stussy, who had been waiting for a long time, had already brought a change of clothes, and then directly helped Bai Ye get dressed. As for the king's mother and daughter, they are now lying on the rubber boat above the swimming pool, but the two of them have no strength at all. They are lying on the boat, hoping that there will be a boat floating around in the swimming pool. Arrange a few people and send their mother and daughter to rest. Bai Ye felt that the mother and daughter were really serious, and it seemed that they did everything they could to avoid falling out of favor. Day and Night are quite satisfied with their performance today. Stussy nodded slightly at this time, and then he remembered something very important at this time, and then said to Bai Ye, "His Highness Bai Ye's current progress in the second world should be accelerated a bit." "Oh, why are you suddenly interested in this matter?" The corners of Bai Ye's mouth rose slightly at this time, but he knew very well that Stussy would never ask himself these things. At this moment, he suddenly asked this matter in front of himself. Obviously he had other plans, but Bai Ye wanted to hear what he wanted to do. Stussy did not hide anything at this time, and directly told Bai Ye about Nan Lixiang. After Bai Ye heard what Nan Lixiang said, he was also surprised. Could it be that Tegu can affect other people's minds? Advertisement. This possibility is not impossible. Do you feel that Nan Lixiang's emotions seem to be affected? Bai Ye didn't say it very clearly, but Stussy is not a fool. Hearing this sentence, he can roughly deduce what Bai Ye said, meaning, "Your Highness Bai Ye, are you trying to say that the reason why Nan Lixiang has such a big emotional change is because her region has affected her personality?" Bai Ye did not answer Stussy's question. Instead, he looked at Stussy at this moment and said, "Let Nan Lixiang come over, she now to Shi Chuan world." Stussy nodded when he heard the words, just when Stussy accepted Bai Ye's order and was going to find Nan Lixiang. A figure in the distance came over at this moment. This person is obviously a Seeds. It's just that the current Aestus obviously went to take a shower, and changed into a black combat uniform at this time. The whole set of combat uniform is rather similar to the blue uniform he wore before, but it looks better and fits better. Outlined the perfect lines on her body, making people want to stop after seeing it. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. After Aestus came over, he immediately held Bai Ye's hand. His eyes were full of amorous feelings. Bai Ye looked at a Seeds in front of him, but smiled, "Good Zhao," and said, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" "Your Highness Bai Ye, can I stay in Pirate World for a while? I want to use my own strength to try to build a pirate group." Seeds knew that this woman was going to be tall again as soon as he opened his mouth. However, Bai Ye was quite interested in what he said about building a pirate group, so he said, "Let me hear what you plan to say." Seeds brooded for a while, then smiled and said, "I feel that this world is very interesting, much more interesting than I imagined. I plan to establish a pirate group, and then see if it can be in today's new world, be a 4 emperors." Hearing these words, Bai Ye looked at Aestus, who was hugging her, and suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek with a smile. "Okay, I promise you, you will stay in New World during this time. I will send an army disguised as pirates to assist you." 152. Showing joy that makes people unconfident, Bai Ye intends to sponsor at this time. After Seeds heard Bai Ye's arrangement at this time, a look of surprise appeared on his face. But then Seeds shook his head slightly, hugged Bai Ye tightly, and then said playfully, "His Royal Highness Bai Ye, thank you for your kindness, but I plan to rely on my own strength to find my own soul in the sea, partner." Bai Ye didn't expect Seeds to refuse his offer of help at this time, but then he nodded slightly and agreed directly. After all, with the current strength of Aestus, he is still an extremely powerful existence in the New World, and there are very few who can threaten him. With his current formidable strength, it would not be too convenient to find a suitable teammate, but even though he was a companion and teammate, Kyu didn't quite believe it. The main reason is that Ōtsutsuki's character has already doomed everything. With his character, it is absolutely impossible to treat those people as his companions, or at most as his subordinates. Yes, but you also know that I don't want my woman to be surrounded by other men. Bai Ye didn't even think about it at this time, and said this sentence, and Ōtsutsuki didn't feel uncomfortable at all when he heard it, but after hearing this sentence from Bai Ye, he suddenly felt there was a warm current. Then, Your Highness Bai Ye, I need a battleship. After all, I don't have a pirate ship of my own, and I'm lacking in sailing skills. Ōtsutsuki expressed his opinion at this time. After all, since he wants to sail, he naturally needs a battleship to be his own pirate ship. When Bai Ye heard this sentence, he couldn't help touching his chin lightly. That's right, although Ōtsutsuki has extremely strong strength, he has a shortcoming, that is, he doesn't have the ability to sail at different points. In terms of environment, Ōtsutsuki will still be quite a headache. After all, Ōtsutsuki is still a demon fruit power no matter what. Once he encounters any difficulties in the sea, it is very difficult for him to find a way, AHFD, to save himself. Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered a person. Naturally there is no problem with the battleship, and at the same time I have a very good navigator who can help you. Bai Ye grinned at this moment, then raised Ōtsutsuki's chin and said this. When Ōtsutsuki heard about Bai Ye, he actually wanted to recommend someone to be his subordinate at this time, and he had quite good navigation skills, which was an urgent need. Advertisement naturally, he directly agreed with joy. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, thank you so much, I really love you. Then who is the hang Poseidon you were talking about? Ōtsutsuki asked curiously. I'll send someone over to pick him up for you later, you just wait here for a while. I'm going back to world number 1 first, so you stay here first. Bai Ye has something to do at hand, so Ōtsutsuki nodded when he heard Bai Ye's words, and agreed come down and stay obediently on the current cruise ship. On the other side, Stussy had already gone to find Nan Lixiang while Bai Ye and Ōtsutsuki were chatting. At this time, Nan Lixiang had returned to normal and did not wear tegu. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Nan Lixiang felt a little nervous at this time, he knew that Bai Ye had asked him to come here because of going to sea. As for how Bai Ye will arrange it, he doesn't know in his heart at the moment. Even on the way here, he asked Stussy a bit, trying to get some information out of Stussy's mouth. But in the end, Stussy didn't say anything. On the contrary, Nan Lixiang was under a lot more pressure now. Now Nan Lixiang was a little apprehensive, looking at Bai Ye in front of her, she didn't know how to talk to Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't tell Nan Lixiang right away, but he raised his hand at this moment, and gently slid it down towards the space in front of him. Suddenly, the twin gates appeared in front of him. Then he lifted his foot and walked straight in. Stussy and Nan Lixiang took advantage of the opportunity and walked in directly. World number 1. Advertisement. Bai Ye came directly to the research room. At this time, the research room is still in full swing, because Zagora gave Vegapunk a lot of meat and various flesh tissues on the body. In this way, Vegapunk, who has learned the craftsmanship of tegu, is busy with various tegu all day long. Your Highness Bai Ye. When the surrounding staff saw Bai Ye appearing, they all showed fanaticism. Bai Ye brought them an unparalleled surprise, especially those scientists who survived in world number 1. They didn't expect that besides their world, there was another vast world. And His Royal Highness Bai Ye, the ruler of this vast world, saved them directly from the world of zombies, allowing them to engage in their favorite technological research. Bai Ye smiled and nodded slightly. At this time, Vegapunk ran over directly. Your Highness Bai Ye, are you here to harvest a new batch of tegu? Vegapunk saw Bai Ye at this time, and was about to wave his hand and ask his subordinates to send over a new batch of tegu that had already been developed. But Bai Ye stretched out his hand to block it and shook his head, saying, I don't need it for now, I just want to ask if these belts will affect other people's minds? When Bai Ye asked this sentence, Vegapunk's eyes flickered slightly, and after looking Bai Ye up and down, he couldn't help asking, Your Highness Bai Ye, is there something strange about your body? Do you think a mere tegu can affect my mind? Bai Ye asked back. Vegapunk thinks about it because Bai Ye is so powerful that even these tegu's original super dangerous species have surrendered in Bai Ye's hands. So even if tegu was built, it would not have any influence on Bai Ye. You can answer my question first, will this flu play affect other people's mental state? Bai Ye couldn't help but asked again at this time. Vegapunk groped his chin, and finally nodded in confirmation. There is indeed a certain possibility that it will affect the mental state of the user. 153. Catalyst of emotions. With Vegapunk's affirmation, Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Unexpectedly, Nan Lixiang's personality changed suddenly, and it was really because of tegu. Vegapunk also said at this time, tegu will cause some emotional changes to the user, and these changes are actually just digging out the thoughts that he desires more and more in his heart, which can be regarded as a catalyst for emotions. However, as the strength gets stronger, this status quo will gradually weaken. If the user's strength is average, there will be a certain degree of influence by this high-level tegu. However, I believe His Highness Bai Ye will definitely give these high-end tegu to some powerful people to use, so I didn't mention this matter to you at the beginning. Looks like I ended up being negligent. Vegapunk shook his head helplessly, he still didn't get everything right. It doesn't matter to Bai Ye, anyway, if he knows that the impact on himself is not special, then that's fine. When the people on the side seemed to hear the news, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the beginning, his heart was also full of apprehension. Fortunately, she was quite satisfied with the final result, so she was relieved. In fact, she did not expect that she suddenly had a desire to fight. It turned out that it was because of Tegu that the desire to fight hidden in her heart was aroused. But he didn't dislike the feeling. On the contrary, he likes the feeling now, and he also wants to try fighting. In this way, Bai Ye took Nan Lixiang and Stussy back to the cruise ship. Just got back from the cruise ship. At this time, Bai Ye took out the phone and contacted the Marine headquarters. At this time, in the Marine headquarters, Sengoku had already returned first. After all, he also had to deal with some marine affairs, and there was no way to stay in World 1 all the time. At this time, Sengoku was in the marshal's office, looking at some documents in his hand. Advertisement. These documents are all about the current strength improvement of Marine and other newly recruited members. This time the world conscription has the full support of the world government, so the number of fighters recruited so far is also very large. Among them, some people with very good strength were recruited. At this moment, he is holding 2 documents in his hand, and these 2 documents are the existences among the newly recruited Marines whose strength has reached the admiral level. All over the world, including New World, that is the existence of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Some powerful personnel have also actively poured into the Marine through the recruitment of the world conscription this time. Just as Sengoku omitted these files, the phone bug in his hand suddenly rang. As soon as the phone rang, Sengoku answered it immediately because it was a special phone for him to communicate with Bai Ye, and everyone had one in hand. Bai Ye's phone is very important. No matter how important his work is, he will choose to put it down. What is His Highness Bai Ye's order? Sengoku asked respectfully. Prepare me a new type of warship. This warship must be the strongest in current technology. Bai Ye's request was naturally prepared for Aestus. Sengoku didn't dare to delay the slightest when he heard the news. After all, everything they have in hand was given by Bai Ye. Your Highness Bai Ye, don't worry, I'll have someone transport the newly built battleship over there now. Where is your current location? Sengoku then inquired about the area where Bai Ye was located, and ordered the shipbuilder to install all the latest weapons on the battleship directly. The people in the shipyard didn't dare to delay at all after getting the order, and then they continued to rush to work. In this way, the days passed day by day, and 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. The battleship has not been built enough, and the appearance is still the color matching of the world government. This battleship is now equipped with many new weapons. High-end weapons such as close-in guns, torpedoes, tomahawk missiles, etc. Advertisement. It can be said that this time, the battleship was armed to the teeth. It can be said that the current warship can be regarded as the top warship in Marine. At this moment, Sengoku led a team to drive this newest warship like this, and immediately moved towards the area where Bai Ye was located at full speed. 0. Seeking flowers. Since this battleship is equipped with a new engine developed by Vegapunk, its speed is far faster than the speed of the battleships in World Number 1, at least twice as fast. Just like that, the battleship immediately headed towards the area where Bai Ye was located at an alarming speed. It took about a day and a night of travel. Finally, in the evening of the next day, the battleship had already reached the area where Bai Ye was currently located, and at this time, the radar had already found Bai Ye's cruise ship. Where exactly was it located? At this time, Bai Ye was in the room, and Stussy was lying in Bai Ye's arms. Acids on the side, eyes full of love, took off an apple and put it directly in Bai Ye's mouth. Bai Ye carefully tasted the fruit in his mouth, the sweet taste, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yi scanned with observation Haki and found Nan Lixiang standing at the door. Come in. After Bai Ye called softly, Nan Lixiang unscrewed the door of the room and walked in. Then, Nan Lixiang stood in front of Bai Ye and looked at it. At this time, Bai Ye's cheeks, which were topless, couldn't help but blushed slightly. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, Sengoku from Marine Headquarters has already driven the latest warship to the outside of the cruise ship. Bai Ye didn't care when he heard the news at the moment, he just said casually, let him wait outside first and then say that the clothes you were wearing today are pretty nice. At this time, Bai Ye directly set his sights on Nan Lixiang, since the last battle, he did not know why he suddenly fell in love with the rose plant. So he specially asked someone to make a dress full of roses. When worn on the body, it really has a special flavor and looks quite good. Hearing Bai Ye's praise, Nan Lixiang was very excited. She couldn't help but clench the tail of her skirt with both hands, and then squatted down gently. Thank you, Your Highness Bai Ye, for your praise. I don't just want to praise you. On the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, there was a meaningful smile. 154. The new battleship has arrived. Then Bai Ye gently hooked his finger at this time, and the next second Nan Lixiang floated into the air. Then it flew directly into Bai Ye's arms. Seeing this, Acids voluntarily gave up his position, and he seemed extremely happy at this time. The battleship he was thinking of had arrived. Your Highness Bai Ye, are you here first? I'm going to go out and have a look at my battleship. Acidus's heart has almost flown out now, and he has no mood to stay here at all. Bai Ye naturally nodded when he heard that, and directly agreed. In this way, Acidus left the room very tactfully and then locked the door. At this time, Acidusky had already come outside the cruise ship, and when he came outside the cruise ship, he saw at this moment, 747, stayed on the left side, a huge destroyer. That's right, a destroyer. Acides looked at the steel monster in front of him and immediately looked straight with his eyes. She could feel that this destroyer possessed terrifying power. Although in their Crimson world, there is no battleship like the one in front of them. But that doesn't mean he doesn't know anything. Acides had already learned about battleships, and he couldn't put it down when he saw the battleship in front of him. This battleship was different from the previous warships made of wood, but made of steel. It has extremely strong protection ability and can cope with various harsh environments, so it can be said to be a perfect choice. Just when Acides liked this battleship very much, he jumped up and landed directly on the battleship. At this time, Sengoku happened to be standing on the battleship. When he saw Acides coming over, he frowned slightly. But since the other party is Bai Ye's woman, she didn't try to stop her. But at this time Acides also recognized Sengoku, walked directly in front of Sengoku, and said immediately, "Arrange for me the female crew to drive this ship." Advertisement, and there are female cooks all here, the lower ranks must be all female. As soon as Aestus came up, he put forward his request almost unceremoniously. Sengoku frowned when he heard this unreasonable request. "It is impossible to promise you the crew I have brought, and this ship is not for you." Sengoku has his own temper, although he knows Acides is Bai Ye's woman, but he doesn't take her seriously at all. He only takes orders from Bai Ye, and this boat belongs to Bai Ye, not the woman in front of me. Acides looked at the old man in front of him, he didn't listen to his own words, and his eyebrows immediately ignited with anger. In the Empire, all men are his playthings, and they can only linger on like dogs at his feet. The man in front of him actually dared to speak to him in such a tone. Although the other party had great strength, Acides would not spoil him at all. Almost didn't waste any words, just stepped forward and kicked out. The moment Aestus kicked out, Sengoku was furious and used the armed color. Haki covered his arm and stretched out directly, blocking the terrifying blow. Boom! Aestus kicked Sengoku's arm, and the moment the two forces collided, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation was generated instantly. The marine generals standing on the side of the battleship couldn't help it, and were shocked by this powerful force. The shockwave retreated with a bang. "Damn it, what the hell are you doing, woman?" Hua Xiaoshan among the marines was also among the team that came this time. Vice Admiral saw that the other party was so rude, and immediately drew his sword. But in the next second, Aestus turned his head, and a chill surged out of his eyes instantly. Then Hua Xiaoshan, which was rushing over, was frozen in an instant. Advertisement, Ice Fruit Ability. Sengoku doesn't know who Acides is, although he has seen him before, with Bai Ye, but it is just the woman next to Bai Ye. Bai Ye's women are endless, so he did not care. But the moment Acides kicked out just now, he suddenly realized that the strength of the woman in front of him was very terrifying, but the power of that kick was very huge. He kicked on his arm, and his arm was actually there was a severe pain. If it is not covered with armament Haki in time, it is estimated that his hand bones will be broken. Right now, Hua Xiaoshan, who is Vice Admiral, was actually frozen in a single photo, which made him feel extremely shocked. What surprised him even more was that the woman in front of him could actually use the ability of Devil Fruit, and it was a very rare frozen type Devil Fruit. Acides saw that the old man in front of him didn't listen to him. Although he knew that he was Bai Ye's subordinate, although he couldn't kill him, it was still possible to teach him a lesson. "Now, arrange a female crew for me immediately." Acides put forward his request again, and the original god was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. But at this time, how could Sengoku be able to control the outrageous and unreasonable demands of the woman in front of him? Immediately he was furious. "You think beautifully." In Sengoku's eyes, Acides' unreasonable request is nothing more than to replace all the people on the ship with women, so that the ship can be turned into a women's paradise for Bai Ye to enjoy. Although Sengoku still fears and respects Bai Ye in his heart, he doesn't like Bai Ye's love for women. But this time, the woman in front of her, in order to please Bai Ye, actually wanted to change all the staff on the ship to 1.5 women to share with Bai Ye. This made him absolutely unacceptable. After all, they were all Marines, and it was absolutely impossible for him to accept that Marines were going to be Bai Ye's playthings. So it is absolutely impossible for him to agree to such a request. Even Bai Ye is the same. The old man in front of Ace's workshop didn't listen to him at all, and became even more annoyed immediately. Without even thinking about it, he kicked him hard again. This kick contains the power of the powerful armament Haki. Acides himself has been trained, and today's armament Haki has improved a lot, especially after fighting Kaido and Bullet. With its super learning ability, it is very good for today's. The use of armament Haki is even more superb. 155. The battle is too light on the enemy. The power of this kick is so great that Sengoku dare not underestimate the enemy at all. So at this moment, he hastily raised his arms, and covered them with the super powerful armament Haki to block the blow. But in the next second, he was a little dumbfounded, and saw that his arm was suddenly covered with a piece of frost, and the frost spread out in an instant, and his whole body was directly frozen. Feeling the coldness of his body, Sengoku knew that the woman in front of him was unreasonable, completely disregarding the cooperative relationship between Marine and world government for the sake of his amnesia. Now Sengoku also decided to teach the woman in front of him a good lesson, let her know how big the sky is and how high the earth is. So in the next second, he suddenly emitted a great light. The strong golden light made Acides couldn't help stretching out his hand to block in front of him at this time. After all, the light was too dazzling. Then Acides suddenly found that the ice that had been frozen on Sengoku's body had completely melted away, and even the ice on the nearby Huashaoshan immediately melted under the starlight at this time. In the next second, under the gaze of Asides, the old man had suddenly turned into a golden giant tens of meters high. Seeing the golden giant in front of him, Asides showed an unbelievable expression on his face. He didn't expect that the other party could turn into this appearance, just like a giant Buddha. Sengoku used his devil fruit ability, but he did not launch an attack at this time. He decided to teach Asides a lesson in front of him, and then pointed to an island in the distance. He knew that the girl in front of him had the same ability as frozen fruit, and they would definitely not be able to fight on this battleship. If they moved to fight on this battleship, the random fluctuations of the two of them would cause damage to the battleship. Once damage is caused, it will be difficult for him to explain to Bai Ye. Advertisement Asides looked at the island not far from the big neck in front of him, and immediately understood what the other party wanted to do, so a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he directly agreed to the other party's request. Because this battleship is also his property, he doesn't want his battleship to be inexplicably damaged. So at this time, he took the lead in jumping directly into the midair, stepped on both feet suddenly, and turned into a stream of light and flew directly towards the island. Sengoku looked at Asides, who actually used moonwalk in Marine V at this time, but frowned slightly. The woman in front of me has quite good qualifications, she can use moonwalk at a young age, and her steel strength is also very impressive, at least at the vice admiral level. That's right, at this time Sengoku didn't realize the real strength of Asides, but just regarded him as a person who could use Hokage and Marine June 4th. Although the opponent's kick just now was really good, but after all, it is the power of a woman, and for Sengoku, it already has the strength of vice admiral level. However, this is also the only flaw of Asides. Although Asides has two abilities, one is Tegu's ice ability, and the other is the ability of lion fruit, but its own physical strength is naturally inferior to that of pirate world, the physique of the middleman. After all, the physique of people in every world will be different. Sengoku saw the other party, and at this time he took the initiative to go to the island to participate in the battle. At this time, his feet suddenly collapsed, and the whole body flew directly into the sky, and then the whole body turned into a streamer, rushing towards the island past. At this time, Huashaoshan, who had just passed by the battleship, suddenly felt a chill. Just now, a photo of him was directly frozen by the other party. If Sengoku hadn't shot him, he would have been frozen to death. Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still at this moment, and jumped directly from the battleship to the cruise ship. He planned to go to Bai Ye and tell him about Bai Ye, but when he just jumped on the boat, a figure rushed over in an instant. Advertisement then a blade was placed directly on Huashaoshan's neck. At this time, Huashaoshan felt the top of his neck, and suddenly there was a cold feeling, and his whole body was imprinted directly on the spot. Unable to move, he suddenly felt. A wave came from behind, terrifying, killing intent. As long as he dares to move around again, he will probably move his head in a while. Who told you to come here? Get out of here, or die. A delicate voice came from behind, but Huashaoshan didn't feel that the voice was pleasant at all. He just felt that my whole spirit had reached ultimate. He knew that what the other party said was not a joke at all. As long as I don't go back, I will definitely meet death later. But at this moment, he thought of Sengoku and Asides having this kind of problem, so he mustered up his courage and said, "Please inform Lord Bai Ye, that woman had a misunderstanding with Marshal Sengoku." Huashaoshan didn't dare to move, but he couldn't help but tell the story. And the person behind his 980 is naturally Stussy. He didn't take the other party's words directly to heart at all, but said coldly, "It's not your turn to worry about this matter. Do you think Lord Bai Ye doesn't know about it?" Stussy's words made the fire burn, and the whole person was stunned. That's right, the battle was very noisy just now, and it's impossible not to know what happened on the cruise ship so close to it, but Bai Ye on the cruise ship didn't come out from the beginning to the end, so wouldn't it mean that Bai Ye acquiesced? Do you understand what that woman did just now? For a moment, the fire burned the mountain, and suddenly felt very helpless. In the end, he didn't say anything more. He stood up directly, jumped up, and returned to the battleship, waiting quietly for Sengoku and Asides. Return. Fortunately, between Asides and Sengoku, at most, they will learn from each other, and they will take each other's life. But Huashaoshan is also very clear that even though that woman has the ability of frozen fruit, she was frozen because she was too careless just now. He didn't use armament Hokage to cover his body to protect himself. If he meets Asides next time, it is absolutely impossible for him to get him so easily. 156. Sengoku's ace day on the other side, aced on the island, suddenly fell from the sky, stepped on the ground with one foot, and there was a loud bang, revealing the largest deep pit. Then he raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see that Sengoku looked so bright in the dark night. The scene of the golden Buddha flying in the sky, if others saw it, they would think that the Buddha really came. In the next second, Sengoku, who jumped into the sky, also jumped suddenly. He fell from the sky and stepped heavily on the ground. The terrifying impact force directly tore the ground apart. Opened a hole. In this way, the two are far away from each other. Sengoku knew that the woman in front of him was Bai Ye's maid, so in order not to further mess things up, he finally said in a persuasive tone, "Just stop now, you are not my opponent." Sengoku's strength is at the peak of admiral. Even if someone at the 4 emperors level comes, he can fight against him. The woman in front of him, in his opinion, is at most the ultimate peak strength. Although she has the similar ability of frozen fruit, compared with Marine Admiral Aokiji, it is far behind. So the woman in front of him is not his opponent at all. If he hurts this woman, it will be difficult for him to explain to Bai Ye. Acides had already seen what Sengoku was afraid of, so he opened his arms at this moment and said indifferently, "Don't worry, even if you hurt me, I won't inform His Highness Bai Ye of the situation. Besides, the commotion just now was so big, don't you think His Highness Bai Ye didn't know about it?" Acides' words are actually very clear to Sengoku. Although the two of them just fought for a few seconds, the movement that happened within a few seconds was quite big, according to Bai Ye's strength. Bai Ye had already discovered what was going on outside, but he never sent anyone over, nor did he come forward to stop it, which means he acquiesced to what the woman in front of him did. I feel very outrageous about this result. Advertisement. But since Bai Ye has already agreed, then he has nothing to say. At this moment, he is slowly floating into the midair. His body seems to be exploding at this moment. Up. Sengoku has the ability of Devil Fruit, which is quite good. I saw that at this time, he planned to defeat Acides as quickly as possible, so that the woman in front of him would know that he should not be too fanatical. Sengoku flew into the sky at this time, and suddenly he swooped down in the direction of Acides, and then he stepped down heavily. The power of this kick is very huge. When he stepped on it heavily, the ground was already collapsed by the powerful shockwave before it reached the ground, and Acides saw that the opponent's strength was also very strong. Compared with Kaido, it's not too much difference in comparison. The desire to fight was immediately aroused. Facing this foot directly, he quickly used high-speed movement and swished away from where he was standing just now, and when Sengoku's foot stepped down heavily, the whole ground suddenly sank, with a loud bang with a loud sound. The shockwave sunken into the ground diffused and opened Acides, who was also pushed back by this air current for more than 10 meters. Acides saw this scene. His face showed a touch of ecstasy. The opponent's strength was completely in line with his appetite. He put his hands on the ground suddenly, and the ground shook violently in the next second. Sengoku, who just landed on the ground, suddenly felt it at this time, and the surrounding ground suddenly vibrated. When he was curious, the whole ground was suddenly suspended in midair. Huge boulders weighing several thousand caddies were already floating in midair. Sengoku was a little dumbfounded seeing this scene. He is too familiar with this move. Isn't this the Golden Lion's move? Is this the ability of Lion Fruit? Sengoku didn't dare to be confident, and said subconsciously. Advertisement. Seeing that the other party recognized his ability all of a sudden, Acides smiled and continued. Since you have recognized this ability, do you still dare to despise me now? By the way, as far as I know, the original owner of this ability seems to have been defeated by you and another old man. He was chased into the Impel down, and escaped after breaking his legs. Acides helped Sengoku recall the past at this time, but Sengoku frowned fiercely, feeling rather unhappy. The woman in front of her is getting more and more outspoken, it's just too hateful. Sengoku can't wait to give her a big peace eye directly. Seeing that Sengoku didn't reply to his words, Acides stopped talking nonsense, and just waved his hand lightly. At this time, the huge object weighing several thousand caddies in the sky suddenly smashed towards Sengoku. Passed. But I saw that in the sky, each huge rock has thousands of gold, and now the sky is densely packed with huge rocks and grasses, and he didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, his body was crushed. If you hit it, you will still take some damage. So he clenched his fist tightly at this moment, and saw that his fist was covered with dense power at this moment, and the air began to gather towards his fist non-stop. A shock wave visible to the naked eye was formed, and in the next second Sengoku let out a roar, and then swung his fists like a torrential rain. Every punch contained terrifying and amazing power, and the white air mass visible to the naked eye rushed out suddenly, hitting those huge rocks directly, and under the powerful shock wave, these rocks were suddenly fragile, was suddenly blasted like tofu. Acides saw how easily the opponent dispelled his attack, and couldn't help laughing. Then he kept waving his hands, more and more stones in the sky flew up directly from the island, and then smashed down in the direction of Sengoku in one breath. But for this kind of attack, Sengoku didn't care at all. After all, with their strength, these rocks are nothing but tofu in front of him. Point 157. A Black Buddha Statue. Sengoku disdained this kind of attack at all, but he never imagined how crazy Acides' behavior was after a while. As more and more stones fly back to Sengoku, at this time it is better to avoid some larger stones hitting him directly. When he has to, he can only use armament haki to cover his body. On top of that, the original golden Buddha turned into a black giant Buddha in an instant at this time. It looks full of weirdness. But Acides couldn't help waving his palms and said with a smile, "The big black Buddha looks more suitable for you." Faced with ace-day provocation, Sengoku's blood pressure couldn't help soaring at this moment, but he didn't pay attention to the opponent's provocation time. At this time, his fists had already started to wave more and more air cannon. These air cannons smashed all these stones to pieces. The entire island is also crumbling in the confrontation between the two, with a large number of stones non-stop around Sengoku, which has been piled up with a large number of broken heads. As more and more stones piled up, Sengoku discovered that a thick and huge rocky area had formed around him, and half of his feet had been buried in it now. 403 Sengoku also realized the real usage of Acides at this time. It turned out that the opponent wanted to use a lot of stones to fall on his side. Then he buried his whole body in it. As long as these rocks appear above the chest, his hands will be greatly affected after a while, and then these rocks will directly hit him. This is not a good sign. Sengoku finally moved his body this time, and at this moment he suddenly jumped into midair. When he decided to change the battlefield, he suddenly found himself as if he was stuck in a quagmire. At this moment, Sengoku realized that something was wrong with him. His feet had been tied up, and so was he. Now he was completely being targeted by the other party. How could this woman have such a high fighting strategy? At this time, Sengoku suddenly found that the woman in front of him was not as blurry as she looked, and he didn't expect to set traps during the battle. Advertisement on the cruise ship. Bai Ye, who was playing poker with Nan Lixiang in the room, already felt the huge movement from outside just now, but he didn't pay attention to the huge movement outside. He knew that the person outside must be Sengoku. Although he didn't go out to check what happened, after all, he was playing a happy game with Nan Lixiang now. He didn't want to care about other things at all, and whether Ōtsutsuki would lose to Sengoku's hands, he didn't care at all. After all, Ōtsutsuki is also a battle-hardened admiral army. Even facing Sengoku, he can't lose easily. In this way, Bai Ye continued to stay in the room, and outside the battleship at this moment, many people from the marine side watched everything that happened on the island with binoculars. Although separated by thousands of meters, they could still see very clearly with a telescope, but when they saw what happened on the island, all of them couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. Countless huge rocks were floating on the island and suddenly smashed towards Sengoku, and Sengoku was standing on the spot stupidly, with no intention of leaving at all, which made them anxious. If he continued to stand on the same spot like this, no matter how powerful Sengoku was, he would still be hit directly by the opponent after all, and the whole person would be buried in the rock pile at that time, which would be terrible. Hua Xiaoshan is also in a hurry, now, and he never thought that Sengoku would make such a low-level mistake at this time. To actually stand on the same spot and compete with the opponent during the battle, this is obviously to be used as a target for others. Or does he have a new strategy? But that possibility doesn't seem to be high. Faced with the current situation, the people on the battleship were a little helpless, but at this time Hua Xiaoshan saw that Sengoku's situation was getting worse, so he gritted his teeth and rushed directly into the command post. Fire a tomahawk missile at the rocky terrain. Advertisement. Hua Xiaoshan, who rushed into the command room, finally planned to participate in this duel. Could he let Marine's acting face be thrown in front of a woman? After hearing the order to burn the mountain, the staff of the command post did not dare to launch casually for a while. After all, when Sengoku came, he had already said that this battleship was for Bai Ye, and the person in front of him was a marine, but he is a fanatical believer of Bai Ye. After all, Bai Ye not only saved the slaves, but also his hometown, which had been attacked by pirates before. Since the appearance of Bai Ye, those pirates have been eliminated one after another. Their hometown was finally able to restore peace. For this, the marine in front of him is very grateful to Bai Ye. So he didn't want to participate in this duel. After all, he also knew that it was impossible for Bai Ye's woman to kill the marshal. So there is nothing to worry about now. Hua Xiaoshan Vice Admiral, the marshal has already said that all the weapons on this battleship may not be used unless there is an order from him. When Hua Xiaoshan heard that the staff member of the tomahawk missile in front of him actually said something that made him unconfident at this time, he immediately pulled the opponent's clothes up in anger. Is there something wrong with you? Don't you look at what happened now? Marshal Sengoku was beaten by others. He is the glory of our marine. If he was defeated by a woman under Bai Ye's highness, what a deal. Hua Xiaoshan couldn't help feeling a little resentful that iron could not be made into steel. He didn't know if the kid in front of him had seen the situation clearly. You chose not to launch missiles at this juncture. Is there something wrong with your mother? Facing the angry fire, the marine in front of him finally shook his head and said no. This can burn the fire so badly that he threw the opponent directly on the ground, and then started to operate by himself. 158. World Government New Course as a Vice Admiral, he is not as useless as he looks. He also likes these new warships very much, so he secretly studied how to use these warships. Regarding the use of these tomahawk missiles, it has already been figured out. In today's Marine headquarters, there are not only courses for improving physical fitness and combat effectiveness, but also today's high-tech courses. As for this so-called high-tech course, it is not a particularly difficult thing to understand, but it is one of the courses that all Marines must learn today, that is, to master today's new warships proficiently. All equipment needs to be operated by someone. It's not like the wooden boat they used before. The boat is quite simple to operate, and the power system uses wind to drive, so it's completely different from what they imagined, and the group of Marines right now ship. However, it is equipped with a variety of long-range weapons, and these weapons require someone to learn before they can operate, so a course that can be learned is opened. The content of the course is actually relatively simple, that is, to enable all Marines to be able to skillfully control the various weapon systems on the battleship. After all, if other operators accidentally hang up, the staff behind them can also go directly to it. So don't say it's burning mountains. Any soldier on the battleship can temporarily use all kinds of equipment on the battleship, although it's not as easy to use as ordinary people, but it can be regarded as a very big success. In this way, Hua Xiaoshan was on the driver's seat and began to adjust the position of the tomahawk missile. When the position of the tomahawk missile had locked Sengoku's position at this time, he directly pressed the button without hesitation, and then a tomahawk missile was fired from the battleship. At this time, the tomahawk missile shot up into the sky, and immediately swooped in the direction of Sengoku. And on the island at this time, Ōtsutsuki was enjoying the fun of fighting crazily, but in the next second, he suddenly felt something flying over in the distance. When he looked up, it turned out to be a tomahawk missiles. The destructive power of the tomahawk missile is quite astonishing. She had already seen it in the previous battle with Kaido. As long as she was hit by this thing, she would not even die on the spot. But facing this kind of lethal weapon, Ōtsutsuki didn't care about time at all. he waved his hand lightly at this moment. Advertisement: the few big rocks that had been floating around him had already rushed out at this moment, and these rocks seemed to have the ability of telepathy or magnet absorption. Actively rushed in the direction of the Tomahawk missile. In the next second, there was a solid collision between these stones and the Tomahawk missile. At the moment of the collision, the fuse inside the Tomahawk missile was touched, and then it still hadn't reached its destination. Just before going to the sky, the flowers exploded directly. Aestus, who saw this scene, was quite satisfied, since the Tomahawk missile flew not too far in front of them just now. The Tomahawk missile exploded at this time, and the shockwave generated directly blew away a lot of the originally piled up stones. And precisely because of this scene, the powerful impact blows away many stones on Sengoku's body, and Sengoku also uses this gap to jump suddenly at this time, and finally rushes out of the encirclement. When Sengoku rushed out of the encirclement, he couldn't help panting. In order to smash all the rocks just now, he kept moving, using his physical strength to destroy all the rocks. During this process, he didn't know how many times he had swung his fist, he just felt that his fist could not help but become a little numb. The strenuous exercise made him breathless. The whole person looked a little exhausted. After all, he just swung at least tens of thousands of punches. At this time, Acid saw that the opponent had misread him a little bit, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he stepped on his feet suddenly, and leapt directly into the sky. Sengoku saw Acid, who actually appeared in front of him, and suddenly gathered his strength again. An air cannon instantly swung towards the opponent, and suddenly swung it over. 0. Seeking flowers at this time, the terrifying air cannon was thrown towards the opponent at a human speed. Advertisement: Acid saw the air cannon in front of him, but he didn't show any panic expression on his face. Instead, he slowly raised his finger at this moment, lightly fasted, and the air in front suddenly blew up. It condensed directly and turned into a huge icicle. After the air cannon and the icicle collided with each other at this time, they exploded suddenly. Immediately, a large amount of ice and snow filled the sky. Sengoku knew that he had to enter the battle in order to dress up Acid as quickly as possible, so he rushed over without thinking at this time. But just as he was about to rush over, a large amount of ice cubes suddenly formed again in the sky, and there was a large amount of water vapor in the sky at this time. The ability of Acid is even more powerful than that of Admiral Aokiji. After all, Admiral's new system cannot condense a large amount of ice in one breath in a place without moisture. But Aestus can easily control the moisture in the air, turning it directly into huge ice cubes. Seeing the ice cubes that suddenly appeared, Sengoku couldn't help showing a look of surprise in his heart. The ability that Aestus showed was even better than that of Marine Admiral himself. This made him feel a little unbelievable, but at this time, it was too late for him to think too much. Acid controlled the ice cubes in the sky. These ice cubes rotated rapidly at this moment, and then directly turned into sharp blades. Not only that, the island below was also at this time. Suddenly a large number of stones floated directly into the midair, and then these stones were squeezed quickly, and then turned into huge knives. The two blades spun rapidly in the sky, and rushed towards Sengoku suddenly. Facing these weapons, Sengoku didn't take them seriously at all. After all, his current body is completely covered by armament haki, and his defense power is unparalleled. 159. Contains the amazing power of terror, but when Sengoku didn't take these attacks seriously at all, he regretted it the next second. At this moment, these blades slashed towards his body at an astonishing speed. The strength of each blow was enormous, and when he slashed heavily on his body, a shock wave visible to the naked eye erupted suddenly. At this time, Sengoku suddenly discovered that although these weapons were made of ice and stone, they contained a terrifying power that he could not understand. At this time, Sengoku's face became a little gloomy. Seeing these blades, he didn't dare to take it lightly anymore, and quickly waved his fist, crushing them directly with terrifying force. But no matter how he uses his own powerful, 923, power to smash these stones directly at this time, there will be countless ice power in the next second. Sengoku is tired of facing these in this place, and the flying knives have already made him feel a little troublesome. The number of knives is gradually increasing one by one, and the power of each knives is getting stronger and stronger. This made Sengoku feel unbelievable. How could this woman have such a strong control ability? More importantly, the power contained in each of these knives is extremely powerful, and the greatest pain that hits the body is like being hit by a train. Acid, who was in midair at this time, looked dazed, but then a look of surprise appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes aimed in the direction of the cruise ship. In fact, it was not Acid who attacked Sengoku at this time, but Bai Ye. At this time, Bai Ye stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Nan Lixiang, who was lying on his chest. Bai Ye now has an intriguing smile on the corner of his mouth. Yes, he is the one who hit Sengoku now. He uses his mental power to control every knife from a distance of several thousand meters, and he will pour his powerful spiritual power into every attack of each knife. For some reason, Bai Ye's spiritual power has been greatly improved since he used the area last time. But in the past few days, Bai Ye found that his mental power had actually increased. The range of this increase was particularly large, and he couldn't figure out what was the reason. I remember that when the system rewarded at the beginning, it didn't say that Tegu actually had the effect of slowly increasing mental power. Advertisement: Bai Ye looked at Nan Lixiang lying in his arms, smoothed his hair, and then he took out his Tegu. At this time, Tegu exudes a dim light, nourishing Bai Ye's spiritual power little by little, and Bai Ye's spiritual power is getting stronger little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye, more than 3,000 meters away. This is already the edge of mental power control. Generally, if Bai Ye exceeds this distance, his mental strength will be greatly affected. But the current distance can be directly extended to 10,000 meters away. This is really an unexpected joy. Now Bai Ye can completely lift a weight of more than 10,000 tons by relying on his own mental strength. It weighs more than 10,000 catties. So now every blade that is besieging Sengoku is light, and the weight of each swing has reached hundreds of tons or even 4,000 tons. The weight of ice skates is several hundred tons and the weight of 10 knives is specially compressed by Bai Ye, so the weight and power of the blade will also be greatly increased to several thousand tons. These adults hitting Sengoku's body will only bring him pain, and will not kill him. Bai Ye knows how to suppress his own strength very well. In the distance, Sengoku had already been beaten into a temper at this time. He just wanted to defeat Ōtsutsuki, and he didn't intend to kill him. The burst of pain made him feel very aggrieved. Every time he destroys a blade, a new one will soon be added back. The ice blade does less damage to him, but the destructive power of those stone knives makes him feel a biting pain. At this time, his armament haki also has a limit. If this continues, his armament haki will reach the limit, and he will suffer internal injuries by relying on his own golden body. The more Sengoku fought, the more frightened she became. It turns out that this woman's strength has almost reached the peak of the admiral level. By the way, Sengoku suddenly remembered one thing at this time, that is, Kaido and Bullet have been killed this time, and it is not clear who the murderer is. After all, he also just learned the news today. Akainu is sent to hunt down Bullet. Comparing his strength with Bullet, he will end up losing both sides. Impossible to kill him, and Kaido. Advertisement after all, the two have teamed up, and Akainu estimates that it will be difficult to survive 10 rounds. And this time Kaido and Bullet were all killed, which can't help but be a bit intriguing. Could it be? At this moment, a thought popped up suddenly. That is the death of Kaido and Bullet, most likely caused by Bai Ye in front of him. Most likely it was the woman in front of him. After all, the opponent's strength is too difficult to deal with. Ordinary people are not his opponents at all. Once they fight against him, they will lose. I ask you, did you kill Bard and Kaido? Sengoku shattered those blades while moving, and at this moment asked again. Ōtsutsuki saw that Sengoku still had time to chat with him, so he smiled and said, "Then what do you say?" Faced with Ōtsutsuk's words, Zon 1.2 was at a loss. But in the next second, Ōtsutsuki also decided to participate in the battle. After all, this is his prey. So Ōtsutsuki closed his eyes slowly and directly at this time, raised his hands slightly, and then at this moment the ground suddenly began to move violently. Then the ground began to tear apart, and huge rocks floated directly into the midair, and this time it was the entire island. The entire island was torn apart, and countless huge rocks floated directly into the air. Sengoku sees this, and the whole person is ready. An island, if this TMD falls down, it will survive. Sengoku couldn't help it, and felt that the woman in front of him was simply crazy. 160. A good way to exchange one life for another. I just wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but the other party wanted my own life. It's not worth it at all. Sengoku roared in his heart, but facing the stone that was about to fall from the sky, his eyes turned cold and he quickly jumped away. Where do you want to go? Ōtsutsuki didn't let go of the chance to defeat Sengoku, and he slammed his hand into the distance suddenly. Huge icicles swooped towards Sengoku from all directions. Seeing the ice picks coming, Sengoku thought that the power of those ice picks was the same as that of the ice skates before, so he was shocked and immediately waved his fists to block it. But when his fist collided with these ice picks, he suddenly found that these ice picks were as soft as ordinary ice cubes. Compared with the previous ice skates, it is not at the same level at all. This directly made Sengoku a little confused. What the hell is this woman doing? Why does 07 have two kinds of strength when attacking? Although he was puzzled, he also knew that now was not the time to think about it. He immediately kept dodging, but with every flicker, he felt more and more startled. While controlling the ice pick, Ōtsutsuki was controlling the ice blade and the stone knives. His speed was severely affected, and he couldn't avoid such a large mountain at this time. Seeing that the largest island is about to fall down at this time, Sengoku's heart is cold at this time. If the island falls directly, his whole body will be directly smashed into the sea level. Ability to survive. Once falling into the sea, he must be in a mortal situation. Stop, I admit defeat. Sengoku looked at the mountain pressing down in the sky, and finally shouted out his surrender extremely unwillingly. Compared with one's own life, surrender is the only way out. Although it is detrimental to dignity, it is a last resort. After all, the opponent's strength is paramount. Seeing that Sengoku surrendered, Ōtsutsuki was about to hit Sengoku's huge island, but suddenly stopped. Advertisement, that's about the same. If I said it earlier, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Ōtsutsuki got the result he wanted. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he tossed it casually, and the huge island flew directly to the distance at this time. In the end, the huge island landed in the distance, and suddenly sank directly into the sea, setting off a huge wave thousands of meters high. At this time, huge waves swept away in all directions. The surrounding islands were directly submerged by the terrifying seawater. Fortunately, there is no living person on the surrounding islands at all, so no casualties were caused. At this time, the terrifying thousands of meters of seawater directly pressed in the direction of Bai Ye's cruise ship. When the Marines saw the terrifying seawater, everyone started to tremble with fear. They wanted to run away at full speed, but because the battleship was docked here just now, the fire had been turned off, and it would take a while to reignite the fire. During this period of time, the terrifying tsunami was enough to completely submerge them. Just when these tsunami were about to reach Bai Ye and the others, a ray of light suddenly flashed past, followed by this terrifying and destructive tsunami, frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. The sun was shining, and at this time, huge ice cubes were suspended in midair. It was unbearable to watch, and one felt frightened. Many people in the marine directly sat down on the deck, watching the frozen scene. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Then Ōtsutsuki jumped down from the sky and landed on the cruise ship. Sengoku was a little embarrassed at this time, and his clothes had been damaged a lot due to the battle just now. When he landed on the battleship again, he didn't look so embarrassed. Huashaoshan ran up to Sengoku and asked, "How are you, Marshal?" "I lost." Sengoku didn't hide it. After all, this is an indisputable fact. In fact, people with eyesight can see it. In the battle just now, Sengoku was almost beaten. On the one hand, Sengoku doesn't want to use the real power. After all, this is Bai Ye's woman. Once she uses the real power, he is afraid that he will kill the other party by accident. Advertisement. After the initial hand-to-hand combat, Sengoku could feel that Ōtsutsuk's physical strength was the weakest. In other words, his body is now equivalent to Vice Admiral level. A casual punch from Sengoku has the potential to seriously injure Ōtsutsuki. So he only used 70% of his fighting power in this battle, maybe even 60%. But no matter what, he was still defeated by the opponent. This is already an indisputable fact. When Huashaoshan heard it, he was in a daze. He didn't expect the mighty Sengoku to lose to a woman. The most important thing is that they don't have any news about the woman in front of them, which means that this woman just appeared suddenly. This made them feel extremely surprised. Since when is there such a strong woman in Pirate World? Her strength has actually reached Admiral 840 level. In fact, these people's guesses are all wrong. The current strength of Ōtsutsuki has reached the 4 Emperors level, and his strength is far stronger than that of Admiral. The big battle was not his opponent at all. Although Ōtsutsuki had already fought hard just now, he was fighting with great strength. But he also had reservations. But Ōtsutsuki knew that the main reason why he was able to easily defeat the opponent this time was Bai Ye. I don't have the ability to control so many blades at once like Bai Ye. And each blade must have a strong attack power, if Ōtsutsuki relies on his own strength. The power of the cut blade is definitely not strong, and it is not even possible to have any effect on the armament Hokage on the surface of Sengoku. Once the battle starts at that time, Ōtsutsuki may have to work hard to win the opponent. But this time, because of Bai Ye's joining, he almost won the battle easily. Back on the cruise ship, Ōtsutsuki had already arrived at the blind's room, and then pushed open the door of the room. Nan Lixiang had already finished her task and got dressed. When Ōtsutsuki walked in, Nan Lixiang nodded slightly, and then walked out. Point 161. The power of the new battleship. After Nan Lixiang left, Ōtsutsuki came to Bai Ye's side and lay directly in Bai Ye's arms. "Your Highness Bai Ye, why did you take action just now?" Ōtsutsuki drew circles on Bai Ye's chest, and couldn't help but pouted, saying that he didn't like his own battles in the first place, and anyone would participate in it to ruin his fun. If it were an ordinary person, he probably would have chopped it down with a single knife and sent the other party directly to Guishi. But it was Bai Ye who joined him in the fight, so Esther would not be angry this time anyway. On the contrary, he would act coquettishly. Bai Ye looked at the coquettish Ōtsutsuki in front of him, with a doting look on the corner of his mouth, then gently touched his cheek and said, "I'm idle and bored, and I want to try my new ability, but the ability is really good." New abilities. At this moment, Ōtsutsuki straightened his ears and looked at Bai Ye with surprise in his eyes. He never thought that Bai Ye would have a new ability at this moment. So he asked with strong curiosity, "Your Highness Bai Ye, what kind of ability have you acquired?" Ōtsutsuki is very curious now. During the battle just now, he didn't find anything particularly strange. What kind of ability Bai Ye has acquired is still unknown. Bai Ye just had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, looked at Ōtsutsuki in front of him and shook his head slightly, not intending to tell him. How could Ōtsutsuki not know about Bai Ye's behavior, and then stretched out a finger, stroked Bai Ye's chin and said with a charming smile, "You are so bad, but I like it." Ōtsutsuki said that the whole person just slid down. After 2 hours, on the battleship outside the cruise ship, at this time Sengoku had changed into a new set of clothes and stood on the deck. While he was waiting for Bai Ye's call, on the cruise ship, Ōtsutsuki sat leisurely on the sun lounger, painting himself the accumulated nail polish from number 1. And while he was putting on nail polish, suddenly a figure came over from a distance, and then squatted directly beside him. Advertisement. This person, Sengoku, knows that the other party is from the CP department, and it seems to be called Lu Chi. Recently, this newcomer has been very popular. It is said that he has completed many tasks, and his ability to complete the speed is very good, and has attracted the attention of many high-level personnel. What are these two whispering about? Sengoku frowned slightly at this time. He really wanted to know what kind of content they were talking about. However, he couldn't understand the shape of the mouth. If he couldn't hear the voice of the other party talking, he could only guess everything in the end. But even if you guess, you can't guess it. At this time, Lu Chi walked to Ōtsuki's side, and then began to say, "The Dina Rocks have been found from Wano Kuni, and they have been transported to the world government, and the production management has been carried out again. After Stussy heard the news, he didn't have much expression on his face, he just waved his hand and asked the other party to back off directly. The other party also retreated obediently. At this time, Bai Ye's phone buzzed, and it was Bai Ye who called, so Stussy put on his own clothes at this time, and then walked directly into the boat. When he came to Bai Ye's room, he knocked lightly on the door and went in. At this time, Aestus sat slumped on the bed and fell into a coma. Bai Ye still looked energetic when he went. Stussy walked in and sat on Bai Ye's lap. All of the Dina Rocks stolen by His Highness Bai Ye in Wano Kuni have been recovered. Upon receiving this news, Bai Ye didn't feel anything special, and was very surprised. Now Quinn has already helped him deal with it, and they have been able to share most of the things for him, giving him the status of 4 emperors. If he doesn't finish the work well, how can he be worthy of himself? By the way, Your Highness Bai Ye, there is another thing I forgot to tell you. When Bai Ye said this, Stussy had already pricked up his ears to listen. His Highness Bai Ye has no current information about the new 4th ring, that is, how we should arrange for Quinn, how to give him a reasonable identity. Advertisement. In this way, our weapons can be transported there, and the other party has also given us a list of people he wants to execute in the CP department, including sextuplets. At this time, Stussy took out a note, on which it was written, the other members who are now against him in the Beast's Pirates. This includes sextuplets. Today's sextuplets are still young, and because they have not taken devil fruit. After Bai Ye glanced at it, he said boringly, backquote, do you still have to ask about this kind of thing? Anyone who dares to resist me will die, so I will deal with all these people according to the people on the list. By the way, I also took that Yamada no Orochi devil fruit. Bai Ye is still very excited about that devil fruit. This devil fruit is taken by a waste, it is not worth it at all. After hearing this, Stussy fully understood what he should do, so he nodded slightly, turned around and left directly. Just when Stussy accepted Bai Ye's order, he conveyed the news directly. Soon the CP department sent Zero among them. The original spirit was to stay by Bai Ye's side to protect Bai Ye's safety, but now Bai Ye is surrounded by experts like a cloud. Bai Ye doesn't need Zero's help, Li Lihao, anymore. So Zero was directly assigned to the CP department. The team led by him will arrive in Wano Kuni this evening. Stussy is also going to Wano Kuni at this time, so he ordered CP at this time, and a fighter jet came from our side. Bai Ye intends to rest on this cruise ship for a day before making plans for the next step. After hearing the news, Stussy took advantage of this evening to learn about Wano Kuni, and then he could start to deploy the next step according to Bai Ye's previous prompt. Today's Bai Ye doesn't need to take everything on himself, and sometimes let his subordinate authors arrange it. And Stussy naturally understood what Bai Ye meant, and it was easy for him to deal with such trivial matters. By the way, he went to Wano Kuni to see if there were any beauties he could bring over for Bai Ye to enjoy. 162. Brand new hovercraft soon. The CP department dispatched a fighter jet, and the current fighter jet has been modified by Vegapunk and has the ability to suspend in midair. After Vegapunk absorbed the technology of World Number 1, it not only helped him a lot, but also allowed him to further transform the technology of World Number 1. So now on the side of the world government, the strength of the fighter jets has been greatly improved, at least twice as powerful as before. Various weapons have also been continuously improved. Not to mention letting the fighter jets float in midair now, even if the fighter jets are drilled into the bottom of the sea, there is no problem. But the core technology is naturally controlled by their world government, so the various types of superfighters owned by the current world government are all secretly built by Vegapunk. These fighters are used by the world government CP department. As for the other ordinary fighters, they are naturally used by Marines. It is impossible for Marine to have a super fighter. Once Marine makes any moves, the world government can use their technological power 063 to cull them. This is also the bottom line that the world government has always maintained. Regardless of whether Marine is a subsidiary of the world government, it is impossible to give Marine its real power. Listening to the huge movement outside. Since Sengoku has never been there, he waited until Bai Yuchu came to see him, so he simply entered the battleship with the other Marines, took a rest inside, and came back to Bai Yi tomorrow morning. Unexpectedly, just after they lay down, they saw a fighter jet made entirely of cyan materials in the skyship, suspended above the sea level, and then Stussy jumped on it, driving the fighter jet and disappearing in place. Looking at the fighter jet that I have never seen before, I just left Sengoku like this, and I also know that this is a new fighter jet just developed by the world government. However, this kind of fighter plane is also eye-catching to him. It is faster than their ordinary fighter planes, and it can take off directly without a platform. If they also have the ability to have such a fighter, I don't know how good it would be. It's a pity, they all know that it is absolutely, impossible for the world government to give them such a precious fighter jet. Advertisement. Bai Yi also heard the commotion outside, and then watched Aestus, who was lying on the bed sounding sleepy, also climbed into bed again. The next day. The weather was a bit cloudy, and it was raining a little directly above the sea level at this time. But Bai Yi didn't take this little rain seriously. At this time, he came to the dining room of the cruise ship. The king, mother and daughter had already served Bai Yi with delicious food. While they were serving Bai Yi, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed into the restaurant and knelt on the ground with one knee. Impressively, he is a member of the CP department. Report to Your Highness Bai Yi, there's new news. Speak. Bai Yi was eating a piece of steak in his mouth, and said these words lightly in his mouth. The member of the CP department immediately reported some news he wanted to say now. At present, there is a big battle inside Wano Kuni. Due to the death of Kaido and Bullet, it is reasonable that Kaido's territory will be divided by others. But this time it's very surprising that no force is going to snatch Kaido's territory, and all of them keep their own place and stay on their own territory. So the internal fighting that took place last night subsided after one night. All the sextuplets were killed. As for the other remnants, they have also been killed now. Only a small part of them escaped and are currently being hunted down. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction after listening to the report. Sure enough, Stussy's action was really fast, and it only took one night to settle the matter of Wano Kuni, although a small number of people escaped. But these people who escaped are just not important. The most important sextuplets have been killed, and the current Beast's pirates is dominated by the Quinn family. Now it's almost time to give Quinn a name. Let him truly become the 4 Emperors level smoothly. Once he becomes a 4 Emperors level existence, then he will become his own puppet in the New World for his own use. Advertisement in New World, he didn't intend to be completely convinced so quickly. He intends to keep this place nourishing evil, and then he will sometimes come out to harvest a wave of faith. As for the method of harvesting faith, it is naturally exactly the same as before. Old tricks are often the best. Bai Ye waved his hand lightly, making the subordinate retreat, and then he walked to the bow after eating. With a light wave of the hand, a huge figure suddenly flew towards us at an astonishing speed in the distant sky. When the figure flew to the side of Bai Ye's cruise ship, the waving wings began to slow down, and finally floated steadily above the water surface. Your Highness Bai Ye, I will go with you too. Acides came out, but when he came out, his movements were a little weird. Seeing the other party's appearance like this, Bai Ye just smiled and said, you should stay and have a good rest, and your journey will begin next. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he jumped directly onto the dragonhead. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Just when Bai Ye jumped onto the dragonhead, Sengoku on the battleship ran out in a hurry. He had to hurry up and return to his headquarters. I can't stay in this place all the time, it's a waste of time, he still has a lot of work to do. Bai Ye glanced at Sengoku. After a night of rest Sengoku has recovered, but there are still 2 shallow wounds on his face. These 2 wounds were left on his face last night by using my mental power. This battleship is reserved for Acides. What requirements does he have for this battleship? You must try to satisfy him. After Bai Ye said this, he jumped directly onto the dragon's head, and Zagula also understood where Bai Ye was going now, and then the wings waving instantly soared into the sky and disappeared in place. After Bai Ye left, Sengoku couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. This newly built super battleship is going to be given to the woman in front of me, isn't it too child's play? 163. This joke is too big. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect Bai Ye to give such an important warship to the woman in front of him. This is probably too much of a joke. It's like giving this woman a sports car, and it's the same as the comics that Bai Ye showed them before, and there are similar plots in those comics. However, what others gave was a sports car, but Bai Ye actually gave a battleship. There is no comparison at all. At this time, Aestus also showed an excited smile on his small face, and then he landed directly on the boat with a light step. When he saw Ace de Sengoku again, his expression darkened in an instant. He thought that Bai Ye needed this battleship and wanted to do something earth-shattering, but he didn't expect to give it to the woman in front of him. He immediately felt particularly awkward. It was such a pity that such a good warship was ruined by this woman. Acides didn't pay attention to the other party's expression, and he walked directly to the front of the battleship at this time. Then he stretched out his hand to caress the battleship, and said to Sengoku, I believe you have heard what His Highness Bai Ye said just now, and you must satisfy all my requirements. Let's talk. No matter how much Sengoku resisted in his heart, in the end he sighed helplessly and directly agreed to the other party's request. After all, things have reached the point where he is now. No matter how unwilling he is, there is nothing he can do about it. Then it was like this, Acides still wanted the request from last night, and all the warships had to be replaced with female pilots. No matter how much Sengoku disagreed, he finally agreed helplessly. So at this time, he took out his phone bug, contacted the Marine headquarters, and dispatched other personnel from the Marine headquarters, and all of these members were female Marines. Advertisement: these women Marine, and according to the requirements of Acides, must pass the test of appearance. It doesn't need to look earth-shattering, at least it's pleasing to the eye. For this kind of request, Sengoku was so depressed that he almost spit out his old blood, but since the other party said that, he could only sigh helplessly and directly agreed. Just after you promised to come down. Less than half an hour later, among the already selected crew members, driving a helicopter, they had already arrived on the battleship. A total of 18 members came down from the armed helicopter. These women are all fairly good-looking, and some of them are quite beautiful. They all came before Acides. Acides looked at the female Marines in front of him, looked them up and down, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Although their looks and figures were not comparable to his own, they still looked special. Not bad, such a woman is also pleasing to watch on the battleship. I believe His Royal Highness Bai Ye will also like it? Today's Acides doesn't care how many women are around Bai Ye at all. At the beginning, when he saw Acides beside Bai Ye, he still felt a little bit jealous, but after he was enlightened by Stussy later, he has fully accepted Bai Ye's character. Even after he understood how powerful Bai Ye was, he also felt that what Stussy said was not wrong at all. If it was just a woman, not only would he not be able to satisfy Bai Ye, but he would also exhaust himself to death. Just like last night. In the future, Aestus will become a pirate and float on the sea. At that time, the meeting between him and Bai Ye will be much less, so Bai Ye will naturally get along well before parting. In the end, Acides also received very good and considerate care, but his body was exhausted. Very good, starting today. I am your captain. Acides looked at the 18 women in front of him and then said this sentence lightly, but when he said this, the crew couldn't help but look at each other, feeling that the woman in front of him was simply crazy, they but marine. In the end, a good-looking woman in the crowd had a bad personality, so she said to the woman in front of her who was pointing fingers at them, "Although I don't know who you are not wearing a marine uniform. Then you are not from marine, so why are you yelling at me?" Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers. When the woman in front of her opened her mouth, she directly exposed Acides' identity. When Acides heard this sentence, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He also knew that among the people sent this time, there must be someone with a sharp head. But I didn't expect that I had just said something, and someone immediately came out to refute me. As a member of the Admiral Army of the Empire, she naturally showed a faint smile on her face, walked in front of this woman, and suddenly stretched out a finger and tapped on the other's mouth just now. Suddenly a gust of cold air passed by, and then the woman screamed crazily, but no words could come out of her mouth, and then he saw that the woman's mouth was completely frozen at this moment. The women around couldn't help but turn pale with shock when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the woman in front of them would freeze their accomplice's mouth. Immediately, all the people looked angry, and then they rushed towards the woman in front of them at this moment, preparing to teach the woman in front of them a lesson. Stop it! When Sengoku saw this scene, he secretly scolded the woman for being crazy, and immediately yelled. After all, it was still a step too late. Acides put his finger on his lips, and then exhaled a breath of air conditioning lightly. After that, the 18 women on the deck were frozen instantly. Seeing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh deeply, and he was quite helpless in his heart. He knew that this woman named Acides was simply a lunatic. This character conquered Bai Ye and was able to recruit him to his side. Fortunately, although the bodies of these women were frozen, their faces could still move. Don't worry, I won't take it anymore, they are all members of my regiment. Acides looked at Sengoku with helpless eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 164. Changes in the New World. Sengoku's heart is quite helpless. But in the end he obeyed the woman in front of him. After all, Bai Ye had made it very clear when he left. Any requirement of Aestus must be met unconditionally. Now that Bai Ye was so distributed, he dared not refuse to agree directly afterwards. But now that he thinks about it, he regrets his original decision. It is simply too much trouble to agree to this woman. This woman is like a ticking time bomb, hard to guard against. Although the bodies of the 18 women in front of them were frozen, their heads were still exposed. At this time, due to the extreme cold, several of them couldn't help but grit their teeth. Acides looked at the few women who were very arrogant just now. 357, became so embarrassed at this time, there was a kind of pleasure in his heart called getting rich. Now I give you a choice, do you want to surrender to me or choose? In the eyes of Aestus, there was a cold gaze, sweeping the group of people in front of him. At this moment, these women were already frozen to the point where they were about to lose temperature. Most of these women are talents in science and technology, so they don't have any combat power at all. In this frozen state, they can only last for less than 10 minutes at most, will lose life due to low temperature. Facing death, they directly compromised, nodded frantically, and said in a trembling tone that they were willing to be his subordinates. After Acides got the result he wanted, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and then he waved his hand lightly. The power that enveloped them suddenly disappeared instantly. With a click, the ice cubes were all shattered. When these women fell to the ground one after another at this time, they directly climbed onto each other, and then hugged each other tightly. They are just too cold. Advertisement. When Sengoku saw this, he sighed helplessly, and asked his subordinates to take out their coats and put them on them. At this time, Acides looked at the female marines in front of him, knelt down and said to them, "From now on, you will no longer be marines, but spies belonging to the world government. I will disguise myself as a marine. Thieves will roam freely in the new world." When Acides said these words, he originally thought that Acides took this battleship as his own this time, and thought that the other party wanted to play with this battleship directly as a toy. Unexpectedly, Ace Seth actually said that he planned to use this warship as a pirate ship, and they disguised themselves as pirates to enter the new world. When I got the news, Sengoku instantly let go of Ace's previous rudeness. Let me tell you earlier, if it turned out that I was going to be a spy. If he was a spy, he would have directly agreed to any request from the other party without hesitation. There was no need for the unpleasant and embarrassing behavior that happened last night. Sengoku sighed. After hearing these words, the marines like Huashaoshan were quite helpless. I always feel that this woman in front of me is really speechless. There must be a limit to joking, how to make such a joke. And those arrogant female soldiers before, when they heard that they were going to be spies, they entered the world of pirates. Isn't this a promotion in disguise? Their original status was just ordinary communication soldiers, and they joined the marine with the wish to eliminate pirates, but they didn't expect that because they were women, without the help of devil fruit, they all can only serve as a relatively ordinary occupation. Now they actually say that they will lead them to disguise themselves as pirates and enter the new world, which is quite a great task. All of a sudden, the female soldiers in front of them were relieved of Esther's unreasonable behavior at the beginning. Suddenly, a touch of fanaticism appeared in their hearts. "Captain, we promise you to be your subordinate." Advertisement right now, these female soldiers began to address Acids respectfully as if they had forgotten the coldness on their bodies. But at this time, Hua Xiaoshan couldn't help it, frowned slightly and said, "These female soldiers are too weak, should we replace them with a group of stronger ones?" As soon as Sengoku heard this sentence, he nodded immediately, and he really wanted to change people. After all, the strength of these female soldiers in front of them is really too weak. If such strength enters the new world, it is likely to be cannon fodder. After all, these women are marine combatants. Sengoku just thought that Aestus needs so many female soldiers, just let them be his subordinates to order. And as Bai Ye's plaything. Therefore, the personnel he selected are all those grassroots personnel, and these grassroots personnel have no combat effectiveness at all, which means that an ordinary pirate can kill them all. One must know that the pirates in the new world are no different from ordinary pirates. They have experienced real fighting, and they are all crazy people on the battlefield. In addition, the pirate battles in New World are very fierce. Even the crew members on an ordinary pirate ship are very good. Generally, the minimum bounty offered is more than 300,000 yuan. So their individual combat power is placed in the 4 seas, and that is quite a terrible naval battle. So right now, these female soldiers who have no combat effectiveness in my hands, let them enter the new world, that is completely courting death. I'll find a group of 1.0 people to come over. Since you are going to enter such a dangerous area as New World, I will replace them with more powerful people. Sengoku is also very clear that it is terrible to be in New World, so he proposed to change players. But when he said these words, the faces of those female soldiers changed drastically at this moment. They finally seized this opportunity. Now it was about to be taken back again, and the few of them quit immediately on the spot. "No. Master Sengoku, we can participate in various battles with our own strength, please don't drive us away." "That's right, we can continue to participate in the battle, and we will definitely not hold back. Master Sengoku, please don't let us go, please." All the female soldiers pleaded directly at this time. 165. The affectionate decision of several women even at this time, they couldn't care about their cold bodies, and threw off their clothes, and I went directly to Sengoku and prayed. Seeing these subordinates in front of him, Sengoku was a little confused on the spot. "Why are you like this? Because you don't know how terrifying the new world is now. If your strength goes there, there is only one dead end." Sengoku felt a little helpless, he couldn't figure out what the hell these female soldiers were doing. Don't they know how terrifying the outside world is? A place like New World is completely cannibalistic. Hua Xiaoshan looked at the ignorant female soldiers in front of him and stopped him. "You don't even know how terrifying the new world is, and we also understand what is going on in your hearts right now. But once you enter the new world, you will know how terrifying the new world is." Hua Xiaoshan insisted on reminding the female soldiers in front of him at this time. But now these female soldiers are determined, because they know that the opportunity to be an undercover agent is hard won. The reason why they participated in the world conscription this time is to be able to eliminate the pirates. Some of these female soldiers had their fathers killed by the pirates, and some of the female soldiers were because their hometowns were destroyed by the pirates. Anyway, for various reasons, they hate pirates so much, so they want to kill them with their own strength. So they came here with various reasons in their hearts. But when they came to Marine, they realized how naive their thinking was. Because they didn't have the strength to hold important positions, they were directly sent to the technology department. In the science and technology department, because they have not learned any professional knowledge, they can only do some work on manipulating machines. Since the battleships used by subsequent Marines need someone to control them, female soldiers are more suitable for this profession. Therefore, after these female soldiers have undergone careful education, they all went to the battleship to serve as gunners or control the battleship. But this simply cannot satisfy the hopes of these girls for revenge. What they want is to kill the enemy head-on. Advertisement. And training in Marine, they need to train for 4 or 5 years before they can leave. And they are just entering the Marine now, it's only a few months. Although the basic knowledge has been mastered, because the number of warships is not large, the follow-up assessment has been completed, and others have already entered the battlefield. They still need to wait hard. But now that Aestus actually found them, that is to give them a chance. As long as they serve as undercover agents and enter New World as fake pirates, they will definitely confront the pirates head-on. That's what they want. In addition to honing one's own strength on the one hand, the other is to be able to kill the enemy head-on. This is what they dreamed of. So what else can stop them from agreeing to this matter? Acids did not expect that the attitudes of these people in front of him would change 180 degrees at this time. This immediately made him unable to restrain the corners of his mouth from rising slightly. So he walked over directly and said to the people present, "I want them." As soon as Acids spoke, even Sengoku was a little surprised, so he looked at Acids in disbelief. "Are you sure? What's so uncertain about this?" Aestus shrugged indifferently. Now the girls immediately became overjoyed. They didn't expect that Acids would not dislike their attitude just now. It was unbelievable. Although each of these girls has strong hatred in their hearts, some girls still have reason. Advertisement, some of them are still worried about their lack of strength. Acids saw that several of the girls remained expressionless from the beginning to the end, and felt a bit in a dilemma. Acides, who understands humanity the most, walked up to one of the girls, and suddenly stretched out his hand, gently rubbing the other's cheek. What's wrong? What are you afraid of? Faced with Acides' inquiry, the girl finally thought about it and said, Hello, my lord, will our strength be a hindrance in the new world? When Acides heard this sentence, he suddenly couldn't help laughing. You think too much, I don't expect you to kill the enemy head-on, your role is just to help me drive this huge ship, steel monster. If you want to fight, I can go up alone, I don't need you. No matter what Acides said, they were all at the Four Emperors level, and these people were just ordinary people. Acides didn't expect them to go to the battlefield with him to kill the enemy at all. When the girls heard this sentence, their eyes were a little helpless, but the fact is that this is the case, and there is no way to do it. Their own strength is seriously insufficient. Although what Aestus said is a bit hurtful, the fact is that there is no way to refute it. 490. Okay, since he insists on keeping you, then I have nothing to say, but with his ability, there shouldn't be any problem protecting you. In the end, Sengoku still didn't want to be too fussy with Acides. With the strength of the opponent, he could completely protect the safety of these girls. Although the overall strength of these female soldiers is not very strong, they only need to be able to drive a battleship. These female soldiers looked at each other when they heard this sentence, and finally they suddenly thought of something, and finally nodded and agreed directly. Although they don't know how powerful the woman in front of them is, but since the other party has agreed, they no longer choose to participate in the battle together. But there were still two female soldiers who didn't believe in Acides. In order to save their lives and participate in larger-scale battles in the future, they still chose to refuse. In the face of rejecting people, Esther simply doesn't look them in the eye. At this time, Hua Xiaoshan walked up to them, and suddenly said, This woman is very powerful, even Marshal Sengoku was defeated by him, so there must be no problem for her to protect you, but don't make people angry at will. His character is not easy to deal with. 166. Just kidding, on Sengoku. Hua Xiaoshan's seemingly unintentional words made the two girls who chose to refuse suddenly widen their eyes, looking at Acides in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This woman is actually so powerful, it is impossible to defeat Marshal Sengoku. Everyone couldn't believe this at this time. Marshal Sengoku is as terrifying as the legendary hero Garp. Such an existence would actually be defeated by this woman in front of him. This is simply a joke, it is absolutely impossible. Sengoku was listening to Hua Xiaoshan, and when he said such a thing, he was immediately out of breath. I don't want anyone else to know about my defeat at Aestus. This hanging hair is good. To actually tell this matter in front of his own face, this is simply begging for a fight. Only then did Hua Xiaoshan realize that he had accidentally said something wrong, so he quickly covered his mouth and aimed at Sengoku who was beside him. Seeing Sengoku's eyes full of haze, he suddenly trembled with fright. When the female soldier saw Sengoku's face, she immediately believed what Hua Xiaoshan said, and the shock in her heart could no longer be described in words. Marshal Sengoku was actually defeated, are you kidding me? Acides is honest at this time, but this honesty is a bit out of place. At this time, he raised a smug smile on the corner of his mouth and said, Don't worry about it, he was defeated by me last night, he is not my opponent at all, so you stay by my side, as long as if you are obedient, I will definitely be able to keep your lives safe. These words from Acides seemed to put chicken blood on everyone. Excitement was revealed in everyone's eyes, and they were very happy. Unexpectedly, the Acides in front of him was really so powerful, defeating Marshal Sengoku. Now they finally found a real backer. Just when they were happy, Wano Kuni was on the other side. Zagora swung his huge wings and flew quickly among the clouds. This time Bai Ye went to Wano Kuni alone. Advertisement. Today's Wano Kuni has not been remodeled too much, and there are fewer factories. It looks a little different from before, but Onijima has already been built. At this time, Zagula took Bai Ye and flew over the Ghost Island. Looking down from this position, you can fully see the current appearance of Wano Kuni. Interesting. The appearance of today's Wano Kuni is completely different from that in the original work. Although the current Wano Kuni has been controlled by Beast's pirates, it has only been controlled for a short period of 1 or 2 years. Bai Ye jumped down from the sky at this time, and let Zagula carry it down in the sky at this time when he needed it. Zagora obeyed and stayed in the sky. Bai Ye jumped down, and the whole body increased bit by bit along with the inertia at an astonishing speed, and flew downward. The whistling wind sounded in my ears, but I felt extremely refreshing day and night. Just as he broke through the clouds, Bai Ye saw the direction of the Ghost Island below. Today's Ghost Island was originally built on a scale that already has the ability to levitate. When Bai Ye flew down, he could see Wano Kuni, and thick smoke rose from many places. It seems that the battle last night was quite fierce here. There are still bursts of terrifying aura around the island. But Bai Ye didn't pay attention to these. His goal was Ghost Island. After flying for a while, his whole body stabbed directly to the ground like a sharp sword. On Ghost Island. At this time, Quinn looked happy. In the main hall, Aoi now changed her whole body into a new set of clothes, and she looked a lot more haughty than before. The entire hall is filled with all kinds of delicacies, and there is a very pleasant smell in the air. On the left and right sides, there are 18 members of the CP department. The members of these CP departments all exude extremely powerful auras, and the weakest auras have all reached the Vice Admiral level. Seeing these powerful beings in front of him, Quinn didn't dare to take it lightly, and smiled along his face. He knew that the strength of these people in front of him was too terrifying, plus the forces behind them. As long as the current self dares to resist a little, he will be directly wiped out by these people in an instant. Advertisement therefore, now he not only has to please the members of the CP department in front of him, but also be careful with his words. Because I accidentally said the wrong words, these words spread to Bai Ye. Then I guess I will lose my life. Come, thank you for your help last night, please enjoy these delicacies to your heart's content. Quinn laughed loudly at this moment, calling for everyone to enjoy the delicious food in front of them. But everyone just glanced at it lightly and didn't immediately eat the food in front of them. They are now waiting for someone to arrive. There was silence. On the contrary, it made Quinn feel a little overwhelmed. He didn't know what the hell these people were doing, and why these people who invited them to dinner were still sitting here. Seeing this situation, the surrounding subordinates also secretly wiped away their sweat. They really saw how terrifying the strength of these people in front of them was yesterday. Among them, there are several with admiral-level strength. As soon as they arrived that night, they started the ruthless killing on the list. Even some people who were not on the list, as long as they dared to resist, they would move their heads in an instant. This scene frightened them directly. Only then did they realize how terrifying these people, Li Hao, in front of them were, and they also understood how terrifying the world government's chassis was. These people at the scene were all Quinn's confidants, and it was naturally impossible for them to tell the story of Quinn's collusion with the world government, because they knew that if they did, they would die without a burial. Just when they didn't know how to serve these people in front of them, they got angry. In the next second, the gate of the main hall was suddenly blasted open by a strong force. The sudden movement caused everyone to turn pale with shock. At this moment, everyone took out their weapons and aimed at the door. But then they were a little dumbfounded. I saw a figure on the pillar at the door slowly walking in, exuding divine light from his body. Seeing this light is like seeing an angel descending. At this time, all the people looked at each other, some couldn't believe it. 167. This person who radiates holy light is so terrifying. When Kui-en saw the person who broke in suddenly, his whole body trembled and he ran out in a hurry. Shuangshi knelt heavily on the ground. Meet Your Highness Bai Ye, Your Highness Bai Ye. The moment this title appeared, all the pirates jumped in their hearts. Needless to say, they knew who the man in front of them was, and he was the mastermind behind the riot. They all knew very well that the powerful Kaido-sama was also killed by this man in front of him. And there is also a former member of the pirates, Bullet, also died at his hands. Coupled with the bloody baptism last night, these children were already terrified. But even though it was short, when they saw Bai Ye in front of them, they couldn't believe it. This Bai Ye was completely different from what they had imagined. In their impression, such an extremely cruel person should have a very vicious appearance. Even if he is not vicious, he is full of haki. But the man who came in front of him not only didn't have those temperaments, but exuded a very sacred light, as if an angel had descended. People couldn't feel the other party after seeing him. He was a terrible existence. They all felt a little unsure of themselves at this time. And now, the members of the CP department also walked in front of 680 Bai Ye one after another, and Asides came to Bai Ye's side as if there was no one else, and then directly threw himself on Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at Estif, who was already on top of him, with a smile on his lips, and gently rubbed his head. You worked hard last night. It's not hard, as long as I can help His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I will do anything. The corners of Stussie's mouth rose slightly, not to mention how happy he was. At this time, Bai Ye simply ignored Quinn, who was kneeling beside him, and saw him walking directly on the throne step by step with his arms around Stussie, and then he sat down and went to the doctor. Just after he sat down, he waved his hand to signal for everyone to stand up at this time. When everyone heard this, they immediately stood up with a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Just after they stood up, they aimed at Bai Ye. At this time, the holy light on Bai Ye's body has begun to fade, and he has returned to a normal state. Quinn, what is the current situation? Answer me. Bai Ye asked calmly at this time. As soon as Quinn heard that Bai Ye wanted to ask about the result of his elimination this time, he quickly reported, Your Highness Bai Ye, almost all the people on the current list have been killed, only a few people have escaped, but these few people are not a great person. At present, people have been sent to hunt him down, and there must be news in a short time. Upon hearing the news, Bai Ye nodded slightly, then he said, To become 4 emperors now, you need a real name and a record. I will have a CP department who will fight with you to create hotspots and create a new identity for you. At this moment, Bai Ye looked at Quinn, who was kneeling below, and said his plan lightly. When Quinn heard about this plan, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Bai Ye in disbelief, wondering what Bai Ye meant. Bai Ye said that he wanted to create an identity for himself and let him fight with a member of the CP department? Wouldn't it be to take the opportunity to destroy himself? Thinking of this possibility, Quinn immediately began to sweat profusely. The subordinates in front of Bai Ye are all superior in strength. Even the weakest has the strength of vice admiral level, and it will take a lot of effort to kill them, hands and feet. And only these people, there are several strengths that make her feel a little huge, including that Stussie and the master called Zero. The strength of these people is very powerful. Even if they are one-on-one, they may not be able to defeat each other. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Ahi. At this moment, Quinn felt that his tongue was a little knotted. Advertisement. He doesn't speak very well now. Because of excessive fear, he even felt that he could not help but tremble a little now. Now that Bai Ye made such a request, He really didn't know whether he should agree to it or not. He was afraid that after he agreed, what would meet him would be death. Bai Ye frowned when he saw the wretched look of the other party. What are you driving? Why didn't you answer my question? Faced with Bai Ye's question, Quinn immediately frowned, and knelt down on the ground with a plop. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, please don't kill me. I am willing to stay with you by my side, to be your subordinate, as long as you don't kill me. No matter what you ask me to do, I am willing to do it. Now I have found a few beauties and I am preparing to give it to His Royal Highness Bai Ye online. Quinn's desire to survive is full. He knows that Bai Ye likes women, so he is in this civil war. He saw a few beauties with very good looks, and snatched them over without even thinking about it, and now they are directly imprisoned, waiting to be given to Bai Ye. In terms of the ability to hold dog legs, Quinn can say that he dares to say that first, no one dares to say, and second, he has already thought of various countermeasures. When Bai Ye heard that Quinn was so sensible, he couldn't help showing a smile on the corner of his mouth, but seeing that the other party was scared like this, he couldn't help laughing. I won't kill you, don't be nervous. So to have you fight a minion is just to get some pictures. After the photo is taken, you can do whatever you want. Bai Ye revealed his plan at this time, and when Kui-en heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was just taking photos, so there was no problem. As long as it was taking photos, let alone one, he would be willing to take 1,000. As long as you can survive, you are stronger than anything else. Stussy was on the side, really curious, so he asked, Your Highness Bai Ye, what kind of identity do you plan to create for him? Bai Ye laughed and said, You just asked Morgans to write. Now there is only Quinn left in the Beast's pirates. The other party knows that Kaido of the Beasts is dead. In order to repay his favor, he went to fight with 3 admiral-level officials from the world government alone. There is a battle. It turned out to be a loss for both sides, and finally fled back to Wano-kuni. When Bai Ye's plan came out, Quinn couldn't help clapping his hands. 168. Quinn challenges Marine HQ, Your Highness, do you really want me to challenge them? I definitely can win. If they hit too hard, I might die. Quinn is still a little uneasy at this time, although the world is very happy when he thinks that he will definitely be famous. But if you think about it carefully, if you really want to fight with them, even you can't stop one of them. You guys always dislike me, don't you have this, confidence? Bai Ye looked over coldly, and Quinn quickly stood still. Your Highness, don't worry, even if you let me die, I will resolutely rush forward and throw it away. This guy was kneeling down and begging for mercy just now, but now he is generous and awe-inspiring. But it's all a disguise. Stussy, get me in touch with Morgans, I'll take this guy to Marine HQ first. Stussy nodded, and obediently left to contact his old companion. The rest of the fleet went to the Marine headquarters under the leadership of Acids. Relying on the new type of warship, everyone is extremely fast, like flying. And they want to go to the Marine headquarters, they can go directly from the Red Soil Road, without relying on the underwater road of Sabaody Archipelago. Advertisement in this way, the efficiency is much higher, but this time, a large group including Quinn, the pirates are a little panicked. Quinn is a fat guy, and when dealing with various things, he is also self-centered. Now he felt uneasy, how would he deal with such a strong man if he really had to face it? While waiting here, they arrived at the Marine headquarters. Numerous warships in the vicinity lined up in front of a strong posture can be seen in Madara. And the 3 admirals in the Marine were also summoned back by Marshal Sengoku. They themselves didn't know what the mission was, and the 3 Marine admirals gathered at this time must be causing trouble. Is the next one a so-called pirate like Mrs. Whitebeard? Or wipe out New World in one fell swoop? At this time, Akainu was sitting there, staring at him with a pair of eyes. Marshal Sengoku, just give an order, just give us an order and let us do it. Akainu does have a hands-on desire in this place, and he's still pretty scary. Sakazuki, don't be in such a hurry. His Highness Bai Ye will issue an order. He told you to stand here, saying that someone is going to challenge the Marine headquarters. When this sentence came out, even Sakazuki, who is usually more serious, laughed. Advertisement 0, ask for flowers. Marshal Sengoku, you are not joking, you summoned us all back, not to mention, there are so many Marines sitting in the Marine headquarters, what fool would challenge this place? The same goes for Paluzolino next to Sakazuki who is laughing, they can't think of anyone who has this ability. I don't know how to say it, but this is a powerful pirate, be careful. Zero Buddha Sengoku is a bit dark at this point. He was also startled when he heard the loud and terrifying sound outside, and he immediately thought of his old friend Whitebeard. Whitebeard is attacking Marine HQ, you guys have a look. The powerful vibration force even makes the whole area continuously vibrate. This is the most powerful Marine headquarters in the world, with the highest defense. Sengoku Marine Admiral of the Buddha looked down together, and saw a fat guy in the distance near the port. One arm of this guy is in metal form and the other hand seems to have different powers. He was holding an indescribable object in his hand, which was round and long. He shouted a powerful shockwave there, and it shattered an area. 169. Tegu. Earth crying this is Quinn, the last remnant of the Beast's pirates. And what he is holding in his hand is the latest Tegu given to him, the tremor of the earth. Bai Ye watched this scene from a distance with a happy face. The Tegu in this place name was just obtained by him. The specific effect is like using a microphone to turn the sound into ultrasonic waves. In this way, the opponent can be easily crushed, and a powerful transmission can be carried out. Kui 860 installed some mechanical structures on it ingeniously, which can have a terrifying and huge burst of sound waves, and the power is much stronger than before. He is very happy now, constantly yelling loudly, and the powerful shockwave falls on the square in front of him. The Marine headquarters has suffered more damage since the Golden Lion left. Why is that guy? Isn't he a remnant of the Beast's pirates? How dare he challenge this place alone? Sengoku of the Buddha was startled at this moment. As soon as his figure flickered, he ran away. It was Kizaru Paluzalino. He flew to the front all at once, and the skill he used was Bachi Chong Guyu. When it reaches the position, kick it out, and it is inevitable to hit it with one blow. Advertisement unexpectedly, this Quinn raised his arm directly to block the blow to his arm. But the defense made by the Seastone structure is full. Don't think of me as an underdog before, I'm now challenging Marine Admiral again. Just after Quinn finished speaking, he coughed twice again, still lacking confidence. On the other side, on a small boat flying in the air. Morgans has been in a state of exuberance lately. Those earth-shattering news keep appearing in this world. Especially a lot of things are related to His Royal Highness Bai Ye. That His Highness didn't like his name and was always mentioned, but Morgans was also very embarrassed. It's really annoying, His Highness Bai Ye has made so many things again. What I want to do is a new era of news. The negative side of the Beast's pirates is already amazing. But he asked me to collect and organize the news, and I don't know what to do now. If he can speak first, I'm very happy. Morgans was thinking there, he was very helpless now that such important news could not be sent out, and he could not say more. And he also knew that there seemed to be other people around Wano-kuni who wanted to do it. Advertisement. It's okay if you spread the news about those people. However, His Highness Bai Ye stands on the throne and dominates the world. He is a top figure, and I can't write anything without his permission. Compared with a temperament that likes to make news, this is simply the opposite, which makes Morgans very uncomfortable. Just when he was feeling uncomfortable, someone suddenly came to his airship. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a gentle woman, who was wearing a dress when she came. In his arm, there is also a basket, always with a smile on his face. Of course, this woman has an aristocratic temperament. She is Stussy, the spy of the world government in New World. Similarly, this woman is now the woman of His Royal Highness Bai Ye, Morgans dare not neglect. It turned out to be Miss Stussy, who disappeared for 0.7 hours after a long time. How come you come here when you have time? Is there any order from His Highness Bai Ye? Just say it directly. You don't need to run such a long way. This guy was talking here with a smile, and he couldn't help holding a pen in one hand and paper in the other. Morgans, you really can't change your temperament, you will always be this curious. 170 Quinn and 3 Admiral, curiosity will kill the cat. Stussy covered his mouth and smiled. Morgans didn't take it seriously, the two have been friends for many years. I can also be regarded as the subordinate of His Highness Bai Ye. Okay, I'm the airship that's here to deliver the news, let's go to the Marine headquarters. Morgans was surprised, and let everyone fly there. They soon came to the vicinity of the Marine headquarters, and at this time there were constant explosions and flames. Morgans was taken aback, his men had already started taking pictures. Everyone mobilized immediately, and some of them sneaked into the special team before I went down. Let me do it. Morgans shouted loudly, and everyone quickly mobilized a weird-looking guy to jump out. This guy is your baby. It is said that you have a very powerful subordinate who can take the best photos at the closest distance under any circumstances. Stussy looked at the odd-looking guy as if 07 was some kind of beast. That big head is very weird, and the 2 eyes can rotate almost 360 degrees, which is no longer the appearance of a human being. This guy's legs are very slender, and his running speed should not be slow. There is a race with long legs in the sea. They are one of the most powerful races. They are born with extremely high leg strength, and they move fast. That's right, this guy is a chameleon. A person with a fruit ability can hide his tracks at any time. It's my secret weapon. You, jump down. Take a photo in the Marine headquarters. Stussy was surprised, that guy really jumped from a high place. The opponent will also overstep this skill in the air, which is quite fast. You guys have found a good helper, the other party can be invisible and also has various skills. Stussy looked at Morgans in surprise and laughed, and then asked what he wanted to shoot. When he heard that someone was challenging 3 Marine admirals, he was stunned. Miss Stussy is not His Royal Highness Bai Ye. I want to come here to play for a while or change my identity to deliberately challenge the 3 admirals on the sea. To challenge the 3 of them, even if Roger is alive and Whitebeard is still alive, it will be very difficult. What Morgan said is not fake. One Piece Roger, Whitebeard, even the top combat power in the world. How much stronger should they be than Kaido of the Beasts at their peak? Even so, the combat effectiveness of the Marine 3 admirals cannot be underestimated. It's even a little more noble than the combination of these two. Advertisement: the strongest combat power of these two is not the opponent of these 3 admirals. If it is a direct challenge by one person, unless the legendary His Highness Bai Ye does it directly, it will definitely be impossible to succeed. Don't think about these things, hurry up and take pictures, His Highness has a request. After listening to the request, Morgans looked down again, and couldn't help admiring His Royal Highness Bai Ye's whimsy. On the square, Quinn had already fought back and forth with Huang several times. Kizaru's fighting ability is really not bad. His fruit ability is considered top among all Logia fruit abilities. Sparkling fruit users can have super fast action speed, powerful beam burst energy can also summon lightsaber. He can also transform into light elements, and the speed of form elementalization is much faster than others. Kizaru proceeds to transform into a Mami form, holding a lightsaber in his hand. This is his most powerful Tiankongyun sword, which cuts everything and is invincible. 171 Top Battle, Top Fear. When a sword struck, Quinn smiled again, and then opened his arms, firing countless seastone bullets. Don't think that you can win easily. I am still very capable at this time. I want to avenge Captain Kaido of the Beasts. When Quinn said this, he didn't blush or breathe, and he was more confident and stronger. Paluzolino on the opposite side was very surprised. This guy really has a certain degree of loyalty to the captain and is somewhat similar to the Golden Lion back then. He can be regarded as a hero of the sea. What he didn't know was that Quinn was also rushing ducks to the shelves, so he could only hold on here. Bai Ye had hoped that this guy would play a few tricks with CP0 agent. Later, after getting this local drama, I decided to let him do it, the more fun the better. When necessary, his own subordinates will attack. Anyway, it is here to film. When Quinn was laughing, suddenly a huge meteorite-like place descended from a high place. This is exactly the powerful fist of flame. He looked again. There are countless active fists in the sky. This is Akainu's meteor volcano. This guy stood on top of a tall building and kept punching the bottom. A large group of pirates near the front harbor suffered disaster. Advertisement: the fist of flame falling from the sky is very powerful, not much weaker than a meteorite. When it hits the ground, it explodes directly, and when it falls into the sea, it directly ignites seawater ships. All of a sudden, there was an incomparable amount of fighting spirit here, and it seemed to be ignited and fumigated as it continued to spread around. Captain, we are going to die. These meteorites are too powerful. Captain, can you help me? Just run now. A large group of subordinates shouted there, and Quinn was also a little worried. Is the second Marine Admiral an opponent? Just in time, a flaming fist landed in front of his eyes. He hastily roared. The effect was good. A burst of powerful ultrasonic waves shattered the flaming fist in front of him. Sakazuki also came down from a high place at this time, and when he saw the other party, he was also full of anger. A small character is here to challenge the Marine headquarters. 583, do you want to live? The two Marine Admirals are here to stare. As long as they are smart, they just want to escape. This is the One Piece. Roger is not an opponent. Quinn finally started to sweat when the third person also jumped down. He had a calm and indifferent demeanor. Marine Admiral Aokiji is powerful at the legendary level, and Marine's own frozen fruit is invincible. The three Marine Admirals stood there, looking coldly in front of them. Quinn panicked completely, as if he really provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. Bai Ye kept tapping his temple on the boat next to him. Can't this Quinn put on a show right now? When that Straw Hat Luffy challenged Marine 3 Admiral, he dared to rush over with a piece of wood in his arms, and faced 3 enemies like mountains without fear. Quinn's configuration is obviously much better than that of Straw Hat Luffy. This appearance is as timid as a mouse, which makes people unhappy. Your Highness, I think he is dying. Why don't we help directly? If we don't help, we may be instantly killed in the next second. Nan Lixiang had this idea. What are you thinking? We can't do it directly. After all, the Marine headquarters is in front of us. If we do it, it will be bad. As for the CPO agent, hurry up, do it when you have to, and save this guy's life first. At Bai Ye's request, those loyal doglegs appeared one after another. 172 CP0 actions. CP0 agents belong to pirates, and they are quite powerful in the world. Although they are not many in number, they are often extremely powerful. With the help of the world government, they can get a lot of energy supplements, as well as those very powerful Zone Phantom Beast fruits and so on. The most eye-catching one in One Piece is Devil Fruit. Each Devil Fruit represents a unique ability. Others are far from Bai Ye's ability and power to turn decay into magic and create all things, so the paths they take are different after all. Bai Ye alone can reach the top level, which is endless, and the divine power to create the common people is certainly not bad. Your Highness Bai Ye, what do you want us to do? A few CP0 special attacks are standing here. They are all loyal servants of the world government. Even if they were to die, these people might not say a word. Your main task now is to pretend to cooperate with these so-called marine attacks in the past, but in fact it is to keep releasing water, and you decide how to do it yourself. Open tortoise shell bracket. If a certain Marine Admiral moves too fast and powerful, you know what to do. Advertisement. Several soldiers looked at each other, nodded one after another, and their figures flickered and jumped away. Their speed is extremely fierce and swift. Of course Bai Ye will make them act. He still has tasks and ideas, and he still intends to continue to erode another world. Now this game must be very interesting. Several CP0 agents have come to the square of Marine headquarters, and Marine Admiral is standing there watching over them. This time it was the same Kizaru who did it again. With a flashing blow and a flying kick, he could directly kill the person in front of him. Quinn finally panicked at this moment. Why didn't this guy play his cards according to the routine, or did His Highness Bai Ye not give them an order in advance? Quinn panicked, and his speed inevitably slowed down by a few minutes. Just as he was retreating, he felt a powerful force behind him hit him on the ground, and just avoided the opponent's blow and kick. It was the CPO special attack who did it. They suddenly appeared and had no time to push the person in front of them, so they could only deal one blow. Quinn is a rough-skinned guy, and after being hit a bit, a puff of smoke rose from his head. Advertisement, however, he still fell like a dog eating shit, lying on the ground, his head probably smashed into the dirt. This appearance is not as powerful as it was at the beginning, and it looks very ridiculous. Bai Ye in the distance laughed when he saw this scene. It was really interesting. This special team jumped straight away, and Quinn was pushed to the ground before he could react in time. When he got up again, guys in white suits surrounded him. Several Marine admirals, don't worry, we are also here to arrest people. It is ridiculous that this guy dares to challenge the Marine headquarters. The CP0 captain at the front said quietly that these guys often wear masks and their identities are mysterious. Marine 3 admiral also doesn't like to provoke such characters. They belong to the strong, well-earned, military force, and these men belong to the internal guard. Just as they stared at the past, a man in a white suit had come to Quinn's side again, and picked up the microphone that had fallen from the ground. Hurry up and launch the strongest attack in front of them. Quinn put the microphone to his mouth in surprise, and didn't know what to do for a while. The other party pinched Quinn's face with dignity and slammed it. Ah, it hurts. 173 The strongest roar. Quinn roared loudly this time. Due to the pain, his voice was almost louder, and the vibration was many times stronger. The entire vicinity of the platform completely collapsed, and the Marine headquarters next to it kept shaking. This move wasn't even much weaker than that Whitebeard's powerful attack. The entire Marine headquarters kept shaking and clicked, and a crack appeared in the middle, which continued upward. This time I finally came to a little spirit, and I was very surprised. This Quinn is really good at doing things that make him happy. This guy roared with infinite power, amazing magic, almost shattering everything at once. The sound was so loud that it was unimaginable. After this trick, 020, the Marine headquarters was shaken, and there were countless smoke and dust everywhere. This astonishing and terrifying attack has already made people unimaginable and incredible. Everyone looked at this scene, each one dumbfounded. This is really an unimaginable, incredible attack. What a terrifying power, is this guy so strong? Appearing next to him is Garpa Fist, who just returned with a team and came to the Marine headquarters to rest. Looking at the opponent again, the Marine headquarters was shaken in half. The most unlucky one is the Buddha Sengoku. Advertisement. Sengoku has been looking inside that building, looking down, AHDJ, Marine and Admiral together. This is also the most powerful combat force in the world. No one can escape, and I didn't expect that my building would collapse in the next second. In a trance, he fell from a height and could only transform into a huge Buddha statue. Marshal Marine took action himself, and everyone knew that this battle would never end. Quinn was still surprised that his roar was so powerful that he was punched flying in the next second. I'm sorry, I can only do this, otherwise you will definitely not be able to escape. The masked CP0 agent punched him out. The unlucky Quinn was beaten so badly this time that he was almost killed, and then he saw a group of people glaring at him. Kill this guy. The first to speak was Sakazuki, directly Great Eruption. The super powerful fist is spreading, turning into countless magma. At this moment, Quinn could only run away, and his speed was really fast. Seeing the other party fleeing in a hurry, Bai Ye chuckled and ordered people to sail over immediately. Advertisement. Bai Ye also made a disguise for himself. He seemed to have turned into an ordinary pirate, holding a long knife behind his back, and he was very calm. In fact, this is just him pretending to be another appearance, and he definitely doesn't want to expose too much. When the fist of Great Eruption came, he casually pulled out the knife. Standing in the front at this moment, the wind and waves are endless, and the powerful flames of the Great Eruption are almost like mountains. When rushing to the front, it was blocked by an infinite knife, which burst into the imposing sea, shaking constantly, and countless heat waves invaded. The place next to Bai Ye was all set on fire. The power of this magma was really overbearing. It was unbearable for myself not to have actually been exposed to the horrific heat. This guy Akainu is indeed the top powerhouse in Marine, very powerful. Tough guy. Bai Ye evaluated silently. As for Quinn, who was already terrified by this punch, he passed out when he came to the boat. Leave the boat at once, we don't have time to wait here. Under Bai Ye's order, everyone hurriedly sailed. A man who challenged the Marine headquarters was called Ming Chuan Tian Sha. Unfortunately, this fat man was still in a coma, and it took 2 days before he woke up. 174 A new door. Quinn opened his confused eyes and finally woke up. My god, it hurts so much, every bone in my body seems to be broken. Quinn felt extremely uncomfortable, and when he woke up, he saw Bai Ye's face. He quickly turned around and knelt there. Your Highness, I really didn't do anything. I followed your instructions completely. You won't punish me, will you? He was about to cry, but Bai Ye stretched out a hand and lifted it up slowly. How could I punish you? You did these things very well this time, fully in line with my expectations of you. Quinn was completely confused at this time, and he had done a lot of things, but it shouldn't be that good. You did a good job. Look at the newspapers from 3 days ago. The biggest headline on the newspaper is very eye-catching. The strongest 4 emperors challenge the 3 men of Admiral, smash the Marine headquarters with an invincible blow. This title has almost taken up half of the page. Such a strong title depicts Kui Yin in a photo of him. That plump face still had a cigarette in its mouth, no matter how ugly it looked. Advertisement. At this moment, Quinn felt quite handsome, and he was already at the peak of the four emperors. He looked at the introduction below again. What is the strong man in the legend of the Emperor of the Sea? In order to repay the captain's kindness, he fought desperately and so on. What is even more powerful is the strongest blow he made during that advance. He had been pinched by a CPO agent before he yelled, but Morgan's was very capable. Morgan's specially edited the photo so that only he appeared in it. The three Marine admirals are depicted as very short, and each of them has dodge movements. This is of course false. The three of them are Logia fruit-capable users. Even the most powerful vibration force can't kill them. But from this point of view, the three seem to have encountered the most terrifying opponent. The three Marine admirals dodged hastily, facing the smoky Marine headquarters. A huge crack hangs in the middle, terrifying and terrifying. Quinn's eyes widened. Did I do this? It's amazing. I didn't expect that I would have that ability. He was extremely excited. From now on, you are the new Emperor of the Sea. There are also some important things in the pirate world. You can continue to recruit troops, but my personal suggestion is that I will take you to another place first. Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers. Quinn was a little confused at this moment. Your Highness, where do you want me to go? Quinn asked uneasily. It would be bad for Shishi to go to another place and have an accident on his own. He didn't want to be ignorant. After all, he had just become the four emperors at sea after so many years. Of course I'm going to take you away. Now Marine is looking for you like crazy. They have already issued the highest level arrest warrant, and your bounty is already 5 billion. Point 0. That Whitebeard is 5,046 million. Your previous bounty seems to be 1.32 billion. It's like a roller coaster ride now, and it's going to grow to 5 billion, and you should be happy. Why? Because of what you did in the Marine headquarters, you are now a wanted criminal. The three Marine admirals are looking for you all over the world. I believe you don't like staying in that place. Quinn nodded again and again, facing them himself. Any one of them would undoubtedly die. Although he had some powerful microphones, he didn't dare to think that he could beat any of them. I happen to have a new place to go. You can also go there to learn something and become a veritable sea emperor in the future. 175 The gate to the world of Hokage. Bai Ye has his own gate to the heavens and worlds, and he has been to other worlds before, especially the world of Seeds. The aggression and wars carried out there helped him get a lot of energy and Tegu. Tegu is a super cheat that can enhance a powerful combat power. However, I can open more doors, and the degree of capturing the world will increase as the mission progresses. The second door seems to be able to use 473. He took this Quinn straight to the red line, as the holiest place in the world. This guy Quinn has never seen the world, and he has been looking around with amazed eyes. But in order not to attract attention, he could only pretend. There is also a group of pirates who came here together. They are all the younger brothers that Quinn found, and some of them are also reformed fighters. There is also a large group of artificial devil fruit members, and the combat effectiveness of these people can be considered. However, they are basically crooked melons and cracked dates, and their combat power is insufficient. Everyone came to the innermost tower, and there was another door in the tower to go to other places. Advertisement. The reason why I didn't really tell those Marines is because most of the current fighters are still in the previous world. Bai Ye decided to inquire first before making a decision. The world to conquer is much stronger than that of Seed's world. This time it's Hokage's world, on a sheer combat level. Even higher than Pirate World. Some of the top powerhouses have the incredible ability to destroy the world, and they are truly super powerful existences. Aestus had already been waiting here, and he had made preparations before. And always pay attention to that door and don't know where to go, but you will definitely find a lot of things here. Your Highness, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Seeds said with a smile, the kind of smile that is always on his face is sincere and urgent. Of course I will come here. I want to go to the world of Hokage after finishing other things. It seems that this time must be completed. Advertisement. Bai Ye likes this so-called portal very much. Another world is opening the door to him, and at this time Seeds has already walked in first. We will enter this door, and the situation is unknown, and then you will enter that world with a group of your own men. But you have to do some camouflage. Hokage world is always recruiting fighters. You can learn some so-called ninjutsu there. Quinn was stunned at all. The so-called Uncle Ren is not a grandmaster at all. Bai Ye thought about it. Maybe they wouldn't be able to learn it even if they went there. After all, it is a completely different system, and it is difficult for them to learn that kind of ninjutsu with their physique, and it is even more difficult to sense chakra. Perhaps what can be learned is that some of the firearm technologies in it also exist. After all, the world of Hokage is often dominated by ninjas, and there are many strong people in it, very powerful. But they also gave birth to very advanced technologies, such as trains, some film and television technologies, and some advanced 5.7 things are quite impressive. Bai Ye had already issued an order that Quinn and the others could only continue to prepare. At this time, he also entered the portal, and within the smooth flashes, he and Seeds came to a land of singing birds and flowers. It's just that it is a quiet night here, but there is terror like a howling wind. In the distance, there are two people fighting with loud voices and infinite power.